in a world themed around beast taming. The protagonist, Bai Xiaobai, unexpectedly finds himself transported to a parallel universe during a midday nap, starting his journey with nothing but a bowl, and all his spirit beasts must be scavenged. Initially contemplating a passive existence, he inadvertently discovers a white fox, which seems to possess some peculiarities. Can he rise to become the most formidable beast master and alter his destiny? Chapter 1. The beginning with a bowl. What the hell? What a hellish start. On a bustling street in Jiang City, in an inconspicuous corner, a young boy gazed at the dilapidated bowl before him and couldn't help but curse aloud. The boy appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, clad in tattered clothes, and was filthy, resembling a beggar. In truth, he was indeed a beggar. His name was Bai Xiaobai. Just half an hour earlier, he had been a cog in the 996th grind of corporate life, never imagining that a simple afternoon nap would lead to his unexpected transmigration. Even now, Bai Xiaobai struggled to fully grasp the reality of his situation, let alone accept that he had become a beggar. From the memories of his former self, he learned that this world revered beast taming. Countless years ago, a reckless experiment inadvertently breached the dimensions of space, and instead of bringing joy, it unleashed a torrent of unknown creatures that indiscriminately slaughtered humanity. Initially, conventional firearms could suppress these enigmatic beings, but as time passed, an ever-increasing influx of formidable creatures rendered even nuclear weapons ineffective against them. Gradually, humanity found itself overwhelmed by the relentless invasion of these unknown entities, with their living space rapidly diminishing. Until one day, to everyone's astonishment, some individuals discovered they could form contracts with these unknown creatures. As more and more people succeeded in forging bonds with these beings, they were designated as beast masters, while the creatures themselves were referred to as spirit beasts. Under the guidance of the beast masters, humanity gradually began to turn the tide, and thus, the profession of beast master ascended to unparalleled prestige in this world. As the system of beast masters matured, research revealed that not everyone could become a beast master. Only those under the age of 16 had the potential to cultivate a space for beast contracts and thus become beast masters. Furthermore, researchers discovered that the innate potential of each spirit beast varied significantly. Consequently, spirit beasts were classified into 9 tiers based on their potential, ranging from the lowest, the aberrant grade, to the highest, the chaotic spirit grade. Typically, the higher the talent tier of spirit beast, the swifter its cultivation and the greater its strength. The original host possessed mediocre talent, having only recently established a space for beast contracts a few days prior. An orphan by nature, the original host lacked both power and the means to procure a spirit beast, resulting in an inability to successfully form a contract and losing the opportunity to attend university. Sigh, you are indeed a pitiable soul. Reflecting on this, Bai Xiaobai felt a twinge of sympathy for the original host and sighed helplessly as he lay on the ground, prepared to await his demise and a fresh start. As a transmigrator with neither wealth nor connections, and lacking even the quintessential golden finger typically afforded to such individuals, he questioned the purpose of his continued existence. Death seemed a far simpler option. After all, the original host had perished from starvation. He could only hope that he would return to his former world upon his death. However, upon further contemplation, returning to his own world did not seem entirely appealing. The relentless grind of the 996 lifestyle had him questioning whether he had, in fact, succumbed to exhaustion during his nap, leading him to this place. Hey, little beggar, do you want a spirit beast? Just as Bai Xiaobai's consciousness began to blur from hunger, he suddenly felt something strike him. Ouch, that hurt, he exclaimed in pain, instinctively looking up to find a small white fox perched on him. The fox appeared diminutive, its snow-white fur slightly soiled, perhaps from being recently discarded by its previous owner, rendering it quite pitiful. A white fox? As he gazed at the fox, information flooded his mind. Fox spirit beasts were not only aesthetically pleasing, but also possessed significant adaptability, making them a favorite among beast masters except for the white fox, which was an anomaly. For all its beauty, the white fox lacked any commendable traits. Its speed, defense, and strength were all woeful. Since the advent of the beast master profession, no high-potential white fox had ever been encountered, with most exhibiting only aberrant potential, and only a select few reaching the awakening grade. As for potential beyond the awakening grade, none had ever been observed. Theoretically, Every spirit beast could potentially attain the chaotic spirit grade, but theory remains just that different species inherently influence the potential of spirit beasts. For instance, dragon-type spirit beasts with a barren potential are even rarer than those of chaotic spirit potential, while the white fox species has virtually no chance of ever reaching such heights. A beast master is limited to contracting a maximum of 9 spirit beasts. Thus, a white fox, which occupies a contract slot without offering any advantages, would rarely be chosen by anyone. Nonetheless, due to their striking appearance, many individuals are willing to keep them as pets. With no combat capabilities and a gentle disposition, even ordinary people are eager to harbor a white fox in their homes. Brother, do you not want this spirit beast? Seeing the forlorn white fox nestled in his arms, Bai Xiaobai felt a surge of compassion. It appeared to be quite young. Don't want it. It's yours now. The middle-aged man cast a disdainful glance, uncertain whether he was judging Bai Xiaobai or the fox in his arms. Were it not for strict regulations prohibiting the release of spirit beasts within the city, he might have simply abandoned it on the street. He had caught the white fox during a recent hunting expedition, intending to sell it at the market, but after a morning of fruitless attempts, no one was willing to buy it. It seemed the fox's frail appearance made it too labor-intensive to care, for while many had inquired about the price, they ultimately walked away, shaking their heads. In the end, even free of charge, no one wanted it. Just as he contemplated returning home to dispose of it, he noticed Bai Xiaobai lying on the ground. Believing it a waste of effort to take it home, he thought it would be a kind act to bestow it upon the beggar, and so approached. Well then, thank you, brother. If you don't want it, I'll gladly take it. Bai Xiaobai, noticing the middle-aged man's gaze, shrugged it off, scratching his head and expressing his gratitude with a smile. After all, someone was giving him a spirit beast for free. What did it matter if they looked at him with disdain? It was a far better situation than the previous company that had begrudged him his wages and looked down on him. All right, this white fox belongs to you from now on. It has nothing to do with me. The middle-aged man disdainfully uttered before turning away and leaving the scene. The white fox, seemingly aware of its abandonment, curled up in Bai Xiaobai's arms, forlorn and motionless. Well then, little white fox, are you willing to become my spirit beast? Bai Xiaobai gently tousled its fluffy head and softly inquired. The white fox appeared still ensnared in the emotions of being cast aside, offering no response to his words. If you remain silent, I shall assume you agree. Observing the white fox's lack of response, Bai Xiaobai refrained from wasting time. Drawing upon the memories of the method to summon a contracted spirit beast, he placed the white fox upon the ground and deftly gestured with his fingers, forming intricate seals. As he summoned the meager reserves of spiritual energy within him, a golden magical array materialized beneath the white fox, enveloping it in a radiant glow. After approximately 10 breaths, as the golden array surged into his being, the white fox vanished, only to reappear within his beast-controlling space. Is this truly the state of the world? A mere beggar can establish a beast-controlling space, yet I cannot. It is no wonder he is a beggar, even if he has opened a beast-controlling space. Contracting the white fox is utterly futile. How absurd! Of all the creatures to contract, why choose a white fox? The passers-by, with envious glances, regarded the unfolding scene with disdain, their jealousy swiftly transforming in a mockery and derision. Chapter 2. Have I discovered a treasure? Amidst the scornful jeers of those around her, Bai Xiaobai paid little heed. What did it matter when one was already reduced to the status of a beggar? If others did not disdain her poverty, why should she look down on their weakness? How does one examine the attributes of a spirit beast? Summoning the white fox, Bai Xiaobai stared at the creature nestled in her arms and paused, straining to recall the knowledge stored within her mind. At last, after a minute of deep contemplation, she unearthed the method to ascertain the attributes of her contracted beast. Spirit beast, white fox, potential, metamorphic level, rank, anomalous level 1 talent, inherently intelligent, possessing a high degree of spiritual awareness, capable of rapidly acquiring various knowledge and skills. Attribute, illusion skills, none can evolve. No, wait a moment, metamorphic level? Wasn't it said that the highest tier for a spirit beast like the white fox was merely awakening level? The other attributes aligned with what she had learned in her memories, rather unremarkable, save for this potential. Could it be that she had stumbled upon a treasure? Indeed, this was promising. Reflecting on this, Bai Xiaobai could not suppress a grin, gazing affectionately at the white fox. After a moment of thought, she declared, "Little white fox, I shall bestow upon you a new name. As you are white and possess the attribute of illusion, let us call you Bai Shui, white snow." Bai Shui curled up in her embrace, utterly still and remarkably quiet, perhaps a bit too quiet. if it were not for the fact that a beast master could sense the state of their contracted spirit after forming a bond. She might have feared that Bai Xiaobai had already departed from this world. Was it hunger that rendered it so subdued? Bai Xiaobai was at a loss for the reason. She had only been in this world for less than an hour, and the original owner of this body was rather inept, leaving her with scant useful information. Come, let us find you something to eat. There is nothing a good meal cannot resolve. If there is, we shall have another. Although she was uncertain whether Bai Xiaobai's silence stemmed from hunger, she was undeniably aware of her own emptiness, for the original owner had not eaten anything. Fortunately, after contracting with the spirit beast, Bai Xiaobai's physical condition had experienced a slight enhancement. Otherwise, given her current state, she would likely faint from hunger after merely taking a few steps. Stifling her hunger, she approached a restaurant, but just as she was about to step inside, a sudden realization struck her. She was, after all, a beggar and seemingly without a coin to her name. Bai Xiaobai, oh Bai Xiaobai, are you truly so concerned with dignity when you are on the brink of starvation? After much contemplation before the restaurant, Bai Xiaobai finally gritted her teeth and resolved to enter. There was no alternative. She was simply too famished, and if she did not eat soon, she might truly perish from hunger. Hello, may I see what you have to offer? Upon entering the establishment, a woman in her 30s emerged. She was the owner of the restaurant. Noticing Bai Xiaobai's unkempt appearance, the owner subtly furrowed her brows yet maintained a welcoming demeanor, inquiring about her needs. Thankfully, it was not mealtime, and the establishment was devoid of other patrons. Could you spare me some food? Bai Xiaobai, her face tinged with embarrassment, scratched her head and mustered the courage to speak feebly. Unfortunately, I have no money at the moment. However, I promise to repay you once I earn some in a few days. The restaurant owner, taken aback by Bai Xiaobai's words, realized she was indeed seeking a handout. I do have some leftover food that I was about to discard. Would you like it? Seeing her frail state, the owner deduced that Bai Xiaobai had likely not eaten in days and, after a moment's consideration, offered her the remnants. Yes, please. Bai Xiaobai eagerly accepted without hesitation. When one was on the verge of starvation, trifles such as pride were of little consequence. Thank you, kind owner. She expressed her gratitude with a bow, silently vowing to repay the owner when she was able. You need not thank me. This food was destined for the trash. As she spoke, the owner retrieved some food from the kitchen, packaged it, and placed it beside Bai Xiaobai with a nonchalant air. I will repay you once I am able. Bai Xiaobai assured, collecting the food, and, after expressing her thanks once more, promptly departed the restaurant. After all, her current identity was merely that of a beggar. And while it was not mealtime, lingering too long would not bode well for the owner's business. Once outside, Bai Xiaobai found a quiet corner and divided the food into 2 portions. I, too, am new here and know not what you prefer. Let us make do with this for now. Once we earn some money, we shall indulge in a proper feast. Summoning Bai Xiaobai from the spirit beast space, she placed 1 portion of food before it, gently stroking its fluffy head. Bai Xiaobai seemed to comprehend her words, lifting its gaze to lick her fingers. Though their acquaintance was brief, perhaps due to the bond formed through their contract, it exhibited a remarkable affection towards Bai Xiaobai. All right, eat up. Bai Xiaobai dotingly nudged the food towards Bai Xiaobai. No wonder King Zhou was so infatuated with Daji. With such an adorable creature, who could resist being charmed? I, too, must eat. With that, Bai Xiaobai gazed at the food in her hands, swallowed hard, and began to devour it ravenously. Delicious. In less than 10 minutes, the food was entirely consumed, and as she slumped against the ground, Bai Xiaobai licked her lips, feeling a sense of lingering satisfaction. This was undoubtedly the most delightful meal she had enjoyed in quite some time. Though still not fully sated, her strength was gradually returning, allowing her to momentarily set aside fears of starvation. Alas, such a situation could not persist. She needed to find some work to earn money, if only to sustain herself and Bai Xiaobai. Bai Xiaobai continued to munch on its portion, and seeing it contentedly eat, Bai Xiaobai felt her worries ease as she sat back, contemplating her next steps. The quickest way to earn money would be to hunt monsters. Aside from spirit beasts like the white fox, which were suitable as companions, other ordinary spirit beasts could fetch a substantial price in the marketplace. Yet, given her current physical condition, even encountering the weakest of spirit beasts would likely result in her fleeing rather than fighting. Sighing in resignation, Bai Xiaobai felt a headache coming on. Truly, it seemed that no matter where one was, money was an indispensable necessity. Oh, perhaps I should postpone the hunting for now and seek some odd jobs instead to restore my health before tackling monsters. After much deliberation, Bai Xiaobai let out a resigned sigh and resolved to first seek out some temporary work, aiming to regain her strength before venturing into monster hunting. After approximately 10 minutes, Bai Xiaobai leisurely finished its meal, its once diminutive form now round and adorable from the feast. Let us go, little Bai Xiaobai, to earn some wages. With Bai Xiaobai's meal complete, Bai Xiaobai affectionately ruffled its head, preparing to return it to the spirit beast space. However, to her surprise, Bai Shui leapt into her arms, closing its eyes and gently inhaling her scent, seemingly reveling in the moment. Do you not wish to return to the spirit beast space? Bai Xiaobai was taken aback by Bai Shui's response, but did not dwell on it, responding with a hint of exasperation. Very well. As long as you do not mind my unkempt state. Cradling Bai Shui, she wandered the streets in search of tasks she could undertake. Chapter 3. The Dimensional Secret Realm. Lanting Elegant Garden, a luxurious residential complex, where the inhabitants could undoubtedly be classified as affluent individuals. At this moment, at the entrance of the Lanting Elegant Garden community, within the confines of a security booth, Bai Xiaobai lounged on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other. Had I known that being a security guard was so enjoyable, I would have deemed my previous 996 work schedule as nothing short of servitude. A month ago, while wandering the streets in search of employment, he fortuitously stumbled upon a security job posting that offered board and lodging, with a monthly salary of 8,000. However, the requirement was to be a beastmaster. Initially, he approached the opportunity with a casual attitude, never anticipating that he would be hired on the spot. Now, a month has passed, and Bai Xiaobai's daily responsibilities merely involved scheduled patrols to ensure no dangers arose, with the remainder of his time being his own to manage. As he gazed at the 6,000 yuan credited to his account, a broad grin broke across his face. What nonsense about Confucian robes. As long as the pay is ample, I could strip bare. Xiaobai, you needn't always maintain that serene demeanor. A little commotion now, and then wouldn't hurt. He remarked, stifling a yawn as he observed Bai Shui sprawled beside him. Compared to a month ago, Bai Shui had not undergone significant changes, save for a slight increase in her size. For reasons unknown, Bai Shui consistently refused to remain in the Beastmaster space, leaving Bai Xiaobai no choice but to care for her like a pet. Fortunately, this little creature was exceedingly quiet, capable of lying still on the sofa for an entire day without causing a fuss. Through a month of companionship, Bai Xiaobai discovered that Bai Shui was remarkably intelligent. Even without a contract for communication, she could decipher some of his expressions and, with a bit of guesswork, comprehend certain phrases he uttered. Come now, little one. Our leisurely time must come to an end. Stretching languidly, Bai Xiaobai rummaged through his contacts and found one labeled Brother Lin. His fingers deftly tapped the screen of his phone as he typed, Brother Lin, I wish to resign. While being a security guard was pleasant, having come to another world, it would be a shame not to explore it. That would render his journey pointless. So sudden, after about 5 minutes, a message popped up on his phone. Bai Xiaobai glanced at it and quickly replied, I wish to venture into the Dimensional Secret Realm for some training. Grinning. You want to go to the Dimensional Secret Realm? The Dimensional Secret Realm was a remnant of the Spirit Beast invasion, a dimensional space teeming with numerous spirit beasts. People categorized the spirit beasts within these realms into 9 different levels based on their danger, with F being the lowest and SSS the highest. Yes, I wish to engage in some training. The Dimensional Secret Realm is one of the primary sources for many beastmasters. With a stroke of luck, one could return with several thousand or even 10,000 in earnings. However, with high rewards often come significant risks. Even the low-risk Dimensional Secret Realms, frequented countless times, can harbor deadly perils, not to mention those classified as high-risk realms, where danger lurks at every corner. Well then, since you have made your decision, I shan't stand in your way. After a prolonged silence, Brother Lin replied, You may leave right after your shift today. I will arrange for someone else to take over your duties. All right, thank you, Brother Lin. Reading the response, Bai Xiaobai felt a sense of relief wash over him as he began to strategize his next steps. His physical condition had significantly improved compared to a month ago. According to online resources, the realm of Beastmasters aligned with that of Spirit Beasts, and he should currently be classified as a second-tier aberration. Bai Shui had also recently advanced from first-tier to second-tier aberration. Regarding this, Bai Xiaobai was uncertain if their training speed was fast or slow. The online answers varied widely and were hardly reliable. After work this evening, he would gather some equipment. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Xiaobai stretched once more, deciding to prepare some gear before embarking on his adventure in the Dimensional Secret Realm. Lying back on the sofa, he succumbed to sleep, reasoning that since he had time to spare, it would be best to rejuvenate his spirit for the evening ahead. The Ziyuan Dimensional Secret Realm, situated within Yun City, was an F-level realm, covering merely 50 square kilometers, with most spirit beasts inside being at the aberration level. Since this realm had been thoroughly explored and harbored no high-level spirit beasts, it was classified as an F-level dimensional secret realm. Though such a realm was unlikely to yield substantial rewards, it was exceptionally suited for novice beastmasters to hone their skills. This is the entrance to the Dimensional Secret Realm. After a 4-hour journey, Bai Xiaobai finally arrived at the Ziyuan Dimensional Secret Realm and marveled at the towering city walls nearby. The walls soared 50 meters high, appearing exceedingly sturdy, and atop them were numerous heavy machine guns and cannons, alongside several guards patrolling. For humanity, the dimensional secret realms represented opportunity, yet they also posed a grave threat. While humans could enter the realms through dimensional space tunnels for exploration, spirit beasts could likewise escape from within. To prevent these escaping beasts from wreaking havoc, the government typically constructed a military fortress to encircle the exit of the realm. Thus, should any spirit beast emerge, they could be swiftly dealt with. Outside the walls, numerous vendors had set up stalls, selling basic survival supplies, sleeping bags, tents, first aid kits, and more. Additionally, there were weapons, spirit fruits and herbs, and even live-wild spirit beasts. Bai Xiaobai had already prepared his basic survival supplies prior to his arrival, rendering any purchases unnecessary. As for the other items, while he had a desire to buy, his finances were too meager to afford them. Without lingering further, Bai Xiaobai entered the fortress. Upon stepping inside, he immediately noticed the dimensional space tunnel in the center of the fortress. The tunnel, oval in shape, emitted a milky white glow, seemingly devoid of danger. So many people. Although the Ziyuan dimensional secret realm was merely an F-level low-risk realm, it still attracted a considerable number of beastmasters for training. Most individuals appeared to be of a similar age to him, likely newcomers who had recently embarked on their journey as beastmasters. Entering the dimensional space tunnel, Bai Xiaobai experienced a moment of dizziness before emerging into an entirely new world. Is this the dimensional secret realm? It seems no different from the outside. As he stepped into the dimensional secret realm for the first time, Bai Xiaobai found himself momentarily taken aback, illuminated by the moonlight. He could faintly discern an endless expanse of forest before him, which appeared somewhat eerie and foreboding. Yet, why does it look so different from what I had imagined? Before arriving, he had envisioned the dimensional secret realm as a desolate, ruinous landscape, the air thick with unpleasant odors. However, aside from the slightly frightening ambience of the night, everything else seemed quite pleasant, particularly the faint fragrance wafting through the air. Chapter 4. The Night Wolf. Feeling somewhat impulsive, he mused that perhaps it would have been better to come during the day. Gazing at the ominous forest ahead, Bai Xiaobai hesitated, contemplating whether or not to proceed. Drawing upon his 10 years of experience reading novels, he recalled that nighttime monsters were generally ferocious. Given his current strength, recklessly entering could lead to disastrous consequences. Should I turn back now? Perhaps wait until tomorrow morning? For a moment, Bai Xiaobai wavered, regretting his decision to enter. After all, this was merely an F-level dimensional secret realm, classified as low risk. It was unlikely to pose any significant danger. As Bai Xiaobai observed the individuals around him steadily venturing into the jungle, he exhaled deeply, gritted his teeth, and summoned his courage to step into the verdant depths. At worst, he could always flee if he found himself outmatched. Utilizing the meager illumination of his flashlight, he walked hesitantly deeper into the thicket, glancing back every few paces. Yet, after traversing a short distance, an inexplicable unease flickered within him. Instinctively turning around, he was startled to discover, illuminated by the beam of his light, a wolf-like creature had silently appeared behind him. This creature, measuring approximately 1 meter in length, was cloaked in jet-black fur, its robust limbs exuding formidable power, and its jaws slightly agape, revealing menacingly sharp fangs that struck terror into his heart. What manner of wolf is this? Bai Xiaobai's gaze fixated on the approaching beast, his mind racing to catalog any information he could recall about such a creature. Surely, it could not be that unfortunate, encountering a night wolf as the very first monster in the novice village. The night wolf, a spectral beast that prowls under the cover of darkness, possesses formidable speed and aggression. Thus, unlike other wolf-like spirit beasts, night wolves typically prefer solitary hunting. A low growl erupted from the creature, and with a powerful push of its hind legs, it lunged towards Bai Xiaobai. How swift! In a surge of survival instinct, Bai Xiaobai's reflexes sharpened, and he rolled swiftly to the left, drawing a dagger from behind his waist in a flash. With the night wolf's speed, escape was no longer an option. His heart raced furiously, and his breaths quickened. This was his first encounter with an enemy. No, to be precise, an attack from a spirit beast. His palm, gripping the dagger, became slick with sweat, and having lived a life of comfort, he found himself momentarily bewildered, uncertain how to respond. With a frustrated snarl, the night wolf, seemingly enraged by its initial failure, charged once more, its gaze fierce and predatory. As it raised its right claw, a faint crimson energy shimmered ominously around it. Night Claw. Realizing that the beast was preparing to unleash a skill, Bai Xiaobai, despite his inexperience, understood clearly that if struck, he would meet his end. His mind went blank, and in a panic, he instinctively raised the dagger before him. In that very moment, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The night wolf, just an instant away from Bai Xiaobai, emitted a harrowing cry. Its body appeared to stiffen mid-leap, and the blood-red energy dissipated. With a resounding crash, the creature collided with Bai Xiaobai's dagger, the force of the impact sending him reeling backward. Darkness enveloped his vision, and searing pain threatened to render him unconscious. Though he had narrowly escaped death, he now found himself in a state of disarray, with deep gashes from the wolf's claws marring his shoulder and his clothing nearly torn to shreds. Enduring the pain, Bai Xiaobai dared not let his guard down. His gaze instinctively shifted to the motionless form of the night wolf on the ground. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, he gathered his courage and approached the fallen beast. After confirming that the night wolf was indeed lifeless, a wave of relief washed over him, and he sank to the ground, exhaling a long sigh. I actually won. Bai Xiaobai could hardly believe that he had killed a night wolf. Despite being unclear on how it had happened, he only remembered his mind going blank, the beast pausing momentarily, and then crashing into his dagger. Ouch! That hurts. Just as he attempted to rise, the intense pain caused him to collapse once more. A soft whimper announced the arrival of Bai Shui, who approached him weakly and affectionately nudged her face against his. Did you do this? Bai Xiaobai affectionately ruffled her fluffy head, instinctively checking her attributes. Spirit Beast, White Fox. Potential, Transformation Grade. Level, Altered Grade, 2nd Tier. Talent, Highly Intelligent, possessing remarkable spiritual awareness, capable of swiftly acquiring various knowledge and skills. Attribute, Illusion. Skill, Illusionary Force. This skill can disrupt an opponent's mental state, causing confusion and intense headaches, thereby diminishing their combat prowess. Can evolve, no. Indeed, just as he had surmised, Bai Shui had recently mastered a new skill. It seemed that in the critical moment when the night wolf was about to attack, Bai Shui had utilized illusionary force, inducing a brief moment of mental disarray in the beast, which ultimately led to its collision with Bai Xiaobai's dagger, resulting in its demise. Well done, little Bai Shui. Bai Xiaobai felt genuine joy at the thought of Bai Shui acquiring such a powerful ability. At present, Bai Shui appeared somewhat weakened. The exertion from her recently cast skill had taken a toll on her energy. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Bai Xiaobai rose to his feet. Glancing at the lifeless night wolf below, he dared not linger, swiftly extracting his dagger and hastily dismembering the creature. They were in a dimensional secret realm, and if he did not promptly dispose of the night wolf's carcass, it would not be long before the scent of blood attracted other spirit beasts, turning his situation dire. To his astonishment, a spirit core. As he neared the completion of his dissection, a dark orb caught Bai Xiaobai's eye. This orb, roughly the size of a quail egg, was smooth and glossy, and upon grasping it, he could feel the faint energy emanating from within. A spirit core, obtainable solely through the hunting of spirit beasts, with the likelihood of acquisition increasing with the beast level. Beast masters can absorb the energy contained in spirit cores to expedite their cultivation or sell them on the market. Even a first-tier altered-grade spirit core can fetch a price of 1,000 yuan. What a windfall! Bai Xiaobai was astounded that his first slain spirit beast yielded a spirit core, and for a moment, the pain from his wounds seemed to diminish. After finishing the dismemberment of the night wolf, Bai Xiaobai retrieved a burlap sack from his backpack, stuffing its contents inside before hastily departing the site. Cradling Bai Shui as he made his way toward the entrance of the Zhixiao Dimensional Secret Realm. Chapter 5. No Pain, No Gain. At the entrance of the Zhixiao Dimensional Secret Realm, despite the late hour, beast masters continued to enter and exit. Bai Xiaobai, clutching a burlap sack and appearing pale from his injuries, drew the attention of others around him. Goodness, look at that person, he's badly hurt. What's the big deal? The Dimensional Secret Realm is inherently perilous. No one can guarantee absolute safety. Exactly. We came here to test ourselves. If it were too safe, what would be the point? We might as well stay home and sleep. Observing Bai Xiaobai's blood-stained garments, many in the crowd could not suppress their expressions of fear. Most of them were newly minted beast masters, driven by curiosity to venture into the Dimensional Secret Realm during their summer break. Now, witnessing Bai Xiaobai's dire state, they felt a twinge of apprehension. Bai Xiaobai had no time to dwell on their reactions. He urgently needed to procure some healing potions to staunch the bleeding from his wounds. Limping out of the stronghold, he wasted no time and quickly approached a nearby stall. Boss, how much for the healing potion? This young man. The healing potion is priced at 1,800 a bottle. You can't go wrong with this purchase. The stall owner, a man appearing to be in his 30s, immediately stood up with a cheerful smile upon seeing Bai Xiaobai, who had previously been leisurely scrolling through his phone while seated. Considering you are a student, I can offer you a 20% discount. Although the healing potion is not exorbitantly priced, typically around 1,000 yuan in the market, even with the discount, he would still make a considerable profit. I'll take 2 bottles, please. While Bai Xiaobai was aware of the potion's market value, he found himself with no better alternatives at the moment. If it's a bit pricey, so be it. As long as it works, That's what truly matters. Besides, isn't it commonplace for prices in tourist areas to be higher than in the market? With this thought, he felt a bit more at ease. All right, that totals $28.80. I'll round it off for you. Just pay $2,800. The stall owner enthusiastically packed 2 bottles of the softly glowing green potion and handed them to Bai Xiaobai. Thank you, uncle. After completing the transaction and receiving the healing potions, Bai Xiaobai did not hesitate for a moment and immediately consumed one of the bottles. In the next instant, he observed his wounds healing at a visibly rapid pace. Simultaneously, he could distinctly feel his stamina rejuvenating swiftly. Approximately a minute later, all the wounds on his body had completely vanished without a trace. Wow, is it really this effective? After stretching his limbs and confirming that his injuries were indeed resolved, Bai Xiaobai exclaimed in disbelief. Although he had encountered numerous discussions about healing potions online, this was his first genuine experience, and its efficacy far surpassed his expectations. If I could bring this back to my world, a single bottle would easily fetch tens of thousands. You must have recently contracted your spirit beast, the stall owner chuckled, observing Bai Xiaobai's astonishment. Do not be misled by the modest price of this potion here. It is a remarkable remedy for wounds. Ordinary external injuries can be healed within minutes, making it an essential item for home and travel. Oh, now it makes sense. What do you think, young lad? Would you like to purchase a few more bottles for future needs? Ahem, that won't be necessary, boss. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Bai Xiaobai bid farewell to the stall owner. Glancing at the time, it was only 3 in the morning. Rather than rushing into the dimensional secret realm, he sought a secluded spot to retrieve the spoils from his sack. Here, this is for you. Ruffling the fluffy head of his spirit beast, Bai Xiaobai presented the spirit core dropped by the night wolf. Although he was currently low on funds, Bai Xiaobai understood that only by becoming stronger could he acquire more wealth. As Bai Shui was his sole contracted beast at the moment, he naturally intended to invest any good fortune in it. Furthermore, had it not been for Bai Shui's assistance, he would have perished at the claws of the night wolf, let alone obtained this spirit core. Bai Shui, who had been lazily nestled in Bai Xiaobai's arms, suddenly opened its eyes wide upon seeing the spirit core of the night wolf, a glimmer of desire flashing in its tranquil gaze. I really want to eat it. Turning to Bai Xiaobai, it seemed to seek confirmation that this treasure was indeed meant for its consumption. Of course it's for you. You need to grow quickly, and then you'll be able to eat even more. Bai Xiaobai chuckled softly as he gently placed the spirit core into Bai Shui's mouth. This was the first time he had witnessed Bai Shui in such a state, finding it quite amusing. Bai Shui was momentarily taken aback, and seeing Bai Xiaobai's teasing smile, a hint of embarrassment and indignation flitted across its eyes. How embarrassing. However, before it could react, the spirit core transformed into spiritual energy, instantly flooding every cell within its body. Stay focused and absorb it well. While he was uncertain of the night wolf's exact rank, he anticipated no issues would arise. Setting Bai Shui aside, Bai Xiaobai monitored its condition while sorting through the other spoils. The pelt of the night wolf was a commendable item, albeit only a meter in length, rendering it somewhat trivial. As for the wolf meat, it could be roasted. After all, the flesh of spirit beasts should taste exquisite, and the bones could be utilized for soup. Once he had organized the items, Bai Xiaobai noticed that Bai Shui had already finished and was happily approaching him. He cradled Bai Shui in his arms and instinctively checked its attributes. Spirit beast, white fox. Potential, metamorphic level. Rank, altered level 2. Talent, highly intelligent with exceptional spiritual awareness, capable of rapidly acquiring various knowledge and skills. Attribute, illusion. Skill, illusionary force. Utilizing this skill can disrupt an opponent's mental energy, causing confusion and excruciating headaches, thereby diminishing their combat effectiveness. Can evolve, none. It remained at altered level 2, not having advanced to altered level 3. However, Bai Xiaobai could distinctly sense that Bai Shui's spiritual energy had significantly increased, and he estimated that it would not be long before it broke through to altered level 3. Let us roast this meat. Then, it will last longer. Stretching lazily, Bai Xiaobai stood up, collected some dry twigs nearby, and began to prepare the night wolf's meat for roasting after cleaning it up. As a diligent worker, he typically cooked for himself to save money, making such tasks second nature to him. Before venturing into the Ziyuan secret realm, he had anticipated staying in the dimensional realm for an extended period and had thus prepared some seasonings in advance. Before long, a rich and unique aroma began to waft above the fire. Bai Xiaobai, already famished, cut a piece of meat and offered it to Bai Shui. Just as he was about to indulge, he suddenly heard a delighted voice from behind. Smells amazing. Chapter 6, Muwaner. A melodious voice rang out from behind, startling Bai Xiaobai despite its pleasantness. Instinctively turning around, he beheld a girl who had mysteriously appeared, approaching him. The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, with dark hair tied into a single ponytail cascading down her back. Dressed in ordinary casual attire, she emanated an air of sophistication. Her peach blossom eyes, clear and lively, along with a finely sculpted nose and facial features radiating a hint of surprise, were fixed intently on the roasted meat over the fire. Without waiting for Bai Xiaobai to respond, the girl bounded towards him in a few swift steps, her eyes gleaming with eagerness. "Classmate, you have so much here. You can't possibly eat it all by yourself. Would you sell me some?" The girl's beauty was on par with, if not surpassing, the actresses Bai Xiaobai had seen on television. Even at such close proximity, he couldn't help but feel his cheeks grow warm. "And no, it's all right. I can't finish it all by myself. Let me treat you." "Then I want tea hold back." The girl giggled, accepting the roasted meat Bai Xiaobai offered, and sat down beside him, exclaiming about its heat while devouring the meat with gusto. "My name is Mu Wanner. What's your name, classmate?" She introduced herself after swallowing a mouthful of meat. "I'm Bai Xiaobai." While eating his own piece of meat, Bai Xiaobai gestured toward the seasonings beside him, saying, "There are some seasonings here. Feel free to add whatever you like." "Haha, classmate, you've prepared so thoroughly." Noticing the myriad of bottles and jars surrounding Bai Xiaobai, Mu Wanner couldn't help but pause and burst into laughter. It was her first encounter with someone who brought condiments into the dimensional secret realm, accompanied by a white fox. Was this person here for training in the dimensional secret realm? "Alas, I have an undeniable pursuit for culinary delights," Bai Xiaobai shrugged nonchalantly. Anything could be tolerated, but not when it came to food. "Is this white fox your pet?" "It's so adorable," she exclaimed. "No, it is my contract beast." "What?" Mu Wanner was at a loss for words. A white fox? A contract beast? Such an unfamiliar combination. Was she hallucinating from fatigue? However, her reflexes were quick. Shaking off her daze, she returned to her cheerful demeanor, waved at the white fox, and said with a bright smile, "Come here, little white fox." "Awoo." The white fox, busy munching on roasted meat, looked up at Bai Xiaobai in confusion, silently getting up with the meat still in its mouth, and walked over to Mu Wanner's side. It seemed that being close to the beautiful sister was far more delightful. Bai Xiaobai observed the scene before him, internally scornful of the white fox's behavior, which seemed to forget friendship in the face of beauty. "Wow, it's truly adorable," Mu Wanner remarked, her innate love for beauty shining through as she cradled the cute white fox, initiating a petting session, not a cat, but a fox, nestled in her arms. The white fox squinted its eyes in joy, clearly enjoying the attention. Cough, cough. "So, are you also here for training?" With a cough, Bai Xiaobai shot a glare at the white fox and inquired of Mu Wanner. "Just call me Wanner," she replied with a beaming smile. "There's still more than a month until school starts, and since I have some time on my hands after my travels, I thought I'd seek some experience in a dimensional secret realm. You seem to be here for training as well, so why not team up?" A glint of mischief flickered in her beautiful eyes as she extended the invitation to Bai Xiaobai. "You're not just after my roasted meat and the white fox, are you?" Bai Xiaobai shot her a sidelong glance, candidly exposing her thoughts. Caught red-handed, Mu Wanner's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, but she stubbornly retorted, "How could that be? I'm just concerned for your safety. Two can look out for each other." Her tone held a hint of pride as she added, "I am a prospective student of Holy Spirit University. I can protect you." Holy Spirit University? That name sounds familiar. Upon hearing the name, Bai Xiaobai paused, struggling to recall where he had heard it before. "So what do you say? Shall we team up?" Seeing Bai Xiaobai silent, Mu Wanner assumed he was taken aback by her words, her beautiful eyes lighting up as she repeated the invitation. "Sure." Unable to recall, Bai Xiaobai decided to let it go. Noticing her expectant demeanor, he nodded in agreement. Although he had no idea what level of university Holy Spirit University represented, it must be superior if one could gain admission. Moreover, Mu Wanner was undeniably a beauty. He stood to gain regardless. Joy radiated from Mu Wanner's face as she exclaimed, "Yay, roasted meat awaits. Little white fox, your name is Bai Xiaobai, right?" Holding up the white fox, she cheerfully declared, "Sister will take good care of you." "Ah woo," the white fox responded, clearly delighted to be teaming up with a beautiful sister, relishing the closeness. After a hearty meal, Bai Xiaobai tidied up the remaining items while Mu Wanner and Bai Xiaobai played nearby. To an onlooker, it would appear as if Bai Xiaobai were Mu Wanner's pet. "Let us head out." Once Bai Xiaobai had finished packing, the two took a moment to rest. As dawn broke, Mu Wanner spoke up. "All right." Stretching lazily, Bai Xiaobai slung his backpack over his shoulder and followed Mu Wanner into the fortress. At the entrance to the Ziyuan dimensional secret realm, there were noticeably more people than during Bai Xiaobai's first visit, including several older beast masters, though none appeared particularly formidable. The Ziyuan dimensional secret realm was classified as an F-level low-risk realm, ideal for novice beast masters or those of lesser strength to hone their skills. "Who is that? She's stunning. And who is that lucky guy beside her? I envy him." Murmurs spread through the crowd as Mu Wanner made her entrance, igniting excitement among those present. Standing beside her, Bai Xiaobai quickly became the target of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Had I known, I wouldn't have agreed to team up with her. Bai Xiaobai glanced around at the curious gazes, feeling a bit overwhelmed and unsure of what to say. Fortunately, this situation did not persist for long. As the pair entered the Ziyuan dimensional secret realm, in daylight, the realm felt less ominous compared to the night, resembling an ordinary forest. Shall we head in this direction? Bai Shui lay languidly in Mu Wanner's embrace, appearing exceptionally content. Mu Wanner casually pointed in a direction and asked Bai Xiaobai for his opinion. Sounds good. I have no objections. With their course set, the two ventured deeper into the forest without hesitation. Chapter 7. Brother Who Will Protect You. In the vast expanse of the forest, two youthful figures moved forward slowly. Damn it, I'll set you all ablaze one day. After once again tripping over a suddenly protruding root, Bai Xiaobai got to his feet in a huff, glaring at a nearby grand tree. The tree swayed its branches, seemingly mocking him. Mischievous trees, being spirit beasts, were not particularly aggressive but took great delight in disrupting passers-by. Throughout their journey, Bai Xiaobai had stumbled over these playful trees no less than 10 times, his knees now caked in mud, looking quite disheveled. Normally, traversing a forest wouldn't leave him in such a state, but this place was abnormal, with mischievous trees lurking everywhere, ready to trip him up at any moment. Although beast masters could extend their mental strength outward, for a novice like Bai Xiaobai, doing so required considerable focus, making it somewhat wasteful to avoid the playful trees. Hee. Seeing Bai Xiaobai's frustration, Mu Wanner couldn't help but laugh softly. Wanner, it seems the mischievous trees haven't bothered you at all. Care to share your secret? Unlike the beleaguered Bai Xiaobai, Mu Wanner had navigated the forest with grace, her steps light as she occasionally played with Bai Shui. As they progressed, their bond grew, and they became more comfortable with each other, shedding the initial awkwardness. Perhaps it's my good looks, Mu Wanner said with a playful smile, her eyes sparkling. That's undeniable. You are indeed quite beautiful. Humph, just wait until I contract a fire attribute spirit beast, and, Bai Xiaobai, feeling exasperated, once again directed his ire towards the mischievous trees. However, before he could finish his thought, an inexplicable chill swept over him, prompting him to instinctively roll to the left. Watch out. At the same moment, Mu Wanner exclaimed, stepping forward to push Bai Xiaobai aside. After noticing that he had evaded danger, she took a step to the right as a dark shadow darted past them. My dragon scale horse, I dread that thing. Regaining his footing, Bai Xiaobai drew a dagger from his waist, assuming a combat stance as he spotted a colorful serpent not far away. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A miss. The colorful long snake flicked its tongue, emitting a hissing sound, its neck raised high, its vibrant scales glistening with an eerie light under the sun. The illusory rainbow serpent, fortunately, was merely a mutant creature of the 3rd tier. Mu Wanner gazed at the illusory rainbow serpent in the distance, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. The illusory rainbow serpent possesses formidable venom. Even a spirit beast of significantly higher rank could face potential death if bitten without prompt treatment. Hey, why don't we make a hasty retreat? A gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years, suggested Bai Xiaobai. What does it mean to say it is merely a mutant of the 3rd tier? For them, that was ample reason to flee. After all, I am soon to be a student of the Holy Spirit University. Mu Wanner shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, if we run from spirit beasts of this caliber, how will I manage once classes begin? As she spoke, she made a gesture with her fingers, and a dazzling golden light flickered, summoning a tiger beside her. The tiger, measuring about 1 meter in length, boasted robust limbs and bore a black king character resembling flames on its forehead, with its fiery golden fur adorned with black flames. Just the sight of it left Bai Xiaobai utterly speechless in awe. What do you think? My contracted beast looks quite formidable, doesn't he? Mu Wanner noticed Bai Xiaobai's astonished expression and felt a swell of pride. This is the Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor, with the potential of the Holy Spirit level. With a roar, the Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor, rarely appearing, seemed particularly excited, oblivious to the nearby illusory rainbow serpent, instead playfully entwining itself around Mu Wanner. Lacking the imposing aura of a king of beasts, both the girl and the serpent exchanged glances, feeling somewhat ignored. Excuse me, though I hesitate to interrupt, but it seems that snake is about to flee, Bai Xiaobai remarked helplessly. Not far off, the illusory rainbow serpent was writhing, its form swiftly vanishing into the thicket. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. Mu Wanner affectionately patted the head of the Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor and pointed at the fleeing illusory rainbow serpent. Let's deal with it first, then we can play. With a roar, the Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor finally noticed the illusory rainbow serpent in the distance. Bellowing in rage as black flames surged, its imposing presence revealed. So, you are the one disturbing my master's playtime? If the illusory rainbow serpent were aware of the Tiger Emperor's thoughts, it would undoubtedly retort, "Brother Tiger, had it not been for me, your master would never have summoned you." However, at this moment, it had no such thoughts. Its survival instincts told it that it was no match for the Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor. Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor unleashed the world-consuming flame explosion. At Mu Wanner's command, the Tiger Emperor let out a mighty roar, conjuring a black fireball that hurtled towards the illusory rainbow serpent at incredible speed. The serpent had no time to evade. In an instant, there was a thunderous explosion, and a cloud of dust, mixed with charred remains, was violently thrown up, creating a nearly 1-meter deep pit. The illusory rainbow serpent was utterly obliterated, reduced to a mere memory. "Impressive," Bai Xiaobai exclaimed, staring at the deep pit, praising the Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor. Effortlessly dispatching a mutant beast of the 3rd tier left him curious about Mu Wanner's true strength. "Of course, my Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor has already reached the 8th tier of mutation," Mu Wanner stated proudly, a hint of satisfaction gracing her striking features. "That little snake stood no chance against me." 8th tier of mutation, no wonder, Bai Xiaobai mused. With such potential at the Holy Spirit level and an 8th tier mutation, she indeed possessed the confidence to excel within the purple abyss dimension. If Bai Xiaobai could reach the 8th tier of mutation, he too could likely obliterate the illusory rainbow serpent. Contemplating this, Bai Xiaobai yawned and suggested, "Shall we take a break and have something to eat?" "Absolutely." Upon hearing the mention of food, Mu Wanner's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurried to Bai Xiaobai's side, brimming with anticipation. Retrieving provisions from her backpack, Bai Xiaobai gathered some dry twigs nearby and took out a small pot to stew the meat and bones. Before long, a savory aroma wafted through the air. "Can your beast eat cooked food?" he inquired, slicing off a piece of meat and placing it before the white-furred creature, glancing at the Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor with curiosity. "Yes, I often feed it some cooked meat," Mu Wanner replied, momentarily puzzled by Bai Xiaobai's question. "Well, that's good," he affirmed, placing the remaining meat before the Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor. "Brother Tiger, we aren't quite sure how much you can eat. There is plenty here. It should be enough for you." Having poured out over 20 pounds of meat, he was uncertain about how much a tiger could consume, so he simply laid it all out. The Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor sniffed the meat before looking at Mu Wanner. "It's fine, go ahead and eat." "It's quite delicious," she reassured it. With her confirmation, the Tiger Emperor turned its gaze toward Bai Xiaobai and suddenly raised its massive paw, startled by the sudden movement. Bai Xiaobai felt a wave of fear wash over him, reminiscent of being clawed by the night wolf. In the next moment, the tiger's paw gently patted his shoulder, as if to say, "This little brother is quite all right. Brother Tiger will look after you from now on." After this, it leisurely began to devour the meat on the ground. Chapter 8, Holy Spirit University. Bai Xiaobai exhaled a long breath, staring in bewilderment at the Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor feasting before him. "Why does it feel a bit strange? What was that all about?" Shaking his head, he approached Mu Wanner and quietly asked, "What just happened?" "Ha ha ha, it seems it considers you its little brother," she chuckled. "That must be a sign of recognition from the big brother. Well then, I want to pry further." After rummaging for 2 bowls, Bai Xiaobai divided the food between them, and they began to eat, engaging in casual conversation. After about a quarter of an hour, having satisfied their hunger, the two took a brief rest before continuing their leisurely stroll through the forest. With their provisions depleted, Bai Xiaobai felt considerably lighter as they wandered, wishing only that the troublesome mischievous trees would cease to hinder them. Observing Mu Wanner's light-footed strides, he suddenly understood why the mischievous trees targeted him. He could only banter, while Mu Wanner was genuinely capable of incinerating them, perhaps due to the presence of the Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor. They encountered no spirit beasts trying to ambush them throughout the afternoon. The few spirit beasts they did come across were effortlessly dispatched by the Tiger Emperor, leaving Bai Xiaobai with no opportunity to intervene. "Had I known this dimension would be so dull, I wouldn't have come," he grumbled. That evening, as Bai Xiaobai and Mu Wanner sat by the campfire, he yawned, and Mu Wanner, somewhat disinterested, remarked, "Have you never been to a dimensional secret realm before?" Unable to contain his curiosity, Bai Xiaobai inquired. Although he had not taken part in the entrance exams here, based on the novels he had read, it seemed one would need to explore dimensional realms to gain admission to the university. "Yes, before the holidays, our school organized an expedition into a dimensional secret realm." Mu Wanner reflected, "But we had teachers from the school providing full protection. We entered an E-tier secret realm during that trip." With a shrug, she added with a wry smile, "This is indeed my first time venturing into a dimensional secret realm alone. I came here for safety's sake." "I see." Bai Xiaobai could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Did you not undertake the dimensional realm test during your college entrance examination? What led you to the dimensional realm?" Mu Wanner, momentarily taken aback by the question, gazed at by Xiaobai with her beautiful eyes filled with confusion, and asked, "You did not take the college entrance examination, did you?" Clearing his throat, Bai Xiaobai sheepishly scratched his head and explained, "At the time of the examination, I had yet to form a contract with a spirit beast. So I was directly eliminated." "Oh, that explains it," Mu Wanner said, her realization dawning upon her. It made sense that his contracted spirit beast was a white fox. He had no other options. Her gaze towards Bai Xiaobai now held a hint of pity as she paused before elaborating. The college entrance examination comprises two components. One is a written test, and the other assesses the strength of the beast masters. The written test evaluates knowledge related to beast mastery, accounting for only 20% of the total score. The assessment of the beast master's strength constitutes 80%. With a languid stretch, Mu Wanner reclined on the grass and continued, "The strength assessment is divided into three aspects. The first is the beast master's own level. For instance, I currently possess the strength of a 7th tier anomaly level. The second aspect pertains to the potential and level of the contracted spirit beast, my contracted beast. The Crimson Flame Tiger King exhibits Holy Spirit level potential and stands at the 8th tier anomaly level. Wait a moment, isn't there currently no way to ascertain a contracted beast's potential? How is it tested?" Bai Xiaobai asked, puzzled. "Is there already a method to discern the potential of spirit beasts? If that were the case, then wealthy individuals could contract any spirit beast with desirable potential, while the less fortunate would be left to fate." "Not at all," Mu Wanner replied nonchalantly. "Uncontracted spirit beasts certainly cannot have their potential assessed, and even for those that are contracted, only the beast master can perceive it. However, spirit beasts of varying potential tend to exhibit certain patterns in their performance. While it cannot guarantee absolute accuracy, it serves as a useful reference. Doesn't that make it susceptible to manipulation?" Bai Xiaobai could not help but voice his skepticism. "What is the point of such an arrangement? What are you thinking?" Mu Wanner cast him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "The state would never permit such a situation to arise. Although these two components are part of the assessment, they do not contribute to the final score." After a brief pause, she added, "Only the third aspect, which is the most crucial, counts towards the score, the practical assessment." Bai Xiaobai was exceedingly curious. If the assessment did not take place within the dimensional realm, how would the so-called practical evaluation be conducted? The practical assessment is quite straightforward. Candidates enter a virtual chamber that simulates the scenarios of the dimensional realm, allowing them to undergo practical evaluation. "Wait, what is a virtual chamber?" Bai Xiaobai inquired. The virtual chamber is a specially developed simulator designed by the state for the dimensional realm. It safeguards the student's safety while accurately gauging each student's authentic capabilities within the dimensional realm. "Oh, so that's how it is." Upon hearing Mu Wanner's explanation, Bai Xiaobai experienced an epiphany. No wonder they did not require the dimensional realm for evaluation. It was all due to advanced technology. Upon further reflection, he realized that conducting assessments within the dimensional realm would not only jeopardize the safety of each student, but would also necessitate considerable manpower and resources to ensure fairness. The potential for manipulation within the dimensional realm was exceedingly high. While the data recorded by the virtual chamber might deviate somewhat from actual data, rendering absolute fairness unattainable, it was undoubtedly a far superior alternative to practical assessments within the dimensional realm. At the very least, it allowed for the observation of each student's circumstances and ensured their safety. "Did your instructors not mention the virtual chamber to you?" Mu Wanner sat up, her expression laced with confusion as she regarded Bai Xiaobai. He appeared utterly uninformed. "Cough, I must have been asleep at the time." Bai Xiaobai awkwardly scratched his head, seeking a distraction from his embarrassment as he pivoted the conversation, asking, "By the way, are the admission requirements for Holy Spirit University stringent?" "Absolutely." Mu Wanner's enthusiasm ignited at the mention of Holy Spirit University, her tone brimming with pride as she declared, "Holy Spirit University is the finest institution in the city, ranking among the top 10 nationwide. To gain admission, in addition to achieving a high score on the college entrance examination, one must also meet a stringent criterion. Both the Beast Master and contracted Spirit Beast must reach at least the 7th tier anomaly level." "Wow, that is quite rigorous," Bai Xiaobai exclaimed. Generally speaking, aside from a select few prodigies or those hailing from affluent backgrounds, most individuals only establish their beast mastery space around the age of 15. Achieving the 7th tier anomaly level within a year is practically impossible. It could be said that most would be precluded from universities of Holy Spirit University's caliber. Furthermore, individuals like Bai Xiaobai, who only managed to open their beast mastery space in the final days, were essentially barred from any university prospects. Chapter 9. Give up what? However, Bai Xiaobai did not feel disheartened. He believed that with Bai Shui's potential at the transformation level, he would still be able to thrive in the future if she could grow. Mu Wanner seemed to notice his mood and, as if recalling something, shifted the topic to offer comfort. Do not lose hope, even if your first contracted beast is a white fox. As long as you diligently cultivate and break through to the awakening level, you still have the opportunity to contract a second spirit beast and become powerful. Give up what? If one were to abandon a spirit beast with transformation level potential, what would that say about those beast masters who have contracted spirit beasts below that level? Bai Xiaobai retorted earnestly. Really? Mu Wan'er observed Bai Xiaobai's silence, sensing his skepticism. She encouraged him, saying, every year, there are dark horses in the examination. Although the spirit beasts contracted by those beast masters are merely at the anomaly or awakening levels, some spirit beasts manage to transcend their racial limitations and are thus admitted to the Beastmaster Academy through exceptional circumstances. Cough, I am fine. Bai Xiaobai understood Mu Wan'er's good intentions and felt a touch of gratitude. Stretching lazily, he remarked, I would never give up. Perhaps Bai Shui could also transcend her racial limitations and lead me to the pinnacle of life. A white fox? Mu Wan'er clearly harbored doubts about the potential of a white fox. While she found them immensely adorable and cherished them dearly, she remained skeptical. However, in a bid not to further undermine Bai Xiaobai's confidence, she sighed and ultimately refrained from voicing her concerns. After a few casual exchanges, the day's exploration left both of them feeling somewhat fatigued. Bai Xiaobai yawned. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Mu Wan'er had fallen asleep, resting her head on the crimson flame tiger king, while Bai Shui lay quietly in her embrace. It seemed that I would be the sole sentinel tonight. Shaking his head in resignation, Bai Xiaobai stretched once more, steeling himself to remain vigilant and observe their surroundings. The night passed quietly. The following morning, Mu Wan'er awoke early, yawning as she caught sight of Bai Xiaobai, whose eyes were beset with dark circles. Confused, she asked, did you not sleep at all last night? Indeed. Bai Xiaobai yawned again, fatigue evident in his voice as he replied, spending a night in the dimensional realm is far too perilous. So I chose to stay awake to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Fortunately, nothing occurred. Mu Wan'er slapped her forehead, suddenly realizing her oversight. A hint of embarrassment flickered across her delicate features as she apologized. I'm so sorry. I completely forgot about the need for a watchman during the night in the dimensional realm. If one is alone, it is essential to find a safe place before nightfall or exit the dimensional realm to prevent any mishaps. It's quite all right. Bai Xiaobai mustered his spirits, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a cry, and nonchalantly remarked, let us strive to find a safe haven before nightfall, so we need not fret about the potential assaults from spirit beasts. After a brief tidying up, the two continued their leisurely exploration in the jungle. With Mu Wan'er and the Crimson Flame Tiger King accompanying them, there was little concern about encountering any danger in this low-risk F-grade dimensional secret realm. As darkness approached, prompted by Bai Xiaobai's suggestion, they discovered a cave to serve as their temporary base, thus avoiding nocturnal attacks from feral spirit beasts. In this manner, a month slipped by unnoticed. Damn it, you foolish tiger, return my meat. In the thicket, the Crimson Flame Tiger King pranced away, a freshly roasted piece of meat clutched in its jaws, a look of sheer glee adorning its face. Behind it, Bai Xiaobai was panting heavily, clearly exhausted. Mu Wan'er and Bai Shui sat nearby, watching the unfolding scene with keen interest. Over the course of the month, Bai Xiaobai and the Crimson Flame Tiger King had grown increasingly familiar with one another. Initially, at mealtimes, the tiger would patiently await his feeding. Gradually, it realized that waiting passively was far less rewarding than taking the initiative, hence the current spectacle. Compared to a month prior, Bai Xiaobai's vitality had noticeably improved, and his Beastmaster rank had ascended from the second tier of the anomalous transformation level to the third. This rapid advancement was attributed not only to his own diligence, but also to the substantial assistance provided by spirit cores in his cultivation. Although the drop rate for anomalous transformation level spirit beast cores was exceedingly low, the sheer number of encounters over the month ensured they had accumulated a considerable quantity. When divided, it amounted to quite a significant sum. With the aid of these spirit cores in his training, Bai Xiaobai truly experienced what it meant to cultivate as if under a cheat. Even a single anomalous transformation level spirit core was equivalent to half a day's worth of his efforts. The thought of those privileged beast masters, who could utilize spirit cores for training daily, filled him with envy. Humph, foolish tiger, once my level surpasses yours, I shall certainly give you a thrashing. Though his strength had solidified at the third tier of anomalous transformation, the Crimson Flame Tiger King was a formidable opponent at the 8th tier, leaving Bai Xiaobai with no choice but to utter empty threats. Roaring in provocation, the Crimson Flame Tiger King seemed to taunt, you, a mere child, will never surpass me in level. Humph, Bai Xiaobai snorted dismissively, ignoring the tiger as he finished roasting the remaining meat to share with Mu Wan'er. After a month, they could finally return home. Sated and content, Mu Wan'er stretched languidly, lying on the grass and lifting Bai Xiaobai in exultation, exclaiming, "We're going home, going home. Little Bai Xiaobai, would you like to join us?" Me? Bai Xiaobai was taken aback by the question, pondering briefly before responding, "Sure, I can sell these items." Over the month, aside from spirit cores, they had gathered numerous materials, such as skins and fangs, which could fetch a handsome price. After a short rest, Mu Wanner was already eager to exit the dimensional space. It had been a month since her last bath, and she felt unclean, akin to a savage. While she typically did not concern herself with her appearance, which girl wouldn't prefer to smell delightful, they were some distance from the entrance of the dimensional secret realm. And after hastening their pace, they managed to exit just as dusk was settling on the following day. Finally out, Mu Wanner remarked lazily, stretching and yawning. Her voice tinged with fatigue. "Let us go grab a bite to eat." Bai Xiaobai surveyed the surroundings and, spotting a food stall not far off, suggested to Mu Wanner, "It'll take several hours to reach the city. We'll probably arrive around midnight." "Sounds good," Mu Wanner agreed. Her hunger peaked after a day of travel. After a quick meal, they hailed a taxi towards Jiang City. Chapter 10, The Beast Master Trading City. Let us exchange contact information. We might have opportunities to explore dimensional realms together in the future. After approximately 5 hours, they arrived in the urban area. Just as Mu Wanner was about to leave, seemingly struck by a thought, she took out her phone and smiled brightly. Bai Xiaobai was momentarily stunned. Clearly not anticipating her request for his contact details, he swiftly retrieved his phone, grinning as he said, "Sure, I look forward to you guiding me in the future." Given Mu Wanner's prowess, accompanying her to higher-level dimensional realms would certainly be more advantageous than lingering in lower tiers. "Don't worry. Once I become a Chaos Spirit-level Beast Master, I'll have your back," Mu Wanner chuckled, lifting Bai Xiaobai before her with a hint of reluctance, saying, "Goodbye, little Bai Xiaobai." Bai Xiaobai nuzzled against Mu Wanner, appearing somewhat forlorn. "All right then, goodbye." After bidding farewell to Mu Wanner, Bai Xiaobai stretched lazily, gazing at the bustling street, momentarily lost in thought, uncertain of his next destination. In such a vast world, where's my home? He sighed helplessly, glancing at his bag filled with materials, ultimately deciding to sell them at the marketplace before making further plans. For beast masters looking to buy or sell materials acquired from dimensional realms, there are primarily two avenues. One is the Beast Master Trading City, which offers the safest trading environment and the highest quality of service. Here, one can purchase or sell any valuable goods, including but not limited to spirit tools, treasures, and materials. Items within the Beast Master Trading City are usually clearly priced, with professional quality inspectors ensuring a scam-free experience. Every city within the Dragon Kingdom, regardless of size, features a Beast Master Trading City, primarily for the purpose of facilitating transactions among Beast Masters. The other option is the Bao Market, which, unlike the Beast Master Trading City, is a marketplace spontaneously organized by Beast Masters. Its scale is so vast that even the Beast Master Trading City pales in comparison. There are no fixed stalls. Many Beast Masters prefer to sell the materials they have obtained from dimensional realms here. Thus, the Bao Market is notorious for its chaotic environment, where being conned is a common occurrence. Despite this, many Beast Masters are drawn to it, hoping to strike it lucky with a chance find. Due to the significant role of luck in the Bao Market, an unwritten rule has emerged. Once a purchase is made, it is final, with no returns or exchanges. Once you hand over your money and take the goods, regardless of how valuable or worthless it may turn out to be, it is yours. This was Bai Xiaobai's first experience with trading, and he was entirely unaware of the basic prices of each material. To be cautious, he ultimately decided to trade at the Beast Master Trading City. Ugh, it's so far. It'll take me 2 hours on foot. After pulling out his phone and navigating to the location of the Beast Master Trading City, Bai Xiaobai gasped at the estimated travel time displayed. "Forget it. I'll just take a taxi. Once I sell the materials, I'll have the money." After some contemplation, he resolved to hail a taxi. About half an hour later, the taxi came to a stop in front of an enormous building. From the outside, the structure towered at least 100 meters high, and although it was already late at night, the entire edifice remained brightly illuminated, exuding an aura of opulence and grandeur. Oh my, how magnificent! Initially, I believed that the exterior was already opulent, yet upon entering the shopping mall, Bai Xiaobai found himself utterly speechless, overwhelmed by astonishment. The marble-tiled floor mirrored the golden chandeliers above, while an array of nameless jade stones adorned the towering walls surrounding him, leaving him at a loss for words to adequately describe the splendor before his eyes. Perhaps it was the late hour, but the Beastmaster Trade City was sparsely populated, with only a few individuals scattered about. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Just as he stood there in a daze, a melodious voice broke through his reverie. Turning to look, he saw a young lady in a uniform, her smile warm and inviting. Hello, I would like to sell some materials, Bai Xiaobai said awkwardly, scratching his head as he placed his backpack before him. May I ask which floor transactions take place on? Materials for sale, you say? The young lady maintained her professional smile, slightly bowing as she gestured for him to follow her. Please, come with me. All right, thank you. Following her lead, Bai Xiaobai took the elevator to the 15th floor. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed that aside from a few staff members on duty, there was no one else in sight. Only 4 or 5 of the dozens of windows were open for business. Sir, this is the place, the young lady said, bowing slightly in courtesy. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Bai Xiaobai approached one of the windows and opened his backpack to present it to the staff member. Please hold on a moment, sir. 1 dark night wolf fang, 1 dark night wolf skin, 10 withered wood vines, and 1 swift wind leopard claw. The staff member swiftly counted the items from Bai Xiaobai's backpack. After approximately 5 minutes, the purchaser smiled and announced, the total comes to 13,458. 13,000 plus? That's quite decent, even exceeding my expectations. After entering his bank card information and confirming its accuracy, Bai Xiaobai received a text message notifying him of the deposit within less than a minute. With the remaining 2,006 from before, I should now have over 16,000. After a rough calculation of his savings, Bai Xiaobai grinned widely. Perhaps I should explore other floors to see if there's anything suitable for Bai Xue. Bai Xue was a spirit beast of transformation potential, and now that he had become somewhat affluent, he felt it was only right to treat her to something nice. Resolute in his decision, Bai Xiaobai began to wander through the Beastmaster Trade City. The establishment boasted 15 floors, with the first floor serving as the lobby and the 15th designated for transactions, while the other floors were dedicated to sales. Is this a joke? Why is everything so exorbitantly priced? After meandering through several floors, Bai Xiaobai found himself staring at a price tag of 200,000 for a phantom spirit stone and 150,000 for a spirit nurturing herb, realizing that his mere 10,000 seemed utterly inconsequential. Oh, Bai Xue, perhaps we should hold off on purchases for now. We can return when we have more funds. Looking at Bai Xue nestled in his arms, Bai Xiaobai felt a pang of despair. So expensive. Too exorbitant. Ah wu, Bai Xue yawned, lying in Bai Xiaobai's embrace, appearing somewhat drowsy but still offering a comforting sound. Never mind, let us find a place to rest. After wandering aimlessly for a while longer, Bai Xiaobai, feeling disheartened, exited the Beastmaster Trade City and pulled out his phone to navigate to the nearest hotel for some rest. Chapter 11. There are plenty of Beastmasters who can do this. Nothing beats the comfort of sleeping in. The following noon, Bai Xiaobai lay in bed, stretching contentedly. In the dimensional secret realm, one must always remain vigilant of the surrounding environment, ready to react at the slightest disturbance for fear of a spirit beast attack, making it impossible to sleep soundly. Ah wu, Bai Xue, happily munching on roasted meat, approached Bai Xiaobai as he stirred awake. Whether it was his imagination or not, Bai Xiaobai felt that Bai Xue had become much more lively during this time, no longer remaining still in one place like before. Though he couldn't pinpoint the reason, he was nonetheless delighted by Bai Xue's transformation. I apologize for the inconvenience of following me, Bai Xiaobai said, affectionately patting Bai Xue's head. He glanced at the meager amount of roasted meat nearby and felt a twinge of guilt. While other spirit beasts feasted on various spirit cores and fruits, his own spirit beast had to make do with leftover meat. Ah wu, Bai Xue nuzzled against Bai Xiaobai's face, seemingly trying to console him. When I earn substantial money in the future, we will feast on spirit cores, having one and discarding another. After playing with Bai Xue for a while, Bai Xiaobai lay back on the bed, letting out a sigh of resignation. I really need to think of ways to make money. As a Beastmaster, there are numerous avenues for generating income. The most common method involves venturing into the dimensional secret realm, hunting spirit beasts to obtain materials, and trading them at the Beastmaster Trade City or the Yibao market for profit. This is one of the primary means by which most Beastmasters earn their livelihood. If fortune favors them, encountering spirit fruits or treasures in the dimensional secret realm can yield a windfall of 100,000 or more. However, this applies primarily to those secret realms that have not been thoroughly explored. For the thoroughly examined Zixiao dimensional secret realm, which is frequented daily by countless Beastmasters, the odds of acquiring spirit fruits or treasures are astronomically low, akin to winning the lottery. Moreover, another common way to earn money is by undertaking commission tasks at the Beastmaster Association. Upon successful completion, one can earn a handsome reward. However, given his current strength, Bai Xiaobai could likely only handle simple tasks. Lying in bed, Bai Xiaobai felt a headache coming on. With his current abilities, even if he were to accept commissions, he could only take on elementary tasks, which would be less rewarding than returning to his previous job as a security guard. Perhaps I should explore those uncharted dimensional secret realms. A bold idea flashed through Bai Xiaobai's mind, causing his heartbeat to quicken uncontrollably. Those unexplored dimensional secret realms are rich with spirit fruits and treasures, and finding even one or two could lead to overnight wealth. On second thought, I should stick to grinding in the Zhuan dimensional secret realm. Calming himself down, Bai Xiaobai let out a resigned sigh. While the uncharted dimensional secret realms may harbor many treasures, the dangers they pose far exceed those of the thoroughly explored realms. In an uncharted dimensional secret realm, one can never be certain of the dangers lurking within. Even a realm classified as F-grade could potentially harbor a demigod-level spirit beast. Before a dimensional secret realm is fully explored, its rating is not fixed. It fluctuates according to the levels of spirit beasts present within. It is entirely possible that upon entering a dimensional secret realm designated as F-grade in the morning, it could be reclassified as SSS grade by the afternoon. Such occurrences are not without precedent. A century ago, in the nation of Chrysanthemum, there was a dimensional secret realm that, at the onset of exploration, presented only mutated-level spirit beasts. The expert group of Chrysanthemum Nation, without further consideration, classified it as a low-risk F-grade realm. Then, tragedy struck. When the nation summoned numerous beastmasters for exploration, they were ambushed by a chaotic spirit-level dragon-type beast, resulting in none of the beastmasters returning alive, including several talented beastmasters who were honing their skills within the dimensional secret realm. To prevent this chaotic spirit-level dragon from escaping the secret realm and causing even greater devastation. In the end, the Chrysanthemum Kingdom urgently dispatched its only 2 Chaos Spirit-level Beastmasters into the dimensional secret realm to eliminate the threat. After thoroughly investigating the area and confirming that no issues remained, the realm was reopened to the public. In essence, until a dimensional secret realm has been completely explored, one must be prepared for the possibility of peril upon entry. Moreover, as he currently lacked a spatial storage ring, even if he were to discover treasures, he might not be able to bring them out. After much contemplation, Bai Xiaobai ultimately decided to visit the Beastmaster Association first to see if any suitable tasks were available. If not, he could always venture into a low-risk dimensional secret realm later. Resolute in his decision, Bai Xiaobai hesitated no longer. After a brief morning routine, he departed from the hotel. Master, to the Beastmaster Association, he instructed. Upon reaching the ground floor, he quickly hailed a taxi, making his way to the association. The Beastmaster Association serves as a prominent landmark within the city. Its facade stretches over 100 meters in width and towers 30 meters high. The structure comprises 3 stories, adorned in a dignified brown hue. Although referred to as the Beastmaster Association, it is, in fact, a bona fide state enterprise, primarily tasked with the management and supervision of Beastmasters. The interior of the association is divided into several zones, each responsible for different matters. As it was Bai Xiaobai's first visit to this establishment, he inquired with the staff and learned that task assignments could be obtained on the 3rd floor. Such a crowd! Bai Xiaobai exclaimed as he stepped onto the bustling 3rd floor, where the hall was packed with people. Thankfully, above each service window, a blue data display screen showcased a variety of available tasks. F-rank task, escort. Task description. The company Qingsheng requires the transportation of a shipment to Magic City and is seeking 10 Beast Masters, with no rank requirements. Task reward, 1,000 yuan per person. Escort missions are among the most common task assignments, as spirit beasts are not confined solely to dimensional secret realms, but roam throughout the continent, with occasional attacks on the outskirts of cities. To cut costs, some companies are reluctant to hire high-level beast masters at premium rates, resulting in such tasks becoming available. Initially, these types of tasks offered generous rewards, covering all travel expenses and allowing one to earn several thousand yuan in profit. However, as more beast masters began to accept these assignments, including some willing to undercut rewards and benefits to secure a task, the compensation for escort missions steadily declined, along with the conditions. As the saying goes, if you won't do it, there are plenty of others who will. At this realization, Bai Xiaobai could only shake his head in resignation. He had no interest in participating. F-rank task, lost pet search. Task description, a pet snow hare has gone missing. Assistance in locating it is sought. Task reward, 10,000 yuan. Wow, now that's a wealthy client. Bai Xiaobai mused as he observed this task. The snow hare, a type of spirit beast similar to the white fox, is not particularly powerful, but is cherished for its endearing qualities. Unlike the white fox, however, it is more renowned for its delightful flavor. E-rank task, hunt spirit beasts. As Bai Xiaobai perused several other tasks, he found none that suited his needs and was about to leave when his attention was suddenly captured. E-rank task, dimensional secret realm risk assessment. Task description, a recently explored dimensional secret realm in Yunqing requires re-evaluation of its risk level. A large number of abnormal level beast masters are being recruited for this assessment. with the requirement that their rank be below the awakening level. Task reward. Rewards obtained within the dimensional secret realm. A re-evaluation of a recently explored dimensional secret realm? This could potentially mean the presence of numerous treasures within. However, he wondered, shouldn't such matters be determined by seasoned experts? Suppressing his excitement, Bai Xiaobai felt puzzled as to why such tasks would fall to abnormal-level beast masters like them. Hey, another risk assessment task? A rugged voice boomed from behind him, startling Bai Xiaobai. Instinctively, he turned to see a middle-aged man, likely in his 30s, standing behind him. Brother, have there been similar tasks like this before? Bai Xiaobai inquired curiously, recognizing the man's familiar appearance. You must have recently become a beast master, the middle-aged man replied with a smile. Tasks like this have indeed appeared a few times before. The last time I recall such a task being issued was 6 months ago, which required awakening-level beast masters. The man paused, before continuing, you are likely curious why the task limits the rank of beast masters, correct? I am a bit curious, Bai Xiaobai admitted, scratching his head. This is a significant matter. It seems odd for us to be involved in the decision. Of course, it is not our place to decide. The man explained with a chuckle. While it is termed a risk assessment task, it is more accurately a test. When an unknown dimensional secret realm has been fully explored, it undergoes a re-evaluation. To acquire more accurate data, an expert team estimates the initial risk based on the strength of the spirit beasts within the realm. Following this, the risk level is confirmed based on feedback from the trials conducted by beast masters. The reason for limiting the rank of beast masters is to ensure the accuracy of the risk assessment. The middle-aged man continued, for instance, in this case, the risk assessment task is categorized as an E-rank task, requiring beast masters to be of the abnormal level. This indicates that the initial rating of the dimensional secret realm is F rank, with spirit beasts within being of the abnormal level. Oh, so that's how it works? Bai Xiaobai exclaimed, enlightened by the man's explanation. The exploration phase of an unknown dimensional secret realm necessitates a large number of beast masters to gather foundational information. However, once the secret realm has been completely explored, it requires appropriately ranked beast masters for trials, allowing for a re-evaluation based on casualty statistics. This approach not only enhances the accuracy of risk assessments, but also provides abnormal-level beast masters with valuable experience. Furthermore, newly explored dimensional secret realms often harbor treasures that can aid these beast masters in their rapid development. Thank you, brother, Bai Xiaobai expressed his gratitude politely, unable to contain his eagerness as he sought the specific location of this task. Unfortunately, the large display screen did not provide detailed information about the assignment. With no other option, he spent a few minutes downloading the Beastmaster Association app. The necessity to download such software felt akin to the tactics of unscrupulous applications. After a brief registration and login, Bai Xiaobai finally located the detailed position of the dimensional secret realm, situated 30 kilometers north of Jiangxing, within the Yunjing Forest. Outside the Jiangxing city limits, Yunjing Forest had already attracted a considerable number of beast masters. Once, this place was teeming with spirit beasts. However, due to the regular purges conducted by the city lord's mansion, coupled with the numerous beast tamers who come here to hone their skills, spirit beasts are now a rare sight. At this moment, a military fortress has been constructed at the entrance of the secret realm, and each beast tamer must undergo rigorous screening to ensure they meet the necessary criteria before they are permitted to enter. Bai Xiaobai stood at the back of the queue, glancing around anxiously, calculating how much longer it would be before his turn. The guards conducted their checks with remarkable speed, despite the considerable number of people ahead of him. Within about 10 minutes, the majority had successfully passed their inspections. Initially puzzled about how the guards determined a beast tamer's rank, Bai Xiaobai soon noticed that there were 3 inspection gates at the fortress entrance, akin to security checks. A green light would illuminate for those who met the conditions, while a red light would shine for those who did not. In just a few minutes, he witnessed 2 beast tamers being ejected for failing to meet the requirements. All right, you may enter. The trial lasts for 5 days, and you must exit the dimensional secret realm after 5 days. Before long, it was Bai Xiaobai's turn for inspection. Following the guard's instructions, he positioned himself at the detection gate. As the green light lit up, the guard nodded, offering a few brief remarks, indicating that he could proceed. Thank you. Receiving permission, Bai Xiaobai eagerly made his way towards the entrance of the dimensional secret realm. The familiar scent greeted him. Upon entering the realm, he gazed at the boundless jungle and couldn't help but exclaim, could it be that all dimensional secret realms are just dense jungles? Observing the continuous influx of beast tamers, Bai Xiaobai wasted no time and cautiously ventured deeper into the thicket. As he walked for a short distance, a bloodthirsty rabbit, muscular and standing a full meter tall with crimson eyes, leaped out from the foliage. Wow, with so much muscle, it must be quite delicious, he mused, watching the bloodthirsty rabbit charge towards him. Calmly, he He placed Bai Shui on the ground, drew a dagger from his waist, and, deftly avoiding the rabbit's attack, plunged the dagger into its skull. The bloodthirsty rabbit was merely a first-tier mutant, posing no threat to him. No way, it lacks a spirit core. After dismantling the rabbit, Bai Xiaobai scoffed, ignoring the corpse on the ground as he continued into the depths of the jungle. Although the meat of the bloodthirsty rabbit appeared delectable, he felt a certain aversion towards upright creatures. Chapter 13. The Fire Spirit Stone Lost? Within the jungle, Bai Xiaobai fervently channeled the spirit energy within him, glancing back intermittently. Behind him, a massive black wolf dog with blood-red eyes was madly pursuing him. Run, Bai Shui! Bai Xiaobai exclaimed as he leaped over a thicket. Turning to Bai Shui beside him, the black flame wolf dog is closing in. The monstrous wolf dog appeared to be roughly 2 meters long, with exceptionally sturdy limbs and menacingly sharp fangs. The black flame wolf dog, a spirit beast of significant destructive power, possessed not only acute sensory abilities but also formidable offensive capabilities due to its robust limbs and fearsome fangs. Furthermore, it was notoriously aggressive. Once provoked, it would descend into a frenzied state. With a fierce roar, the black flame wolf dog accelerated towards Bai Xiaobai. Ouch, that hurts. Bai Xiaobai instinctively dodged to the right as a blurred black shadow swept past him, and he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. I, Long Linma, merely stole a piece of your fire spirit stone. Is that worth such a relentless pursuit? Ignoring the searing pain in his shoulder, Bai Xiaobai fixed his gaze on the black flame wolf dog. Just moments prior, he had stumbled upon a cave and, after ensuring it posed no danger, mustered his courage to enter. To his astonishment, he discovered a fire spirit stone hidden deep within. What he did not expect was to encounter the black flame wolf dog. Just returning from a hunt, the moment he emerged from the cave, both man and beast were momentarily stunned upon seeing each other. Sensing the aura of the fire spirit stone emanating from Bai Xiaobai, the black flame wolf dog was incredulous that its meal had been pilfered in such a brief span. Howl! With a furious roar, Bai Xiaobai snapped back to reality. His legs quivered, and he instinctively considered kneeling to plead for his life, only to notice that the black flame wolf dog appeared to tremble as if it had encountered something terrifying. Bai Shui, perched on Bai Xiaobai's shoulder, emitted an eerie, colorful glow from her eyes. Illusory power. Oh whoa! Bai Shui weakly called out, signaling Bai Xiaobai to flee. Run! Seizing the moment while the black flame wolf dog was still dazed, Bai Xiaobai dashed into the nearby thicket, channeling his spirit energy to escape. Thus, the recent events unfolded. With a howl, the black flame wolf dog, undeterred by its missed attack, lunged at Bai Xiaobai once more, intent on tearing apart the insufferable thief with its claws. Humph. Just because I'm quiet doesn't mean you can treat me like a frail cat. As the shadow of the black flame wolf dog loomed once more, Bai Xiaobai gritted his teeth against the pain in his shoulder, hastily evading the beast's assault while his mind raced to devise an escape plan. The black flame wolf dog was at the 5th tier of mutation, whereas Bai Xiaobai was only at the 3rd tier. Avoiding 2 of its attacks was already an incredible stroke of luck. Bai Shui, illusory power. Taking advantage of the black flame wolf dog's momentary pause upon landing, Bai Xiaobai dared not be careless, retreating to maintain a safe distance. Oh whoa! Sensing the moment, Bai Shui's eyes glimmered with colorful light once more. As the black flame wolf dog landed, it had no time to react. Yet, instead of displaying any panic, it exuded an air of disdain as it summoned its spirit energy. The next moment, the black flame wolf dog launched itself at Bai Shui with astonishing speed. Bai Shui, dodge! Without a moment to spare, Bai Xiaobai sprinted towards Bai Shui. However, his speed paled in comparison to that of the black flame wolf dog. Just as the beast was about to pounce on Bai Shui, a golden-hued tiger leaped from the thicket like an arrow, tackling the black flame wolf dog to the ground. Although the golden tiger was only half the size of the black flame wolf dog, it effortlessly overpowered the creature, its claws piercing through the wolf dog's body with ease. The black flame wolf dog was unable to struggle before being dispatched by the golden tiger. Crimson Flame Tiger King? Once Bai Xiaobai confirmed that Bai Shui was unharmed, he finally relaxed, his gaze fixed on the familiar golden tiger before him. Hello there. A melodious voice rang out from the thicket, prompting him to instinctively turn his head. Emerging from the underbrush were 2 figures, a young man and a young woman. The man appeared to be of similar age to Bai Xiaobai, tall and lean with a clean-cut hairstyle, clad in dark golden battle attire that exuded a commanding presence. Beside him stood a girl who looked around 15 or 16. Her familiar single ponytail and loose casual attire adorned with a smile as she waved at him. Muwana? The familiar visage before Bai Xiaobai momentarily stunned him, prompting him to instinctively exclaim, "What are you doing here?" The woman before him was none other than Mu Wanner. I wish I didn't have to be. Mu Wanner pouted, a hint of exasperation in her tone. It's my brother's fault. He insisted on bringing me to see this newly explored dimensional secret realm. You still have over a week before school starts, and idling at home is rather dull. It's better to explore here. Observing Mu Wanner's complaints, the short-haired man chuckled affectionately and turned his gaze towards Bai Xiaobai, saying, "Aren't you going to introduce me to your friend? This is Bai Xiaobai, a friend I met during my last adventure in the dimensional secret realm," Mu Wanner cheerfully introduced. "He is my brother, Mu Yin." "Hello," Bai Xiaobai greeted politely. Looking at Mu Yin. "Hello," Mu Yin replied, noting Bai Xiaobai's somewhat disheveled appearance. He nodded and remarked lightly, "With your current strength, it is rather perilous for you to be alone here. Since you are Wanner's friend, how about we form a team if you don't mind?" "Huh, really?" Bai Xiaobai was taken aback by Mu Yan's invitation, astonished that such a formidable individual would want to team up with him. Without hesitation, he responded, "Absolutely. I would be most grateful." "Haha, no need for formality," Mu Wanner giggled at her brother. "You should know, he cooks exceptionally well." "Oh, is that so?" Mu Yan affectionately ruffled Mu Wanner's hair, then turned to Bai Xiaobai and added, "It seems I shall be fortunate this time. Ahem, well, to express my gratitude for your brother's life-saving assistance, I recently acquired a fire spirit stone. Since I have no use for it, I'd like to give it to you." Bai Xiaobai scratched his head awkwardly, attempting to change the subject as he intended to gift the fire spirit stone to Mu Wanner, though the fire spirit stone was precious. Without Mu Wanner and her companions during his recent escapade, his life would likely have been forfeit. Moreover, with Bai Xue being an illusion-type spirit beast, the fire spirit stone held little value for him, aside from its potential market price. However, when he reached into his pocket, he was dismayed to find it completely empty. Where was the fire spirit stone? Chapter 14. Could it be that Bai Xue devoured the fire spirit stone? Upon hearing the mention of the fire spirit stone, both of them were momentarily taken aback, with Mu Wanner's eyes sparkling in excitement as she exclaimed. The fire spirit stone was a highly valued fire attribute spirit treasure for fire attribute spirit beasts. Absorbing it would not only accelerate their cultivation speed, but also enhance the power of their fire attribute skills. Although the fire spirit stone was merely a consumable spirit treasure, it could still fetch over 1 million in the market, often being in high demand but low supply. With this fire spirit stone, she firmly believed that the Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor would surely break through to the awakened level. "Brother Bai, the fire spirit stone is your personal gain." In contrast to Mu Wanner's excitement, Mu Yin remained composed, smiling faintly as he said, "Name your price, and we shall consider it a purchase." "Where could it be?" It shouldn't have vanished. Bai Xiaobai was solely focused on the fire spirit stone, oblivious to the conversation between the two. He rummaged through all his pockets, even emptying his backpack, yet still found no trace of the fire spirit stone. Were it not for Mu Wanner's presence, he might have even considered shedding his clothes. "Hey, what are you looking for?" Mu Wanner asked, puzzled by Bai Xiaobai's frantic actions. "I lost my fire spirit stone," Bai Xiaobai lamented, on the verge of tears, recalling how he nearly risked his life to obtain the fire spirit stone, only for it to disappear. Seeing that Bai Xiaobai was not joking. Both of them were momentarily stunned, and Mu Yin was the first to react, suggesting, "Could it have fallen out during the battle with the Black Flame Wolf Hound?" "Don't panic. Think carefully about where it might have dropped." "Yes, let us search the vicinity first to see if it's nearby." Mu Wanner nodded in agreement, eager to find it. The fire spirit stone was quite valuable. If someone else found it first, it would be a tremendous loss. All right. Without further hesitation, the trio began searching through the nearby bushes. Roar? The Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor stood beside the corpse of the Black Flame Wolf Hound, bewildered as it observed the three individuals moving in and out of the bushes. "What are they doing, master?" Bai Xue seems off as well. The Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor regarded Bai Xue, sensing an unusual surge of fiery energy emanating from the white fox. Bai Xue lay quietly on the ground, its once snow-white fur now tinged with a crimson hue, the heat radiating from its body causing it to emit soft whimpering sounds. The Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor approached Bai Xue and looked around, realizing that its master and the others were searching for something, oblivious to Bai Xue's unusual state. With no other option, it chose to remain by Bai Xue's side, guarding against any unforeseen incidents. "This is bad. We haven't found it. Could it truly be lost?" After about 5 minutes of thorough searching, Bai Xiaobai and the others still had not located the fire spirit stone. "It can't be lost. It must have dropped along the way. Let us retrace our steps," Mu Wanner reassured him. All right," Bai Xiaobai nodded, about to call for Bai Xue to join them when he noticed her absence. "Bai Xue, let us go back and look," he called, but he was not overly concerned. He could sense that Bai Xue was in excellent condition, perhaps even too good. Through their mental link, Bai Xiaobai could distinctly sense Bai Xue's energy level rapidly rising. "Hey, what is that fireball beside you, Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor?" Mu Wanner noticed a small fireball next to the Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor, its intense fire attribute energy thrilling her. "Is that a new skill you've comprehended?" "Roar." The Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor shook its head, pointing a paw at Bai Xiaobai. You mean this is released by Bai Shui? Mu Wanner was taken aback, unable to believe her ears. Bai Shui is inside that fireball right now? What? Bai Xiaobai stared in disbelief at the fireball beside the Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor, feeling his mind overload with confusion, suspecting the tiger was playing a prank. Impossible. Bai Shui's attribute is illusion. How could she conjure a fireball? Wait, just as he was about to refute, a sudden thought struck him. Could it be that Bai Shui had consumed the Fire Spirit Stone? What do you mean, impossible? Mu Wanner asked, perplexed by Bai Xiaobai's remark. I'm thinking that perhaps the Fire Spirit Stone wasn't lost at all. Bai Xiaobai turned to Mu Wanner, rubbing his forehead and chuckling bitterly. Instead, it was consumed by Bai Shui. Mu Wanner was tempted to say, you can't be serious. The idea of the white fox absorbing the energy from the Fire Spirit Stone was tantamount to courting death. The energy contained within spirit stones often possesses specific elemental properties, such as the commonly seen metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Unlike spirit cores, the energy within spirit stones is more refined, but only spirit beasts of the same elemental type can absorb it. For instance, the Fire Spirit Stone is only suitable for fire attribute spirit beasts. If other attribute spirit beasts attempt to absorb it, unless their energy level far surpasses that of the Fire Spirit Stone, the collision of differing energies would result in catastrophic consequences for the spirit beast. In summary, it is invariably detrimental for spirit beasts of differing attributes to absorb spirit stones. Yet, Mu Wanner still found it hard to believe Bai Xiaobai's words. However, upon witnessing the scene unfolding before her and recalling the words spoken by the Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor, she found herself compelled to believe that what Bai Xiaobai had said might indeed hold truth. Ah, Mu Wanner exclaimed, her delicate visage awash with urgency as she gazed at the flickering silhouette of the fox within the fireball. She turned to Bai Xiaobai, her voice tinged with desperation. What are we waiting for? Hurry and make it stop. It might be too late if we delay any longer. There's no need to panic, Bai Xiaobai replied, shaking his head, his gaze fixated intently on the fireball in the distance. He understood Mu Wanner's concern for Bai Shui's safety. Yet he sensed that Bai Shui was not only free from peril, but was also rapidly enhancing her spiritual energy. However, Mu Wanner was about to express more when she was halted by Mu Yan, who vaguely surmised that the Bai Shui they spoke of was indeed the white fox they had just glimpsed. I believe my brother Bai is not the sort to neglect his contracted beast, Mu Yan remarked, shaking his head as he advised Mu Wanner. Have you forgotten the telepathic bond between a beastmaster and their contracted beast? Given the situation has escalated to this extent, should any complications arise, none of us could intervene. Yet, this might also represent an opportunity for him. If we attempt to interfere now, it could very well yield contrary results. All right, Mu Wanner conceded, calming herself as she nodded, refraining from further comments and anxiously observing the movements within the fireball from the sidelines. After an indeterminate span of time, a sudden groan erupted from within the fireball. With the sound, the once small fireball erupted, revealing a magnificent fox that stood proudly before them. Chapter 15, The Two-Tailed White Fox. Success. As he beheld the lively fox nearby, Bai Xiaobai felt a weight lift from his heart. The creature before him bore a striking resemblance to Bai Shui, with its pristine white fur. However, it now sported a crimson and violet stripe on its forehead, and the tip of its tail was tinged with red. Why does it feel somewhat off? Bai Xiaobai mused, stroking his chin as he observed the animated Bai Shui, sensing something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint the exact discrepancy. Never mind, I won't dwell on it. He shook his head and, noticing Bai Shui gazing at him with gratitude, instinctively checked the details regarding Bai Shui. Spirit Beast, Two-Tailed White Fox. Potential, World-Breaking Level. Level, Anomalous Level 6. Talent, Innately Intelligent. Possessing exceptional spirituality, capable of swiftly acquiring various knowledge and skills. Attributes, Illusion, Fire. Skills, Illusionary Force, which can disrupt an opponent's mental energy, inducing confusion and excruciating headaches, thereby diminishing their combat prowess. Flame Manipulation, allowing for the summoning and control of fire. Can evolve, Three-Tailed Spirit Fox. Wait, a two-tailed white fox? Can evolve into a three-tailed spirit fox? After perusing Bai Shui's detailed information, Bai Xiaobai stood rooted in astonishment, never having anticipated such a dramatic transformation. Not only had Bai Shui's power escalated from Anomalous Level 4 to Anomalous Level 6, but her attributes had also undergone a metamorphosis. Originally possessing a singular illusion attribute, she now boasted an additional fire attribute, elevating her from a single attribute spirit beast to a dual attribute one. While some spirit beasts may acquire a new attribute upon evolution, the white fox was certainly not among them. It would be no exaggeration to assert that the mere fact of a white fox evolving was astonishing. Only spirit beasts that had been tested exhaustively by experts without any signs of evolution would be classified as incapable of evolving. Absent exceptional circumstances, such errors were virtually impossible, as one could never fathom the lengths to which experts would go in their research of spirit beasts. Clearly, Bai Xue's situation fell into this category of exceptional circumstances. Upon reflection, it dawned on him why Bai Xue appeared peculiar. She now possessed an additional tail. Little Bai Xue, do you remember me? Mu Wan'er, oblivious to her surroundings, joyfully dashed to Bai Xue's side, cradling her in her arms and cheerily inquiring. The fact that Bai Xue had survived filled her with immense joy. Who could resist such an adorable creature? Bai Xue nestled in Mu Wan'er's embrace, expressing her delight with a joyful sound. I can cuddle with the pretty sister again. Come clean. Did you sneak some fire spirit stone? Bai Xiaobai approached Bai Xue, playfully poking her forehead and feigning anger as he asked, do you realize how worried you made everyone? If you do that again, I'll give you a good beating. Bai Xue curled up in Mu Wan'er's arms, casting a pleading glance toward her. Master is so fierce. Pretty sister, save me. All right. It's all fine this time, Mu Wan'er reassured, cradling Bai Xue protectively. Our Bai Xue is very well behaved. She certainly won't act this way again. Will you, little Bai Xue? Roar. The Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor, observing the scene, called out to Mu Wan'er. Master, I seek praise. Our Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor is also very obedient. Mu Wan'er affectionately ruffled the Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor's head, responding with warmth. Brother Bai, is your contracted beast truly just an ordinary white fox? Mu Yan, standing nearby, gazed at Bai Xue, unable to suppress his curiosity. While it was indeed possible for spirit beasts to undergo exceptional evolution, it required them to possess potential that transcended their species. Not just any spirit beast could break free from their constraints. Cough. Yinggu, just call me Xiaobai. Bai Xiaobai chuckled. To be honest, Bai Xue's initial potential is already at the illusionary transformation level. Now that she has evolved into a two-tailed white fox, her potential has escalated to the world-breaking level. Indeed, Bai Xiaobai continued, the potential of white foxes typically lies within the anomalous level, with only a rare few reaching the awakening level. I have never heard of a white fox with extraordinary potential. The white fox before them, with potential reaching illusionary transformation level and capable of breaking through its constraints to evolve, was not outside the realm of possibility. I see, Mia nodded, smiling as he remarked. To have contracted a white fox that has surpassed the limitations of its species is no wonder it can handle the energy of the fire spirit stone. Cough, my apologies. At the mention of the fire spirit stone, Bai Xiaobai sheepishly scratched his head, offering an apology. I had initially promised to give it to you. It's of no consequence. Mu Yan waved his hand dismissively, cheerfully responding, that fire spirit stone was always yours. As long as it wasn't lost. That's what matters. Indeed, even without the fire spirit stone, my Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor will soon break through to the awakening level, Mu Wan'er said, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Bai Xue in her arms, joyously adding, moreover, with little Bai Xue's newfound prowess, I am equally thrilled for her. Roar. The Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor echoed in agreement. Indeed, I'm also very happy that Sister Bai Xue has become stronger. However, just as Bai Xiaobai was about to speak, he was interrupted by Mu Yan, who raised a hand and inquired, by the way, Bai Xiaobai, where did you discover this fire spirit stone? In the cave of the Black Flame Wolfhound, Bai Xiaobai replied, puzzled by Mu Yan's question. Why do you ask? Oh, no wonder the Black Flame Wolfhound pursued you so fiercely, Mu Wan'er teased. You practically trespassed into its home. Cough. I didn't know at first, Bai Xiaobai retorted. Had I known it was its territory, I would never have dared to go. Did you take anything else from the Black Flame Wolfhound's cave besides the fire spirit stone? Nothing at all. Bai Xiaobai shook his head and shrugged, saying, the cave was too dark. I spotted a fire spirit stone and, without a second thought, picked it up and exited the cave. Then it seems the items may still be there. Mu Yan's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing Bai Xiaobai's words, and he smiled as he asked, brother, what item are you referring to? Bai Xiaobai and Mu Wan'er exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what Mu Yan was talking about. The fire spirit crystal, Mu Yan explained, observing their confusion. It is a companion treasure of the fire spirit stone. Unlike the fire spirit stone, fire spirit crystals often appear in groups of 10 or more. While they may not be as valuable as the fire spirit stone, they are still quite precious fire attribute treasures. Then, brother, let us hurry before someone else gets there first. Mu Wan'er's eyes sparkled with excitement after Mu Yan's explanation as she eagerly pulled both of them toward the direction of the Black Flame Wolfdog's cave. Wait, the corpse of that husky is worth quite a bit too. Let's go. The fire spirit crystal is our priority, Mu Wan'er insisted, dismissing the matter with a wave of her hand. We can retrieve that later. Chapter 16. The fire spirit crystal. This is the place. Following his memory, Bai Xiaobai led the two back to the vicinity of the Black Flame Wolf Dog's cave. I have a question. Looking at the cave not far away, Mu Wanner raised her hand and inquired, do we really need to be this cautious? Ahem, isn't it prudent to be wary of unexpected encounters? Bai Xiaobai scratched his head awkwardly. After their recent experience, he was particularly concerned about running into wild spirit beasts again. You should learn from this. Even in known dimensional realms, one must remain vigilant like Bai Xiaobai here to ensure maximum safety. Mu Yin praised Bai Xiaobai with an approving glance. Then turned to educate Mu Wanner. I know, brother, Mu Wanner replied dismissively, then smiled sweetly as she linked arms with Mu Yin and playfully said, but you're here, so I would definitely be careful if I were alone. If you carry on like this, you will inevitably face consequences, Mu Yin said, his brows furrowing in concern. His sister had been overly sheltered, lacking experience with adversity, which could lead to significant problems in a dimensional realm. All right, brother. I will be more cautious in the future. Mu Wanner pouted. Look, we've been here for a while, and nothing has happened. Staying here serves no purpose. I concur. Perhaps we should just head in, Bai Xiaobai agreed. Having lingered for about 10 minutes without encountering any wild spirit beasts, they felt it was safe to proceed. Very well. Let us go. With Mu Yan's consent, the trio cautiously emerged from the underbrush and made their way into the cave. As they ventured deeper, the light diminished until it was pitch black. Mu Yin retrieved a lantern from his storage ring to illuminate their path as they continued inward. After approximately 5 minutes, they reached the innermost part of the cave. Aside from some skeletal remains and a pile of hay, there appeared to be nothing else in the cave. Could it have already been taken by someone else? Bai Xiaobai mused, noticing the absence of the fire spirit crystal. I don't think so. Mu Wanner shook her head and, sensing carefully, approached the haystack. I can feel a surge of intense spiritual energy emanating from beneath this pile. As the hay was cleared away, Mu Wanner looked at the rocky ground and commanded, Crimson Flame Tiger King, use flame burst and blast this area open. Roar. Following Mu Wanner's command, the Crimson Flame Tiger King conjured a fireball the size of a soccer ball and hurled it toward the indicated spot. Wait, are you serious? Using flame burst in a cave? Bai Xiaobai attempted to intervene, only to hear a deafening boom as the entire cave trembled, prompting him to crouch down and cover his head, thinking, this is it. Even Mu Yan's expression changed dramatically as he watched the quaking cave, ready to flee with Mu Wanner and Bai Xiaobai at the first sign of a collapse. Fortunately, after a while, the cave returned to its previous calm. Brother, come look. There are so many fire spirit crystals. Mu Wanner exclaimed excitedly as she gazed at dozens of glowing crimson crystals before her. With these fire spirit crystals, she believed the Crimson Flame Tiger King could undoubtedly reach the awakened level. Wanner. Just as she spoke, a stern voice rang out from behind her. Mu Wanner froze, instinctively turning to see Mu Yin looking at her with a serious expression. Brother, what's wrong? She asked, puzzled by his severity. Hey, Bai Xiaobai. Why are you squatting on the ground? Do you realize how much trouble you almost caused? Mu Yin scolded sternly. Using high explosive skills like flame burst in a cave can easily lead to a collapse. We could have all perished here. Upon hearing Mu Yan's reprimand, Mu Wanner suddenly grasped the gravity of her mistake. A flicker of panic crossed her delicate features as she lowered her head, biting her lip and murmuring, I'm sorry. I was wrong. The Crimson Flame Tiger King, noticing the scene, bowed its head like a chastised child, although it was unclear what had transpired. If the master is bowing, then I will bow as well. You mustn't be so impulsive next time. Although Mu Yin wanted to say more, witnessing Mu Wanner acknowledge her error softened his heart, and he shook his head in resignation. Let us first assess how many fire spirit crystals we have. Bai Xiaobai stood up, glancing at Mu Wanner, who looked on the verge of tears, and shifted the topic. He approached her and marveled at the more than 10 fire spirit crystals before them, exclaiming, wow, there are so many. About 17, we're in luck. He nudged Mu Wanner with his elbow, grinning, what are you dawdling for? Quickly store these in your storage ring. If someone sees us, we'll be at a disadvantage. Okay, right. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Mu Wanner was reminded by Bai Xiaobai and began to collect the fire spirit crystals. Looking at Bai Xiaobai beside her, she apologized softly, I'm sorry for earlier. It's nothing, really. Bai Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively, smiling to reassure her. See, I'm perfectly fine. Besides, if it weren't for you, we might have had a much harder time getting these fire spirit crystals. Awu. Bai Shui approached the Crimson Flame Tiger King, nuzzling against it as if to comfort it. Yingu, there shouldn't be anything valuable left here, right? Seeing Mu Wanner perk up a bit, Bai Xiaobai turned to Mu Yin and inquired, if not, shall we head out? There should be nothing left. Mu Yin nodded after surveying the area. Let us exit. With that, the three of them made their way out of the cave. After their previous experience, Bai Xiaobai let out a long sigh of relief once they emerged and confirmed no spirit beasts were lurking about. Once bitten by a snake, One is afraid of a rope for 10 years. Don't worry. With me around, I will ensure your safety, Mu Wanner confidently assured Bai Xiaobai, her earlier gloom completely vanishing. All right then, I can relax now. Bai Xiaobai was quite at ease, fully aware of his own capabilities. Moreover, having a powerful ally by his side was certainly an advantage. With modest aspirations, merely surviving to sip on some soup suffices. Where shall we venture to now? Bai Xiaobai inquired, surveying the surrounding thicket. This way. Mu Wanner replied after a brief contemplation, enthusiastically gesturing in a direction before leading Mu Yin and Bai Xiaobai into the underbrush. Chapter 17. A lack of chivalry. That girl is truly something. Observing Mu Wanner's complete transformation from her earlier despondence, Bai Xiaobai chuckled, trailing behind her. Not long into their journey, a fifth-tier mutated jungle leopard leaped from the foliage. Eyeing the creature, Bai Xiaobai rubbed his hands together, keen to gauge Bai Shui's current prowess. Allow me to handle this. However, a clear voice chimed in beside him. Mu Wanner pointed at the jungle leopard, commanding, Qian Tiger Emperor, attack. In an instant, the Qian Tiger Emperor let out an exuberant roar and pounced, effortlessly dispatching the jungle leopard within 3 breaths. Well done, Mu Wanner exclaimed, stowing the leopard's carcass into her spatial ring and affectionately stroking the Qian Tiger Emperor's head in praise. Bai Xiaobai stood momentarily stunned at the unfolding scene, but ultimately dismissed it. The dimensional secret realm was rife with wild spirit beasts, and opportunities would surely arise. After defeating the jungle leopard, the trio resumed their exploration within the secret realm. Throughout the ensuing hours, although they encountered numerous wild spirit beasts, Mu Wanner consistently outpaced and subdued them, leaving Bai Xiaobai no chance to intervene. Initially exhilarated by their encounters, Bai Xiaobai gradually became desensitized, losing even the desire to engage. By the end of the day, he and Mu Yin trailed behind Mu Wanner, resembling tourists more than adventurers in search of treasures. As night fell, the 3 found a clearing to set up camp, with Mu Wanner handing the captured spirit beasts over to Bai Xiaobai for preparation. You really came well equipped, Mu Yin remarked, surprised as Bai Xiaobai produced a multitude of jars and bottles from his backpack. How can one hunt spirit beasts without a hearty meal? Bai Xiaobai replied nonchalantly, expertly skewering the meat and placing it over the fire to roast. Hee, brother, Xiaobai's culinary skills are superb, Mu Wanner said, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she smiled at Mu Yin. Then I shall savor it thoroughly, Mu Yin replied, affectionately ruffling Mu Wanner's hair. Before long, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. To prevent the Qian Tiger Emperor from snatching a bite, Bai Xiaobai specifically instructed Mu Wanner to keep an eye on it. All done. After about an hour, Bai Xiaobai removed the roasted meat and distributed it to Mu Yin and Mu Wanner, saving portions for the Qian Tiger Emperor and Bai Shui. Brother Yin, would your contracted beast like a taste? Bai Xiaobai asked. No need. My contracted beast cannot be summoned here, Mu Yin replied, shaking his head with a smile. My brother is an awakening-level beastmaster, and his contracted beasts have also reached that level, Mu Wanner chimed in, taking a bite of the roasted meat and explaining with a mouthful. If he summons his contracted beast and is discovered, he would be forcibly expelled. Wait, awakening level? Aren't only mutated-level beastmasters allowed in this dimensional rating? Bai Xiaobai interjected. You talk too much, Mu Yin shot Mu Wanner a glance. Turning back to Bai Xiaobai with a smile, my family was concerned about Wanner coming here alone, so they insisted I accompany her. Please keep this matter confidential. Oh, understood. Bai Xiaobai responded, now enlightened, and changed the subject with a grin. As they ate, the trio engaged in light banter. I'm so full. I can't eat another bite. Lying on the ground, Mu Wanner rubbed her belly and stretched contentedly. I'll take the first watch tonight, Bai Xiaobai offered. Feeling slightly embarrassed after lounging all day. I'll take the second half, Mu Yin nodded, accepting the arrangement. After assigning the watch duties, they exchanged a few more words before retreating to their respective tents for rest. Deep into the night, Bai Xiaobai and Mu Yin completed their shift change, and the night passed quietly. The next morning, the trio packed up, had a light breakfast, and set off for another day of exploration. Qian Tiger Emperor, unleash flame explosion. Well executed. In the thicket, Mu Wanner directed the Qian Tiger Emperor to combat a mutated 8th-tier Shadow Tiger. The Shadow Tiger, formidable among spirit beasts, possessed not only agility but also claws and fangs capable of tearing through iron. Although it was of similar strength to the Qian Tiger Emperor, it was unfortunate for it to encounter Mu Wanner. Upon spotting the Shadow Tiger, Mu Wanner immediately commanded the Qian Tiger Emperor to execute flame explosion. Caught off guard, the Shadow Tiger was severely injured by the blast. Frustration surged through the Shadow Tiger as it faced an opponent who opened with such a powerful attack. It felt utterly dishonorable. Severely wounded, the Shadow Tiger could not withstand the Qian Tiger Emperor's onslaught and succumbed within a mere minute, casting one last defiant glare at Mu Wanner before its demise. Humph, Dare to glare at me? Mu Wanner approached the Qian Tiger Emperor, eyeing the carcass of the shadow tiger, and coldly remarked, I shall consume you shortly. After a brief moment of disdain, she stored the shadow tiger's body in her spatial ring and retrieved a vial of spirit liquid to replenish the Qian Tiger Emperor's energy. Let us take a moment's respite here before exploring further, Bai Xiaobai suggested, glancing at the time. They had encountered numerous wild spirit beasts along their journey, engaging in nearly 100 skirmishes. Very well, Mu Wanner replied, wiping the sweat from her brow, feeling fatigued after the series of battles. What bad luck. After wandering all morning, we've yet to uncover anything of value. Sitting down for a break, Mu Wanner lamented as she surveyed her meager haul of a few spirit cores and some materials. No need to complain, Mu Yin chuckled in response. Although the probability of discovering spirit herbs and treasures is higher in dimensional secret realms rated for entry, this place has already been thoroughly scoured by beastmasters. Even with the entry restrictions, so many beastmasters have likely combed through every inch of this realm by now. Typically, the first day yields the best chances for finding spirit herbs and treasures. Thereafter, the probability diminishes significantly. All right, Mu Wanner conceded, realizing that, indeed, they had encountered traces of treasure hunting that had likely been claimed by other beastmasters. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the three took a brief respite before Mu Wanner revitalized her spirits, eagerly resuming her search for treasures in the forest. Chapter 18. The First Battle of the Two-Tailed White Fox and the Jungle Silver Snake. For 3 consecutive days, Bai Xiaobai and his companions found little of value in spirit herbs or treasures. Fortunately, the dimensional secret realm was abundant with wild spirit beasts. And after engaging in nearly 100 battles of various scales, they accrued a wealth of spirit cores and materials from the defeated beasts, marking their expedition as quite fruitful. Not only that, but as the battles continued over the past few days, Mu Wanner could distinctly feel that her synergy with the Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor had grown increasingly harmonious alongside her burgeoning combat experience. If Mu Wanner had made considerable progress during these days, then Bai Xiaobai could be said to have merely been coasting along. For 3 days, he had not participated in a single battle. It wasn't that he lacked the desire to engage. Rather, Mu Wanner was simply too formidable, leaving him with no opportunity to join in. At this moment, having just dispatched an aberration-level 5th-tier wind-chasing leopard, Mu Wanner had yet to stow the beast's carcass into her storage ring when a warning echoed from behind her. Be cautious. Instinctively, Mu Wanner turned her head, catching a glimpse of a shadow darting past her cheek. What was that? She exclaimed, retreating swiftly to stand beside Bai Xiaobai and Mu Yin, her heart still racing. A 7th-tier aberration-level jungle silver snake, highly venomous, Mu Yin remarked, casting a look of admiration towards Bai Xiaobai, astonished by his perceptive abilities. For he had sensed the jungle silver snake before Mu Yin could. Not far off, a green serpent flicked its crimson tongue, fixing them with a menacing gaze. How dare it launch a sneak attack on me? Mu Wanner seethed, glaring at the jungle silver snake, ready to command the Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor to retaliate. Wait, Bai Xiaobai interjected, stepping forward with a grin. Boss Mu, you've just emerged from a battle. Allow me to take this one. You? Mu Wanner questioned, a hint of skepticism in her voice, before shaking her head resolutely. No, this jungle silver snake is a 7th-tier aberration level. You cannot defeat it. Bai Xiaobai's strength was only at the 3rd-tier aberration level, while Bai Xue had barely reached the 6th tier. They stood no chance against the jungle silver snake. Don't worry. I'll give it a try. If I can't win, I'll flee, Bai Xiaobai reassured her. Moreover, with you here, I am certain I won't come to harm. Wanner, let Xiaobai have a go. With me present, there will be no unforeseen mishaps, Mu Yin encouraged, intrigued by Bai Xiaobai's capabilities after the earlier warning. If possible, he would consider recruiting him. All right, it's up to you then. Mu Wanner hesitated briefly, her concern evident as she added, if you can't handle it, run away quickly. I'll step in. Rest assured, I value my life far too much, Bai Xiaobai replied, excitement bubbling within him as he finally found an opportunity to test Bai Xue's current prowess. It's all yours. He directed his gaze at the jungle silver snake, speaking to Bai Xue perched on his shoulder. Awu, Bai Xue responded enthusiastically. Ever since absorbing energy from the fire spirit stone, it had become significantly more vibrant. Undeterred by the jungle silver snake, which was a tier higher. Hiss, the jungle silver snake regarded Bai Xue with disdain. If it were facing the Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor, it might have considered taking the battle seriously, but it found it laughable that a 2-tailed fox of a lower spiritual energy tier would dare to challenge it. Little Bai Xue, you've been underestimated, Bai Xiaobai teased, noticing the snake's contemptuous gaze. Awu, Bai Xue huffed indignantly, its eyes shimmering with an eerie purple hue as it summoned its illusionary power, attempting to ensnare the jungle silver snake in a phantasm. Sensing an inexplicable danger, The jungle silver snake instinctively sought refuge in the nearby bushes. However, Bai Xiaobai denied it that opportunity, manipulating the residual flames to strike at the jungle silver snake. Hiss! The jungle silver snake evaded the fiery onslaught, attempting to retreat into the underbrush, but in the next moment, the flames morphed into a ring of fire, encircling the jungle silver snake. This display of flame manipulation was astonishingly comparable to Mu Wanner's crimson flame tiger emperor. Mu Yan observed in awe. It was essential to remember that Mu Wanner's crimson flame tiger emperor possessed the potential of a sacred spirit, known for its formidable prowess among fire attribute spirit beasts. Hiss! Realizing it had no escape, the jungle silver snake twisted its body and glared menacingly at Bai Xiaobai. In the next moment, it lunged towards Bai Xiaobai with alarming speed. Come on, little Bai Xiaobai, utilize your illusionary power, Bai Xiaobai commanded as the jungle silver snake charged. Awu! Bai Xiaobai's eyes glowed with an uncanny purple light. With a fierce cry, the jungle silver snake's rapid movements suddenly convulsed. What a perfect opportunity! Bai Xiaobai seized the moment, rushing to the jungle silver snake's side, drawing a dagger, and aiming for its head with all his might. Thud! The jungle silver snake's scales were tough, yet against Bai Xiaobai's full force strike, it was pinned to the ground with a resounding impact. After a few futile writhes, the jungle silver snake exhausted its last vestige of life, falling utterly still. Did we actually win? Mu Wanner gazed at the scene before her with surprise. She had been prepared to rush in at any moment, but she never expected Bai Xiaobai to emerge victorious, and so effortlessly at that. In merely a minute, it had slain a wild spirit beast of a higher tier. Such an achievement was certainly worthy of celebration. It appears we underestimated Xiaobai's contracted beast, Mu Yan remarked, his eyes gleaming with delight as he praised Bai Xiaobai generously. Truly remarkable for a spirit beast capable of breaking through its previous limitations, he continued. Your performance was commendable. Bai Xiaobai couldn't help but feel a surge of pride as he looked at the lively Bai Xiaobai, pleasantly surprised by its newfound combat abilities. He remembered how, in the past, Bai Xiaobai could barely sustain its illusionary power without succumbing to exhaustion. Awu! Bai Xiaobai bounded over to Bai Xiaobai, radiating excitement. Well done, little Bai Xiaobai. Mu Wanner and Mu Yan approached, with Mu Wanner cradling Bai Xiaobai in her arms, joyfully exclaiming, I truly underestimated you before. It seems your white fox possesses remarkable strength. Mu Yan smiled at Bai Xiaobai. To achieve such a feat of defeating a foe of a higher tier is no small accomplishment. It was merely luck. Bai Xiaobai humbly replied with a smile. Though the jungle silver snake is venomous, its mental fortitude isn't particularly strong, which worked in Bai Xiaobai's favor. Otherwise, the outcome could have been quite different. Haha, if only my sister could be half as humble as you. Mu Yan chuckled heartily, eyeing Bai Xiaobai's modest demeanor. Hey brother, are you really my biological brother? Chapter 19, Another Fire Spirit Stone. Mu Wanner glared at Mu Yan, indignantly retorting, I am also very humble, you know. All right. Mu Yan said with a playful smile, affectionately regarding Mu Wanner. My dear Wanner is the most humble of them all. I won't talk to you anymore. Mu Wanner huffed, turning away in a huff. You wicked brother, how dare you say I'm not humble? Today is the final day. Let us take a moment to rest before we continue our exploration to see if we can uncover more treasures, Bai Xiaobai suggested, shaking his head at the sibling banter and glancing at the time. While it was stated that they had 5 days, the reality was far less forgiving. Participants in the raiding dimension must exit the realm by 8 o'clock on the evening of the 5th day, or they would forfeit all their spoils, including but not limited to anything acquired within the dimension. All right, Mu Yan nodded slightly, casting a glance at the still irate Mu Wanner, and wisely refrained from further irritating her. After about a quarter of an hour, the trio rose and resumed their search through the thickets. Look over there. It seems there is a cave, Mu Yan observed. As dusk approached, while the three were on their way back to the dimensional secret realm, Mu Wanner suddenly spotted a concealed cave behind the bushes. Let us take a look. If there is nothing of interest, we should be preparing to leave, Mu Yan suggested, noting the dimming light. Given his unique status, lingering too late could lead to complications when they emerged. Resolute, the trio hastened towards the cave without further hesitation. The cave lay hidden behind the underbrush, remarkably inconspicuous. Without careful scrutiny, it would be easily overlooked. The three pushed aside the foliage and vines blocking the entrance and cautiously stepped inside. Fortunately, apart from a few ordinary bats, the cave harbored no spirit beasts. What is that? After walking for about 10 minutes, they caught sight of a red glow in the distance. Mu Wanner, brimming with excitement, would have dashed forward to investigate the treasure had Mu Yan not restrained her. Once assured of their safety, they approached the source of the red light. As they drew nearer, it became evident that it was a crimson crystal, radiating a vibrant glow that stood out starkly in the pitch-black cave. Surrounding the red crystal, They could faintly sense a surge of intense energy. Is that the Fire Spirit Stone? Upon sighting the crimson gem, Mu Wanner's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed. To her astonishment, they had discovered yet another Fire Spirit Stone. She eagerly sprinted forward to extract the stone embedded in the rock wall, cradling it with affection. With this Fire Spirit Stone, alongside the Fire Spirit crystals acquired earlier, her Crimson Flame Tiger Monarch could surely ascend to the awakening level, or even higher. Let us secure the Fire Spirit crystals and then exit the dimensional secret realm, Bai Xiaobai suggested, approaching Mu Wanner and eyeing the rock wall. Oh right, the Fire Spirit crystals. At Bai Xiaobai's reminder, Mu Wanner seemed to have an epiphany. Storing the Fire Spirit Stone safely and motioning for Bai Xiaobai to step back. Drawing on previous experience, she was wary of allowing the Crimson Flame Tiger Monarch to use its flame explosion on the rock wall. She assumed a powerful stance, her right hand subtly emanating a flow of intense energy. With a sharp exhalation, Mu Wanner's fist struck the rock wall with tremendous force, resulting in a resounding crash as the stones shattered into fragments. Goodness, so formidable. Witnessing Mu Wanner demolish the sturdy wall with a single punch, Bai Xiaobai was nearly left agape, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Is this the strength a person should possess? I must still be dreaming. Yes, that must be it. What is the matter with you? Mu Wanner inquired, puzzled by Bai Xiaobai's strange behavior. Did the stone hit you? That shouldn't have happened. I controlled my strength. Even Mu Yan, standing nearby, was bewildered by Bai Xiaobai's peculiar demeanor. And no, how did you manage to shatter such a thick rock wall with one punch? Bai Xiaobai stammered, ensuring he had not misperceived the event. What is so strange about it? Mu Wanner replied, perplexed. Beast tamers gain a portion of their spirit beast's powers and abilities upon contracting them. Besides, I'm already at the 8th stage of the anomaly level. It would be odd if I couldn't break this wall. Bai Xiaobai, upon hearing Mu Wanner's explanation, was even more confounded. Power? What power? Why has he not discovered his ability to harness Bai Shui's strength despite contracting her for so long? I need to investigate this matter thoroughly once we exit. We should hurry out. If we delay any longer, it may be too late, Mu Wanner urged, swiftly storing the Fire Spirit crystals into her spatial ring. Grabbing the still dazed Bai Xiaobai, she and Mu Yin quickly exited the cave. By 8 o'clock, the 5-day assessment of the dimensional secret realm finally concluded, and the entrance was now teeming with people. Phew, we made it just in time. Observing the bustling crowd, Bai Xiaobai exhaled deeply, relieved. Thank goodness it's over. I need to take a long bath and enjoy a good night's sleep. Mu Wanner replied with a radiant smile. Let us go? We need to queue over there for registration before we can leave. Under Mu Yan's guidance, the three joined the end of the line. Bai Xiaobai, perplexed by the lengthy queue, asked, what registration do we need to do, Yinge? When the evaluation of the dimensional secret realm concludes, it is necessary to account for the casualties among beast tamers, Mu Yan explained. As long as the casualty count remains within acceptable limits, the rating for this dimensional secret realm can be determined. If it exceeds the limits, the rating may be adjusted accordingly. After a brief pause, Mu Yan added with a smile, however, since this dimensional secret realm is rated F, it is unlikely to be downgraded. I see, Bai Xiaobai nodded, finally understanding. While this method may not accurately gauge the dangers of a secret realm, after all, even F-rated realms can harbor varying levels of peril, it does provide a reasonable framework for determining the realm's assessment. The registration process was swift. Aside from a few injured beast tamers who were questioned in detail, the others merely needed to record their names. After approximately 15 minutes, the three finally completed their registration and emerged from the fortress. Xiaobai, come back with us. Just outside the fortress, Mu Yan invited Bai Xiaobai. It's not safe here. Once we reach the city, we can divide our spoils from this period. Yinge, I'll pass on the spoils. Bai Xiaobai waved his hand, smiling. Bai Shui can evolve. That's already a tremendous gain for me. Chapter 20. Dividing the spoils. Bai Xiaobai waved his hand, declining Mu Yan's generosity. He was not merely being polite. Bai Shui evolving into a two-tailed white fox was already the greatest reward for him. Moreover, he hadn't contributed much over the past few days, making him feel somewhat guilty about sharing the spoils. Xiaobai, there's no need to be modest. Mu Yan chuckled at Bai Xiaobai's refusal. These spoils were earned together. Besides, if it weren't for your reminder, we wouldn't have found so many fire spirit crystals. Exactly. Mu Wanner chimed in, beaming at Bai Xiaobai. Bai Shui is now also a fire attribute and needs resources to cultivate. After a moment, she continued, moreover, as your superior, you should heed my words. Well, okay then. Under the persuasion of the two, Bai Xiaobai reluctantly nodded in agreement. That's the spirit, Mu Wanner remarked with satisfaction. Now let us head back first. It's too crowded here. We'll find a place to divide the spoils once we reach the city. Noticing several taxis parked not far away, Mu Yan beckoned the two to approach one. After about an hour, the three returned to Jiangxing, where they secured a hotel nearby and began tallying their spoils from the dimensional secret realm. They had acquired 1 fire spirit stone, 31 fire spirit crystals, 65 spirit cores, and various materials dropped by spirit beasts. As the captivating gaze of Mu Wanner shimmered with a hint of excitement, she recognized that the current bounty was undoubtedly worth more than 3 million. This fire spirit stone belongs to me, and the rest shall be yours, she declared, cradling the precious stone in her palm and beaming at Bai Xiaobai. With this fire spirit stone in her possession, her crimson flame tiger emperor would assuredly ascend to the awakened level. Xiaobai, this fire spirit stone is indeed of great significance to me, Mu Yin remarked, casting a reproachful glance at Mu Wanner before turning to Bai Xiaobai with a smile. If you don't mind, you may keep the remaining items. Moreover, I can offer you an additional 200,000 as compensation. Wait a moment, Bai Xiaobai said, his mind slightly overwhelmed as he looked at Mu Yin and Mu Wanner, firmly declining. This doesn't feel right. These items were acquired by the three of us. I can't take so much. After a brief pause, he continued, furthermore, all these spirit cores and materials were solely obtained through Wanner's efforts. Thus they rightfully belong to her. I should only take 10 fire spirit crystals. That would be fair. Upon hearing Bai Xiaobai's proposal, Mu Yin was momentarily taken aback, followed by a flicker of admiration. He had not anticipated Bai Xiaobai's refusal. Though the fire spirit crystals may not possess the same value as the fire spirit stone, each was still worth approximately 50,000, and combined with the spirit cores and materials, the total value approached 2 million. His indifference to such a substantial fortune revealed Bai Xiaobai's lack of greed. Please don't misunderstand. We are not intentionally bestowing so much upon you, Mu Yin explained with a warm smile. Firstly, while the fire spirit stone has a market value of over 1.5 million, it is a rare find. Thus we truly benefit from it. Secondly, I am refraining from participating in this distribution as my own strength does not reach the anomaly level. My presence in the dimensional secret realm was merely to safeguard Wanner from unforeseen circumstances. That won't do, Bai Xiaobai shook his head, resolutely refusing. I only want 10 fire spirit crystals. I shall not take anything else. With that, he collected the 10 fire spirit crystals and placed them into his backpack, remaining unmoved by the arguments of the two. Hey you, Mu Wanner, observing Bai Xiaobai's steadfastness, felt a surge of frustration and was about to voice her thoughts when Mu Yin interjected. How about this, Xiaobai? Consider this a fortunate gain for us. He then produced a spatial ring, storing the spirit cores and materials within before presenting it to Bai Xiaobai, saying, we will retain the fire spirit stone and the remaining fire spirit crystals. This ring, along with the spirit cores and materials, is yours. Just as Bai Xiaobai was about to refuse, Mu Yin added with a smile, you must have noticed that our circumstances are not ordinary. To be frank, these anomaly-level materials and spirit cores hold little value for us. Selling them would hardly be worth the trouble. The memory of Mu Wanner's recent struggles, having labored a month to earn a mere few thousand, which barely afforded a decent meal for her and the Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor, made her voice tinged with disdain as she remarked, indeed, it is hardly worth the effort. Well, all right then. After much contemplation, Bai Xiaobai finally nodded, accepting the spatial ring from Mu Yin. He could vaguely infer their background and surmised that, as Mu Yin suggested, these items held little significance for them. It would have been better had we done this sooner. With swift hands, Mu Wanner efficiently stored the fire spirit crystals into the spatial ring, smiling brightly at Mu Yin. Brother, your contracted beast does not possess fire attributes. It would be of no use to you, so I shall keep it for you. All for you. Mu Yin responded with affectionate resignation as he observed Mu Wanner's actions. Thank you, brother. With the fire spirit stone and these fire spirit crystals, her Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor would surely break through to the second tier of the awakened level, perhaps even higher. Lost in her thoughts, Mu Wanner could not suppress her laughter, eagerly anticipating the moment she could return home to nourish the Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor with these treasures. After exchanging a few casual words, the trio left the hotel together. Xiaobai, it is getting late. We should head back, Mu Yin remarked, glancing at the time. Until next time. Goodbye, Bai Xiaobai waved as he hailed a taxi, making his way to the Beastmaster Trade City to sell the spirit beast materials he had acquired over the past few days. As for the spirit cores and fire spirit crystals, he intended to reserve them for himself and Bai Shui to enhance their strength. Although he encountered numerous spirit beasts during these days, the 5-day time frame limited his harvest to just over 4,000 in total, yet Bai Xiaobai felt content nonetheless. Once outside the Beastmaster Trade City, Bai Xiaobai noticed that the night was still young and began to wander the streets. Despite it being past 11 o'clock, the streets remained brightly lit and bustling with people, creating a lively atmosphere. Aside from occasionally spotting some peculiar-looking spirit beasts, everything else resembled his previous world. Such vibrant scenes were the fruits of countless Beastmaster struggles, a testament to the sacrifices made by many. There's a snack street here. After wandering for a while, Bai Xiaobai stumbled upon a corner bustling with snack stalls. At this moment, the snack street was alive with activity. The air filled with the tantalizing aromas of various delicacies that made one's mouth water. It's been ages since I've indulged in street food. Let's see what delights await. The enticing scents stirred Bai Xiaobai's hunger, and without hesitation, he ventured into the vibrant scene. Chapter 21. Really? What should I eat? The myriad of delectable offerings wafting their alluring fragrances left Bai Xiaobai momentarily at a loss for choice. I wish I could try them all. Navigating through the snack street, Bai Xiaobai longed to sample each dish. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to enter a barbecue shop. So spicy. Inside the barbecue shop, Bai Xiaobai was drenched in sweat from the heat, yet he savored the meal with immense satisfaction. This place is great. I'll have to come here often. After taking a sip of a fizzy beverage, he slumped back in his chair, contentedly burping. Observing Bai Shui, who was similarly affected by the spice, he couldn't help but chuckle. Bai Shui shot him a glare filled with indignation upon realizing he was laughing at her. It's just so spicy. Let us go. After finishing their meal and taking a brief rest, Bai Xiaobai picked up Bai Shui and prepared to explore further, seeking a place to rest for the night. Emerging from the snack street, Bai Xiaobai continued his leisurely stroll. Why are there so many people gathered over there? After ambling for about 10 minutes, Bai Xiaobai felt a bit fatigued and was about to find a place to rest when he noticed a crowd gathered not far ahead. Driven by curiosity, he quickened his pace, weaving through the throng until he reached the center, where a girl stood. The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16, dressed in tattered clothing and covered in dirt, much like he had been upon arrival. However, she now looked quite disheveled, her body marked with bruises and scrapes, clearly having endured a rough time. In front of her stood 3 boys, appearing to be around 18 or 19, their faces contorted in disdain as they regarded the girl. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, discussing the unfolding scene. Hand over the stuff you stole, you thief. One of the lanky boys spat, glaring menacingly at the girl. I didn't steal your money. The girl stammered, gazing timidly at the 3 boys, her voice trembling with fear. Damn it, still in denial? You're just asking for a beating. The tall, slender young man strode swiftly to the girl, raising his foot to deliver a vicious kick to her body. I did not steal any money. I did not steal any money. Please, spare me. The girl pleaded, staggering to the ground, trembling in fear. I have given you everything I possess. I implore you, let me go. Still defiant, are you? I saw you steal my belongings, the tall man retorted, pressing the girl down to the ground and rifling through the tattered pocket of her garment, retrieving a magnificent brocade pouch. Give it back. That was left to me by my mother. Upon seeing the pouch, the girl struggled to rise, but the disparity in strength between her and the tall man was insurmountable. She could only watch helplessly as the pouch was snatched away. Look, everyone, a beggar. If it wasn't stolen, how could she possess such a fine pouch? The tall man brandished the pouch before the onlookers, a flicker of barely concealed triumph in his eyes. Indeed, a thief she is. No wonder she is a beggar. The crowd, witnessing the tall man's display of the exquisite pouch, cast disdainful glances at the girl, their murmurs incessant. Please, give it back. That was my mother's. The girl rose from the ground, tears glistening in her eyes, attempting to reclaim the pouch from the tall man, only to be kicked down once more. Give it back. She cried out in pain, curling up on the ground in desperation. The tall man, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes, tucked the pouch into his pocket and spat venomously at the girl. Vile beggar, if I see you again, I will end you. He gestured dismissively to the 2 boys behind him, preparing to depart. Wait. A sudden voice interrupted as the trio was about to leave. If you claim that pouch is yours, then you must explain what it contains. Bai Xiaobai emerged from the crowd, moving to support the girl and gazing at the tall man and his companions. He asked them, his tone nonchalant, you wouldn't happen to be ignorant of its contents, would you? As a young man who had endured 9 years of compulsory education, he could not bear to witness a girl being victimized. What's in the pouch is none of your business, the tall man shot back, a flicker of panic flashing across his eyes, quickly replaced by a menacing glare. I advise you not to meddle. The 2 boys behind him clenched their fists, glaring at Bai Xiaobai with equal malice. I know what's in the pouch, the girl said, trembling as she rose. Just as she was about to speak, Bai Xiaobai interrupted. It's not yours, you wouldn't know. Let them speak first. Bai Xiaobai signaled to the girl to remain silent, turning back to the 3 men. Surely you're not saying you don't know what your own possession contains. Upon hearing Bai Xiaobai's taunt, the tall man's face turned ashen, at a loss for words. Could it truly belong to that beggar? They seem oblivious to its contents. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves, casting disapproving glances at the trio. I of course know. The tall man, sensing the crowd's scrutiny, forced his voice to remain steady. It contains a jade stone. You lie. It contains a spirit core. The girl immediately countered. A spirit core? The crowd gasped in astonishment at her declaration. You filthy beggar. Even your lies lack credibility. The tall man laughed derisively. You, a wretched beggar, possess a spirit core? Do you even know what a spirit core is? It is indeed a spirit core. If you don't believe me, take a look for yourself. The girl's voice was weak yet defiant. Fine. I shall show you what it contains. The tall man retorted, retrieving the pouch and extracting its contents, revealing a dark red spirit core to the astonished crowd. It truly is a spirit core. The tall man's mocking expression faltered, disbelief washing over him as he realized the truth. Oh, you don't even know what your own possession is? Unbelievable. Bai Xiaobai could not help but mock him. Heavens, it truly is a spirit core. These three are utterly shameless. Stealing from someone else. Indeed, they have brutally assaulted her. It is absolutely appalling. Chapter 22. What value do you hold that would merit my shelter? I simply forgot. The tall man glared at Bai Xiaobai, stubbornly insisting. She must have stolen it long ago. Kid, if you wish to live, you'd best scram. He brandished a dagger threateningly, his eyes glinting with malice. The trio, originally mere ruffians, had conceived a nefarious plan after noticing the girl's exquisite pouch. Believing that as a beggar, she would be an easy target. A spirit core could fetch 1,000 coins, enough for their indulgence for several days. As the tall man drew out the dagger, his two companions followed suit, brandishing their own weapons. The onlookers instinctively took several steps back, anxious to avoid any collateral damage. Hey, young men, there's no need for such hostility. Bai Xiaobai shrugged, a calm smile on his face. I can offer you two choices. 1. You hand over the pouch and leave. 2. I beat you up, take the pouch, and then you leave. You must be out of your mind. The tall man scoffed, and the three approached Bai Xiaobai with fierce intent. Run. I'll hold them off. The girl trembled, pushing Bai Xiaobai aside as she attempted to face them alone. Huh. None of you will escape. The tall man sneered. Hey, we live in a society governed by law. Do you truly dare to commit murder in broad daylight? Bai Xiaobai felt warmth in his heart at the girl's bravery, yet he had no intention of retreating. He looked at the trio with confusion. I may not wish to kill you, but I have 100 methods to ensure your demise. As the three men approached him, raising their daggers to strike. An instant later, the tall man felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and was sent flying back, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Boss, his companions, witnessing their leader's sudden incapacitation, were gripped by fear, discarding their weapons and collapsing to their knees. My apologies, it's my first time fighting. I didn't control my strength well, Bai Xiaobai remarked, somewhat surprised by the distance the tall man had flown. Upon reflection, he realized that as a beast master who had consumed ample spirit beast meat, even a simple punch would be beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person to withstand. Spare us. We were blind to the situation. Please have mercy on us. Before Bai Xiaobai knelt before him, the two other men repeatedly bowed their heads in supplication, pleading for mercy and beseeching Bai Xiaobai to spare their lives. My goodness, this man is formidable. Could he possibly be a beast master? Good heavens, a beast master? After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into fervent discussion, their gazes toward Bai Xiaobai transforming into expressions of awe. After all, a beast master is considered an elite existence in the eyes of ordinary folk. Surely, they could leave with their lives intact. Observing the two men begging for mercy, Bai Xiaobai remarked indifferently, given your awareness of the situation, I shall let you go this time. He had little fondness for the individuals before him, even feeling a tinge of aversion, as their tone suggested that they had committed acts of murder, likely more than once. One of the men hastily crawled over to the tall, slender figure, handing a pouch to Bai Xiaobai. Well then, since you seem to grasp the gravity of your predicament, I shall pardon you this time. Bai Xiaobai accepted the pouch and, under the grateful gaze of the girl, returned it to her. Thank you. It's nothing. I have a bit of money here. Take it and buy yourself something to eat. Bai Xiaobai retrieved some coins from his storage ring and handed them to the girl, then turned to the kneeling men, warning them, if I ever see you engaging in such behavior again, I will not show you mercy. Yes, we will not dare. After pondering for a while, Bai Xiaobai sighed helplessly and waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Although he was aware that the three were not virtuous souls, he found it difficult to harden his heart against them, given that he lived in a time of peace. The two men, fearing Bai Xiaobai might change his mind, hurriedly lifted the unconscious tall man and fled as if their lives depended on it. First, I should find a place to rest. Noticing the awestruck gazes of those around him, Bai Xiaobai felt momentarily out of place. He stretched lazily and exited the crowd, intending to find an inn for some rest. Hey, little sister, why are you following me? After walking for about 10 minutes, Bai Xiaobai turned around with a hint of exasperation, looking at the timid girl behind him, who wore a bewildered expression. Since earlier, she had been trailing him at a safe distance. Can I follow you? The girl asked in a quavering voice. Haven't you been following me already? No, I mean like, always. The girl lowered her head, her voice dwindling until it was inaudible. Sigh, all right. I understand your intent. Bai Xiaobai approached her and said gently, now, I must ask you, why should I take you in? What value do you possess that warrants my hospitality? He was no paragon of virtue. At least, he did not consider himself one. His decision to help the girl stemmed solely from the fact that the three men posed no threat to him. Had they been beast masters stronger than him, he would have opted to remain a bystander like the other onlookers. I can do anything. Upon hearing Bai Xiaobai's inquiry, the girl raised her head and weakly replied, such as? Bai Xiaobai shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, forget it. What is your name? Observing the girl stammer and once again lower her head, too timid to meet his gaze, Bai Xiaobai pressed on. My name is Cheng Qian. The girl responded in a faint voice. I understand. I'm sorry. As she turned to leave, Bai Xiaobai called out, Cheng Qian, let me make it clear. I have no extra funds to pay you a salary. Glancing at Cheng Qian's frail form, Bai Xiaobai inwardly cursed himself for being overly compassionate. Then added, however, I can guarantee you food and shelter. Really? Cheng Qian's small frame trembled with excitement at Bai Xiaobai's words. Thank you. But let me be clear, I will not support you for free. If you do not meet my expectations later on, I will not hesitate to abandon you. Bai Xiaobai stated coolly. Thank you. Cheng Qian nodded vigorously in agreement. Let's go find a place to stay, and tomorrow I will buy you a healing potion. Stretching lazily, Bai Xiaobai beckoned Cheng Qian to follow. Chapter 23, A Night of Reversion. The next morning, Bai Xiaobai was awakened by a series of knocks at the door. Groggy, he opened it to find Cheng Qian standing apprehensively at the threshold. So early, aren't you sleepy? Bai Xiaobai yawned, gesturing for her to enter. No, I'm not sleepy. Did I disturb your rest? Cheng Qian hurriedly shook her head. I'll come back later. She turned to leave, but Bai Xiaobai, with a hint of exasperation, said, It's fine. I actually have some questions for you. He pulled her into the room, and, seeing her stand there looking bewildered, he gently ruffled her hair and asked, I shouldn't appear to be a bad person, should I? He felt that while he might not be as polished as Yanzu, he certainly wasn't so unattractive as to frighten others. And no, you are a good person, Cheng Qian quickly denied, her tone flustered. Bai Xiaobai regarded her in silence. While he understood she didn't mean it that way, hearing those words still felt awkward. Have you practiced before? Bai Xiaobai shifted to the main topic. Knowing Cheng Qian's temperament would not change overnight. Yes, I practiced before, but I have yet to open a Beastmaster space. Cheng Qian's eyes glimmered with a hint of sadness, as if recalling something. Very well. Your primary task during this period will be to successfully open a Beastmaster space and become a Beastmaster. Bai Xiaobai nodded, continuing. You should still have a chance to open a Beastmaster space, correct? Yes, I'm only 15 this year. Upon hearing the term Beastmaster, a glimmer of yearning appeared in Cheng Qian's eyes. Can I really become a Beastmaster? Rest assured, I will assist you. Bai Xiaobai yawned. He had researched some information, and he knew that aside from diligent practice, one could also use certain spiritual herbs and treasures to aid in cultivation. However, many of these auxiliary spiritual herbs and treasures were exorbitantly priced. Even a single ordinary concentration grass could cost 20,000, not to mention other rarities. Moreover, possessing a single soul-condensing herb did not guarantee success in opening a Beastmaster space if one's talent was lacking. It could take hundreds of such herbs to achieve that goal. Really? Cheng Qian looked at Bai Xiaobai with gratitude, her body trembling, unsure if it was from excitement or something else. Of course, only by becoming a Beastmaster can you truly assist me, Bai Xiaobai stated candidly. Whether you can become a Beastmaster ultimately depends on you. Thank you. I will definitely work hard. Cheng Qian gazed at Bai Xiaobai with appreciative eyes, her tone brimming with excitement. You can start your practice here. Bai Xiaobai lazily stretched, scooping up the drowsy Bai Shui from the side, and instructed Cheng Qian. I'll be stepping out for a while. All right. Exiting the room, Bai Xiaobai glanced at his phone balance, which was dwindling to less than 20,000, and felt a headache coming on. If it were just for himself, that amount would suffice for a lavish time. But now that he had promised to take in Cheng Qian, it felt utterly insufficient. Not even a single spirit concentration herb could be afforded. It was all for the sake of investment, all for the sake of investment. Bai Xiaobai quietly reassured himself, yearning for Cheng Qian to swiftly unlock the Beastmaster space and become a Beastmaster so that he could accompany her into the dimensional secret realm. First, he would sell some spirit cores, retaining enough for a month as sustenance. From the Yunming dimensional secret realm, he had acquired a total of 65 spirit cores. Bai Xiaobai initially intended to keep them all for his own cultivation, but it appeared he would have to sell a portion to support his living expenses. Although fire spirit crystals were valued higher than spirit cores, he was reluctant to part with them. With those 10 fire spirit crystals, Bai Shui could ascend to the 8th rank of the metamorphic level, or even higher. Only when Bai Shui grew stronger could he venture into higher-level dimensional secret realms, thereby acquiring more resources. Upon arriving at the Beastmaster Trade City, he sold 30 spirit cores for nearly 100,000. Bai Xiaobai then approached the counter selling spirit concentration herbs and spent the entirety of his earnings on them. How outrageous that such a trivial item costs 100,000. How exorbitantly priced. Holding 5 spirit concentration herbs in his hands, Bai Xiaobai fought back tears. No wonder so few people could become Beastmasters. The consumption of spirit concentration herbs alone was beyond the means of ordinary folk. It seemed the original owner had considerable talent, managing to unlock the Beastmaster space solely through her own strength, without any auxiliary spirit herbs. He hoped these spirit concentration herbs would suffice for her needs. After storing the herbs in his spatial ring, Bai Xiaobai purchased some healing potions and a mobile phone. That should be sufficient, he thought, as he endeavored to recall Cheng Qian's clothing size and acquired some changes of attire. Gazing at his remaining balance of merely a few thousand, he sighed resignedly and headed towards the hotel. Upon returning to the hotel, Bai Xiaobai found Cheng Qian seated cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed in meditation. Hearing the door open, she abruptly opened her eyes, anxiety flashing across her face as she regarded him. The tension dissipated upon realizing it was Bai Xiaobai, and she hurriedly descended from the bed. "Are you not afraid I might run away?" Bai Xiaobai chuckled playfully at her flustered demeanor. "You are not that kind of person," Cheng Qian replied, shaking her head earnestly. "Here, this is for you." Seeing the seriousness in Cheng Qian's expression, Bai Xiaobai lost the inclination to tease her and handed her the healing potions and spirit concentration herbs. This is too precious. I cannot accept it," she insisted, shaking her head resolutely. She was already immensely grateful for Bai Xiaobai's hospitality. She believed in her ability to unlock the Beastmaster space and become a Beastmaster on her own. "Take it. I've already bought it. And I cannot return it," Bai Xiaobai insisted, pressing the items into her hands. Stretching languidly, he added, "You must quickly become a Beastmaster to assist me. Otherwise, I cannot enter the dimensional secret realm with you." The Beastmaster Association explicitly stated that only Beastmasters could enter the dimensional secret realms. "Thank you," Cheng Qian said, her heart swelling with gratitude as she gazed at the items in her hands. Apart from her family, no one had ever treated her so kindly. "Focus on your cultivation. I will be next door. Here are some daily necessities." Bai Xiaobai yawned, placing the mobile phone and clothes on the table, then took out some cash and added, "If you get hungry, just go downstairs and buy something to eat. I'm going to catch up on sleep. I'm exhausted. Don't bother me unless it's urgent." With that, he retreated to his room, preparing for a nap. Chapter 24. Unable to lie down comfortably. Awakening from his slumber, Bai Xiaobai found it was already evening. He stretched contentedly in bed. "Oh well." Bai Shui leaped into his arms, revealing a look of grievance. "Master, I'm so hungry. There's no food left in the backpack." Realizing he had forgotten to leave food for Bai Shui, Bai Xiaobai paused. Then understood that ever since he had acquired the spatial ring, he had unconsciously stored everything within it, neglecting Bai Shui's needs. "Truly, I owe you one." He shook his head in resignation, glancing at the spatial ring gifted by Mu Yin, which appeared to be of B-grade quality, providing a spacious 100 cubic meters, ample for his needs. "Oh well," Bai Shui pawed at him, her expression still one of grievance. "I'm going to tell the beautiful sister that you're mistreating me." "Oh, you little Bai Shui, you wish to report me?" Bai Xiaobai chuckled, drawing her closer. "How have I mistreated you?" "Oh well." Bai Shui turned her head away, feigning indifference. "You do mistreat me. You don't feed me. I shall ignore you." Feeling Bai Shui's mood, Bai Xiaobai could only sigh. Ever since Bai Shui had evolved, she had become much more lively, but she also reminded him disturbingly of Mu Wanner. It seemed prudent to avoid letting Mu Wanner hold Bai Shui in the future. She had a corrupting influence. Amused by his thoughts, Bai Xiaobai placed Bai Shui back on the bed and retrieved a fire spirit crystal, waving it enticingly in front of her. "Alas, I intended to feed you. But since you wish to report me, it truly breaks my heart." "Oh well?" As the energy from the fire spirit crystal wafted towards Bai Shui, her eyes sparkled with longing. Had she misjudged her master? No, he was definitely trying to deceive her. But oh, how she longed for it. Sensing Bai Shui's turmoil, Bai Xiaobai grinned mischievously, waving the fire spirit crystal before her. "Alas, you don't believe me? I am so saddened." "Oh woo." Unable to restrain her desire any longer, Bai Shui snatched the fire spirit crystal from his hand, greedily absorbing the energy contained within. This time I'll believe you just once." Once Bai Shui was appeased, Bai Xiaobai picked up his phone and began searching for information on beast masters and their contracts with spirit beasts. "Oh, so that is how it works." After a while, Bai Xiaobai's eyes widened in revelation as he absorbed the information on his screen. The strength of beast masters did not solely derive from their ability to contract spirit beasts. Another significant factor was their capacity to gain a portion of the spirit beast's power through the contract. Moreover, beast masters could share the attributes and skills of their contracted beasts. Bai Xiaobai had witnessed Mu Wanner in action. With a single punch, she had effortlessly shattered a solid rock wall. As a metamorphic level beast master, Mu Wanner not only received attribute enhancements from the Crimson Flame Tiger Sovereign, but could also wield the devastating skill Flame Burst through shared abilities. Although her power was considerably weaker than that of the Crimson Flame Tiger Sovereign, even an average metamorphic level 8th rank spirit beast would struggle against her. She was undoubtedly a real-life tigress. Not burdening her spirit beasts in battle was the most fundamental requirement for a beast master. Of course, merely sharing attributes and skills was insufficient. One also needed to develop a personal fighting style based on one's character. However, for Bai Xiaobai, this seemed a bit distant. He was still unfamiliar with how to share attributes and skills, attempting to channel his spiritual energy according to the methods outlined in the material. Bai Xiaobai felt his spiritual energy converge in his palm. In the next moment, a flame erupted from his hand. Haha, it worked. Gazing at the flame in his hand, Bai Xiaobai could not contain his excitement and exclaimed aloud. The sudden shout startled Bai Shui, who was still absorbing the energy of the fire spirit crystal, and she looked at him with a puzzled expression. After a moment, she picked up the fire spirit crystal and found a quiet corner to continue her energy absorption. Oh, and there's also the illusionary power. With that thought, Bai Xiaobai attempted to harness the illusionary power. In the next instant, a peculiar shade of purple swept across his originally dark eyes, but within less than 3 seconds, he felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, leaving him powerless as he collapsed onto the bed. Now he understood why Bai Shui always seemed weak after casting her skills. The consumption was indeed too great. I can't take it anymore. I'm so hungry. A strong wave of hunger surged through him, prompting Bai Xiaobai to rise, tidy himself up, and call out to Bai Shui in the distance. I'm going downstairs to grab something to eat. Stay here and don't wander off. Completely engrossed in her training, Bai Shui didn't hear a word he said and remained oblivious until he stepped out of the door. Once outside his room, Bai Xiaobai knocked on Cheng Qian's door. As it opened, Cheng Qian's figure came into view. Indeed, she looked much better now, dressed in loose, comfortable attire. The bruises on her face had vanished, replaced by the youthful glow of a girl. Her long black hair was tied in a single ponytail, making her appear like an entirely different person. I'm heading down for a meal. Would you like to join me? Bai Xiaobai casually asked, noticing Cheng Qian's flustered demeanor. I've already eaten, Cheng Qian replied, her cheeks flushing as she hurriedly shook her head. I want to continue training for a bit longer, aiming to unlock the beast mastery space as soon as possible. She had spent the entire day immersed in training, using up 2 of her concentration grasses, yet still had not succeeded in establishing the beast mastery space. All right then, Bai Xiaobai nodded with a smile. I'll go by myself. Okay, Cheng Qian responded. After Bai Xiaobai stepped into the elevator, she closed the door and returned to her training. Bai Xiaobai went downstairs and casually ate a bit before wandering the streets for a while. With nothing much to do, he decided to return to the hotel. Hey, Bai Shui, you're working so hard. It makes me feel quite useless, he remarked as he entered his room, finding Bai Shui still deeply absorbed in her training. Feeling a pang of shame, he reflected on how, as a beast master, he had not yet formed a contract with a beast, which was quite troubling. Bai Shui was currently focused on absorbing the energy from the fire spirit crystal, leaving her no time to acknowledge him. However, Bai Xiaobai didn't mind, after all. Seeing his contracted beast work so diligently brought him joy. It seemed that he was not destined to lounge around idly. Under the pressure from Cheng Qian and Bai Shui, Bai Xiaobai reluctantly sat cross-legged on his bed, took out a spirit core, and began his own training. Beast masters could replace sleep with training, but previously, he had only wished to lounge around, showing little dedication to his training. Yet now, with 2 overachievers by his side, he found it impossible to take it easy. The next morning, Bai Xiaobai emerged from his training state. Despite having gone a night without sleep, he felt no trace of fatigue. Rather, he was exceptionally alert and invigorated, far more so than after a good night's rest. Although the effects of training were superior, Bai Xiaobai still preferred sleeping. He had been at the 3rd tier of the mutation stage for quite some time, but with the aid of the spirit core, he sensed that he would soon break through to the 4th tier. Stretching lazily, he got out of bed, moving his limbs and hearing the satisfying crack of his joints. Bai Shui was still engaged in absorbing the energy of the fire spirit crystal, and compared to the previous night, the glow emanating from the crystal had dimmed significantly. Bai Xiaobai could distinctly feel that Bai Shui's strength had increased considerably, showing faint signs of a breakthrough to the 7th tier of the mutation stage. Truly, she is a spirit beast with transcendental potential. Her training speed is remarkable. He couldn't help but exclaim. Upon further reflection, it was hardly surprising. Bai Xiaobai had already reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier after absorbing the energy from the Fire Spirit Stone, with most of the energy being utilized to enhance her attributes. Although the energy contained within the Fire Spirit Crystal was not as potent as that of the Fire Spirit Stone, it primarily served for training, which explained Bai Xiaobai's rapid advancement. After some contemplation, Bai Xiaobai decided to withhold the remaining Fire Spirit Crystals from Bai Xiaobai for now. First, she had already made significant progress in a short time. If she didn't consolidate her gains and continued absorbing such auxiliary training resources, it could likely lead to adverse effects on her future growth. Second, with Cheng Qian already being so driven, adding Bai Xiaobai to the mix would surely overwhelm him. After tidying up, Bai Xiaobai went downstairs to buy some food. He then knocked on Cheng Qian's door, offering her the food he had brought. "Do you still have enough concentration grass?" he asked, his words muffled as he bit into a bun. "If you're running low, let me know, and I'll go buy more." He had over 30 spirit cores left, which he estimated could fetch around 100,000 coins. "Enough, I still have two," Cheng Qian replied, accepting the food with gratitude while feeling a hint of disappointment. She had already used 3 concentration grasses, yet still hadn't unlocked the Beast Mastery space. "Oh, that's good then," Bai Xiaobai paused, noticing Cheng Qian's disheartened expression. "You're only 15, there's plenty of time. No need to push yourself too hard. Remember to balance work and rest, alright?" Bai Xiaobai's intent in saying this was not only to comfort Cheng Qian, but also to ensure she didn't overexert herself, allowing him some time to relax as well. I understand," Cheng Qian nodded, quickly adjusting her mindset. She polished off the food in a few bites, exchanged a brief farewell with Bai Xiaobai, and then resumed her training. Watching her dive back into her training, Bai Xiaobai felt somewhat speechless, realizing that his earlier words had merely served as empty consolation. For a moment, he even found the meat bun in his hand less appealing. The following week was a rare instance where Bai Xiaobai did not venture into the dimensional secret realm for training. Instead, he lounged in bed, watching short videos. The energy contained within the Fire Spirit Crystal was fully absorbed by Bai Xiaobai by the next evening. To his surprise, Bai Xiaobai's spiritual energy level had not progressed to the 7th tier of the mutation stage. However, she had returned to her previous calm demeanor, suggesting that the residual energy within her body had not been entirely absorbed. As for Cheng Qian, her focus remained solely on training. If Bai Xiaobai hadn't delivered her meals daily, he would have worried about her well-being. Yet, what puzzled Bai Xiaobai was that, despite having spent a week together, Cheng Qian hadn't asked him for any more concentration grass. Perhaps it was time to inquire. After some thought, he resolved to ask her about the concentration grass during their next meal. Having spent over a week with Cheng Qian, Bai Xiaobai had gained some insight into her character. She felt a sense of guilt towards him for not having unlocked the Beast Mastery space yet. Just then, a series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. "Coming," he called out. As he opened the door, he was met with Cheng Qian's excited presence, a concentration grass in her hand. "I've unlocked the Beast Mastery space." Cheng Qian gazed at Bai Xiaobai, her voice barely concealing her excitement. Just moments ago, after consuming a spirit-focusing herb, she distinctly felt her mental prowess surpass a formidable threshold, ascending to a new echelon. Time seemed to blur, and suddenly, with a resounding boom, her consciousness trembled violently, as the void of chaos was rent apart. As moments passed, the fissure widened, eventually materializing into a space the size of a football field. The instant she successfully established her beast-controlling space, she wasted no time in rushing to share this delightful news with Bai Xiaobai. "Really?" Bai Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. Cheng Qian's ability to open a beast-controlling space was undeniably splendid news for him. Although she had yet to contract a spirit beast, Bai Xiaobai could now lead her into the dimensional secret realm. Once she contracted a spirit beast, they could mutually safeguard one another within the dimensional secret realm, enhancing their safety manifold. "There is still one spirit-focusing herb left. This is for you." As she spoke, Cheng Qian extended the herb towards Bai Xiaobai, her cheeks slightly flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. "You should keep it." Bai Xiaobai, somewhat exasperated, hadn't anticipated that after all this time, one of the 5 spirit-focusing herbs would remain. It seemed she truly hesitated to use them. "Take it. It would benefit you more." Cheng Qian shook her head, insisting on placing the herb in Bai Xiaobai's hands. Her expression earnest. "I have already opened the beast-controlling space." "Very well." Observing Cheng Qian's serious demeanor, Bai Xiaobai accepted the herb, stating, "Since you have successfully opened your beast-controlling space, let us venture into the dimensional secret realm tomorrow to find you a contract beast. Prepare your things. We shall gather supplies for the dimensional secret realm this afternoon." "Understood." Cheng Qian nodded eagerly, thrilled at the prospect of soon becoming a genuine beast master. Just as she was on the brink of breaking through to the fourth stage of the mutated level, she thought, "You shall be my companion." After Cheng Qian departed, Bai Xiaobai, gazing at the spirit-focusing herb in his hand, closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. Without a moment's hesitation, he crushed the herb and consumed it, commencing his attempt to break through to the fourth stage of the mutated level. Chapter 26. Breakthrough to the fourth stage of the mutated level. Truly, it is worth its 2,000 value. As Bai Xiaobai swallowed the spirit-focusing herb, he distinctly sensed that his mind was clearer than ever. This was merely a low-grade cultivation aid. One could only imagine the effects of a higher-grade herb. With a sigh, Bai Xiaobai couldn't help but envy those affluent beast masters who could consume spirit-focusing herbs daily, explaining their rapid cultivation progress. "Once I am wealthy, I too shall indulge in a spirit-focusing herb each day." Recalling his focus, Bai Xiaobai wasted no time and swiftly retrieved a spirit core from his storage ring, gripping it tightly as he endeavored to break through to the fourth stage of the mutated level. With the assistance of the spirit-focusing herb, he felt the speed of his energy absorption noticeably increase. The energy surged like a tide, and in the next moment, he sensed that his internal energy had reached a bottleneck, unable to advance further. "Break for me." Bai Xiaobai focused intently, suddenly shouting, and in the next instant, he furiously absorbed both the spirit core and the ambient energy, compressing the energy within his body as it relentlessly slammed against the bottleneck. His aura continuously surged with each impact. Success. After an indeterminate amount of time, Bai Xiaobai opened his eyes. His aura having broken through to the fourth stage of energy proficiency, he could palpably feel his internal energy was now more abundant, and the beast-controlling space within his consciousness had expanded by a tenth. Furthermore, he sensed enhancements across all his physical attributes. The hour was growing late. He needed to eat and prepare, for tomorrow they would venture into the dimensional secret realm. Glancing at the time, Bai Xiaobai stretched lazily, quickly tidying up, then scooped up Bai Shui and called for Cheng Qian to join him downstairs for a simple meal. It was evident that Cheng Qian's spirits had lifted considerably after opening her beast-controlling space, as she was now willing to accompany him for a meal. The pair enjoyed a light repast, procuring some items necessary for the dimensional secret realm, and returned to the hotel leisurely as dusk approached. "Today, refrain from cultivating and rest well," Bai Xiaobai advised Cheng Qian earnestly in the hotel. "Conserve your energy. Tomorrow, we shall contract your spirit beast in the dimensional secret realm." "All right." Cheng Qian nodded enthusiastically. The mere thought of becoming a true beast master tomorrow sent waves of exhilaration coursing through her. After bidding Cheng Qian farewell, Bai Xiaobai appeared untroubled, spending some time scrolling through short videos before succumbing to a deep slumber. The next morning, they rose early, hailing a taxi towards the direction of the secret realm. The Long Lake Dimensional Secret Realm is an E-level low-risk realm located within the Jiangxing region, spanning 100 square kilometers, named for the large lake within its confines. To maximize the potential of Cheng Qian's first contracted beast, Bai Xiaobai decided to brave the E-level dimensional secret realm. It is known that a spirit beast's potential is often linked to its strength. The greater the strength of the spirit beast, the higher its potential. Although F-level dimensional secret realms theoretically offer the chance to find high-potential spirit beasts, the odds are akin to winning the lottery, practically negligible. As for why they did not venture into a higher-level dimensional secret realm, the reason was straightforward. He was merely an unseasoned mutated-level beast master. Entering a higher-level realm would be tantamount to courting death. In other words, even if he stumbled upon a high-potential spirit beast by sheer luck, he might not have the strength to contend with it. The Long Lake Dimensional Secret Realm was not far from Jiangxing, and after approximately an hour, the two stood at the periphery of the realm's fortress. This was Cheng Qian's first visit to such a place, and she felt a blend of curiosity and anxiety as she trailed Bai Xiaobai, her wide eyes darting around. "Let us proceed." Bai Xiaobai stretched lazily, not lingering, and led Cheng Qian into the dimensional secret realm. "What type of spirit beast do you wish to contract?" Bai Xiaobai inquired, glancing back at the somewhat nervous yet excited Cheng Qian, smiling as he asked. I'm open to anything," Cheng Qian replied. Momentarily startled by Bai Xiaobai's voice, her gaze lowered. "Very well then, let us search," Bai Xiaobai said, briefly considering before guiding Cheng Qian into the thicket. As they stepped into the forest, Bai Xiaobai suddenly heard Cheng Qian exclaim in alarm, startling him into thinking they were under attack by a spirit beast. He quickly turned to look, only to find Cheng Qian had fallen to the ground, a thick tree root retracting into the earth before her. "Phew, you gave me quite a scare. Are you all right?" Bai Xiaobai exhaled deeply, rushing to help Cheng Qian to her feet. Noticing a nearby tree swaying gently, he pointed it out, saying, "I forgot to mention, that is a mischievous tree, although it is also a spirit beast. It possesses minimal aggressiveness but delights in disrupting passing creatures. He recalled that he had not encountered mischievous trees during his previous visits to the dimensional secret realm and had completely forgotten about them. To his surprise, they met again upon entering the realm. Ah, so this is a mischievous tree, Cheng Qian remarked, frowning slightly, clearly still feeling the sting of her recent fall. It seemed quite amusing when I learned about it in textbooks, but it's actually quite bothersome. Let us proceed, but do exercise caution. Bai Xiaobai shook his head in resignation, realizing that he had no clever solutions for dealing with such a spirit beast. After all, it was hardly feasible to simply incinerate it entirely. Crouched down, just as they were about to continue their journey, an inexplicable sense of danger surged within Bai Xiaobai, prompting him to swiftly pull Cheng Qian down beside him. In the very next moment, a blood-red vine descended from above, thick as an arm and bristling with menacing thorns, presenting a truly terrifying sight. This is bad. The red vine, having missed its initial strike, sensed the two crouched figures and descended with ferocity. Bai Xiaobai shoved Cheng Qian aside, rolling to safety and steadying himself as he observed the vine crash to the ground, astonishment flickering across his features. It's a bloodthirsty vine. Logically, such a highly aggressive plant should have been eradicated, so how could it still be lurking here? However, any mutated fifth-tier bloodthirsty vine daring to ambush him must be prepared for annihilation. Bai Shui, incinerate it. With a failed attack, the bloodthirsty vine sought to flee, but Bai Xiaobai would not allow it to escape. With Bai Shui now possessing fire attributes, surely it could handle this unruly vine. Awu, at Bai Xiaobai's command, Bai Shui unleashed a torrent of flames, swiftly assaulting the bloodthirsty vine. In mere moments, the flames engulfed the vine, which thrashed wildly in a desperate attempt to extinguish the fire. Yet, the flames only intensified, ultimately reducing it to charred remains. Chapter 27. It turned out to be frightened. Are you unhurt? After dispatching the bloodthirsty vine, Bai Xiaobai hurried to Cheng Qian's side, concern etched across his face. No. Cheng Qian, still shaken, shook her head in a flurry, her gaze darting anxiously around their surroundings. It's good to hear that. Let us press on. Bai Xiaobai nodded, offering reassurance to the unsettled Cheng Qian. Do not worry. With me here, you shall be safe. Cheng Qian felt warmth bloom in her chest, nodding emphatically as she closely followed Bai Xiaobai. In the dense forest, the two young figures moved stealthily. Phew, let us take a moment to rest. Approaching midday, Bai Xiaobai wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice tinged with fatigue. Though the morning had passed, they had only traversed a mere 5 kilometers. They had navigated through treacherous marshes and thickets, yet encountered numerous spirit beasts along the way. Fortunately, none of these creatures posed a significant threat, as none had reached the awakened level, and their attack power was rather low. However, the weakness of these spirit beasts meant they held no contract value. While Cheng Qian was indifferent, Bai Xiaobai set his sights higher, refusing to settle for such feeble creatures. Even if they ultimately contracted a mutated spirit beast, it must be of a stronger variety. Thus, after a morning of exploration, their only spoils were a spirit core and some materials from spirit beasts. After a brief respite and a modest meal, just as they were about to leave, a red-tailed scorpion leapt from the underbrush, measuring approximately 50 centimeters in length. Its enormous pincers snapped with a sharp clack, while its crimson tail arched high, the stinger glinting ominously in the sunlight. The red-tailed scorpion seems promising, Bai Xiaobai observed, nodding in approval. This spirit beast was known for its formidable nature. While not as lethal as the jungle silver serpent, its venom could easily fell an elephant. What do you think? Bai Xiaobai turned to Cheng Qian, seeking her opinion, as it was ultimately her choice to contract the spirit beast. I think it's good. After a morning filled with dimensional adventures, Cheng Qian had long since lost her initial curiosity and was still somewhat shaken. All right, then it shall be ours. With Cheng Qian's consent, Bai Xiaobai wasted no time in preparing to subdue the red-tailed scorpion. The danger level of this E-grade secret realm exceeded his expectations. Throughout the morning, they had encountered numerous awakened spirit beasts. Had they not been swift in their escape and encountered no malevolent intent, they would have suffered grievously. The red-tailed scorpion before them was a mutated 7th-tier creature, one level above Bai Shui, yet Bai Xiaobai harbored no worries. For Bai Shui had previously taken down a 7th-tier mutated beast single-handedly. Bai Shui, initiate illusionary force. Pointing towards the approaching red-tailed scorpion, Bai Xiaobai instructed. Be careful not to let it escape. Awu, Bai Shui responded, eyes shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, striking a battle-ready pose. Since absorbing the energy of the fire spirit crystal, its strength had considerably increased, even if it had yet to break into the 7th tier. Sensing danger, the red-tailed scorpion halted, fixating its gaze on Bai Shui, maintaining its composure without a hint of panic. Observing the scorpion's behavior, Bai Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. He was uncertain whether to commend its intelligence or deem it foolish. This was the first time he had witnessed a spirit beast steadfastly stare down Bai Shue's illusionary force, which made things considerably easier. In the next instant, the scorpion's body began to tremble as if it had encountered something dreadfully terrifying. You may proceed to establish the contract with it, Bai Xiaobai instructed Cheng Qian, eyeing the quaking creature. Okay. Cheng Qian hesitated, glancing at the seemingly unperturbed red-tailed scorpion, fear gnawing at her heart. Yet, trusting Bai Xiaobai, she steeled her resolve and approached the scorpion. Cautiously approaching, she confirmed there was no immediate danger before swiftly forming the necessary hand seals. In an instant, a golden array materialized beneath the scorpion, enveloping it within its confines. The array vanished just as quickly, merging into Cheng Qian's being. No way, that was fast. Bai Xiaobai observed the rapidly dissipating golden array, suddenly regretting having urged Cheng Qian to contract this spirit beast. The potential of spirit beasts was something only their masters could discern, leaving him unaware of the true nature of the red-tailed scorpion before him. It can't be a mutated level potential, can it? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he approached Cheng Qian, unable to suppress his curiosity. What potential does your spirit beast possess? Awakened level potential, Cheng Qian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She had finally acquired her own contracted beast, stepping into the realm of a true beastmaster, and the first spirit beast she had contracted bore awakened level potential. With that, she summoned the red-tailed scorpion, which stared blankly at its surroundings. Upon spotting Bai Xue, it suddenly jolted, frightened, and scurried behind Cheng Qian. It's not a mutated level after all. Hearing that the red-tailed scorpion possessed awakened level potential, Bai Xiaobai felt a wave of relief wash over him. Simultaneously, observing the scorpion's reaction, he understood why Cheng Qian had easily subdued it. It appeared to have been intimidated by Bai Xue. Hello, I am Cheng Qian, and from now on, I shall be your beastmaster. I look forward to our partnership. Cheng Qian smiled warmly at the red-tailed scorpion, extending her hand. The scorpion's tiny eyes darted around, ensuring no danger lurked before it extended its massive pincers to shake hands with Cheng Qian. While the day is still young, let us make our exit. The dangers of the dimensional secret realm at night far surpass those encountered during the day, rendering survival exceedingly challenging given their current abilities. Thus, they decided to bring the crimson-tailed scorpion into the dimensional secret realm, making minimal delay as they hurried toward the entrance. As dusk approached, the pair finally arrived at the threshold of the dimensional realm. Let us find a place to rest nearby, Bai Xiaobai suggested, stretching languidly as they emerged from the secret realm and addressing Cheng Qian. Are we not returning? Cheng Qian inquired, noticing Bai Xiaobai's reluctance to leave. We shan't return. We shall venture deeper at dawn, Bai Xiaobai replied, shaking her head nonchalantly. This place serves as an excellent training ground. After a brief pause, she added, from tomorrow onwards, you shall engage in combat against beasts of mutation level 5 and below. Understood. Cheng Qian felt a flutter of anxiety at the prospect of commanding the crimson-tailed scorpion in battle. Do not fret. I shall stand beside you, Bai Xiaobai reassured her, seemingly sensing Cheng Qian's apprehension. Moreover, your crimson-tailed scorpion is already at mutation level 7, so it will have no trouble dealing with beasts of level 5 and below. Indeed. Cheng Qian nodded, a smile gracing her lips as she anticipated her inaugural battle the following day. Chapter 28. A reluctance to feast within the Dragon Lake dimensional secret realm. Cheng Qian was commanding the crimson-tailed scorpion in a fierce confrontation against a mutation level 6 jungle leopard. The jungle leopard was a formidable spirit beast, possessing not only remarkable agility, but also razor-sharp claws capable of slicing through iron. Unfortunately for it, facing an opponent of a higher level, the crimson-tailed scorpion, the jungle leopard stood little chance. After an intense skirmish, it was ultimately caught off guard as the scorpion's venomous stinger struck its right limb. The jungle leopard attempted to struggle, but the toxin swiftly coursed through its body, and before long, it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Well executed, Cheng Qian exclaimed, gleefully rushing towards the crimson-tailed scorpion to offer heartfelt praise. The scorpion raised its pincers high, radiating excitement. Bai Xiaobai reclined in the shade of a tree, leisurely observing the scene unfold before her. Initially, she intended to allow Cheng Qian to hone her skills against mutation-level beasts of level 5 and below. However, after searching for over an hour and encountering numerous mutation-level beasts, the majority proved to be level 5 or higher. Consequently, Bai Xiaobai reluctantly conceded and allowed Cheng Qian to practice against a mutation-level 6 beast as well. It was evident that Cheng Qian was making remarkable progress, her synergy with the crimson-tailed scorpion continually improving. The only aspect that left Bai Xiaobai exasperated was Cheng Qian's hesitance to consume the flesh of the spirit beasts taken down by the scorpion's venomous stinger. Brother Bai, I found a spirit core. Cheng Qian exclaimed excitedly as she approached Bai Xiaobai after dispatching the jungle leopard, presenting the core to him. The crimson-tailed scorpion lingered behind her, still haunted by the indelible impression left by Bai Shui, fearing her even after the passage of a night. Let us rest for a moment, Bai Xiaobai suggested. Observing the beads of sweat on Cheng Qian's forehead, she refrained from accepting the spirit core, smiling as she said, after such a battle, you must be weary. And so is it. After a brief pause, she continued, you should keep this spirit core for yourself. It is of no concern, Brother Bai, Cheng Qian replied, shaking her head with a smile. I have no need for it. You should keep it. Without Bai Xiaobai, it would have been impossible for her to open the beast taming space or to become a true beast tamer, so she harbored immense gratitude towards him. After placing the spirit core into Bai Xiaobai's hands, Cheng Qian wandered off to rest in a shaded area, wiping the sweat from her brow, feeling fatigued after several skirmishes. This girl, Bai Xiaobai chuckled as he observed Cheng Qian resting. He stored the spirit core in his spatial ring and handed her a bottle of water. After a brief respite, the two continued their journey through the forest. Over the course of the following week, they trained in the Dragon Lake dimensional secret realm by day, always cautious not to venture too far, retreating each evening to find a nearby inn for rest. Throughout this week, Cheng Qian's progress was astounding. She was now capable of contending even against mutation level 7 spirit beasts. Seeing this, Bai Xiaobai relished the leisure, preferring to lie down rather than sit, and to sit rather than stand. He only intervened to resolve encounters with beasts that Cheng Qian could not handle. Furthermore, during this week, Bai Shui finally ascended to mutation level 7, marking a significant enhancement in her abilities. Let us set up camp here, Bai Xiaobai suggested as dusk approached, shaking his head in resignation as an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. After their training that day, as they departed the dimensional secret realm, they unexpectedly encountered an awakened-level iron shell turtle on their way back. Although the iron shell turtle was not particularly swift, Bai Xiaobai dared not risk crossing its territory. Thus, they were compelled to take an alternate route, which delayed them significantly, preventing their timely arrival at the entrance of the dimensional secret realm before nightfall. Sated and refreshed, the two sat by the campfire, engaging in casual conversation. I hope nothing untoward happens tonight, Bai Xiaobai mused, shaking his head, feeling a foreboding sense of unrest. Brother Bai, would you like to rest first? Cheng Qian suggested, noticing his distracted demeanor and believing him to be fatigued. I can take the night watch. It is nothing. Bai Xiaobai replied with a smile, assuring her, you should rest. You have worked hard today. I will take the first half of the night watch. I'm fine. Cheng Qian insisted, shaking her head earnestly. Brother Bai, if you are weary, go rest. I can manage the night watch alone. No, Bai Xiaobai began, intending to object, but was abruptly interrupted by a chill creeping up his spine, compelling him to instinctively roll to the left. In that instant, a shadow materialized where he had just been. Be cautious, Cheng Qian exclaimed, rushing to alert Bai Xiaobai as she summoned the crimson-tailed scorpion from the beast taming space. Regaining his balance, Bai Xiaobai turned to see a black panther where he had just stood. The panther, towering about half a person's height and measuring approximately 2 meters in length, boasted fur as dark as ink, with eyes gleaming an eerie green in the shadows, rendering it particularly fearsome. The shadow panther, Bai Xiaobai observed, his gaze fixated on the creature before him, wary of underestimating it. The shadow panther was known to be a particularly troublesome spirit beast, possessing not only formidable strength but also acute sensory abilities, and this one had reached the awakened level. Run! Bai Xiaobai silently summoned his internal energy, exchanging a glance with Cheng Qian as he prepared to flee. However, the next moment left him utterly bewildered. The shadow panther emitted a low growl, its form flickering before vanishing into the night. It just ran away, Bai Xiaobai thought, remaining vigilant as he unleashed his spiritual perception to track the shadow panther's presence. To his astonishment, no matter how diligently he searched, he could not locate its whereabouts. Are you all right? Cheng Qian rushed to Bai Xiaobai's side, her expression filled with concern. I'm fine, Bai Xiaobai replied, shaking his head, his tone grave. Stay alert tonight. We shall leave at first light. He was certain the shadow panther was lurking nearby. All right. Cheng Qian nodded slightly. After enduring the trials of these past few days, she gradually acclimated to the environment of the dimensional secret realm, while also becoming acutely aware of its brutal nature. Be careful. Just as she was about to speak, she was abruptly pushed aside by Bai Xiaobai. In the next moment, the silhouette of the shadow leopard reappeared at her previous location. Roar! Missing its strike, the shadow leopard cast a fleeting glance at Bai Xiaobai before vanishing once more into the night. A chill ran down Bai Xiaobai's spine as he felt the shadow leopard's gaze upon him. Watching it disappear into the darkness again, his expression grew grave. They could only hope to survive until daylight. Chapter 29, Slaying the Shadow Leopard. I am truly at my wit's end. After yet another narrow escape from the shadow leopard's attack, Bai Xiaobai couldn't help but curse loudly in the direction it had fled. Are you alright? Cheng Qian approached Bai Xiaobai with concern. I'm fine, just baffled as to what this wretched leopard intends to do. Since the beginning, it has launched no fewer than 10 surprise attacks, each time striking and then fleeing. While it has not caused us any harm, the constant need to be on guard has taken a toll on my mental fortitude. Cheng Qian too was perplexed by the shadow leopard's behavior, failing to comprehend its motives. This cannot continue. Although I am unsure of the shadow leopard's true intentions, I know that if this persists, we shall be worn down to the point of extinction before dawn. The shadow leopard's acute sense of danger and its cautious demeanor indicated that there was something here that posed a threat to it. Bai Gu, what do you intend to do? Cheng Qian inquired, looking at Bai Xiaobai with curiosity. Though she too could not tolerate the shadow leopard's intermittent attacks, she was acutely aware that it was an awakened-level creature, and they stood no chance against it in a direct confrontation with their current strength. Here's the plan. Bai Xiaobai contemplated for a moment before outlining his strategy to Cheng Qian. I will deliberately leave an opening. When it attempts to ambush us again, Bai Xue and I will do our utmost to subdue it, and you will command the red-tailed scorpion to attack. No, that is far too perilous. Upon hearing Bai Xiaobai's reckless plan, Cheng Qian shook her head earnestly. That shadow leopard is awakened level. We should consider fleeing. But it's nighttime, Bai Xiaobai sighed helplessly, responding. The dangers of the dimensional secret realm are far greater at night. Here, we need only contend with one shadow leopard, but if we flee now, we may encounter something even stronger. He had considered escaping, but aside from the uncertainty of evading the shadow leopard, one could only speculate how many beasts stronger than it lurked within the secret realm. Rest assured, I will be fine. Bai Xiaobai, noticing Cheng Qian's worried expression, smiled reassuringly. I value my life too much to take unnecessary risks. But Cheng Qian attempted to voice her concerns, only to be interrupted by Bai Xiaobai's wave of his hand. No more discussion. If we drag this out any longer, we shall both perish. It is better to take a risk now, as it may provide us with a chance to survive. Very well, Cheng Qian conceded reluctantly, hoping that nothing untoward would befall Bai Xiaobai. In the darkness, the shadow leopard's green gaze was fixated on by Xiaobai and the others, silently waiting for the opportune moment. It sensed a powerful force within the two-tailed white fox and believed that if it could absorb and devour it, it would ascend to the second tier of the awakened level. Yet, despite the fact that the two-tailed white fox had only recently reached the 7th tier of the anomaly level, it could still detect a vague threat emanating from it. To ensure nothing unexpected occurred, it originally intended to take them down one by one. However, the insufferable human seemed to always sense its attacks. Now, it needed only to wait for an opportunity to kill the detestable human, after which it could easily devour the two-tailed white fox. Under the shadow leopard's watchful gaze, Bai Xiaobai lazily stretched, feeling somewhat drowsy. What an opportunity! Without hesitation, the shadow leopard swiftly maneuvered through the darkness, lunging toward Bai Xiaobai. It's coming. Sensing the attack from behind, Bai Xiaobai suppressed the fear within him, secretly channeling his spiritual energy into his eyes. Just as the shadow leopard was about to strike, Bai Xiaobai spun around swiftly, attempting to firmly grasp its forelimbs. However, he underestimated the leopard's strength. With a mere collision, his body was sent sprawling uncontrollably to the ground. Roar! The shadow leopard realized it had been deceived, casting a disdainful glance at Bai Xiaobai beneath it. Its massive paw came crashing down toward Bai Xiaobai's shoulder, roaring as it sought to snap his neck. Illusory power. Desperately channeling his spiritual energy into his eyes, Bai Xiaobai's gaze shimmered with a colorful aura. Caught off guard, the shadow leopard hesitated for just a moment before unleashing a furious roar as it crushed Bai Xiaobai's head. Bang! Bai Xiaobai raised his hand to shield his head, and with a resounding crash, his body was flung several meters away, his arm mangled and bloodied from the ferocity of the attack. Ouch, that hurts. Bai Xiaobai felt a searing pain coursing through him. Hastily, he retrieved a vial of healing potion from his spatial ring and drank it. Feeling his injuries begin to mend rapidly, he shouted urgently to Bai Xue, quickly use illusory power. Roar! Regaining its senses, the shadow leopard let out a furious roar. It had not anticipated being outmaneuvered by such an insignificant creature. Recalling the excruciating headache from that brief moment, the shadow leopard yearned to tear the detestable human to shreds. Its eyes, glowing green, fixated intensely on Bai Xiaobai. In the blink of an eye, it flashed toward him, raising its paw to deliver a fatal blow. Bai Xue positioned herself protectively beside Bai Xiaobai, her eyes radiating an eerie brilliance. Roar! The shadow leopard sensed the danger emanating from those colorful eyes, but instinctively glanced at them. In the next moment, an even more excruciating headache assaulted it. Cheng Qian, now's your chance. Observing the shadow leopard in a frenzied state, Bai Xiaobai urgently called out. Its level is far superior to Bai Xiaobai's. An illusory power won't affect it for long. Understood. Red-tailed scorpion, use your venomous stinger. Cheng Qian did not hesitate and commanded the red-tailed scorpion to attack. Upon hearing her order, the red-tailed scorpion swiftly approached the shadow leopard, seizing the moment to strike with its scorpion tail at an incredible speed, piercing through the shadow leopard's body. With a successful strike, the red-tailed scorpion scurried away at once. The spot where the scorpion's stinger had pierced the shadow leopard quickly became marred with dark splotches, which then spread throughout its body. Bai Xiaobai set it ablaze. Having regained some strength, Bai Xiaobai swiftly formed hand seals, releasing a small flame from his fingertips toward the shadow leopard. Simultaneously, Bai Xiaobai unleashed a fireball, significantly larger than Bai Xiaobai's, directed at the shadow leopard. Approximately 5 minutes later, the shadow leopard's body was engulfed in flames, its struggles growing weaker until it lay motionless on the ground, utterly lifeless. Chapter 30, Proving the Beastmaster. As the shadow leopard's carcass was consumed by flames, a putrid stench of decay permeated the air. Is it dead? Cheng Qian instinctively covered her mouth and nose, unable to conceal her excitement as she exclaimed. She never anticipated that they had actually slain an awakened-level spirit beast. Hey, let's not dwell on that for now. Bai Xiaobai, his face ashen, glanced at the exhilarated Cheng Qian and weakly uttered, "Could you come over and support me for a moment? I feel as though I am on the brink of death." His injuries this time were far more severe than when he had encountered the night wolf, although he had promptly consumed a healing potion. The shadow leopard's claw had nearly delivered a fatal blow. Now, the slightest movement sent searing pain through his entire body, particularly from the deep wounds on his chest, still visible to the bone and yet to fully heal. Bai Xiaobai's condition was equally dire. Though uninjured, the prolonged use of illusionary powers had depleted all her spiritual energy, leaving her feebly sprawled beside Bai Xiaobai. Upon hearing Bai Xiaobai's plea, Cheng Qian hurried over and helped him to his feet. They hoped fervently that they would not encounter any more spirit beasts. Sitting by the fire, Bai Xiaobai retrieved another vial of healing potion from his storage ring, drank it, and feeling the rapid recovery of his injuries, wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Brother Bai, you should rest for a while. I will keep watch tonight." Cheng Qian, observing Bai Xiaobai's pallid visage, expressed her concern. "It's fine. I just need to sit and take a break." Bai Xiaobai shook his head, a grim smile on his face that looked more sorrowful than a frown, and added, "It hurts so much. I can't even sleep." After a pause, he continued, "We'll head out first thing in the morning. I really need to lie down." "All right." Cheng Qian nodded, sitting beside Bai Xiaobai, vigilantly scanning the surroundings to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Fortunately, they encountered no spirit beast attacks until the following morning, after a night's rest. While Bai Xiaobai's injuries had not fully healed, he was able to walk normally. The two, not daring to delay, quickly gathered their belongings and made their way to the entrance of the Dragon Lake Dimensional Secret Realm, though they encountered numerous spirit beasts along the way. Their strength was not formidable. With Bai Xiaobai's assistance, the beasts were easily dispatched by Cheng Qian and the crimson-tailed scorpion. Upon exiting the Dimensional Secret Realm, both sighed in relief simultaneously. "Let us head back first." Spotting a taxi not far away, Bai Xiaobai and Cheng Qian wasted no time and set off towards the city. Back in the city, Bai Xiaobai found a nearby hotel and rested in bed. "Brother Bai, I wish to visit the Beast Tamer Association." After ensuring Bai Xiaobai was settled, Cheng Qian spoke to him. "The Beast Tamer Association?" Bai Xiaobai was taken aback, instinctively asking, "What for?" "I am now a beast tamer, and I need to register at the association." "Register? Register what?" Bai Xiaobai was puzzled, as no one had informed him about the need for registration since he had contracted with Bai Xiaobai. "Brother Bai, you truly don't know?" Noticing Bai Xiaobai's expression was earnest, Cheng Qian explained, "Once you become a beast tamer, you must register at the association to be considered a legitimate beast tamer." After a moment's pause, she continued, "Moreover, if your contracted beast evolves and its appearance changes significantly, you must update the registration at the association to avoid unnecessary complications." Casting a wary glance at Bai Xiaobai, Cheng Qian inquired, "Brother Bai, you haven't been registered before, have you?" No, Bai Xiaobai admitted awkwardly. "I was unaware of this matter." "What?" Cheng Qian stared at Bai Xiaobai, momentarily at a loss for words. "You didn't know? Isn't that something covered in elementary textbooks?" "Well, in that case, let us go to the Beast Tamer Association together." Bai Xiaobai shrugged nonchalantly, not realizing that becoming a beast tamer would entail so many responsibilities. Nevertheless, upon reflection, it made sense. Without proper registration, chaos could ensue in this world. Seeing that it was still early, the two hesitated no longer, hailed a taxi, and headed towards the Beast Tamer Association. The two-tailed white fox had evolved from a white fox, and Bai Xiaobai had already devised a straightforward explanation for the association. "It's merely due to absorbing a fire spirit stone. There's nothing to hide." After all, there were many spirit beasts in the world that evolved in unconventional ways. Whether due to genetic mutations, environmental impacts, or other chaotic reasons. Such occurrences, though not commonplace, were certainly not rare. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Beast Tamer Association. Although Bai Xiaobai had visited once before, it had been solely to accept the commission, and he had no knowledge of where to register. Cheng Qian was even more bewildered, as it was her first time entering the association. Fortunately, a young female staff member noticed their confusion and approached them, inquiring, "May I assist you with something? We wish to register our identities as beast tamers and the identities of our contracted beasts," Bai Xiaobai replied. "Register as beast tamers?" The staff member was taken aback. As usually, newly accredited beast tamers had their registrations facilitated by their schools. However, she quickly regained her composure and stated, "Registration for beast tamers is conducted in Hall 1. Just head to the registration room." "Thank you." Both of them replied and proceeded towards the area indicated by the staff member. The registration room was quite spacious, devoid of anyone else apart from one staff member, creating a stark contrast to the bustling exterior. "Hello, how may I assist you?" The staff member greeted them with a professional smile upon seeing them. "We are here to register as beast tamers." They approached the staff member and politely stated their purpose. "All right, please fill out these forms." The staff member handed each of them a form, instructing them to complete their details. Without further ado, they picked up the pens on the table and began to fill out their respective information. After roughly a minute, they submitted their completed forms to the staff member. "Two-tailed white fox. What spirit beast is this?" The staff member paused upon seeing Bai Xiaobai's submission, then asked in confusion. "It is a special evolution of the white fox. Its name is two-tailed white fox," Bai Xiaobai replied honestly, simultaneously showcasing the white fox cradled in his arms to the staff member. "This doesn't seem much different from an ordinary white fox." "Wait, two-tailed white fox." The staff member's expression shifted upon noticing Bai Shui's peculiarities, and she inhaled sharply, her demeanor growing serious. "It appears to indeed be a case of special evolution. Could you please explain the reasons behind this special evolution? It is mandated that we document such occurrences in detail. I am not certain of the specific cause. It might be due to absorbing the fire spirit stone. It possesses two attributes, illusion and fire." Bai Xiaobai answered candidly. "Possible reason 1, fire spirit stone. Possible reason 2, illusion attribute. Is there anything else? For example, what was the environment like during the evolution?" Half an hour later, Bai Xiaobai and Cheng Qian emerged from the registration room, each holding their beast tamer certificates. Chapter 31. What is wrong with this kid? Since we're here, should we check out the commission hall? Bai Xiaobai tucked the beast tamer certificate into his storage ring and, rather than rushing to leave, led Cheng Qian towards the commission hall. He still recalled that the last announcement regarding the Dimensional Secret Realms rating had been seen in the commission hall, and he wondered if he might stumble upon another opportunity this time. Before long, under the guidance of Bai Xiaobai, the two arrived at the commission hall. As before, the hall was bustling with beast masters, leaving Bai Xiaobai and his companion to stand at the periphery, gazing at the tasks displayed on the blue screen. The first task to catch their eye was the escort commission. F-rank task, escort. Commission description, recently. The Pingxin Company requires the transportation of a batch of goods to the Magic City and is seeking to recruit 10 beast masters, with no rank requirement. Commission reward, 900 yuan per person. Alas, the reward had diminished yet again. Bai Xiaobai gazed at the meager compensation for the escort task, unable to suppress a curse. What left him even more incredulous was the fact that despite such paltry rewards, there were still beast masters willing to undertake the task. The compensation for these escort commissions is truly exorbitant, he thought. Cheng Qian, eyeing the escort commission on the screen, remarked, "Just a simple escort can fetch 900 yuan. Indeed, being a beast master is the most lucrative profession." Upon hearing Cheng Qian's words, Bai Xiaobai finally comprehended the nature of the beast masters who took on such commission tasks. A twinge of pity arose for these beast masters, but upon deeper reflection, it was these very individuals who had driven the market prices down. "Let us leave. There are no worthwhile commissions here." After idly glancing for a while without discovering any valuable tasks, he pulled Cheng Qian and made to exit. "Ouch, that hurts." As they departed the Beastmaster Association, Bai Xiaobai attempted to stretch, only to be seized by a sudden, excruciating pain in his chest. "Are you all right?" Cheng Qian quickly supported Bai Xiaobai. Concern etched on her face. "I'm fine. Just need to rest," he replied, shaking his head, a hint of resignation in his voice. "It seems I won't be visiting the Dimensional Secret Realm for a while." He had initially thought his injuries had nearly healed and that he could resume his training in the Dimensional Secret Realm soon, but it appeared that this would not be the case. "Let us head back." Supporting Bai Xiaobai, they hailed a taxi and set off toward the hotel. The two-tailed white fox appeared unremarkable, almost indistinguishable from an ordinary white fox. After they left, a young woman emerged from the shadows. Furrowing her brow as she observed the direction in which Bai Xiaobai and Cheng Qian had departed, lost in thought. Forget it. I shall follow them for now, she resolved. And with that, her figure vanished from sight. Upon returning to the hotel, Bai Xiaobai flopped onto the bed and began scrolling through short videos, while Cheng Qian retreated to her own room to practice. Observing Cheng Qian's diligent efforts, Bai Xiaobai surmised that it wouldn't be long before she surpassed him in cultivation. Lying in bed and scrolling through my phone is far more comfortable, he mused with a contented sigh, flipping over. Training? That's non-existent. Lying down is blissful. The longer I lie, the more blissful it becomes. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Bai Xiaobai was immersed in the joy of his videos, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. What is it? Who are you? Initially thinking it might be Cheng Qian seeking him for something, he opened the door only to find a stranger standing there. The woman appeared to be in her 20s. Clad in professional combat attire, her dark hair pulled back into a sleek ponytail, exuding an air of efficiency. Hello, my name is Ling Xian, and I am a member of the Spirit Beast Research Institute. As she spoke, Ling Xian produced an identification card, presenting it before Bai Xiaobai. May I request that you summon your spirit beast? I would like to see how it differs from an ordinary white fox. Ling Xian was indeed the young woman who had been tailing them at the Beast Master Association. Having observed them all the way, she had found nothing particularly special about the white fox and decided to confront Bai Xiaobai directly. Bai Xiaobai was taken aback by Ling Xian's request. Isn't the information already on file? Why come to inquire again? You may direct your inquiries to the staff member responsible for registration. I have already explained everything to her, he replied, scrutinizing Ling Xian with a cautious gaze. Having never encountered a genuine research institute member before, how could he ascertain her authenticity? After all, identification can be forged. We attempted to conduct experiments based on the information provided by that staff member, but they were unsuccessful, Ling Xian admitted, seemingly oblivious to Bai Xiaobai's guarded demeanor. After receiving the registered information, we promptly conducted experiments, but all 3 attempts ended in failure. The white fox used for the experiment simply could not endure the energy from the fire spirit stone and perished instantly. This scenario, while not uncommon, as labs cannot perfectly replicate real-world conditions, was still a rare occurrence, especially given that it was the first time they had heard of a white fox's evolution. Hence, Ling Xian was sent to observe what was different about this particular white fox. That should be an issue with your experiments. I have already shared everything pertinent. Bai Xiaobai replied coolly. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. With that, he began to close the door. Wait, Ling Xian, sensing Bai Xiaobai's wariness, quickly interjected. I truly am a member of the Spirit Beast Research Institute. Why do you seem to doubt my sincerity? I believe you. But I really have shared all the information I have, Bai Xiaobai stated, making another attempt to shut the door, only to be halted by Ling Xian. He had studied numerous anti-fraud techniques and possessed a keen awareness of scams. Moreover, even if she were genuine, what would it matter? If she were to take Bai Xiaobai for research, that would spell disaster. You must accompany me to the Beast Master Association, and I will prove my legitimacy to you, Ling Xian urged, her frustration mounting. Does my appearance not convey that I am a good person? Or is this fellow simply suspicious by nature? What do you intend to do? At that moment, Cheng Qian, having heard the commotion outside, emerged curiously. Upon witnessing Ling Xian attempting to force her way into Bai Xiaobai's room, she shouted and rushed forward, wrapping her arms around Ling Xian. Hey, let go. I have no intention of harming you. Ling Xian found herself in disarray, bewildered by the persistent belief that she was a villain. Release me, Cheng Qian insisted, holding onto Ling Xian tightly. Stop. Chapter 32. Is it truly just a spirit beast with extraordinary potential? Stop. Bai Xiaobai observed the chaotic scene before him with exasperation. I will accompany you to the Beast Master Association. He was reluctant to involve Cheng Qian in matters concerning Bai Shui, should anything adverse occur. He preferred that she remain unaffected. Really? Ling Xian's eyes brightened at Bai Xiaobai's words, and she halted her struggle, glancing at Cheng Qian still clinging to her and gently patting her head. Little sister, please let go. I won't force my way in anymore. No way. You're a bad person. Bai Gu, you should run while I hold her off. Cheng Qian exerted all her strength to drag Ling Xian away, indignantly declaring. Talk to her yourself. Seeing Cheng Qian's unwavering grip, Ling Xian resignedly turned to Bai Xiaobai. Xiao Qian, let her go. She is not a bad person. She is a member of the Spirit Beast Research Institute, and she only wants me to accompany her to the Beast Master Association. Is that true? Upon hearing Bai Xiaobai's words, Cheng Qian remained somewhat skeptical. With a hint of suspicion, she turned to Bai Xiaobai and inquired, Brother Bai, if you are being threatened, just blink. I assure you, I am not deceiving you, Bai Xiaobai replied with a smile, deliberately widening his eyes and saying, "What do I have for her to threaten me with?" Very well then. Receiving Bai Xiaobai's affirmative response, Cheng Qian released Ling Xian and hurried to Bai Xiaobai's side, keeping a vigilant eye on Ling Xian. Hey, we are legitimate personnel, you know? Ling Xian looked at the two with a hint of exasperation, as if they considered her a villain. You'll understand once we arrive at the Beastmaster Association. With that, Ling Xian disregarded the two, leading the way ahead. Though Bai Shui was not fond of remaining in the beast space, for the sake of safety, he still summoned Bai Shui into the beast space before following Ling Xian out. "Brother Bai, should we run?" Cheng Qian, trailing behind, whispered to Bai Xiaobai as she glanced at Ling Xian ahead. "What are you thinking?" Bai Xiaobai replied, casting a glance at Ling Xian and saying helplessly, "Her strength far surpasses ours. There's no way we could escape her grasp. If there were a chance to flee, he would have done so already." Although he could not discern Ling Xian's realm, he was certain that she was the strongest beast master he had ever encountered. Escaping from her would be utterly impossible. It was only due to her lack of malice that they were still alive. "You seem quite perceptive." Ling Xian, walking ahead, suddenly turned to the two and said with a smile, "Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions toward you. I am merely intrigued by his contracted beast." With her strength, she could effortlessly observe every word and action of the two, and she was quite pleased with Bai Xiaobai's words. "Well, there is no choice. We truly cannot escape." Bai Xiaobai shrugged nonchalantly. "As long as you understand, let us proceed to the Beastmaster Association." After leaving the hotel, Ling Xian hailed a taxi and headed toward the Beastmaster Association. Upon arrival, she did not linger, directly escorting the two to the registration room. "Ling member? What brings you here?" The staff, startled by the sudden opening of the door, instinctively inquired upon recognizing Ling Xian. "It's because of these two," Ling Xian replied, pulling Bai Xiaobai and Cheng Qian to the front, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. "These two do not believe I am a member of the Spirit Beast Research Institute, so I brought them here to confirm my identity." "Oh, it's you too." The staff member's expression shifted as she recognized Bai Xiaobai and recalled him as the only one who had successfully cultivated and evolved the otherwise useless white fox, marking a groundbreaking achievement. "Ahem, it's just that I was afraid of being deceived," Bai Xiaobai said, scratching his head awkwardly while glancing at the irate Ling Xian. The moment Ling Xian brought them to the Beastmaster Association, he had already been able to ascertain her membership in the Spirit Beast Research Institute. "Humph. Let us go then. Since that is the case, we can find a suitable place to discuss matters further." Ling Xian shot a glance at Bai Xiaobai before speaking coolly. "Certainly, of course." Bai Xiaobai hurriedly agreed and followed Ling Xian as they left the Beastmaster Association, heading to a quiet location. "Now may I see your white fox?" Ling Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. The only one capable of evolution among the white foxes in so many years, she was eager to discover what made it so special. "Of course," Bai Xiaobai readily agreed, but then could not help but ask, "However, before I show you the white fox, I have a question. If my white fox possesses any unique traits, will you take it away?" "Ah, so that is your concern." Ling Xian paused, then laughed, finally understanding why Bai Xiaobai was so reluctant to let her see the white fox. "Of course not. It is your contracted beast. Why would we take it from you?" Ling Xian assured him, "As long as your contracted beast does not evolve towards a violent direction, we will not interfere with it." "That is good to know." Hearing that Bai Shui would not be taken away, Bai Xiaobai secretly sighed in relief as he formed the necessary hand signs to summon Bai Shui from the beast space. With two tails and one purple and one red stripe on its head, Bai Shui was cradled in Ling Xian's arms as she examined it closely. "Ah?" Bai Shui let out a confused sound, turning to Bai Xiaobai as if asking, "What is this sister doing?" "It's nothing. She is just taking a look at you." Bai Xiaobai chuckled, reassuring Bai Shui. "Such high intelligence. Is it truly just an extraordinary level potential spirit beast?" Ling Xian eyed Bai Xiaobai with suspicion, seemingly doubtful. "This intelligence does not resemble what one would expect from a spirit beast of extraordinary potential." "Indeed," Bai Xiaobai replied, maintaining his composure. "The potential of spirit beasts could only be perceived by the beast masters themselves. Others could not discern it at all. Given that the known maximum for the white fox species was the awakening level, he felt no anxiety about his deception being uncovered." "Really?" Ling Xian still appeared unconvinced. Her gaze fixed on Bai Xiaobai as she tried to read his expression. Believe it or not, Bai Xiaobai shrugged nonchalantly. Could it truly be due to the issue of potential? That shouldn't be the case. The potential between awakening level and extraordinary level spirit pets shouldn't differ that greatly. Observing Bai Xiaobai's seemingly honest demeanor, Ling Xian's gaze returned to Bai Shui, murmuring to herself, could it simply be because it has broken through the constraints of its species? Chapter 33, Special Evolution Training Camp for Spirit Beasts. Have you thought of any points you might have overlooked? After a moment of contemplation, Ling Xian, still not entirely convinced, directed her inquiry at Bai Xiaobai. She harbored lingering doubts regarding the veracity of his words. There had been numerous spirit beasts exceeding the potential of their species, but they merely exhibited heightened performance compared to ordinary spirit beasts, and she had never encountered one with special evolution. There's one more thing, though I'm not sure if it counts. Bai Xiaobai scratched his head, pretending to ponder. Initially, it was quite weak, only becoming lively after the evolution. Weak? Ling Xian thought for a moment before shaking her head, saying, spirit beasts that can break through their species constraints often display a certain weakness due to not being able to handle the power within them. Pausing, she continued, although these cases are exceedingly rare, they are not unheard of. No wonder. Upon hearing Ling Xian's explanation, Bai Xiaobai reflected inwardly. Recalling the period shortly after he had contracted Bai Shui, it seemed likely that the beast had been exceptionally quiet due to its inability to withstand the spirit energy within. Then there's truly nothing else. Bai Xiaobai shook his head and asked casually, there shouldn't be any other matters, right? If not, we shall take our leave. With that, Bai Xiaobai cradled Bai Shui and prepared to depart with Cheng Qian. He wished to avoid excessive interaction with Ling Xian and her associates to prevent unnecessary complications. Wait. Ling Xian stopped Bai Xiaobai, exasperated as she said, hey, why the rush? I want to bite you. What an impolite little brat. Haven't we finished all the necessary questions? Bai Xiaobai asked in confusion. Is there something else? Certainly. Your white fox has indeed met the criteria for the specialized evolution training camp for spirit beasts. Ling Xian interposed herself before Bai Xiaobai, stating, hence, I am here to extend an invitation for you to join the specialized evolution training camp for spirit beasts. Is there an option to decline? No. What an oppressive clause. One cannot even refuse. Well, you see, my contracted beast is merely an ordinary white fox that has undergone evolution. It surely does not meet the standards of your esteemed training camp. Bai Xiaobai looked at Ling Xian, attempting to ingratiate himself, and added, therefore, I shall not attend this so-called training camp, lest I lower our standards. Ling Xian regarded the fox before her, a fleeting sense of satisfaction crossing her mind. And with a sidelong glance, she remarked, your white fox can be regarded as the first ever evolved white fox in history. Rest assured, the threshold for our training camp is not that high. With a shrug, Ling Xian continued, moreover, this matter is beyond my discretion, it is a regulation. All specialized evolutions that cannot be simulated must enter the specialized evolution training camp for spirit beasts, both to facilitate a better study of spirit beasts and to provide individuals like you with an enhanced cultivation environment and more professional planning. Did you not say that as long as there are no instances of violent behavior, the contracted beast would not be taken away? Bai Xiaobai retorted upon hearing Ling Xian's words. Indeed, we do not take away beast tamers. Ling Xian replied, but the spirit beast remains with you, does it not? Very well. So you will simply take away the beast tamers for research purposes, I see. Bai Xiaobai gazed at Ling Xian, somewhat exasperated. Regretting his decision to register as a beast tamer, had he known it would come to this, he would have resolutely abstained. Can family members accompany? Bai Xiaobai inquired, glancing at Cheng Qian beside him. I wish to bring her along. Cheng Qian, currently merely a first-tier beast tamer of the aberration level, lacked sufficient experience in dimensional secret realms, and Bai Xiaobai was not comfortable leaving her alone. I am afraid not. Her spirit beast is normal and cannot enter our specialized evolution training camp for spirit beasts, Ling Xian replied, shaking her head. However, we will provide her with an opportunity to enter university based on her potential, allowing her to learn more combat skills. Very well then. Upon hearing that Cheng Qian could be arranged for university admission, Bai Xiaobai felt a quiet sense of relief. Bai Ge, having overheard their conversation, Cheng Qian realized that Bai Xiaobai was to go to a special place, and tears welled in her eyes, filled with reluctance. Why cry? I never said I wouldn't return. Bai Xiaobai chuckled at Cheng Qian, saying, remember to work hard at university after you go. I do not wish to attend university. I want to be with you, Bai Ge. Cheng Qian threw her arms around Bai Xiaobai, tears streaming down her face. University is wonderful. I wish I could return. But I cannot. Reflecting on his university days, Bai Xiaobai consoled Cheng Qian. You must strive diligently in university, understand? You cannot merely indulge in play. After saying this, he felt a pang of regret. This girl was already working hard enough, either in cultivation or on the path of cultivation. How much more effort could she exert? Of course, one cannot solely focus on cultivation. It is essential to balance work and rest. Bai Ge. Ling Xian stood quietly by, not in a rush, merely observing the scene. After a considerable time, once Bai Xiaobai had comforted Cheng Qian, she yawned and approached the two. Have all matters been addressed? Then, pointing at Cheng Qian, she continued, you should come with me now. Me? Cheng Qian blinked in surprise, asking in confusion, "Sister, have you made a mistake?" "No. The university has only recently commenced, so you won't miss much by going now," Ling Xian replied. "He is currently injured. We will resolve his issues once he is healed. In the meantime, let us handle your matters to avoid complications later. By go, I shall take my leave then." Cheng Qian's eyes glistened with tears as she reluctantly bid farewell to Bai Xiaobai. "Take this with you. Once your injury has healed, bring this token to the Spirit Beast Research Institute to find me." Before departing, Ling Xian tossed a token-like object to Bai Xiaobai, offering her final words of instruction before leading Cheng Qian away. "Oh, so if my injury does not heal, I need not seek her out?" Bai Xiaobai mused, playing with the token in his hands. Once he confirmed that Ling Xian had moved far away, he grinned and said, "How could you possibly know when my injury will heal?" Stowing the token into his spatial ring, Bai Xiaobai hummed a tune as he made his way toward the hotel. At Jiangxing Airport, aboard a plane bound for Kyoto, Bai Xiaobai sat by the window, his face bruised and battered, nestled in a row of 3 seats. Beside him, Ling Xian appeared to be resting, though her expression suggested she was rather perturbed. Bai Xiaobai occasionally stole glances at Ling Xian, feeling a sense of relief when he confirmed she was not paying him any heed. My goodness, that was quite the beating. Ouch, it hurts like hell. An hour prior, he had been peacefully slumbering when Ling Xian barged into his room, discovering that his injuries, which had long since healed, had gone unaddressed, and promptly gave him a thorough thrashing. Chapter 34. Truly a Fierce Tigress. Truly a fierce tigress. Bai Xiaobai could not help but quietly grumble about Ling Xian, who was next to him, resting with her eyes closed. Was the previous beating too gentle? Ling Xian, eyes still shut, coolly threatened. She was still vexed about Bai Xiaobai's failure to seek her out. Initially, she had thought she had misjudged the severity of his injuries and, for that reason, had even sought the assistance of a renowned healer from the Spirit Beast Research Institute. However, upon finding Bai Xiaobai lounging in bed, blissfully unaware, she learned from the healer that his injuries had healed long ago, sparing her from being deceived. The thought of it made Ling Xian wish to deliver another blow to him. Upon hearing her words, Bai Xiaobai felt an inexplicable dread and quickly turned his gaze to the window, refraining from looking at her again. "Humph," Ling Xian scoffed, choosing to ignore Bai Xiaobai. Once Bai Xiaobai was certain Ling Xian had dismissed him, he felt a secret sigh of relief and gazed out of the window. Outside, he spotted an extraordinary 5th-tier red-wing eagle. This red-wing eagle towered over an adult human, its feathers a rare crimson hue, resembling a gigantic eagle, hence its name. In fact, the red-wing eagle possessed formidable strength. Its sharp beak and claws could inflict significant damage upon adversaries. Once the plane took off, it would fly alongside the aircraft, guarding the passenger plane against any assaults from airborne ferocious beasts. Additionally, there was another extraordinary 5th-tier red-wing eagle on the opposite side of the plane. To ensure passenger safety, it is mandatory to have at least 2 extraordinary flying spirit beasts escort each flight. This is a strict regulation. In the future, I too aspire to contract a flying spirit beast. Bai Xiaobai gazed enviously at the red-wing eagle outside. Flying spirit beasts are permitted to carry passengers and often travel faster than commercial aircraft. If he could contract such a flying spirit beast, future travels would be immensely more convenient. Of course, riding such a spirit beast is not without its drawbacks. One must always be cautious not to fall off. Approximately 5 minutes later, the aircraft roared to life, and after a brief taxiing period, it ascended into the sky. Concurrently, 2 extraordinary crimson feather eagles let out a piercing cry, soaring skyward, guided by their beast master towards Kyoto. Inside the cabin, Bai Xiaobai languidly stretched and settled into a comfortable position, surrendering to slumber. Having been roused early in the morning by Ling Xian for a rather vigorous awakening, he was uncertain what awaited them upon landing. Thus, he deemed it prudent to seize the opportunity for a much-needed nap. After roughly 2.5 hours, the plane safely touched down at Kyoto Airport, without incident. At the airport, due to prior arrangements with the training camp, a designated vehicle awaited their arrival. Upon verifying Ling Xian's identification, the staff wasted no time, ushering them into the vehicle and swiftly departing the airport. From the demeanor of the staff, it seemed they were not drawing any undue attention. As this was Bai Xiaobai's inaugural visit to Kyoto, he had anticipated a leisurely exploration. However, to his surprise, the vehicle did not head toward the city center, but instead left Kyoto entirely, traversing a narrow road into a lush, verdant forest. Observing the dense foliage surrounding them, Bai Xiaobai longed to inquire about the situation but was deterred by Ling Xian's presence, compelling him to suppress his curiosity. After over an hour's drive deep into the woods, the vehicle finally came to a gradual halt. "We have arrived," the driver announced, glancing back at the two. Bai Xiaobai instinctively peered out the window, and was astonished to behold a heavily fortified military base standing resolutely within the depths of the forest. Towering walls encircled the base, reinforced with barbed wire, and key areas were guarded by machine guns and artillery. The atmosphere felt eerily reminiscent of a prison. As the vehicle entered the fortified compound, Ling Xian beckoned to Bai Xiaobai, prompting them to disembark. They swiftly approached an office, and without knocking, she pushed the door open. Who dares to intrude so recklessly? A bright office housed an elderly man seated behind a large desk, clad in simple attire, appearing no different from an ordinary elder. Ah, it's you, Ling girl. What brings you here from Jiang City? The elder, evidently well acquainted with Ling Xian, greeted her with a warm smile. I've come to deliver someone, she replied, pulling Bai Xiaobai forward. This is the one whose white fox has evolved into a two-tailed white fox. Oh, the elder, known as Master Lei, looked at Bai Xiaobai with an expression of surprise. Young lad, could I trouble you to show me your white fox? Certainly, Bai Xiaobai responded eagerly, hastening to the elder's side to present the snowy creature cradled in his arms. Master Lei examined the white fox intently, his discerning gaze lingering for a while, before breaking into a delighted chuckle. I see now. Master Lei, is there something particularly special about this white fox? Ling Xian inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. She had observed the creature during their journey and failed to discern any noteworthy differences. Oh, it's nothing significant. However, this white fox meets the criteria for the special evolution training camp for spirit beasts, Master Lei replied, shaking his head with a smile as he returned the white fox to Bai Xiaobai. Now, take him for the assessment. Assessment? Bai Xiaobai could not help but interject. If I fail the assessment, does that mean I won't have to attend the special evolution training camp? Not at all. The special evolution training camp is specifically designed to observe these uniquely evolved spirit beasts, Master Lei explained with a chuckle. The assessment merely pertains to the allocation of resources once you are admitted. Most special evolutions represent alternative forms of spirit beasts, with only a minority evolving either stronger or weaker. He paused before continuing. Thus, the purpose of the entry assessment is to gauge the strength of the spirit beasts and allocate resources accordingly. Understood, Bai Xiaobai nodded, somewhat dejected. He had hoped to find an opportunity to escape. Oh, and Ling girl, inform the assessors that the evaluation standards should be based on the potential of the illusionary transformation level. Chapter 35. The entry assessment based on the illusionary transformation level. Both Bai Xiaobai and Ling Xian were taken aback by Master Lei's pronouncement. Ling Xian queried, perplexed, but, Master Lei, this white fox's potential is only extraordinary level. Isn't it a bit excessive to evaluate it against the illusionary transformation standard? Bai Xiaobai cast a penetrating glance at Master Lei, pondering silently. Could he truly have discerned something? Or was he merely testing me? Fear not, just follow my instructions. Master Lei smiled at Bai Xiaobai. Having concluded from his observations that this white fox possessed at least illusionary transformation level potential, it could not simply be of extraordinary level. Though he was puzzled as to why the young man would misrepresent this, he chose not to confront him, preferring to seek clarity at a more opportune time. Very well. Ling Xian relented after hearing Master Lei's words. She had already suspected that the white fox could not merely be of extraordinary potential. Master Lei had likely recognized something significant. Xian Jia, what does the illusionary transformation level standard entail? As they exited the office, Bai Xiaobai could not restrain his curiosity. It can't mean I'm expected to contend with an illusionary transformation level spirit beast, can it? I have just reached the 4th tier of the extraordinary level, and Bai Shui has barely reached the 7th tier. If we were to face a spirit beast of illusionary transformation caliber, surrender would be our only option. Of course not. Ling Xian retorted with a sidelong glance. Even if your spirit beast possesses high potential, it has only just attained the extraordinary level. Facing an illusionary transformation level spirit beast would lead to certain demise. She continued to elucidate. The illusionary transformation level standard means you must find 4 spirit beasts of 1 tier higher than your own extraordinary level and engage them in combat alongside your spirit beast. The final evaluation will be based on the outcome of the battles. And what do these tiers signify? Bai Xiaobai pressed on, intrigued. How does this relate to the ultimate rewards? The tiers correspond to the number of challenges. For instance, if you are at the extraordinary level, you would only need to face 4 spirit beasts of the same tier in terms of potential, Ling Xian explained. The higher the tier, the greater the final rating. And consequently, the superior the rewards. Your spirit beast's potential was submitted as extraordinary, which should logically correspond to the extraordinary standards. However, who knows if you might have misrepresented this white fox's potential? With a pointed glance at Bai Xiaobai, Ling Xian clearly suspected him of misrepresenting the spirit beast's potential. I would never dare to misrepresent the spirit beast's level, Bai Xiaobai exclaimed, flustered at Ling Xian's skeptical gaze. I wouldn't dare deceive anyone, least of all you. Xian Jia, you had better not, she replied curtly, dismissing him with a wave as she strode ahead. Wait for me, Xinjia. Bai Xiaobai called after her. Soon. Under Ling Xin's guidance, the two arrived at a training room that rose nearly 10 meters high, constructed from marble, reminiscent of an ancient arena. After completing the registration process, Ling Xin led Bai Xiaobai inside. I'm leaving now. You'll have to manage on your own. If you feel overwhelmed, just call for help, she said, tossing Bai Xiaobai a distress signal device. After giving a few instructions, she was about to leave when, as if struck by a sudden thought, she turned back to Bai Xiaobai and said, remember, the higher your final rating, the more abundant the resources you will enjoy here. As for how to achieve that, it's up to you. With that, she turned and exited the training room, leaving Bai Xiaobai alone. Seriously, as if I'm going to intentionally lose, Bai Xiaobai muttered, scratching his head awkwardly as he watched Ling Xin's departing figure. Let's get started. Meanwhile, back in the control room, Ling Xin observed Bai Xiaobai, who appeared to be lost in thought on the training field, feeling an inexplicable surge of concern. She genuinely worried that Bai Xiaobai might surrender outright, as this was something he was truly capable of. As Ling Xin's words faded, the staff nodded and promptly released 4 8th-tier mutated spirit beasts from their enclosure. Let me see your true strength, Ling Xin said, her gaze fixed intently on the screen displaying Bai Xiaobai's figure. Inside the training arena, as Bai Xiaobai sat in contemplation, a thunderous sound suddenly echoed, and 4 mutated gale wolves charged in from the entrance. Finally, it begins, he thought, stretching lazily. It's just 4 mutated gale wolves. There's no need to even stand up. Oh woo. The 4 gale wolves, their eyes gleaming crimson, instinctively launched an attack on the only anomaly in the training field. Bai Shui, it's your turn. Wrap this up quickly so we can head back, Bai Xiaobai yawned, lying down on the ground beside Bai Shui. Oh woo. Bai Shui, brimming with enthusiasm and her eyes sparkling with vibrant colors, caused the 4 wolves, who had been rushing towards them, to freeze momentarily due to inertia before collapsing to the ground. Is it over already? In the control room, Ling Xin and the other staff members were momentarily stunned by the scene before them. It had concluded far too quickly, taking less than 30 seconds. Illusory power. Ling Xin recalled Bai Shui's colorful eyes, surprised. Isn't that a skill typically learned only by spirit beasts at the awakening level? Although illusory power was not considered a high-level skill, she had never seen a mutated spirit beast master it before. Should we continue testing? One of the staff members inquired, observing the unfolding events. Yes. Increase the difficulty, Ling Xin replied after a moment's contemplation. This white fox possesses fire and illusion attributes. Let's find some spirit beasts immune to illusion. Understood. The staff member nodded and released another set of 4 8th-tier mutated spirit beasts. Once again hearing the thunderous sounds, Bai Xiaobai was startled, sitting up from the ground and looking towards the distance with curiosity. He saw 4 identical spirit beasts drifting in through the main entrance. Nightmare? He exclaimed incredulously, gazing at the ethereal creatures that seemed to coalesce from black smoke, radiating an eerie green glow. To his surprise, the 4 nightmares did not immediately attack him. Instead, they hovered over the corpses of the fallen gale wolves, absorbing their residual life force. In a short while, the gale wolves were reduced to desiccated husks. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Xiaobai wasted no time. He took out the distress signal device and pressed it without hesitation. Chapter 36. Only a fool would fight them. Bai Shui, come back. Bai Xiaobai summoned Bai Shui and urgently shouted towards the entrance, Sister Xin, please save me. Inside the control room, Ling Xin found herself at a loss for words at the unfolding spectacle. Wait, the spirit beasts didn't even glance your way, and you're already calling for help? At least put up a fight before you shout for assistance. The other staff members were equally bewildered under normal circumstances. If someone in the training area pressed the distress signal, they were required to intervene immediately to prevent any irreversible accidents. However, seeing Ling Xin's reaction, they hesitated, unsure whether to proceed with the rescue. I'll go save him, Ling Xin finally declared after a moment of contemplation, standing up and leaving the control room towards the training field. Within the training arena, having drained the gale wolves of their vitality, the 4 nightmares shifted their focus onto Bai Xiaobai. Run, he shouted, instinctively clutching Bai Shui and sprinting around the training ground as the nightmares glided towards him. Isn't someone supposed to come save me once I press this thing? This isn't working. While dodging the nightmares' attacks, Bai Xiaobai frantically pressed the distress signal device, desperately hoping for someone to rescue him. Stop howling. Suddenly, a striking figure appeared before him. Sister Xin, you finally made it. Seeing her radiant silhouette, Bai Xiaobai dashed to hide behind Ling Xin, smirking at the pursuing nightmares and defiantly raising his middle finger, scoffing. Oh, you dare to follow? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Turning to Ling Xin, he added, Sister Xin, I can't handle them. You take over. Look at you, so proud. Ling Xian scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Bai Xiaobai before effortlessly unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy towards the nightmares. In an instant, the 4 nightmares were obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Sister Xian, you're amazing, Bai Xiaobai exclaimed, immediately flattering her upon witnessing her effortless display of power. Don't you dare give me that. Ling Xian smacked Bai Xiaobai on the head, unable to contain her exasperation. Weren't you so tough against the Gale Wolves? Why are you cowering like a coward in front of the nightmares? I didn't want to. Bai Xiaobai rubbed his head in pain and replied. Nightmares are immune to mental skills, and they have a degree of resistance to fire attributes. They completely counter me. Can't you think of a strategy? All you do is shout for help. Ling Xian retorted angrily. What will you do if you encounter them in the dimensional secret realm? Who will save you then? If I run into them in the dimensional secret realm, I'll just flee. Bai Xiaobai muttered under his breath. Only a fool would stand still and fight them. What did you say? Ling Xian glared at him menacingly. And nothing. I said I'll definitely improve next time. Bai Xiaobai quickly corrected himself, sensing the intensity of her gaze. Humph. I happen to have a question for you, Ling Xian said with a cold snort, inquiring. What exactly is your white fox? How can it use illusory power at just the 7th tier of mutation? Is it truly only of extraordinary potential? Is that strange? Bai Xiaobai was taken aback by the question. He wasn't very knowledgeable about spirit beast skills, so he had never considered that Bai Shue's abilities were unusual. In fact, he thought 2 skills were rather few. Certainly intriguing. While illusory power is not an advanced skill, it requires spirit beasts to reach at least the awakened level to acquire it. Upon hearing Ling Xian's explanation, Bai Xiaobai found it hard to believe. He had always assumed that illusory power was a rudimentary skill, especially since Bai Xue had mastered it at the 2nd tier of the anomaly level. Simultaneously, he grasped the reason behind the overwhelming fatigue he experienced after employing illusory power. It was, in fact, a consequence of his current low level. Perhaps it was due to the Bai Fox's breakthrough of its racial limitations. Bai Xiaobai attributed the cause to the confinement of racial boundaries. After all, how could the potential of breaking through to the boundary level not be considered a transcendence? Ling Xian soon realized that she could glean no useful information from Bai Xiaobai. And with a resigned sigh, she continued, Very well, you have passed your camp assessment. As she spoke, Ling Xian produced an identification badge and handed it to Bai Xiaobai, stating nonchalantly, the final rating is Illusory Transformation Level SSS. Sister Xian, what privileges does this rating confer upon me? Bai Xiaobai inquired with a charming smile, casting a flattering glance at Ling Xian as he accepted the badge. You will find out in due time, she replied, clearly reluctant to engage with him further. Ever since their acquaintance, nothing had gone smoothly. All she desired now was peace. What have I done to offend her? Bai Xiaobai pondered, scratching his head as he watched Ling Xian leave in a huff. Sister, please don't go. Wait for me, he called out, realizing he was alone in the vicinity, and hurriedly followed her footsteps. Here is the map of the area and some basic information, Ling Xian said, handing him a paper map and a small booklet as they reached the training ground. Stretching languidly, she added, You can explore on your own. I must return. Return? Sister, aren't you staying here? Bai Xiaobai could not help but inquire. Why would I stay here? My spirit beast has no special evolution, Ling Xian replied curtly. I came only to escort you. Now that you have passed the camp assessment, there is no reason for me to remain. What will I do if you leave? Bai Xiaobai protested. Do as you please. There are no instructors or assessments in the camp, Ling Xian stated coolly. In a few days, you will receive a professional training plan, and you can follow that. When can I go outside? Bai Xiaobai pressed. There is no specific timeline. It could be tomorrow or even next year, Ling Xian mused. It depends on your spirit beast training plan. All right then, I shall take my leave. It's a good opportunity to explore Kyoto, Ling Xian said, stretching once more and bidding Bai Xiaobai farewell before departing, leaving him alone, bewildered in the wind. Well, since I am here, I might as well make the best of it. I should find out where the dormitories are, Bai Xiaobai resolved. After some time, following the directions on the map, he made his way to the dormitory area. There were 3 types of accommodations, single rooms, double rooms, and 4-person rooms. Without a second thought, Bai Xiaobai opted for a single room. He was not accustomed to sharing a space with others, and besides, without any outsiders around, he could occasionally play with Bai Xue. Chapter 37, The Reasonable Madman. I wonder what privileges my identification badge entails, Bai Xiaobai mused as he settled into his dormitory, lazily reclining on the bed while fiddling with the badge. Oh well, I'll find out tomorrow. After securing the badge, he yawned and picked up his phone to mindlessly scroll through short videos. What are you up to? Come on. I'm taking you to explore the E-level dimensional secret realm, came a voice from his phone. My Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor has already reached the 3rd tier of the awakened level. Just as he was enjoying himself, a message popped up from Mu Wanner. Wow. The 3rd tier of the awakened level. That's impressive, Bai Xiaobai exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. It had barely been a month, and the Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor had already leveled up by half a tier? That seemed like a cheat. However, upon reflection, it made sense. With the Fire Spirit Stone and over 20 Fire Spirit Crystals, such a significant improvement in half a month was quite reasonable. Alas, it's a pity. Although Bai Xue possesses the potential to break through to the boundary level, her racial attributes are too lacking to absorb energy like the Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor. He had only fed Bai Xue one Fire Spirit Crystal. The others remained stored in his spatial ring. What a shame, I can't leave this place. With a resigned sigh, Bai Xiaobai quickly typed a response. I can't go. I'm not in Jiangxing right now. Huh, where did you run off to? Why didn't you call me? Angry, punching you. Xiaobai, you've changed. Crying. I'm telling you, I was captured and brought to this spirit beast research training camp. Would you believe me? Bai Xiaobai replied, somewhat helplessly, to the slightly melodramatic Mu Wanner. Now I don't even know when I'll be able to leave. Could it be the special evolution training camp for spirit beasts? Is that for real? Absolutely. Why would I lie to you? Bai Xiaobai typed back, detailing the situation quickly. That is how it is. I just finished testing and received a rating of 3S illusory transformation. Not sure what it's worth. Wow. Look at you, managing to cozy up to a good place thanks to my little Bai Xue. The resources provided by a 3S illusory transformation badge should be enough to elevate you to the illusory transformation level. Huh, this thing can grant free resources? Bai Xiaobai exclaimed. That goes without saying. Mu Wanner replied swiftly. Though the beast masters at the Spirit Beast Research Institute are a bunch of madmen, they are reasonable madmen. Your spirit beast offers them research value, and in return, they will provide you with appropriate subsidies. With a 3S illusory transformation identity, you should be able to claim spirit treasures equivalent to fire spirit stones, as well as receive advanced skill stones for free, among other benefits. All in all, they are quite generous. Wow, how does the young lady know so much? Bai Xiaobai chuckled at Mu Wanner's response. A luxurious single room, no one to bother him. And free resources and skills? Why would he want to leave? Only a fool would think of going out. I must find out how to leave. That way, I can avoid it. Young lady, do you know how one can exit? That I do not know. I've already told you they are a bunch of madmen. I'm not a madman, so how would I know their standards for assessment? It seems everyone's assessment criteria are different. Didn't you just arrive there? You'll probably figure it out in a couple of days. Looks like I'll have to wait and see what the training plan entails in a few days. Bai Xiaobai thought to himself, suppressing his excitement as he read Mu Wanner's message. All right then, remember to find me when you get out. We can go to the dimensional secret realm together. Sure thing. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Bai Xiaobai put down his phone, retrieved a fire spirit crystal from his spatial ring, and fed it to Bai Xue, who was resting nearby. Are you hungry, little Bai Xue? Bai Xiaobai remarked. Noticing the eager gaze of Bai Xue as he handed over the fire spirit crystal. Go ahead and eat. I'm going to take a nap. After a long day of travel, Bai Xiaobai was feeling quite fatigued. After scrolling through short videos for a while, he lay down on the bed and drifted into a deep sleep. Time passed, and eventually, Bai Xiaobai stirred awake from his slumber. As I gazed outside, the sun hung low over a majestic mountain to the west, prompting me to instinctively check the time on my phone. To my surprise, it was already past 5 in the afternoon, while the white snow nearby continued to absorb the energy of the fire spirit crystals. Doing nothing felt undeniably comfortable. Bai Xiaobai stretched contentedly, lounging on the bed and indulging in some mobile entertainment. Cultivation? Such a notion was non-existent. Lying flat was far more delightful. Alas, it seemed that this young master was not destined for idleness, as a fierce hunger pang struck me. With a resigned sigh, I climbed out of bed, gathered a change of clothes, and resolved to take a shower before heading to the cafeteria to see what culinary delights awaited. Xiaobai, stay here and don't wander off. I'll be back after grabbing a bite, I instructed the little snow fox. Quickly tidying up before stepping out of the room and following the map's directions toward the dining hall. Along the way, I encountered numerous individuals, most of whom were young adults in their 20s, chatting and laughing as they strolled. The cafeteria was not far from the dormitory, and after about 10 minutes, I arrived. At that moment, only a handful of people were present in the cafeteria. Approaching the food counter, I selected some of my favorite dishes, but upon noticing the absence of any payment method, I stood momentarily stunned. Turning to the lady at the counter, I inquired, "Excuse me, how do we pay here?" "You must be new," the cafeteria lady replied with a smile. "Just swipe your identification card here." "Thank you, ma'am," I responded politely, retrieving my ID and following her instructions to complete the transaction before finding an empty seat. The food was surprisingly delightful. After satisfying my hunger, I took a brief moment to rest before deciding to visit the Lingbao Pavilion to see what tier of spiritual treasures I could claim based on my identity. After cleaning up my dishes, I left the cafeteria. Outside, the sky had darkened completely, but the camp remained brightly lit. Following the map, I soon arrived in front of a grand building. The structure boasted 7 stories, adorned in a rich brown hue, and its facade spanned over 100 meters in width and rose to a height of 30 meters. A massive plaque emblazoned with the words Lingbao Pavilion graced the front. This must be the place. Confirming I had not strayed, I tucked away the map and strode confidently inside. Chapter 38. You were never capable to begin with. Why is there no one at the reception desk? I pondered, somewhat perplexed as I entered the lobby and observed the empty service area. The bustle of people around me left me momentarily at a loss. New here? Just as I was about to ask someone for help, a languid voice emerged from behind the desk. Hello? I instinctively turned to see a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 30s. Rising from a reclined position with a yawn. I'm asking you, are you new? The man, still groggy, squinted slightly and added, if you're a newcomer, please present your identification. Here is my identification, I replied, retrieving it from my spatial storage and handing it to him. 3S transformation level, huh? He remarked, taking the ID with a lazy tone. You can freely access resources up to the 5th floor, but they can only be used within the camp. Additionally, you have a weekly allowance of 2 million in free resources, redeemable for any items within that limit, and used amounts reset weekly. Suppressing my excitement, I felt a smile tugging at my lips. Not only was there unlimited free supply, but also a generous weekly allowance. This was simply splendid. After a brief pause, the middle-aged man continued, for resources on the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors, you'll need to exchange points. Should you wish to take any resources outside, make sure to register them here. Now, off you go. Don't disturb my slumber. With that, he returned my identification and attempted to recline once more, but I halted him. Wait a moment. Is there something else? He asked, yawning. I'd like to know how to earn points, I queried. You can earn points through commission tasks within the camp or by hunting spirit beasts and submitting their remains, he explained. Hunting spirit beasts? Could it be that I was allowed to venture outside? For now, I decided to explore the available free resources on the upper floors. Thank you, I said, resolving to ascend without further hesitation. Such a crowd. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, I marveled at the bustling scene, only to feel puzzled by the sight of machines devoid of any tangible items. What is going on here? Why are there no windows or displays? Regardless, I decided to join a relatively short queue, intending to observe how others proceeded. After about an hour, it was finally my turn at the machine. During this wait, I began to understand the absence of physical items. Each machine was equipped with a spatial storage system, allowing for quick access to desired materials while conserving space. To ensure efficiency, each machine had a 10-minute limit. Exceeding this would result in a 10-minute cooldown. Having grasped this, I couldn't help but admire the ingenious setup. The 2nd floor mainly featured mutated and awakened spirit cores along with some low-tier spirit herbs, which did not particularly pique my interest. After a cursory glance, I departed. Perhaps I should head directly to the 4th floor. Waiting for an hour or two here seems futile. Observing the throngs on the 3rd floor, I decided to proceed to the 4th floor, which was the highest tier of resources I could access for free. Upon arrival, I found the crowd here to be significantly smaller than on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Joining a shorter line, I waited for about half an hour before standing before the machine. With practiced ease, I placed my identification card at the registration point and began to browse the offerings. Wow, the items on the 4th floor are considerably superior to those on the 2nd. My eyes lit up as I surveyed the array of options. The display showcased not only extraordinary and transformative spirit cores, but also numerous spirit herbs and stones, including the coveted fire spirit crystal. This one is perfect. Oh, and this too. Forget it. I'll just take one of everything to test their effects. Without hesitation, I began adding items to my card, selecting anything I deemed useful. What? There's a daily limit? Just as I added my 11th item, a notification popped up, stating that I could only claim 10 items per day. Gazing at the notifications on the screen, Bai Xiaobai stifled the urge to curse, letting out a resigned sigh as he retrieved the 10 items he had just selected, placing them into his spatial ring. 10 items it was, better than none at all. After securing his belongings, he glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly 10 o'clock. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to return directly. Upon arriving at the 1st floor lobby, Bai Xiaobai recorded the details of the items he had collected. Just as he was about to depart, an idea struck him, prompting him to inquire of the drowsy middle-aged man. Excuse me, could you tell me how to exchange for the 2 million materials? There's a registration form over there, just fill it out. And you can collect it in 3 days, the middle-aged man yawned, gesturing lazily. There's a pen. Thank you. Following the man's instructions, Bai Xiaobai found a resource application form, completed it with minimal effort, and submitted it to the middle-aged man before leaving. As he pondered the thought of having acquired a substantial amount of fire attribute spiritual treasures, he mused whether it indicated a contract with a dual attribute spirit beast. The middle-aged man mumbled to himself while stretching, then reclined back into his chair, surrendering to slumber once more. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaobai meandered through the camp after leaving the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, familiarizing himself with his surroundings. With nothing pressing to attend to, he decided to head straight back to his dormitory. Xiaoxua, do you understand the importance of balancing work and rest? Upon entering the dormitory, he noticed Bai Xue still absorbing the energy of fire spirit crystals. Bai Xiaobai approached her, feeling somewhat exasperated. Your current state reflects poorly on your master. Oh woo. Bai Xue shot him a glance, seemingly implying that he was already quite inept. Bai Xiaobai was taken aback by the disdain from his own spirit beast, leaving him momentarily speechless. Chapter 39. I will absolutely comply with the camp's arrangements. It appeared that high intelligence in spirit beasts could be a double-edged sword. Bai Xiaobai silently lamented this fact, though there were undeniable advantages. At least Bai Xue saved him a considerable amount of trouble during battles. She required no direction from him as her beastmaster, unlike Cheng Qian's purple-tailed scorpion, whose combat efficacy plummeted drastically once separated from its master. While this did not showcase his capabilities and worth as a beastmaster, the lack of need for constant oversight was undeniably refreshing. Oh woo. Bai Xue seemed to sense Bai Xiaobai's shift in mood, leaping into his embrace and nuzzling affectionately as if to comfort him. Rest assured, master. I will protect you from now on. Humph, now you decide to comfort me? It's too late. Feeling Bai Xue's emotions, Bai Xiaobai replied with a hint of pride, I acquired quite a treasure today. Just wait and see as I surpass you. As he spoke, Bai Xiaobai retrieved a stone radiating a soft yellow glow from his spatial ring. The stone was roughly the size of his palm, and he could faintly sense an energetic aura emanating from it. Oh woo? Bai Xue, sensing the energy fluctuations from the stone, displayed a puzzled expression. What is this? Where did you find it, master? Hee, this is a spirit energy stone, which can accelerate a beastmaster's cultivation speed. It is similar to fire spirit stones, as both are types of spiritual stones. The distinction lies in that fire spirit stones can only be absorbed by fire attribute spirit beasts, whereas spirit energy stones contain a milder energy that poses no restrictions on the absorber. Both beastmasters and spirit beasts can harness its energy to aid in their cultivation. However, the energy contained within spirit energy stones is relatively less than that of fire spirit stones, merely exceeding the energy found within fire spirit crystals by a slight margin. This was one of the 10 spirit treasures he had just received from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. In addition to this, Bai Xiaobai had also acquired several other spirit treasures to aid in cultivation. Although he preferred a laid-back approach as a beastmaster, he could not afford to fall too far behind his contracted beast. Xiaoxua, just wait for me to surpass you, Bai Xiaobai declared triumphantly. Oh woo. Bai Xue seemed to be stirred by a competitive spirit, casting a glance at Bai Xiaobai before returning to the fire spirit crystal to continue her training. Seeing Bai Xue enter a state of cultivation, Bai Xiaobai wasted no time and sat cross-legged on his bed, beginning to absorb the energy contained within the spirit energy stone. As he commenced his cultivation, he felt a tremendous wave of energy flooding into his body, relentlessly cleansing his meridians and fortifying them. Wow, this is quite effective. This single session is equivalent to over an hour's worth of my usual cultivation progress, he marveled, overwhelmed by the abundant energy within him. I find myself increasingly envious of those affluent beastmasters. Bringing his focus back, Bai Xiaobai dedicated himself to absorbing the energy from the spirit energy stone. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. In the dormitory, Bai Xiaobai lay sprawled on his bed, panting heavily, unable to suppress a broad grin. Phew, I've finally broken through to the 8th stage of the anomalous level. Compared to 3 months ago, his vitality had significantly increased, and the aura surrounding him had risen considerably. During these 3 months, his spiritual energy level had ascended from the 4th stage to the 8th stage of the anomalous level. This rapid advancement was not only attributed to his relentless training day and night, but also to the multitude of auxiliary cultivation elixirs he had consumed. Just a single anomalous fruit elevated his spiritual energy from the 4th stage to the 7th stage of the anomalous level. Had he not feared that such rapid progress might lead to an unstable foundation, he could have broken through to the 8th stage 2 months ago. Throughout these 3 months, not only had he made remarkable progress, but Bai Xue had undergone a transformative change compared to 3 months prior. Her spiritual energy level had surged from the 7th stage of the anomalous level to the 1st stage of the awakening level, and she had learned 2 new skills. If he were to encounter a shadow leopard now, Bai Xiaobai would undoubtedly have confidence in Bai Xue's ability to dispatch it in a single strike. The reason for Bai Xue's swift increase in strength was not only the advanced spirit treasure she received weekly, but also the specialized training regimen tailored for her at the Spirit Beast Special Evolution Training Camp. Even Bai Xiaobai had to admit that the training plans offered by the camp far surpassed his previous laissez-faire approach. Indeed, professional matters are best left to professionals. However, The only drawback was that Bai Shue's spiritual energy level had become somewhat limited, although her strength had increased significantly. She could barely unleash a few skills before running low on energy. Xiaobai, Director Lei just said he wants you to find him. Just as Bai Xiaobai was preparing to tidy up, he suddenly heard Lin Han's voice from outside the dormitory. Lin Han lived next door and was quite familiar, often greeting Bai Xiaobai. Over time, they had grown increasingly acquainted. All right, I'll tidy up and head over, Bai Xiaobai replied, feeling perplexed about what Director Lei could want from him. Director Lei, also known as the esteemed Lei Ming, was a mythical-level beastmaster. He isn't planning to expel me, is he? Prior to his arrival, he had felt 1,000 reluctances. Now, he found himself 1,000 times more unwilling to leave. After a quick wash, Bai Xiaobai scooped up Bai Shui and made his way toward Lei Ming's office. About half an hour later, Bai Xiaobai arrived at Lei Ming's office, knocked on the door, and entered upon receiving permission. Director Lei, what do you need from me? Bai Xiaobai inquired, looking at the warm, smiling Lei Ming with a puzzled expression. Indeed, your contracted beast has already ascended to the awakened level, has it not? Raymond gestured for Bai Xiaobai to take a seat, smiling as he continued. However, we implore you not to hastily evolve your contracted beast. Although the evolution of a spirit beast can result in a significant enhancement of its power, we kindly ask for your cooperation in our endeavors. Once your white fox reaches the extraordinary level, we would like it to evolve into a three-tailed spirit fox. Pausing for a moment, Raymond added, as you know, in our ancient mythology, there exists a divine beast known as the nine-tailed fox. Since the invasion of spirit beasts, while many fox-like spirit beasts have emerged, none have been able to evolve into a nine-tailed fox. Therefore, we hope that your contracted beast can evolve into a three-tailed spirit fox upon reaching the extraordinary level, and we shall provide the necessary evolution resources for you. Upon hearing Raymond's words, Bai Xiaobai expressed understanding. Although fox-type spirit beasts possess a high degree of plasticity, they typically can only evolve 3 times, which is why no fox-type spirit beast has attained the nine-tailed level. Rest assured, I will certainly adhere to the camp's arrangements. Chapter 40. That was when I was young and foolish. If the camp instructs me to head east, I shall not venture west. If they direct me south, I shall not stray north. Bai Xiaobai patted his chest, wearing a face full of flattery. Well, although there is potential for your white fox to break through into a nine-tailed divine fox, Raymond remarked, glancing at Bai Xiaobai's sycophantic demeanor, do not rejoice too soon. Spirit beasts typically can only evolve 3 times, and only a select few can surpass this limit. Whether your white fox can break through this ceiling remains uncertain. Based on our observations over the past few months, your white fox's potential appears to be at the boundary-breaking level, does it not? Cough, 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 Dean. You truly overestimate it. It is merely a spirit beast with extraordinary level potential, Bai Xiaobai replied, scratching his head sheepishly. He had not anticipated that Raymond would discern that Bai Shui was a boundary-breaking level spirit beast after just 3 months. Come now, old man. I've studied spirit beasts my entire life. Do you think I am as easily deceived as Ling Yadu? Raymond shot a glance at Bai Xiaobai and said, from the very first moment I laid eyes on your white fox, I could tell it was undoubtedly more than just extraordinary level potential. I must admit, I misjudged the little one. It has indeed attained boundary-breaking level potential. Initially, upon seeing Bai Shui, he sensed that the white fox was beyond extraordinary level potential, but did not believe it could reach the boundary-breaking level. Thus, during the camp entrance assessment, he had emphasized the need for a metamorphic level evaluation. However, after 3 months of observation, he discovered that this white fox exhibited performance far superior to that of typical metamorphic level spirit beasts, even reaching the standard of boundary-breaking level spirit beasts. Bai Xiaobai gazed quietly at Raymond, and after a long pause, he finally sighed in resignation, rubbing his hands together. All right, Dean, I confess. My contracted beast actually possesses chaotic spirit level potential. So, could you possibly increase my limit for free resources? Get lost. Raymond's eyelid twitched. Chaotic spirit level? Did he truly think the old man had lost his mind? Even if I told you, would you believe me? What could I possibly do? Observing Raymond's speechless expression, Bai Xiaobai shrugged indifferently, adopting a somewhat annoying demeanor. All right, the reason I called you here was not solely to discuss this matter. There are other things as well. Taking a deep breath, Raymond continued, you are aware that our Spirit Beast Research Institute has always been understaffed. After a moment, Raymond looked at Bai Xiaobai with a smile, saying, Little Bai, what do you think? Are you interested in joining us? Dean, may I inquire about the benefits of joining you? Bai Xiaobai was taken aback by Raymond's invitation and quickly rubbed his hands together, grinning. It was important to note that the Spirit Beast Research Institute was a rather unique investigative department. They had the authority to intervene in all matters concerning spirit beasts, making it a genuine power entity. Bai Xiaobai, merely a subject of investigation, was already receiving approximately 5 million in free resources weekly. If he became a formal member, would that not be a direct leap? Could it be that I am truly the child of fortune? While pondering this, Bai Xiaobai gazed at Raymond with flattery. Although I know you are currently quite pleased, little Bai, could you perhaps be mindful of your image? First, wipe away your drool. Raymond cast a disdainful glance at Bai Xiaobai and remarked, by joining us, you will acquire all knowledge pertaining to spirit beasts and gain the pleasure of exploring unknown spirit beasts, which is indeed a matter of great significance. Cough, cough. Aside from that, are there any additional benefits? Such as resources? Additional benefits? A monthly stipend of 3,005, 7 insurances, and 2 golds, including room and board. Pausing. Raymond continued, you can exchange resources through contribution points or gain access to dimensional secret realms to acquire them yourself. And what else? That is all. What more do you desire? Dean, it's just that I feel I might not be suitable. What a joke. A monthly stipend of 3,005. And resources are to be earned independently? It was utterly impossible. Bai Xiaobai finally understood why there were so few people in the Spirit Beast Research Institute. The conditions were simply unappealing. What's the matter? Do you have any concerns? Upon hearing Bai Xiaobai's refusal, Raymond was taken aback, then chuckled, saying, although you are currently only at the 8th stage of the anomaly level, and your contracted beast is merely a white fox, the fact that it can evolve meets our requirements, so you need not worry. While Bai Xiaobai's talents may not seem remarkably high at present, they can still be considered above average, and with a white fox possessing the potential to evolve into a 9-tailed divine fox, its future achievements are unlikely to be lacking. No, Dean, I simply wish to take it easy. Bai Xiaobai scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, I find my current lifestyle quite satisfactory. Raymond gazed at Bai Xiaobai in disbelief and said, hey, kid, is your dream truly to continue living in idleness? Otherwise what? My motto is to do less and gain more without labor. Suppressing the urge to give him a good beating, Raymond replied exasperately, listen, kid. The dimensional secret realms we access are all undeveloped. Any treasures obtained will belong solely to you. Well, I still can't manage. Bai Xiaobai resolutely shook his head in refusal, asserting, with my pitiful anomaly-level strength, visiting an unknown secret realm is no different from seeking death. Though he was greedy for wealth, he was even more greedy for life. What good was money if he lost his life? You must consider this carefully. Hearing Bai Xiaobai's continued rejection, Raymond's frustration peaked as he exclaimed, this opportunity is only available once. If you miss it, joining us again will be difficult. Dean, may I inquire about the consequences if I decline? Observing Raymond's expression darkening, Bai Xiaobai felt a sudden pang of unease and asked with feigned politeness, what consequences could there be? Raymond pretended to be helpless and said, however, our resources might be somewhat scarce during this period due to the lack of personnel. If one cannot obtain resources, do not blame me. A blatant threat. Dean, I have given this careful thought. I believe this is an excellent opportunity for growth. Just now, I was a bit ungrateful. I am willing to join the Spirit Beast Research Institute. After contemplating for a moment, Bai Xiaobai immediately changed his demeanor and confidently agreed. Regardless, there was still a monthly stipend of 3,005, along with 7 insurances and 2 golds, which was far superior to his previous dismal company. Oh, wasn't your motto to do less and gain more without labor? Have you changed your mind so quickly? Raymond gazed at Bai Xiaobai with a hint of amusement and remarked, ahem, that was merely a youthful indiscretion on my part. In chapter 41, it seemed he had succumbed to a touch of narcissism. However, he continued, Director, I have a question. Why was I chosen to join the Beast Spirit Research Institute? Bai Xiaobai scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. Could it be that he truly was the child of destiny? Every beast master who arrived here, provided their background checks out, would receive an invitation to join the Research Institute. Raymond cast a sidelong glance at Bai Xiaobai and replied coolly, do you think these resources are handed to you without cost? Nevertheless, you are the first to hesitate. He mused, others have arrived sooner than you, haven't they? Undeterred, Bai Xiaobai inquired, have they already become members of the Beastmaster Research Institute? Of course not. Raymond shook his head. There just happens to be a task that requires your participation. He continued, recently, a dimensional secret realm has emerged near the Eastern Ocean, which should rightfully belong to us. But as you know, the Chrysanthemum Kingdom, emboldened by the support of the White Eagle Nation, insists on meddling. They seem incapable of understanding reason. Hence we must teach them a lesson. Wait, Director, what does this have to do with me? Bai Xiaobai exclaimed, bewildered. I'm merely a minor anomaly-level beastmaster. Though I wish to assist, I truly cannot. Who says you cannot? Raymond chuckled. Due to international pressures, and with the White Eagle Nation's covert interference, we cannot directly eliminate those rascals. We can only adhere to international protocols and conduct a small-scale competition. Since that secret realm is classified as an F-level dimension, According to international laws, the conflicting parties must each send 200 anomaly-level beast masters to explore for a month. The team that covers the most area or lasts the longest will claim ownership of the dimensional realm. This unknown realm may harbor undiscovered spirit beasts. Hence, we need to send a few representatives from our institute to investigate. Pausing, Raymond continued, but there are very few anomaly-level beast masters in the entire camp. Thus, we have decided to recommend you and 2 other anomaly-level beast masters to participate. Oh, I see, Bai Xiaobai said, somewhat astonished by Raymond's explanation. This is directly heading into battle. He nodded in agreement. All right, I have no objections. Is that so? That's rather uncharacteristic of you, Raymond observed. A flicker of surprise in his eyes, followed by a hint of admiration. What can I say? I'm greedy. The treasures of an unknown realm are plentiful. Bai Xiaobai chuckled nonchalantly. Ridiculous. Anyone hesitating to strike at the Chrysanthemum Kingdom deserves a slap across the face, he added confidently. Very well, then. Ensure you prepare adequately. We will gather at the camp entrance early tomorrow morning, Raymond said, his gaze towards Bai Xiaobai shifting slightly. Understood, Director. I shall take my leave, Bai Xiaobai replied, bidding farewell as he exited the office. That lad doesn't he seem so disoriented after all, Raymond mused softly as he watched Bai Xiaobai's retreating figure. In a luxurious villa, a gaunt elder respectfully regarded 2 men, one older and one younger, both of robust build with the characteristic features of the White Eagle Nation, their expressions tinged with arrogance. The elder, with a smile playing on his lips, remarked, Mr. Matsushita, tomorrow marks the commencement of the competition for the Dimensional Secret Realm. Our White Eagle Nation has expended considerable effort to assist you in securing this opportunity. You are aware of the course of action once success is attained, are you not? Yes, Mr. John. We are profoundly grateful for the assistance of the White Eagle Nation. Should we secure ownership of this realm, we willingly pledge to transfer half of the resources to you. The elder, known as Matsushita, respectfully bowed his head. Excellent. Victory shall undoubtedly belong to the Chrysanthemum Kingdom, Mr. John smiled, continuing, to further ensure your success in this competition, we shall dispatch a team to join you. He gestured towards the young man beside him, saying, Hans is a prodigy from our ranks. With his participation, triumph is assured. Indeed, the youth, referred to as Hans, declared with a proud and confident demeanor. At the entrance of the Special Evolution Training Camp for Spirit Beasts, Bai Xiaobai stood drowsily by the gate. Beside him stood a boy and a girl, both appearing to be of similar age but notably more alert. These 2 were his teammates, the boy named Li Tian and the girl named Su Tantan. Is that your contracted beast? How adorable! Su Tantan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the drowsy white fox perched upon Bai Xiaobai's shoulder. Don't let its cuteness fool you. It can be quite fierce, Bai Xiaobai yawned and replied, and it eats more than I do. How could that be? Such a precious little white fox. Su Tantan seemed unconvinced that such a charming creature could be fierce. It certainly can't eat more than my Gale, 2-headed wolf. Bai Xiaobai countered. At this rate, I can barely afford to keep it, Li Tian joked, laughing. As they waited for Raymond, the trio engaged in light conversation. After a little over 10 minutes, Raymond finally arrived, bearing instruments resembling mobile phones. This device records encounters with spirit beasts. Keep it safe and remember to use it for documentation when you encounter any, he instructed, handing one to each of them. Without delay, he summoned his flying beast and, with the 3 of them aboard, soared into the distance. Across the azure expanse of the ocean, a warship sliced through the waves at high speed, surrounded by numerous aquatic spirit beasts. According to regulations set by the Dragon Nation, these vessels required at least 1 demigod-level beastmaster on board to ensure their safety. On the deck of the warship, Bai Xiaobai stood gazing into the horizon. It was his first time aboard a military vessel and his inaugural venture into the sea. The grandeur of the rolling waves filled him with exhilaration. Behind him, over 100 beastmasters of similar age appeared spirited and eager. We should be nearing it soon, he thought, feeling a twinge of nervousness at the prospect of entering the dimensional secret realm. Standing beside him, Su Tantan took a deep breath to calm her nerves. It's nothing to worry about. Just treat it as an ordinary dimensional realm, Bai Xiaobai said with a reassuring smile, appearing quite relaxed. He then turned to Li Tian and inquired, Are you all right? I'm fine, just a bit seasick, Li Tian groaned, his discomfort evident. In Chapter 42, Bai Xiaobai observed Li Tian's distress and shook his head in exasperation. If Raymond hadn't left immediately after delivering them, he would have seriously considered asking him to take Li Tian back. Are you not the least bit anxious? Su Tantan asked, unable to contain her curiosity as she watched Bai Xiaobai's calm demeanor. Even though this is only an F-level dimensional realm, losing to the Chrysanthemum Kingdom would be quite embarrassing. There is no need for anxiety. Our opponent this time is the nation of Chrysanthemum, and we cannot afford to lose. Relax, my friend. Bai Xiaobai pointed towards the distant group of beast tamers, smiling as he remarked, "Look at them. They appear utterly unperturbed." Su Tantan turned to glance at the others nearby, noticing their laughter and chatter, seemingly unaffected, which brought a sense of calm to her heart. "It seems we are nearing our destination." The two exchanged light-hearted banter, while Li Tian, suppressing a wave of nausea, gestured towards a small island not far off. In the distance, a large warship was visible, proudly displaying the flag of the Chrysanthemum Nation. "How dare they compete with us using such equipment?" Li Tian grimaced at the sight of the Chrysanthemum flag, feeling a fresh wave of revulsion. They must have their backers. With such arrogance, are they not afraid of a few spirit beasts surfacing from the depths to annihilate them? Su Tantan scoffed, clearly disapproving of the conduct exhibited by both the White Eagle Nation and the Chrysanthemum Nation. Before long, the destroyer fleet approached the small island, which lacked a port suitable for large warships. Landing would require smaller vessels or the assistance of flying spirit beasts. With the help of a team of flying beast tamers, 200 of them soon set foot on the island. The island housed few soldiers, yet a camp had been established around the dimensional secret realm. Due to the island's modest size, they could clearly observe the enemy camp from their position, and vice versa. Between the two encampments, a spatial tunnel stood imposingly, evidently the target of this competition. "Report to the commander. The 200 participating student beast tamers have safely arrived." Within the camp, a young officer saluted a middle-aged man before him. The man, with a resolute visage that commanded respect, occasionally exuded a faint ripple of spirit energy that struck fear into the hearts of those around him. He was indeed a demigod-level beast tamer. "You have worked hard," he acknowledged, returning a standard military salute, then turning his gaze to the youthful faces behind him. A hint of a smile broke through his stern demeanor. "Excellent. You all display great spirit. You are the future of our dragon nation. I hope you will fight valiantly in the upcoming contest, uphold our nation's honor, and impart a profound lesson to those foolish clowns." "Yes, Commander." The 200 students replied in unison, their voices resounding. The commander nodded in satisfaction, then regained his serious expression, stating, "I trust you all understand the rules. I shan't elaborate further. The exploration of the secret realm will last for 1 month, and victory will go to the party that explores the most territory. Our dragon nation does not instigate trouble, but we do not shy away from it either. Remember, in critical moments, do not hesitate. If the opportunity arises, strike with lethal force. Mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards oneself. Do you all comprehend?" "Understood." The students answered in unison once more. "Excellent." The commander surveyed them and continued, "There is another important matter. This morning, the International Beast Tamer Organization Committee decided by lot that this dimensional secret realm contest will proceed via random teleportation. A random teleportation array has been established at the entrance of the secret realm. Once you enter, you will be randomly transported to various locations within the realm." "Does that mean everyone will be scattered?" Bai Xiaobai could not help but murmur, and the other students began to discuss amongst themselves. Being with fellow students provided a sense of support, but if they were scattered and randomly transported, they would truly be on their own. If some unfortunate soul ended up directly beside a powerful spirit beast, would that not be tantamount to a death sentence? Though the probability of encountering high-level spirit beasts in an F-level dimensional secret realm is low, it is certainly not zero. Seeing the fervent discussions among the students, Commander Chen cleared his throat twice to signal for silence and continued, "Do not be anxious. I recall the training camp arranged several solo survival assessments. As long as you perform at the level you have trained, there should be no issues. Of course, casualties are inevitable. This is a new dimensional secret realm, and we do not know what level of spirit beasts may appear. If anyone wishes to withdraw, I will not stop you." "We will not withdraw. Random teleportation offers greater challenge," exclaimed a student, while another added, "Huh? Even if we encounter awakened-level spirit beasts, I am not afraid." One by one, the students expressed their determination, with not a single individual opting to withdraw. "Very well, then let us set off immediately." Pleased with their response, Commander Chen nodded and led the group towards the entrance of the dimensional secret realm. "Commander Chen, Mr. Matsushita, it has been a long time." John, serving as the inspector for this assessment, was clad in the military uniform of the White Eagle Nation, greeting Chun Tian and Matsushita Jun with familiarity. Behind Matsushita Jun stood 5 youths dressed in samurai attire, the foremost of whom exuded confidence. This young man, named Ito Naruki, was a rare genius from the Chrysanthemum Nation, currently eyeing the Dragon Nation's beast tamers with disdain. The 4 youths beside Ito Naruki mirrored his contemptuous expression towards the Dragon Nation's team. They were among the few prodigies from the Chrysanthemum Nation, cultivated with immense resources lavished upon them without restraint. In a sense, the Chrysanthemum Nation was gambling on its national fortune this time. Moreover, with the support of the White Eagle Nation, they were confident of victory. Do either of you have any objections regarding this dimensional secret realm contest? If not, we may proceed. John smiled as he addressed Chen Tian and Matsushita Jun. None. Chen Tian replied gravely, his tone measured. Nor do we from the chrysanthemum side, Matsushita Jun said respectfully. Very well. Then, John was about to say something when a youthful voice interrupted. I have a question. Are those few blondes also from the chrysanthemum nation? Chen Tian and the others turned towards the sound, seeing Bai Xiaobai with his hand raised, pointing at a few scattered beast tamers from the chrysanthemum team, weakly inquiring. Are they called Yamashita? Inoue? Or Yamasaki? I actually have another question. How exactly do you play with Inoue? Chapter 43. Shouldn't we just eliminate them all? Ha ha. As Bai Xiaobai's words fell, uproarious laughter erupted around them. Indeed, there are still a few blondes on the opposite side. Blonde brother, are you called Matsushita or Inoue? Brother, you are truly talented. Li Tian clapped Bai Xiaobai on the shoulder, laughing so hard, he nearly doubled over. I was merely inquiring. Bai Xiaobai looked innocently at Li Tian, who was in fits of laughter, shrugging nonchalantly. Baka. Fact. Unable to contain their anger at the mockery from the Dragon Nation, the chrysanthemum team erupted in expletives. And Ito Naruki unsheathed his katana, glaring furiously at Bai Xiaobai. How dare you regard us as inferior chrysanthemum citizens? This is truly despicable. The beast tamers from the White Eagle Nation hidden among the chrysanthemum team fixed their gaze intently on Bai Xiaobai. Had it not been for John's special arrangement, they would have reveled in tearing Bai Xiaobai to shreds at that moment. Upon hearing the words of Hans and his companions, the beast masters from the land of chrysanthemum wore expressions of displeasure. Though displeased within, they dared not show it, for Hans hailed from their fatherland. Commander Chun, your people have insulted our land of chrysanthemum. We request an explanation, Matsushita Jun interjected, restraining the furious Ito Naruki. His countenance grim as he addressed Chen Tian in a cold tone. An explanation? What sort of explanation? Are you suggesting our words were erroneous? Dare you claim those in your ranks are indeed beast masters of the land of chrysanthemum? Chen Tian regarded Matsushita Jun with disdain, replying coolly. It is already a testament to our Dragon Kingdom's magnanimity that I do not demand an explanation from you. Yet you now seek one from me? His eyes glinted with menace as he continued. Do you truly believe our Dragon Kingdom is easily bullied? From the moment he arrived, he had noticed several beastmasters from the White Eagle Nation among the ranks of the land of chrysanthemum. Yet the dimensional secret realm did not prohibit the use of external aid. However, most nations, when embroiled in the contest for a dimensional secret realm, would only dispatch their own beastmasters into battle. The new dimensional secret realms often harbored numerous treasures, and with more nations competing, the spoils would be fewer for each. Enough. John interjected, interrupting Matsushita Jun just as he was about to retort. The time has come. Let us prepare to enter the dimensional secret realm. John's previously amiable expression turned stern as he cast a glance towards Bai Xiaobai's position. Infuriated that they would regard their esteemed White Eagle Nation beastmasters as mere subordinates of the land of chrysanthemum. Humph. Chen Tian scoffed, disregarding Matsushita Jun, and commanded his subordinates to distribute the dimensional secret realm detection devices and positioning locators. Once the items were distributed, under John's direction, the two teams of beastmasters lined up in 2 rows and entered the dimensional secret realm one after the other. Bai Xiaobai, along with his 2 companions, formed part of the detection team and stood at the rear of the procession. Fortunately, the entry into the dimensional secret realm was swift. After approximately 10 minutes, the trio finally stepped into the enigmatic realm. As his surroundings blurred, Bai Xiaobai found himself amidst an uncharted forest. Cautiously surveying his environment, he deemed it relatively safe. Although there were insects, snakes, birds, and beasts, their energy levels were low enough for him to manage. Thank goodness I'm not the unlucky one, he thought, silently relieved, as he had been concerned about encountering a formidable spirit beast upon entry. Suddenly, Bai Shui leapt from his arms, exuberantly bounding about, seemingly oblivious to any pressure. This is merely an F-grade dimensional secret realm. It is unlikely to house any powerful spirit beasts. If we encounter one at the awakening level, we should consider ourselves fortunate. Sensing Bai Shui's excitement, Bai Xiaobai smiled and said, let us seek out those beast masters from the land of chrysanthemum. With that, he pulled out a map to ascertain his location, only to find himself disheartened by the absence of distinctive landmarks. Never mind, I shall proceed in a random direction, he decided, tucking the map back into his storage ring and cautiously advancing through the forest. His current objective was to locate either his teammates or the beastmasters from the land of chrysanthemum. Gathering information about spirit beasts within the dimensional secret realm was not an immediate concern. Hey, Xiaobai, you're here too? It seems we have quite the connection. A familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him. He instinctively turned to see Li Tian approaching with a cheerful demeanor. accompanied by a peculiar spirit beast with two wolf heads, his contracted beast, the Gale, two-headed wolf. If only we knew where Sutan-Wan was. The three of us would be quite the team, Li Tian said, hastening to Bai Xiaobai's side and draping an arm over his shoulder. But it appears this dimensional secret realm is merely an ordinary F-grade 1, which should pose no danger for her. The three of them were of comparable strength, all at level 9 of the anomaly stage, with their contracted beasts at the first stage of awakening. In such a dimensional secret realm, as long as they exercised caution, they would hardly encounter any peril. You arriving is fortuitous. Let us search for the people from the land of Chrysanthemum, Bai Xiaobai suggested. Why seek them out? Li Tian asked, perplexed. If it weren't for the thorough background checks conducted on every beastmaster joining the Spirit Beast Research Institute, he might have doubted Bai Xiaobai's identity. Shouldn't we be focusing on exploring this dimensional secret realm? Why explore? If we eliminate all the competitors from the land of Chrysanthemum, wouldn't that ensure our victory? Bai Xiaobai countered, shooting him a sidelong glance. Winning is not solely about following one rule. His reasoning was straightforward, while everyone was dispersed. It was the perfect opportunity to eliminate a few of the land of Chrysanthemum's beastmasters without anyone knowing who was responsible. In other words, all those who could enter the realm were seed candidates, and if they could eradicate them, it would be akin to extinguishing 200 potential high-level beastmasters. Such an act would significantly cripple their strength. As for the treasures they carried, they could serve as spoils of war, achieving victory, amassing riches, and weakening the land of Chrysanthemum all in one fell swoop. Indeed, how did I not think of that? Let us go. Upon hearing Bai Xiaobai's explanation, Li Tian paused for a moment before comprehending, eagerly pulling Bai Xiaobai along as they sought the figures of the beastmasters from the land of Chrysanthemum within the dimensional secret realm. Chapter 44. The aroma of roasting. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, beneath a grand tree, a robust man clad in the warrior garb of the land of Chrysanthemum wiped the sweat from his brow after dispatching a spirit beast, his expression grave. Having just entered, he had already encountered numerous spirit beasts, and the continuous battles had left him fatigued. What misfortune! I'm all alone here. Who is there? Just as he intended to rest momentarily, a chill ran down his spine, and he brandished his katana defensively, his eyes warily fixed on the thicket ahead. It seems these little devils have discovered us. From within the underbrush, Li Tian whispered to Bai Xiaobai, observing the vigilant man from the land of Chrysanthemum. This is your fault. You were so intent on devouring their spirit beasts, and now look where we are. Well, his wild boar does indeed smell delightful when roasted. Bai Xiaobai shrugged, walking out of the thicket alongside Li Tian, both of them laughing without a hint of anxiety. Bah, what terrible luck. We've encountered two from the Dragon Kingdom, particularly that one who insulted us. The expression of the man from the land of Chrysanthemum darkened. His gaze locked onto Bai Xiaobai and Li Tian. Though he yearned to dismantle Bai Xiaobai, the disparity in numbers made a direct confrontation an unwise choice. Hey, do you think this little devil can understand us? Li Tian asked, curiously appraising the nearby man from the land of Chrysanthemum. Perhaps. We were all equipped with electronic translators. So they likely have them too, Bai Xiaobai replied with a smile. Otherwise, why were they so incensed when I inquired about how to play with an OA? True enough, Li Tian chuckled, showing no concern for the man from the land of Chrysanthemum before them. The audacity. Not only did he insult us, the esteemed citizens of the land of the rising sun, but he also belittled me. You reckless wild boar, charge forth. Observing Bai Xiaobai and his companion sharing laughter without a hint of regard for him, the man from the land of the rising sun could no longer contain his fury. He unleashed a torrent of curses, commanding the wild boar beside him to attack, while he himself hastily retreated into the thicket behind him, seemingly seeking to escape. Oh, this little fool truly has no shame, sending his contracted beast into the fray while he plots his escape. Li Tian, watching the man scurry into the bushes, could not help but mock him, issuing a command to his swift two-headed wolf. Swift, go and take care of him. With a fervent howl, the two-headed wolf, invigorated by Li Tian's order, swiftly leaped over the advancing wild boar and lunged at the man from the land of the rising sun. Hey, you sly one. Leave the wild boar to me. Bai Xiaobai glanced at Li Tian, who was grinning beside him, and chuckled before addressing the snow-white creature perched on his shoulder. Shui. This is your task. Though the wild boar possessed formidable attack and defense capabilities, its mental fortitude was woefully lacking, and this particular beast was merely a transformed level 9. No match for Shui. With a leap, Shui descended from Bai Xiaobai, her eyes shimmering with vibrant colors. Just as she intended to intercept the wild boar, it suddenly froze, letting out a pained roar. Fool. Utterly useless. You can't even stop an enemy. The man from the land of the rising sun cursed at the wild boar as he watched the swift two-headed wolf effortlessly leap over it and charge toward him. His expression darkened as he realized his own strength was only at the transformed level 9, with no chance against a first-level awakened two-headed wolf. Were it not for his two advanced spiritual artifacts protecting him, he would have long since succumbed to the wolf's claws. Inoue Haruya, will kill you. As the wild boar's cries diminished, Inoue Haruya, entangled with the two-headed wolf, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, collapsing to the ground, clutching his skull and howling in agony. This was the backlash from the death of his contracted beast, a grave matter for a beast master. Not only would he suffer severe repercussions, but the beast spacebound to this creature would also collapse, permanently losing a contract slot. Damn it! Inoue Haruya, will not let you go even in death. Overwhelmed by intense pain and loss, he lunged at Bai Xiaobai in a frenzy. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, the two-headed wolf raised its powerful paw and smashed Inoue Haruya's skull to a pulp, ensuring his demise. Let's move on to the next target. After dispatching Inoue Haruya, the two swiftly searched his spatial ring and discovered two defensive spiritual artifacts. These artifacts had been used by Inoue Haruya during his confrontation with the two-headed wolf. One was a soft armor, and the other a pendant. Had it not been for Shue's intervention in slaying the wild boar, causing the backlash he suffered, they might have needed to expend more effort to eliminate him. Let us depart. We can distribute the spoils once we finish. Bai Xiaobai glanced at the disfigured corpse of Inoue Haruya. The scent of blood thick in the air causing him to frown. What a windfall. A good mid-grade spiritual artifact can fetch over 1 million in the market. And now we have 2. This is a definite profit. Li Tian rummaged through Inoue Haruya's dimensional ring for the dimensional realm detection device and positioning locator, unceremoniously destroying them. This way, the land of the rising sun would no longer receive any data from the detection device. Having secured Inoue Haruya's ring and the 2 mid-grade spiritual artifacts, they eagerly set off in search of their next target. Outside the dimensional realm, a large screen displaying the realm map flickered, and with Inoue Haruya's demise, a cursor representing the contestant from the land of the rising sun abruptly extinguished. Who is it? Such incompetence. This is a disgrace to the land of the rising sun. Observing the disappearing cursor on the large screen, Matsushita Jun's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated losing a contestant so early in the competition. Calm down, Mr. Matsushita. The battle has only just begun. The ultimate victory will surely belong to us, a slender young man standing beside Matsushita urged. In stark contrast, Chen Tian and his companions wore faint smiles, reveling in the loss of an opponent so soon after the commencement of the contest. How wonderful. In such a short time, they have lost a contestant. This is a splendid start. Moreover, seeing that the fallen beast master had been vanquished by their own hands filled them with joy. However, they found it puzzling that the 2 points on the screen seemed not to be exploring the dimensional realm, but were deliberately hunting down contestants from the land of the rising sun. Chapter 45. These 2 are my responsibility. Let us call it a day. The visibility is poor at night, and engaging further could be perilous. Within the dimensional realm, after Bai Xiaobai and Li Tian had defeated another contestant from the land of the rising sun, Bai Xiaobai spoke to Li Tian as the daylight waned. Throughout the day, they had encountered 6 isolated beast masters from the land of the rising sun, whose spiritual energy levels were not particularly high and were no match for the 2 of them. All right, I'll take the first watch. You can take over later in the night. Li Tian grinned broadly after scavenging the valuable items from the contestant. They had amassed dozens of mid-grade spiritual artifacts and various spiritual herbs and treasures, with a total value surely exceeding 20 million. Xiaobai, take a look at these items and see what you need. Let us divide today as spoils first. Excitedly, Li Tian approached Bai Xiaobai, laying out their haul, 14 mid-grade spiritual artifacts and 6 spatial rings. We can each take 7 artifacts, and as for the 6 rings, we can each randomly choose 3. What's inside is up to chance. How does that sound? Since the items in the rings were diverse and numerous, evenly distributing them would be impractical. It was better to let each person select 3 at random. Sounds good, you can go first. Bai Xiaobai nodded in agreement with Li Tian's suggestion. The quality of the 14 artifacts was relatively uniform, and their prices were similar, so the contents of the rings likely wouldn't differ dramatically. A few more or fewer items wouldn't make much of a difference. I won't hold back then. Upon hearing Bai Xiaobai's words, Li Tian eagerly selected 7 artifacts for himself and cheerfully remarked, I'll take the artifacts. You can choose the rings first. All right. Bai Xiaobai stored the remaining artifacts in his ring and casually pocketed 3 of the spatial rings, saying to Li Tian, these will do. Perfect. Li Tian joyfully placed the remaining 3 spatial rings into his pocket, humming a tune of happiness. Bai Xiaobai, meanwhile, retrieved the corpse of the wild boar from earlier, processed it with care, and began roasting it. At this moment, in another part of the dimensional realm, Ito Naruhito looked gravely at the lifeless body of Inoue Haruya lying on the ground. Beside him stood a short, stout man, Nakagawa Ichiro. They had only just arrived at this location when they discovered Inoue Haruya's corpse. Had they arrived any later, it would have been completely devoured by scavengers. Inoue Harano is even stronger than I am, yet astonishingly, he did not survive a single day. Could it be that he encountered some terrifying spirit beast? Nakagawa Ikir gazed at the disfigured visage of Inoue Harano, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes as he stammered. It is not so. Ito Naruhito narrowed his eyes and replied coolly, he must have fallen at the hands of a participant from the Dragon Country. How can you be so certain, Ito-kun? Nakagawa Ikir instinctively inquired. Observe, if he had perished at the hands of a spirit beast, his body would not be left here. Moreover, Ito Naruhito paused momentarily before continuing. All of Inoue-kun's spirit artifacts and storage rings have vanished. Thus, it was undoubtedly the work of a beast master. So it is thus. Upon hearing Ito Naruhito's explanation, Nakagawa Ikir indignantly exclaimed, those despicable Dragon Country beast masters, how dare they ambush Inoue-kun? Simultaneously, he felt a quiet sigh of relief. Grateful that he and Ito Naruhito were positioned not far away. Otherwise, he might have met the same fate as Inoue Harano. Let us rest nearby for the time being. Tomorrow we shall pursue them. We cannot allow those vile ruffians to escape. They must pay for their insolence against our esteemed beast masters of the Chrysanthemum Country. Indeed, responding to Ito Naruhito's words, Nakagawa Ikir readily agreed without a second thought, promptly establishing camp on the spot. However, given Ito Naruhito's stature, it was clear that he would not take the watch, so it seemed he would be alone in guarding through the night. Ah, you must admit. The taste of this wild boar is indeed delightful. Sated and at ease, Li Tian lounged contentedly by the fire, reclining on the grass and letting out a satisfied belch. I told you so. Bai Xiaobai lazily stretched, lying on the grass as the two engaged in idle chatter. Suddenly, a cacophony of combat erupted nearby. Shall we investigate? The two straightened up, exchanging glances before rising to head toward the source of the tumult. At that moment, Su Tantan, her complexion pale, gazed at the two beast masters from the Chrysanthemum Country not far away. Her right hand bore a long, bleeding gash inflicted by a katana. Beside her, her contracted beast, the Golden Saint Lion, appeared battered and on the brink of collapse, valiantly guarding her. Well, Yamamoto-kun, it seems fortune smiles upon us today. Tanaka Ueno regarded Su Tantan with a greedy gaze, speaking to his companion Yamamoto Kenjiro. Indeed, our luck appears to be quite favorable today. Yamamoto Kenjiro appraised Su Tantan from head to toe, as if she were already theirs to claim. I would rather die than allow you to succeed. Su Tantan glared at the two with disdain, a glimmer of resolve crossing her features as she raised her short sword. She would rather perish than let these two defile her. Hey, little girl, do you have any idea how painful it is to take your own life? Just as her sword was about to slice across her neck, a familiar voice emerged from the thicket to her left. Instinctively, she turned her head to see Bai Xiaobai and Li Tian stepping out from the underbrush. What are you doing here? Upon seeing the two, Su Tantan released her grip on the azure short sword, forcing a smile that was more sorrowful than a cry. We heard the sounds of a struggle nearby and came to assess the situation. The two hurried to Su Tantan's side, with Bai Xiaobai producing 2 vials of healing potion, administering them to both Su Tantan and the Golden Saint Lion. Thank you. Su Tantan felt the energy within her and the Golden Saint Lion beginning to rejuvenate, expressing her gratitude to the two. Is it truly so, Tantan? Did these two weaklings manage to inflict such harm upon you? Li Tian observed the two adversaries in the distance, bemused by their mere 9th-tier aberrant level strength, and found it utterly incomprehensible that the awakened 1st-tier Golden Saint Lion could be so severely wounded. Had they not ambushed me, I would not be in such a dire state. Recalling how she had just defeated a wild spirit beast, she realized that a moment's negligence had allowed the two to launch a surprise attack, leaving her heavily injured, compounded by the fact that the Golden Saint Lion had recently concluded its own battle with little energy remaining. All right, Xiaobai, you stay here and protect Tantan. I will handle these two. Chapter 46, you deal with those two. Baka, how dare they ruin our plans? Hearing the exchange among the group, Yamamoto Kenjiro stormed forward, directing his towering battle treant with authority. Battle treant, go, crush them. Roar. The battle treant, towering over 5 meters, released a fierce roar, pounding its sturdy trunk before charging heavily toward Bai Xiaobai and the others. Born for combat, the battle treant, though a wood element spirit beast, possessed immense strength and resilience. A single punch from it could effortlessly pulverize rock. No wonder you fell victim to an ambush. As the battle treant barreled toward them, Bai Xiaobai suddenly grasped the reality of the situation. The battle treant only revealed its spirit energy during combat. At all other times, it resembled an ordinary tree. Had it not been for Yamamoto Kinjiro commanding the treant to charge, he might not have noticed the presence of an additional contracted beast nearby. However, as it approached, Bai Xiaobai did not retreat an inch. Instead, he regarded it with mockery. What say you? Would you like me to lend you a hand? Bai Xiaobai teased Li Tian. My Bai Shui is a dual-element spirit beast of illusion and fire, uniquely adept at countering the likes of this battle treant. No need, Li Tian shook his head. Smiling as he replied, 2 9th-tier aberrant-level contracted beasts are no match for my Gale. Yamamoto-kun, that beast of his appears peculiar and has already reached the awakened level. We should retreat for now and seek out Ito-kun to resolve this later. Compared to Yamamoto Kinjiro, Tanaka Ueno remained more composed. Sensing the awakened first-tier presence of the Gale two-headed wolf, advising Yamamoto Kinjiro, do not fear, Tanaka-kun. They have but this one two-headed wolf left with combat capability. While that waste is merely a white fox, utterly devoid of battle strength. Yamamoto Kinjiro dismissed the white fox beside Bai Xiaobai with disdain, confidently asserting to Tanaka Ueno, these two must be the pinnacle of Dragon Country's combat prowess. If we eliminate them here, victory will surely belong to us, along with the glory. Well, Tanaka Ueno hesitated, sensing that the spirit beast beside Bai Xiaobai was indeed an impotent white fox. Yet he could not fathom why the Dragon Country would send a feeble beast master to engage in battle here. In the midst of his uncertainty, the battle treant had already engaged in combat with the Gale two-headed wolf. Gale, use wind slash. Li Tian commanded. As the Gale two-headed wolf conjured dozens of azure wind blades, swiftly launching them toward the battle treant. Battle treant, use vine shield. Yamamoto Kinjiro urgently ordered the treant. In the next moment, numerous vines sprouted from the battle treant, encircling it in an attempt to block the incoming wind blades. The wind blades effortlessly sliced through the surrounding vines, leaving numerous gashes across the battle treant's form, severing both of its thick arms. Roar. The once arrogant battle treant let out a sound that was indistinguishable between a roar of fury and a wail of despair. Battle treant activates self-healing. As he gazed upon the numerous scars adorning the battle treant, Yamato Kinjiro urged his companion beside him, Tanaka-kun, do not hesitate any longer. The battle treant had only recently mutated to the 9th tier, and it stood no chance against the first-tier Gale two-headed wolf. Evil Wolf Hound, unleash your flame attack. Gritting his teeth, Tanaka Ueno commanded the nearby Evil Wolf Hound to assist the battle treant without further delay. After employing a healing spell, the treant's scars had completely mended, and now, with the aid of the Evil Wolf Hound, it found itself evenly matched against the Gale two-headed wolf for the time being. Gale, focus on that dog first. Evading the flames of the Evil Wolf Hound, the Gale two-headed wolf prepared to unleash a wind blade, intent on eliminating the hound hiding behind. However, just as the wind blade was about to strike the Evil Wolf Hound, the battle treant suddenly intervened, positioning itself protectively in front of the hound to absorb the impact of the attack. Damn it! Li Tian exclaimed in frustration at the sight of the battle treant shielding the Evil Wolf Hound. The two contracted beasts coordinated exceptionally well, with one absorbing damage and the other delivering output. Although the Gale two-headed wolf would ultimately prevail in a prolonged battle, it would expend considerable spiritual energy in doing so. He dared not command the Gale two-headed wolf to engage in close combat, should it become ensnared by the treant's vines, combined with the hound's assaults. His contracted beast would be in grave peril. Let me handle these two spirit beasts, you deal with those two fools. Just as Li Tian pondered his next move, a voice from behind him interrupted, Bai Xiaobai. All right. Without a moment's thought, Li Tian acquiesced. After a day of observation, he had come to recognize the formidable prowess of Bai Shui, realizing that dealing with these two mutated 9th-tier spirit beasts would be far more efficient with her assistance. Gale, go after those two beast tamers. With Bai Xiaobai's cooperation, Li Tian commanded the Gale two-headed wolf to leap over the battle treant and the Evil Wolf Hound, charging directly at Yamato Kinjiro and his companion. The Gale two-headed wolf, naturally swifter than the battle treant and Evil Wolf Hound, easily pierced through the defenses of the two spirit beasts, hurtling towards Yamato Kinjiro and Tanaka Ueno. Baka. Yamato Kinjiro cursed vehemently as he and his companion hastily drew their spirit artifacts to engage the Gale two-headed wolf. Baka, you fool. Once our spirit beasts dispose of that worthless creature, it will be your wolf's demise. Tanaka Ueno snarled back, dodging the Gale two-headed wolf's assault. Meanwhile, the battle treant and the Evil Wolf Hound were about to pursue the Gale two-headed wolf when they were suddenly intercepted by Bai Shui. Roar. The battle treant and the Evil Wolf Hound sneered at the diminutive white fox, daring to obstruct their path. Let me hold them off. My golden Saint Lion has regained some strength, Su Tundun said, her gaze complex as she regarded Bai Xiaobai. A mere white fox, even if awakened, would not possess significant combat prowess. Although her golden saint lion had not fully recovered, it could still manage to delay the opponents for a while. Fear not. They are merely two mutated spirit beasts. Bai Xiaobai waved her hand dismissively, signaling for reassurance. She then turned to Bai Xiaobai, stifling a yawn. Xiaobai, resolve this swiftly. We need to get back to sleep. Oh well. Upon hearing Bai Xiaobai's command, Bai Xiaobai let out an excited cry, her eyes shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. This is bad. It's illusory force. Tanaka Ueno realized the gravity of the situation as he witnessed the skill released by Bai Xiaobai. He could hardly believe that a white fox had mastered illusory force. Although illusory force was merely an intermediate skill, its manifestation in a white fox was utterly astonishing. Battle Wolf. Just as Tanaka Ueno intended to warn the evil wolf hound about the white fox's skill, he was too late. In the next moment, the bodies of the battle treant and the evil wolf hound convulsed violently. Roar. Both the battle treant and the evil wolf hound emitted piercing cries as they collapsed. Utterly incapacitated. Illusory force is that powerful. Watching the two spirit beasts fall so effortlessly to Bai Xiaobai, Su Tundun could hardly digest the reality. She was aware of illusory force, a standard intermediate skill capable of weakening an enemy's combat effectiveness, but she had never before witnessed it obliterate foes. Moreover, it was unfathomable that a white fox could wield such power. Following the demise of the evil wolf hound, Tanaka Ueno lay on the ground, his head pounding with regret. He wished he had urged Yamato Kinjiro to flee together. They could have sought out Ito-sei and returned to deal with these individuals later. However, it was too late for regrets, as the massive paw of the Gale two-headed wolf had already pierced through his body. Oh well. Perhaps it was due to the pent-up frustration from earlier encounters with the battle treant and evil wolf hound, but after slaying Tanaka Ueno and Yamato Kinjiro, it let out a triumphant howl to vent its exhilaration. Xiaobai, your white fox. Su Tundun remarked to Bai Xiaobai, unable to contain her admiration. That illusory force was incredible. That wasn't illusory force, that was. Just as Bai Xiaobai was about to explain, she suddenly sensed a dangerous aura and instinctively tried to evade. Yet, the enemy's attack was too swift. With her current strength, she could not escape in time. Fortunately, just as the strike was about to connect, a faint blue translucent protective shield materialized around her. However, due to inertia, Bai Xiaobai stumbled forward as the attack impacted her. Baka, it's our Kiku Flower Nation's spirit artifact. From the bushes, Ito-sei cursed inwardly upon seeing the bluish shield surrounding Bai Xiaobai. He had not anticipated that this individual from the Dragon Nation would possess their Kiku Flower Nation's spirit artifact, indicating that this Dragonian had likely dispatched in no way Hara. Simultaneously, he was astonished. He had never expected that under such circumstances, Bai Xiaobai could react in time to harness her spiritual energy and activate the shield. It was worth noting that his previous strike had been a rare high-level skill from his contracted beast, Shingetsu, capable of instant kills, unless one could predict it in advance. Evading such an attack was virtually impossible. Prior to this, Shingetsu had never failed with this skill, even successfully eliminating an awakened beast tamer. Ito-kun, what should we do? Nakagawa Ichiro whispered to Ito-sei, who remained silent after his failed ambush. Despite the three opponents being mutated 9th tier, their contracted beasts had reached 1st tier awakening. Although they had just endured a battle, resulting in diminished strength, it appeared that the monstrous wolf and the white fox had sustained minimal fatigue. Let us shadow them for opportunities. They are in the light while we are in the dark. We shall strike decisively at the opportune moment. Ito-sei contemplated briefly before responding. Those who dare to slay our Kiku Flower Nation's people must face the consequences. Who? As the ambush was initiated, Su Tundun and Li Tian's expressions shifted, their vigilance heightened as they scanned their surroundings. Phew, that was close. I nearly bought it. Bai Xiaobai stood up, brushing off the dirt from her attire as she exhaled deeply, relieved that she had donned her spirit artifact beforehand. Otherwise, that last strike might have truly claimed her life. Are you hurt? Li Tian approached Bai Xiaobai and Su Tundun, observing Bai Xiaobai rise to his feet, seemingly unfazed by the situation, which brought a sense of relief to him. Fortunately, my quick reflexes have proven beneficial. Shaking his head, Bai Xiaobai assessed the vigilant duo and suggested, we should retreat. They are concealed while we are exposed, and given that it is nighttime, it would be unwise to engage. Very well, the two nodded in agreement to his proposal. The trio, remaining alert as they scanned their surroundings, hastily made their way toward the campsite. Nakagawa-kun, you should go seek out the other warriors from our nation. While I follow their trail, Ito Naruki instructed Nakagawa Ichiro, who was beside him. I shall mark our path, and once you locate the others, rendezvous with me. His contracted beast, Shingetsuke's, was particularly adept at stealth and assassination, Nakagawa Ichiro's presence would only hinder his movements. Understood. Nakagawa Ichiro recognized that accompanying Ito Naruki would only impede him, despite his trepidation regarding the perils of the dimensional realm at night. He had no choice but to part ways as instructed. As he watched Nakagawa Ichiro depart, Ito Naruki concealed his presence and stealthily followed the direction of Bai Xiaobai and the others. Beyond the dimensional realm, Matsushita Jun's countenance was ominously dark. He had not anticipated that merely a day had passed, and he had already lost 15 of his 200 warriors from the land of the chrysanthemum. Of those, 3 had fallen to spirit beasts, while the remaining 12 had perished at the hands of Dragon Kingdom contestants. Particularly, 2 contestants from the Dragon Kingdom seemed disinterested in exploring the dimensional realm, instead running rampant and specifically targeting his men. Do not let me discover who you are, otherwise I shall ensure your demise. Matsushita Jun thought darkly, snorting in frustration. In contrast to the losses sustained by the land of the chrysanthemum, the Dragon Kingdom had suffered far less, with only 1 contestant being killed in the span of a day, and that was due to an ambush by the warriors of the chrysanthemum. Chun Tian cast a disapproving glance at the nearby warriors from the land of the chrysanthemum, contemplating whether to impart a lesson upon them once this ordeal concluded. It was crucial to remember that these beast tamers could potentially ascend to the sacred spirit level or even higher in the future. Each loss meant 1 less sacred spirit beast tamer in existence. Within the dimensional realm, Bai Xiaobai, Li Tian, and Su Tandian gathered around a campfire, engaged in casual conversation. Reflecting on their previous encounter with the shadow leopard, Bai Xiaobai felt a sense of foreboding. This time, however, they faced a beast tamer equipped with a contracted beast skilled in assassination, posing a far greater threat than the shadow leopard. This individual is indeed formidable. I cannot sense any presence at all, Li Tian remarked gravely as he withdrew his mental energy. I cannot sense anything either, Su Tandian concurred, shaking her head. Let us not dwell on it. Now that we are aware of their presence, we shall endure until dawn and capture a few small chrysanthemum warriors, Bai Xiaobai declared languidly. Stretching. Agreed. It is unwise to prolong this stalemate, the others nodded, recognizing that continuing in such a manner would only leave them at a disadvantage. Should their mental fortitude crumble, they would face a dire fate. Beast tamers, too, required rest or meditation to rejuvenate their mental energy. Although they could endure longer than ordinary individuals, after a brief allocation of watch duties, the trio settled down to rest. The following morning, Bai Xiaobai and his companions, yawning and sporting dark circles under their eyes, began to pack their belongings. Damn it, if anyone dares disturb my sleep, they shall face my wrath, Bai Xiaobai grumbled, yawning. Throughout the night, Ito Naruki had intermittently harassed them, and just as they began to drift off, a humanoid spirit beast would appear to attack them. Today, let us locate several small chrysanthemum warriors and eliminate them, Li Tian declared with indignation. If I can't find you, how could I possibly find the other warriors from the land of the chrysanthemum? Let us proceed. After hastily gathering their belongings, the trio meandered through the dimensional realm in search of the presence of the chrysanthemum warriors. Following a night of recuperation, with the aid of healing potions, Su Tandian had made significant progress in recovering from her injuries, but her contracted beast, the Golden Saint Lion, was severely wounded and still in recovery, thus unable to participate in battle. Consequently, Su Tandian took on the responsibility of documenting any spirit beasts they encountered, while Bai Xiaobai and Li Tian handled the combat. This little chrysanthemum warrior has quite the endurance, Li Tian remarked, wiping sweat from his brow as they rested beneath a tree's shade. We have already taken down 4 or 5 of their men, yet he still refrains from showing himself. Could it be that he has abandoned his pursuit of us? Since morning, they had encountered several contestants from the land of the chrysanthemum, yet puzzlingly, the concealed individual had made no move, not even to harass them. Do not underestimate the situation, Su Tandian cautioned. What if the enemy is attempting to deceive us into lowering our guard? It is entirely possible. I can sense that individual is still trailing us, Bai Xiaobai remarked lazily, stretching once more. It could very well be those yellow-haired individuals. They likely do not care about the fate of the chrysanthemum warriors. Among the contestants from the land of the chrysanthemum, besides their own warriors, there were several from the White Eagle Kingdom, who were indifferent to the lives of the chrysanthemum warriors. That is plausible, Li Tian acknowledged. In just one day, many have congregated, complicating our movements. As the day progressed, they encountered numerous contestants from the land of the chrysanthemum, but some groups had coalesced into teams of 4 or 5, and with Su Tandian still recovering from her injuries, she and Bai Xiaobai would be unable to confront those teams. There's nothing we can do, Bai Xiaobai sighed helplessly. It appears we have had our share of misfortune, and we have yet to find our team. Let us hope we can locate our comrades today, Su Tandian sighed, recognizing that an additional member in their group would enhance their safety. Someone is approaching, Bai Xiaobai began to say. but suddenly felt a chill and quickly pulled Li Tian and Su Tandian into the underbrush. Have we been discovered? Deep within the forest, atop a large tree, a slender man clad in the garb of a chrysanthemum warrior furrowed his brow, his expression grave. No wonder Ito Naruki has pursued for so long without success. Nakagawa-kun. These are the three who have slain our valiant warriors from the great chrysanthemum, correct? The slender man descended from the tree and fixed his gaze upon Nakagawa Ichiro. Beside Nakagawa Ichiro stood 5 other contestants from the land of the chrysanthemum. Upon hearing the slender man's words, Nakagawa Ichiro hurriedly replied, "Yes, Nakapin. These 3 despicable contestants from the Dragon Kingdom. In that case, let us confront them directly," Nakata Yamato stated calmly. "We have already been discovered. Now, let them pay for the fallen warriors of the great chrysanthemum." With that, Nakata Yamato led Nakagawa Ichiro and the others toward the location where Bai Xiaobai and his companions had just been. In the thicket, Li Tian surveyed the desolate surroundings, poised to utter a word when 7 men clad in chrysanthemum-patterned warrior garb approached. "Good gracious, 7 of them," Li Tian muttered under his breath. "Are these the 7 dwarfs come to rescue a princess?" Little did he know, the only certainty was that they could now flee. Bai Xiaobai, equally taken aback by the presence of 7 adversaries, contemplated their options. "We should just run." With that, the trio attempted to escape under the cover of the bushes. Suddenly, a sense of dread washed over Bai Xiaobai as he forcefully shoved Su Tantan aside. In the next instant, a long needle shot towards Su Tantan's previous position. Oh, so they were hiding here. The 7 fighters from the Chrysanthemum Kingdom instinctively turned towards the source of the commotion, only to see Bai Xiaobai and his companions tumbling out of the thicket. "Damn it, if I catch you, I swear I'll make you pay," Bai Xiaobai cursed, watching the elusive spirit beast vanish once more. "Ha ha ha, perhaps you should consider whether you can survive this." Upon hearing Bai Xiaobai's outburst, Nakatayama and his comrades swiftly dispersed, intent on encircling Bai Xiaobai's group. "Run." Bai Xiaobai and Li Tian exchanged glances, with Li Tian gripping Su Tantan's hand as the 3 of them bolted towards the thickets behind them. "Pursue them. Don't let them escape." Nakatayama commanded his associates as they scattered in pursuit. "You 2 go after those 2. I'll take care of the other one." Just as they were about to give chase, Ito Seiju materialized before them, his gaze fixed on the direction Bai Xiaobai had fled. Yes. Upon receiving Ito Seiju's order, the 7 followers of Nakatayama wasted no time and hurried after Li Tian and Su Tantan. "I'm eager to see how many assassination attempts you can evade." Ito Seiju was astonished by Bai Xiaobai's ability to predict the attacks of the ninjas. He was curious to gauge Bai Xiaobai's true strength. "What the hell? Are they all coming after us?" Li Tian exclaimed as he regarded the approaching Nakatayama and his men. Hey, why are you chasing me? You can't pursue me just because I'm handsome." Meanwhile, Bai Xiaobai, noticing the absence of pursuers behind him, felt a chill of unease that had yet to dissipate. "Hey, now that it's just me, can you finally show yourself?" He lazily stretched and called out, "If you don't appear soon, I might just leave." After about a minute of solitude, Bai Xiaobai's frustration grew. This little chrysanthemum is far too good at hiding. He decided, if you won't come out, then I'm leaving. With that, he ventured deeper into the woods. Chapter 49, The Legendary Angel. What on earth is happening? As he navigated through the forest, Bai Xiaobai pushed aside the vines and foliage, bewildered by the figure trailing him, who had yet to make a move. He wondered about the fate of Li Tian and the others. It had been nearly an hour since the 7 had presumably gone off in pursuit of Li Tian. Yet Bai Xiaobai had not spotted them. A moment later, after dispatching a few spirit beasts, the snowy creature perched on his shoulder leaped down and scurried ahead to a nearby clearing. "Are you saying there's something down there?" Perceiving the message from Bai Shui, Bai Xiaobai scrutinized the ground beneath him, finding nothing particularly unusual. Could there really be a treasure? Yet, judging by Bai Shui's demeanor, it seemed he was not being deceived. Resolving to investigate, Bai Xiaobai retrieved his sword from his spatial ring and thrust it downward with force. Clang! As the sword penetrated to a depth of half a meter, a metallic clanking echoed. "Is there truly a treasure?" Bai Xiaobai repeated the action several times, each thrust striking what felt like a metal plate. Suppressing his excitement, he wasted no time and began to excavate. "What on earth is this guy doing?" From a distance, Ito Seiju observed Bai Xiaobai digging with mounting suspicion. Could it be that he has stumbled upon some treasure? With a calculating glare, Ito Seiju whispered, "Once you unearth the treasure, I will eliminate you, and then it shall be mine." Damn it, this wretched sword is incredibly slow. After about half an hour, Bai Xiaobai unearthed a square metal plate approximately 1 meter in length. The plate appeared to be composed of an unknown material, a fusion of black and white light. Moreover, it bore inscriptions that were indecipherable to him. I should record this and show it to Dean Lei later. Unaware of its significance, Bai Xiaobai retrieved his recording device and meticulously documented the information before preparing to delve deeper. Goodness, it's so tight. Gripping the metal plate with one hand, he pulled with all his might, but whether due to his insufficient strength or the plate being stuck, it refused to budge. I refused to accept defeat. With Bai Shui watching curiously, he resolved to use both hands, exerting all his strength to yank it upward. With a resounding crash, the metal plate began to rise under his effort, revealing a gaping black hole beneath. What a letdown. It's merely a cover. I should have just stored it in my spatial ring. After placing the metal plate into the ring, Bai Xiaobai sat down to rest for a moment before approaching the dark opening. I'd better not jump in without a plan. Gazing into the seemingly bottomless pit, he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. What if there's a formidable spirit beast lurking within? I'd be delivering myself as a meal. Bai Shui leaped back onto Bai Xiaobai's shoulder, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she looked at the hole. Are you suggesting there's treasure down there? Sensing Bai Shui's exhilaration, Bai Xiaobai hesitated. If it stirred such excitement in Bai Shui, the treasures within must be of significant value. However, he was genuinely afraid of becoming a meal himself. To gain fortune, one must embrace risk. After much deliberation, Bai Xiaobai finally gritted his teeth and chose to take the plunge. He retrieved a flashlight and peered into the hole, noticing a narrow sliding passageway about a meter off the ground, just wide enough for a single person to slide through. Taking a deep breath, Bai Xiaobai leapt into the abyss. Following the sliding passageway downward for approximately 5 minutes, he finally reached the cavern's depths. Illuminated by his flashlight, he discovered a grand bronze door adorned with mysterious runes that emitted an eerie red glow. Run! The unsettling aura emanating from the bronze door filled Bai Xiaobai with an inexplicable sense of danger, prompting him to turn and flee without a moment's hesitation. Yet, just as he pivoted, an overwhelming force of suction suddenly enveloped him. What the hell? I really am delivering myself. Before the terrifying pull of the black hole, he found himself utterly powerless to resist. As he was inexorably drawn into the abyss, Bai Xiaobai had already conjured up desperate pleas for mercy in his mind. I beg your pardon, esteemed spirit beast, I did not intend to intrude. Please, spare my life. He could only hope that this high-ranking spirit beast would comprehend human language and grant him clemency. However, after a few moments, he slowly opened his eyes to discover an impenetrable darkness before him. Before he could ponder the situation further, the flickering candles and luminous pearls embedded in the stone walls ignited with a sudden whoosh. The dancing candlelight, while illuminating the pitch-black cavern slightly, cast a suffocating gloom upon the stone walls. What is happening? Bai Xiaobai's heart raced to the brink, forcing himself to calm down and observe his surroundings. Directly in front of him stood an oddly shaped altar, painted in shades of crimson and ebony, adorned with a series of obscure, arcane runes. At the altar's center, 2 stunning women were crucified, each impaled on a cross. The 2 shared strikingly similar features, their skin as pale as jade, with enchanting, delicate figures. The only difference lay in the wings behind them, one black and the other white. Alas, they were pinned to the crosses, their arms and thighs riddled with gaping wounds, thick iron chains piercing through the bloodied holes. At the very heart of the altar lay an egg, corresponding to the wings of the women. One side was pure white, while the other was pitch black, creating an unsettling spectacle. Don't go near it. Bai Xiaobai urgently snatched up the white snow fox, who seemed intent on advancing. With no understanding of the situation, he feared that if any misfortune befell Bai Shui, he would be consumed by regret. What the hell? Are you back again? Just as he stood, an icy chill coursed through his heart, compelling him to instinctively activate his energy shield to fend off an attack from behind. Turning around, he beheld a competitor from the land of the chrysanthemum, clad in a samurai's attire, stepping forth. Well, who would have thought such a spirit beast would reside in this place? Edo Cheng's eyes gleamed with fervor as he fixated on the altar not far away, unable to conceal his excitement. The legendary angel shall be mine. Chapter 50. Are you out of your mind? Hey, are you out of your mind? Who says this thing is definitely yours? Bai Xiaobai gazed incredulously at Edo Cheng, realizing that this little chrysanthemum truly regarded him as inconsequential. Haha. To express my gratitude for bringing me to this place, rest assured, I will grant you a swift end. Edo Cheng cast a disdainful glance at Bai Xiaobai. Although he was surprised by the strength of the white fox before him, he held unwavering confidence in his shinobi moon. The thought of claiming the legendary angel as his next contracted beast sent waves of ecstasy through him. Shinobi moon, use Shadow Ninja Blitz. With Edo Cheng's command, the shinobi moon behind him flickered, and in the next instant, it conjured 3 shadowy figures that swiftly charged toward Bai Xiaobai. Are we fighting already? Witnessing the sudden assault, Bai Xiaobai hastily summoned his spiritual energy, enveloping himself in an energy shield for protection. Haha, that low-level spirit tool could never withstand even a few strikes from Shinobi Moon. Observing the energy shield surrounding Bai Xiaobai, Ito Chung scoffed, declaring, "You dare to slay a warrior from my land of the chrysanthemum? Today, you shall pay the price." His shinobi moon possessed a demigod-level potential that transcended racial limitations. Furthermore, it was immune to illusion-type skills, rendering any powerful illusionary attacks utterly ineffective against it. Had he not been wary of any hidden tricks Bai Xiaobai might possess, he would have already slain him. Well, thank goodness for my cleverness. Had I emerged too soon to kill him, I might never have discovered the spirit beast of the angelic lineage. As he pondered this, Ito Ching couldn't help but feel a swell of smug satisfaction. As for the warriors of the land of the chrysanthemum that Bai Xiaobai had slain, let them rest in peace. Though he knew not their names, he would forever remember them. Damn, so it truly is a low-level spirit tool. In a flash, Shinobi Moon reached Bai Xiaobai's side, its long needles swiftly lunging toward him. As 4 needles struck, a fine crack appeared on the energy shield. Hey, I still want to ask, how did you get here in no way? Seizing the moment while the energy shield could still hold, Bai Xiaobai taunted Ito Chung from a distance. Is your name really Inoue? Baka, you dare insult my land of the chrysanthemum even as death approaches? Ito Chung fumed, commanding Shinobi Moon, use instant kill. Upon hearing Bai Xiaobai's mocking tone, Ito Chung's fury escalated, and in the next moment, long needles coalesced with pale red energy, poised to strike Bai Xiaobai. Crack! With a sound like shattering glass, Bai Xiaobai's energy shield succumbed to Shinobi Moon's onslaught, instantly fractured. What the hell? How did it break so quickly? Witnessing the shattering shield, a flicker of panic surged through Bai Xiaobai. Just barely evading Shinobi Moon's attack, a fresh surge of milky white energy enveloped him as he shouted, Bai Shui. If you don't make your move now, I'm finished. Bai Shui? That white fox. Wait, where did that white fox go? A sense of unease gripped Ito Chung as he instinctively attempted to summon his spiritual energy, but it was too late. In the next instant, his vision blurred. And when he regained his senses, he found himself ensnared in a phantasmal realm, crucified like the 2 angels before him. Yet before he could contemplate further, a myriad of torturous instruments materialized before him. Bai Shui's eyes shimmered with a violet glow as an overwhelming mental force surged forth without restraint. Divine Domain. The powerful illusion-type skill ensnared him, drawing enemies into an illusory world where Bai Shui reigned supreme. It could manipulate everything, rendering foes utterly powerless to resist. In the past, upon learning this skill, Bai Xiaobai had sought to enhance its potency by educating Bai Shui on various forms of exquisite torture, including but not limited to dismemberment and the rack. What a perfect opportunity. Observing Ito Cheng's dazed expression, Bai Xiaobai did not hesitate. He swung his katana at Ito Cheng's head with all his might. With a sickening squelch, the blade easily pierced through Ito Cheng's skull, sending his lifeless body tumbling to the ground, dead beyond revival. As Ito Chung perished, Shinobi Moon, which had been attacking Bai Xiaobai, suddenly froze and then collapsed to the ground, departing this world in serene repose. Phew! Gazing at the fallen Shinobi Moon, Bai Xiaobai slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. I won. After a long while, he stared blankly at Ito Cheng's lifeless form. This felt like his first true act of murder. In previous encounters, he had merely assisted Li Tian in handling spirit beasts. But this time, he had truly taken a life, and now that life lay before him. It was either him or them. In the dimensional secret realm, life and death were dictated by fate. No one was to blame. After taking several deep breaths, Bai Xiaobai quickly adjusted his mindset. He hurried to Bai Shui's side, observing its weakened state, and urgently retrieved a fire spirit crystal from his spatial ring to replenish its energy. Though the divine domain was formidable, it came with significant drawbacks, one of which was its immense energy consumption. Given Bai Shui's current awakened first-tier strength, it could last no more than 5 seconds. Furthermore, the attack range is limited to a 1-meter radius centered around Bai Shui. Having accomplished all this, Bai Xiaobai nonchalantly stored the corpse of Inyu into his spatial ring. A corpse of awakening level possesses considerable value. Even if no spirit core or other treasures can be extracted, the body alone could fetch several thousand coins. After all, since the individual is deceased, retaining their belongings would merely be a waste. Bai Xiaobai approached Ito Naruki, suppressing his discomfort as he began to rummage through the man's belongings. Soon, he discovered a spatial ring and 4 pieces of high-level spiritual artifacts. No wonder other artifacts were deemed low-level. It turns out he possessed superior items. Bai Xiaobai could not help but grin, for these 4 artifacts included 1 for offense, 1 for defense, 1 for speed, and 1 for support, completely comprehensive. Were it not for his provocation and the desire for the angelic spirit beast, Bai Shui might not have been able to launch a surprise attack. Once Ito activated his artifacts, it would likely have been he who faced death. Although it seemed Bai Xiaobai won with ease, Only he knew that he had narrowly triumphed at the cost of damaging 2 intermediate artifacts and risking his own safety. Had Bai Xiaobai been just a second slower, he would have either perished or been gravely injured. Nevertheless, exchanging 2 intermediate artifacts for 4 high-level ones was undoubtedly a lucrative deal. The spatial ring must contain numerous items. But now was not the time to worry about that. After securing the items, Bai Xiaobai turned towards the angelic altar. It was now time for him to savor the fruits of victory. Chapter 51, The Black and White Angels. Is this truly an angel? But surely it is already deceased. Bai Xiaobai gazed at the black and white angels shackled to the altar by iron chains, feeling somewhat perplexed. He was aware of the angelic race. Akin to the 9-tailed divine fox, belonging to the legendary spirit beasts, historical records indicate that no one has ever successfully formed a contract with such beings. However, unlike the 9-tailed divine fox, the angelic race had appeared during the spirit beast invasion, yet no beast masters managed to establish a contract. There are 2 reasons for this. Firstly, the potential of the angelic race often exceeds the demigod level, resulting in formidable combat prowess. Secondly, due to their exceptional intelligence, they would rather perish than degrade themselves to become a beast master's contracted beast. What kind of energy is required to nail this black and white angel to the cross? Observing the black and white angel before him, Bai Xiaobai smacked his lips, contemplating as he picked up the peculiar egg at the center of the altar, examining it closely. Surely this egg cannot hatch an angel? Bai Xiaobai could not suppress a chuckle. His own strength had already reached the 9th stage of the aberrant level, and he was just a step away from ascending to the awakening level to contract a second spirit beast, perfectly suited to bond with whatever spirit beast resided within this egg. However, how does one incubate this egg? Must it require a drop of blood for recognition? With such thoughts, Bai Xiaobai drew his katana, slicing his palm to let droplets of crimson blood fall onto the spirit beast egg. Yet, after a minute had passed, the egg showed no signs of reaction whatsoever. Forget it. He had not yet reached the awakening level. He would study it further once he returned. Shaking his head in resignation, Bai Xiaobai placed the spirit beast egg into his spatial ring and then looked up at the black and white angel. Xiaobai Shui, could the treasures you mentioned be these 2 angels before me? Bai Xiaobai wondered aloud. Aside from the spirit beast egg, the only remaining entities on the altar were the black and white angels. Could it be that Xiaobai Shui desired to consume that spirit beast egg? Ah, no. Bai Shui shook her head and promptly jumped down from his shoulder, leading Bai Xiaobai to the back of the cross. Behind the 2 crosses grew 2 peculiar plants, which intertwined eerily along the altar. At the junction of these plants, a gray fruit, the size of an egg, concealed itself beneath the altar. If one did not look closely, they would never notice this strange fruit. What on earth is this? Although Bai Xiaobai was unaware of its nature, the yearning gaze from Bai Shui suggested it must be something extraordinary. Let us not eat it now. We can enjoy it later, he said, securing the spirit fruit. He then patted Bai Shui's head and proceeded to store the black and white angel along with the cross into his spatial ring. What a pity that the altar and the inscriptions on the cave walls cannot be taken along. Shaking his head in frustration, Bai Xiaobai retrieved his recording device and documented the surroundings. Once everything was recorded, Bai Xiaobai suddenly realized a pressing issue. How was he supposed to exit? No way. Am I destined to be trapped here for eternity? After searching around, Bai Xiaobai found no mechanisms or similar contraptions. He sat down on the altar, cradling Bai Shui, and lamented in exasperation. Crack. The next moment, a resounding crack echoed from beneath him. After a moment of disorientation, before he could react, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, and Bai Xiaobai plummeted from the air. Ouch, that hurts. Rubbing his rear, Bai Xiaobai surveyed his surroundings, relieved to find himself in a familiar environment. Outside the dimensional secret realm, Commander Chen, look. The light point that vanished for half a month has reappeared. A voice suddenly exclaimed in front of the blue screen. Upon seeing the long-missing light point reemerge, Chen Tian nodded in satisfaction. This signified that their dragon nation had lost one less genius. They were accustomed to life and death, and if they were on the battlefield now, there would likely be little emotional fluctuation. However, it was unfortunate that they were not participants, but mere spectators. Every contestant from the dragon nation within the dimensional secret realm tugged at their hearts. Could it be that this young man encountered some fortuitous event? Chen Tian mused. Knowing that the locator and explorer were designed specifically for the dimensional secret realm, unless the user perished, they would not simply vanish for such an extended period. Regrettably, the blue screen did not display the names of each contestant, leaving him unable to discern the identity of the individual who had disappeared for half a month. In stark contrast to the joy on the Dragon Nation's side, the Chrysanthemum Nation felt utterly dismal, akin to having consumed excrement. For alongside the light point that vanished half a month ago was one of their own. Now that a contestant from the Dragon Nation had returned, it meant they had lost another contender. The most frustrating aspect for Matsushita Jun was that since half a month ago, the contestants from the Dragon Nation seemed uninterested in exploring the dimensional secret realm, instead beginning to encircle and hunt down their own. Now, half a month later, only 10 contestants remained from the Chrysanthemum Nation, while the Dragon Nation had only just lost 10. Wait, Commander. The remaining 10 contestants from the Chrysanthemum Nation are heading towards the reappearing light point. An officer suddenly exclaimed as if he had made an important discovery. Not good. Upon witnessing the scene before them, Chun Tian and the others felt a surge of tension. The Dragon Nation had already lost 10 geniuses. They did not wish to lose another. Not far away, Matsushita Jun, having noticed the unfolding situation, revealed a cruel smile on his previously sullen face. With over 100 contestants remaining, as long as Ito Naruki was among the last 10, they stood a chance to eliminate the contestants from the Dragon Nation one by one. The counterattack begins with you, he thought, his fists clenched tightly, feeling a surge of excitement as he fixed his gaze on the impending encounter of the light points. Within the dimensional secret realm, Bai Xiaobai stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was not near the previous angelic altar. He wondered whether Li Tian and Tan Tan had managed to evade that group of people. A languid stretch, Bai Xiaobai ambled leisurely into the depths of the forest, casually choosing a direction. Yet, a sense of unease crept upon him, as if the path he had embarked upon harbored some hidden trepidation. Having scarcely taken 2 steps, an uncanny sensation stirred within him, prompting Bai Xiaobai to seek refuge amidst the thicket for the sake of prudence. Was he merely overthinking? After a span of approximately 10 minutes, as he surveyed the desolate surroundings, he was on the verge of emerging when a shadowy figure materialized on a nearby tree. The figure appeared robust, clad in the traditional martial attire of the Chrysanthemum Kingdom, standing atop the boughs, seemingly engrossed in some distant observation. Furthermore, 8 men and 1 woman stood beneath the tree. Their features suggested that 4 hailed from the White Eagle Kingdom, while 5 were from the Chrysanthemum Kingdom. Goodness. So many people. Chapter 52. Do you have the guts to duel one-on-one? Just as Bai Xiaobai contemplated slipping away unnoticed, a chilling realization struck him. Instinctively, he rolled forward, narrowly avoiding an ambush by a 9th-tier shadow panther that had appeared in his vicinity. Before he could process the event, he felt the weight of numerous scrutinizing gazes fixated upon him from behind. Hey, wait a minute. I swear I'm one of you. Will you believe me? Bai Xiaobai turned to face the 10 individuals trailing behind him, awkwardly scratching his head. The group gazed at him in silence, their expressions incredulous. With that impeccable accent of Dragon Kingdom dialect, do you genuinely believe yourself to be one of us? It seemed he was the sole outlier. After a brief and awkward exchange of glances, the lone woman from the Chrysanthemum Kingdom team voiced her disbelief. Did they truly take us for fools? Hanshi, glancing around and realizing the absence of other Dragon Kingdom contenders, let out a disdainful snort and lunged towards Bai Xiaobai. Kill him. As Hanshi charged forward, the others followed suit like ravenous wolves, unleashing their pent-up frustrations from the past few days. How about a one-on-one? Bai Xiaobai exclaimed, hastily summoning his inner energy to flee through the forest. Don't run. Let us settle this one-on-one. Hanshi taunted, smirking at Bai Xiaobai. You think you can take on us 10? Hey, yellow hair, why aren't you speaking in the Chrysanthemum language? And you hardly look like someone from the Chrysanthemum Kingdom. Have you been drinking too much nuclear wastewater? As Bai Xiaobai dashed past the underbrush, he taunted the pursuing Hanshi and his gang. You lot should drink more of that nuclear wastewater. Maybe then you could become my father. Haha. How dare you regard us as lowly denizens of the Chrysanthemum Kingdom? I'll kill you for that. The 4 White Eagle Kingdom individuals fumed upon hearing Bai Xiaobai's mockery, their fury igniting at the insolence. Baka. The remaining Chrysanthemum Kingdom warriors shot resentful glances at Hanshi, but were too intimidated to voice their discontent, directing their ire instead at Bai Xiaobai. Outside the dimensional secret realm, Matsushita Jun revealed a cruel smile upon witnessing the movement of light points on the large screen. Ha ha ha, that Dragon Kingdom contestant must perish here. His animosity towards the Dragon Kingdom's competitors was palpable. In a mere fortnight, the Chrysanthemum Kingdom had lost nearly 200 of its elite participants, all of whom had been painstakingly cultivated. Even if they triumphed in this dimensional secret realm competition, it would hardly compensate for such a loss. Matsushita Jun now cared little for the outcome of the contest. His sole focus was on how many Dragon Kingdom contestants they could eliminate. Are we to lose yet another contestant from the Dragon Kingdom? Watching the light points on the screen, Chun Tian clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on the display. Suddenly, as if he had discerned something, his furrowed brow relaxed slightly, a flicker of excitement igniting within him, despite his high status. At that moment, the blue screen revealed other Dragon Kingdom participants converging upon the Chrysanthemum Kingdom contestants. Chun Tian fervently hoped that the Dragon Kingdom contestant could hold out just a bit longer until reinforcements arrived to ensnare the Chrysanthemum warriors. In the dimensional secret realm, Bai Xiaobai, glancing back at the encroaching Hanshi and his gang, remarked, "Don't blame me for not warning you. My teammates are on their way. And you still have time to run. FCK, I'm going to kill you today." The Dragon Kingdom participants' incessant jibes infuriated Hanshi, who yearned to eliminate him on the spot. "You brought this upon yourselves, don't blame me." With that, Bai Xiaobai abruptly halted, turning to face Hanshi and his crew with an air of calmness. "What's this lunatic up to?" Hanshi mused, eyeing the composed Bai Xiaobai with suspicion. Could it be that his teammates were genuinely approaching? "I'll give you 1 minute. If you don't flee now, my friends will be here shortly." Bai Xiaobai observed the hesitant group, inwardly relieved, and continued to bait them. "Don't say I didn't warn you. We're all here to compete, not to kill. I wouldn't want any harm to come to you. Humph. Your Dragon Kingdom has been mercilessly slaying our Chrysanthemum warriors these past few days." A towering warrior from the Chrysanthemum Kingdom replied angrily. In the last month, the Dragon Kingdom had claimed the lives of nearly 100 of their own. "Who said you Chrysanthemum warriors are even human?" Bai Xiaobai shrugged nonchalantly, spreading his hands. "Ask the people around you if you're considered human." You, the towering warrior, incensed, drew his sword, prepared to strike Bai Xiaobai. "The Chrysanthemum Kingdom is our friendly federal nation." Hanshi coldly regarded Bai Xiaobai, stating flatly, "Your attempts at sowing discord are futile." "Oh, so you claim to be from the Chrysanthemum Kingdom?" Bai Xiaobai responded indifferently. "This is our contest against the Chrysanthemum Kingdom. What with the life and death stakes?" "Mr. Hanshi, this fellow is clearly trying to stall for time," the tall Chrysanthemum warrior remarked. "I'm familiar with the Dragon Kingdom's strategies. We mustn't fall for his tricks." "Humph, do you think I'm blind?" Hanshi scoffed at the warrior's words before addressing Bai Xiaobai. "You dared to insult us. Prepare for death." With that, Hanshi signaled for his contracted beast, the Crimson Flame Wolf King, to eliminate Bai Xiaobai. I'll say, but you won't believe me. Don't say I didn't warn you." Bai Xiaobai shrugged, secretly channeling his energy, ready to flee at any moment. "Brothers, I've lured them here. The rest is up to you." "All right, thanks for your hard work, brother." The sudden voice startled both Bai Xiaobai and Hanshi. "What? Is there really someone?" Bai Xiaobai exclaimed with delight as he turned to see dozens of Dragon Kingdom contestants emerging behind him, followed by an increasing number of compatriots encircling Hanshi and his crew. "FCK, didn't you say they were bluffing?" Seeing the multitude of Dragon Kingdom warriors emerge, Hanshi seethed, wishing he could eliminate the Chrysanthemum warrior who had just spoken. "Do you Dragon Kingdom warriors only know how to bully the few with your numbers?" Realizing the moment was not right for infighting, Hanshi glanced at his surroundings. His voice icy. "If you have the guts, let us duel 1-on-1. Sure, you 10 can challenge our group, or we can gang up on your 10. Bai Xiaobai retreated behind his comrades, shouting, "Brothers, don't let them escape. Let us take them down." Chapter 53. Do not blame me for being impolite. It is over. Outside the dimensional secret realm, Matsushita Jun gazed at the screen where the flickering lights representing the 10 contestants from the Chrysanthemum Nation had vanished. Lost in a state of disbelief. Annihilation. Nearly 200 prodigies of the Chrysanthemum Nation had been utterly obliterated. The death of Ito Naruki, in particular, struck him with profound despair. Ito Naruki was a genius nurtured at great expense by the Chrysanthemum Nation. Even Hungsi of the White Eagle Nation was no match for him. Yet now, he lay slain here, and Matsushita Jun found himself at a loss as to how to report this calamity back home. Apart from Ito Naruki, the other contestants had also consumed considerable resources during their training, and now, with all of them perishing in the dimensional secret realm, it equated to the complete extinction of the Chrysanthemum Nation's young talents within that age group. This foreboded a potential crisis of talent scarcity in the future. Moreover, with less than 30 days remaining, the annihilation of their contestants signified that the Chrysanthemum Nation had no hope left in this contest for the dimensional secret realm. Even the Dragon Nation, having not explored at all, had won this confrontation decisively. At this moment, he could not help but feel a flicker of relief that it was not the era of the Emperor. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to commit seppuku. Nevertheless, his countenance remained ominously dark as he fixated on the light representing Bai Xiaobai. It was this individual, had it not been for him. The Chrysanthemum Nation would not have faced such a thorough defeat. This matter cannot be left unresolved. I must uncover the identity of this person and make him pay. Matsushita Jun's gaze turned cold, his heart now tinged with murderous intent. However, rather than fixating on eliminating Bai Xiaobai, he ought to consider how to explain this debacle to the families of the contestants. Despite his current position as a naval commander, the backgrounds of these contestants were formidable, with many of their elders even surpassing him in strength. If this news reached those families, he could only imagine the resentment he would incur. In front of the people of the Chrysanthemum Nation, he could bow and apologize, but facing the influential families would not allow for such trivialities. With the conclusion of this dimensional secret realm contest, the Dragon Nation emerged victorious. In contrast to Matsushita Jun's dismay, John from the White Eagle Nation, serving as the judge, appeared far less sorrowful. Although they had also dispatched 10 Beast Masters, apart from Hungxie's modest talent, the others were merely ordinary Beast Masters. For the White Eagle Nation, regardless of the outcome of the battle, they would not suffer a loss. What surprised him was the utter ineptitude of the Chrysanthemum Nation's Beast Masters, who had merely eliminated 10 from the Dragon Nation. It seemed prudent to consider seeking compensation from the Chrysanthemum Nation. With this thought, Hungxie rose, smiling as he addressed Qin, casually stating, "Congratulations to the Dragon Nation for securing the dimensional secret realm." Humph. Qin scoffed, ignoring Hungxie. This dimensional secret realm rightfully belonged to the Dragon Nation. Yet due to the interference of the White Eagle and Chrysanthemum Nations, they had suffered the loss of 10 prodigious Beast Masters. While the entire team from the Chrysanthemum Nation had been annihilated, in his eyes, none of them collectively matched the worth of a single Beast Master from the Dragon Nation. Now, with the contest for the dimensional secret realm concluded, both the realm and the island belonged to the Dragon Nation. "I kindly request that all of you leave before nightfall," he declared, a subtle yet palpable pressure emanating from him. "Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. He intends to expel us." Matsushita Jun's expression darkened as he glanced at Hungxie, who wore a furrowed brow, feeling quite stifled by Qin's demeanor. Although it was the Chrysanthemum Nation that faced defeat today, everyone knew they were the true instigators behind the scenes. Yet, the fact remained that the Dragon Nation had triumphed in the contest for the dimensional secret realm. After dealing with Hungxie and the others, Bai Xiaobai suddenly heard the locator device he carried begin to emit sounds. The representative team of the Chrysanthemum Nation had been obliterated, the Dragon Nation had achieved victory, and all contestants were to exit the dimensional secret realm. They were annihilated already? Bai Xiaobai was taken aback upon hearing the locator's announcement. What? It ended just after 3 days? That's remarkably swift. Wow, it's over. I killed 5 Beast Masters from the Chrysanthemum Nation. I can boast about this back home. In contrast to Bai Xiaobai, upon hearing the news of the contest's conclusion, the others felt an overwhelming sense of ease, chatting and laughing as they made their way toward the entrance of the dimensional secret realm. "Damn, I only killed 2. There were too few from the little chrysanthemum. Count your blessings, buddy. I didn't manage to take down a single one. Now, I feel embarrassed to even claim I participated in the dimensional secret realm." Haha. This was truly exhilarating. The little chrysanthemum not only gained nothing, but also lost so many spiritual artifacts. Listening to the conversations around him, Bai Xiaobai accepted the fact that the contest for the dimensional secret realm had concluded and joined the crowd heading toward the entrance. "Hey Xiaobai, I didn't expect you to still be alive." As he walked ahead, a familiar voice called from behind, followed by an arm resting on his shoulder. "If you're still alive, how could I possibly be dead?" Bai Xiaobai turned to see his familiar companions, Li Tian and Su Tandian, and asked with a smile, "How did you escape the pursuit of those people?" "By sheer luck, we encountered one of our own teams on the way and managed to turn the tide against them. Afterward, we gathered all the Dragon Nation contestants in the dimensional secret realm to encircle the little chrysanthemum." Pausing, Li Tian continued, "Where have you been for the past half-month? We couldn't find you anywhere." "Half a month? Today is only the 3rd day of the dimensional secret realm, right?" Bai Xiaobai, bewildered by Li Tian's words, instinctively questioned. "What 3 days? Have you lost your mind? It's already been nearly 20 days. The two exchanged bewildered glances as Li Tian touched Bai Xiaobai's forehead, saying, "You're not feverish. Why are you talking nonsense? Have you been frightened into a stupor? 20 days? Could it be that the flow of time in that space differs from the real world?" Bai Xiaobai pondered, though he concealed his confusion and laughed. "Perhaps it's just that the pressure of not finding my team for the last couple of days got to me." Regarding the events that transpired in the Angel's Altar, Bai Xiaobai had no intention of revealing anything. The fewer who knew, the safer he felt. Throughout their journey, the three chatted and laughed until they reached the entrance of the dimensional secret realm, following the large group as they exited. Chapter 54, Bestowing Honors. By the time everyone exited the dimensional secret realm, night had already fallen. As they emerged, they saw Qin standing at the entrance, smiling and waiting for their arrival. "Good evening, Commander." Upon seeing Qin personally greet them, everyone was taken aback. After all, Qin was a demigod-level beastmaster and the commander of the naval district, possessing a stature far exceeding theirs. After exchanging polite greetings, the group obediently formed a line, awaiting Qin's instructions. "You all performed remarkably well this time." Once everyone had exited, Qin spoke with a beaming smile. "It's getting late. Please return home and rest early." The rewards for this contest will be distributed to each of you tomorrow. Chen Tian gazed at the vibrant youths before him, opting for brevity rather than verbosity. After uttering a few simple words, he signaled for everyone to return and take their rest. At long last, after 20 days of exploring the dimensional secret realm, each individual felt a measure of fatigue. Upon hearing Chen Tian's words, a cheer erupted, and they dispersed, returning to their tents for much-needed repose. Bai Xiaobai languidly stretched, though he was eager to discover the rewards of the upcoming competition. At this moment, however, his greater desire was to indulge in a deep slumber. What do you suppose the rewards for the competition will be? As Bai Xiaobai walked alongside his companions toward the tents, Li Tian could not restrain himself from speculating. Could it possibly be a high-grade spiritual artifact? I would prefer a skill book, Su Tantan said, brimming with anticipation. It would be wonderful if it were a super-grade skill book. What do you wish for, Xiaobai? I may be rather pedestrian in my desires. I simply want money, haha. Bai Xiaobai replied with a smile. If I could just receive 1,000,000, that would suffice. He already possessed 4 high-grade spiritual artifacts, more than sufficient for his current needs. And as for super-grade artifacts, even if he were to acquire one now, he lacked the spiritual energy to wield it effectively. Regarding skill books, Bai Xiaobai currently had command of only 4 skills, and with his present level of spiritual energy, even if he were to learn higher-level skills, he would be unable to execute them. For instance, taking the divine domain as an example, though it is merely a high-level skill, he could only maintain it for 5 seconds, and while invoking the divine domain, he could not unleash any other skills, relying solely on him to deal the final blow to vanquish foes. Thus, he had resolved to refrain from teaching Bai Shui any new skills for the time being, focusing instead on enhancing her spiritual energy level before considering other plans. However, high-grade spiritual artifacts and super-grade skill books are incredibly valuable, each worth at least several million. Su Tantan exclaimed excitedly. A super-grade skill book must be worth no less than 5 million, at the very least. Haha, that is a fair point. In that case, I too hope for a super-grade skill book. The trio conversed cheerfully as they made their way toward the camp. See you tomorrow. Upon arriving at the camp, after bidding farewell to Su Tantan, Li Tian and his companion returned to the boys' dormitory, where many had already succumbed to sleep. After over 20 days of trials in the dimensional secret realm, both were feeling quite fatigued. After a brief tidying up, they found a spot and settled in for the night. Early the following morning, everyone awoke early, and after a quick wash, they formed a line in the camp, eager to discover what rewards awaited them. It seemed everyone was filled with anticipation regarding the rewards. Standing before the queue, Chen Tian smiled and declared, I shan't waste time with unnecessary words. To express gratitude for your hard work, each of you shall receive a voucher for a super-grade spiritual artifact. With this voucher, you may redeem any super-grade spiritual artifact at the Beastmaster Association. Wow! As Chen Tian's words echoed, the crowd burst into exclamations of awe. A super-grade spiritual artifact is valued at no less than 10 million, while a quality super-grade artifact could easily be worth 50 million or more. This illustrates just how generous the rewards from this dimensional secret realm competition truly are, despite their current capabilities, given their talents. It is only a matter of time before they reach the transformation level, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. In addition, every participant in the dimensional secret realm will receive a third-class merit medal, while the 10 unfortunate souls who perished in the competition will be awarded a second-class merit medal. Pausing momentarily, Chen Tian continued, with this medal, should any of you wish to enlist in the military in the future, we will always welcome you. With that said, Chen Tian personally presented the third-class merit medals to each participant of the dimensional secret realm. The honor of receiving a medal from a demigod-level powerhouse filled every member, including Bai Xiaobai, with immense pride. After the awards ceremony, under Chen Tian's guidance, they boarded a warship and returned to Kyoto. At the Kyoto port, the training camp had already arranged for a special vehicle to pick them up. Upon seeing Bai Xiaobai and his companions emerge, the staff wasted no time in ushering them into the vehicle, which then departed the port. The demeanor of the staff suggested they were not aiming to draw attention. Upon returning to the camp, before the trio could rest, they were summoned to the director's office. You 3 have worked hard this time, Raymond said, sighing in relief at their safe return while recording their achievements. He smiled and added, well, there's nothing pressing at the moment. If you're feeling tired, feel free to rest for a while. Sure thing, Director. After hearing Raymond's words, Li Tian and Su Tantan responded cheerfully before turning to leave. Observing Bai Xiaobai still standing there, Li Tian could not help but inquire, aren't you tired? Let us go. You two go ahead. I have a few questions for the director, Bai Xiaobai replied with a smile. All right then, we'll head back to rest. Feeling seasick and weary from the journey, Li Tian did not ponder further. Although Su Tantan was curious, she refrained from probing. The two bid Bai Xiaobai farewell and exited the office. With their departure, the office was left with only Raymond and Bai Xiaobai. Speak up, what mischief are you plotting this time? Raymond asked with a sidelong glance at Bai Xiaobai, a smile playing on his lips. How could that be? I am such a good person. Bai Xiaobai awkwardly scratched his head and posed a question to Raymond, Director. I wanted to confirm that anything obtained in this dimensional secret realm belongs to us, right? Of course, it is yours by right. Raymond replied with a knowing smile. However, if you wish to surrender it, that is also an option. Cough, cough. I'm not that kind of person. Bai Xiaobai flushed slightly, then added flatteringly, with your assurance, Director, I can rest easy. I happen to acquire some treasures in the dimensional secret realm and would like to ask for your assistance in identifying them. As he spoke, Bai Xiaobai produced the items he had obtained from the angel altar from his spatial ring. This is an angel. Chapter 55. This lad truly possesses remarkable luck. Seeing the black and white angel nailed to the cross before him, Raymond's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Cough, cough. Director, you mentioned earlier that these items are personally owned. Bai Xiaobai quietly reminded Raymond, noting his astonished gaze. Am I going to rob you? Raymond shot Bai Xiaobai a sidelong glance, then gazed at the black and white angel for a long moment before chuckling. You indeed have some luck. The angel clan has been extinct for over a century, and yet you've discovered two of them. After a pause, Raymond continued. However, these two angels appear to have perished long ago, their spiritual energy nearly depleted. The angel clan is a remarkably potent breed of spiritual beasts, and thus the Beast Research Institute maintains extensive records on them. Consequently, Raymond was merely astonished to behold an angelic spiritual beast. Very well. Hearing Raymond's words, Bai Xiaobai felt somewhat disheartened. He had hoped these two angels might possess some value, enough to fetch a good price, but it seemed he had been overly optimistic. As for the inscription on the metal plate, I cannot decipher its meaning either. Raymond placed the metal plate before him, scrutinizing it for a while before shaking his head with a sigh. I am familiar with spiritual beast matters, but this is beyond my understanding. Raymond examined the symbols engraved on the metal plate closely, his brow furrowing slightly as he remarked, nonetheless, it should hold significant research value. Where did you discover this in the dimensional secret realm? Indeed, it appeared as though I had inadvertently entered a realm wherein these peculiar artifacts resided. As he spoke, Bai Xiaobai gestured toward the recorder atop the desk, stating, within it, I have documented various other runes. Oh, is that so? Raymond inquired, lifting Bai Xiaobai's recorder to examine its contents. After a prolonged silence, he looked up at Bai Xiaobai and suddenly exclaimed with laughter, "Ha, my young friend. You have stumbled upon quite a remarkable find. These ancient runes may constitute a colossal spiritual array or perhaps represent a form of language. I shall forward this information to the appropriate specialist department for validation. Should the findings prove accurate, you will have made a significant contribution." Although oblivious to the exact meaning of these runes, Raymond sensed their extraordinary nature. Dean, I actually possess two additional items for your esteemed assistance. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Xiaobai produced the strange fruit and the spirit beast egg. With a sycophantic tone he remarked, I am uncertain about the nature of this fruit, but Bai Shui has been eager to consume it. I would like to ask the dean to ascertain whether it poses any danger. He then pointed to the spirit beast egg beside him, adding, and this one, it should hatch into an angel. As I am nearing the awakening level, I would appreciate your guidance on how to facilitate its hatching. All of these were discovered in that secret realm, he concluded. This fruit is likely the Yin-Yang chaotic fruit, which can enhance the constitution of the consumer and significantly amplify their spiritual energy. My dear boy, you have truly struck gold this time, Raymond exclaimed, fondling the Yin-Yang chaotic fruit with envy. This is a divine-grade spiritual fruit. Its worth transcends monetary value. Even a chaos spirit-level beast master cannot resist the allure of such a divine fruit. Quickly, put it away before I feel tempted to seize it. After returning the fruit to Bai Xiaobai, Raymond collected himself and continued, the Yin-Yang chaotic fruit appears to be ripe. If your contracted beast wishes to consume it, you may allow it. The spiritual energy of the Yin-Yang chaotic fruit is quite gentle. Even a mutated level creature can fully absorb its energy, though the duration may vary. All right, thank you, Dean, Bai Xiaobai exclaimed, eagerly accepting the Yin-Yang chaotic fruit. Without hesitation, he swiftly stored it within his spatial ring. As for this egg, you mentioned it was found on that altar. Although it appears rather peculiar, it is likely an angel egg. The method for hatching an angel egg is both simple and complex. It merely requires nurturing it with angelic spiritual energy for 81 days. Raymond fixed his gaze upon the egg on the table for a moment before stating, whether it can be contracted as your second spirit beast ultimately depends on your own capabilities. Historically, only one beast master has ever successfully contracted an angel, and the means of their success remains a mystery. Upon hearing Raymond's words, Bai Xiaobai was momentarily dumbfounded. 81 days of nurturing with angelic energy? But angels are extinct. Where am I to procure such energy? He lamented. I finally found an angel egg, yet it appears to be a lifeless one. After all my efforts in retrieving these items, it seems only the yin-yang chaotic fruit holds any value. You need not fret overly much, Raymond chuckled, observing Bai Xiaobai's expression. Although angels have perished, there are still two present examples. Dean, please do not attempt to console me. Did you not just say that these two angels no longer possess any spiritual energy? Bai Xiaobai replied, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace. I am fine. It is true that they lack spiritual energy. Their bodies are utterly useless. However, Raymond interjected calmly, they still contain spiritual cores. The six-winged angels are at least semi-divine in level, and semi-divine spirit beast cores are not easily rendered inactive. Really? Bai Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Perhaps his angels still had a chance. Let us ascertain the truth. Raymond rose and approached the black and white angels, drawing a short blade with practiced ease to locate the position of the angelic spiritual cores. In a matter of moments, two spiritual cores, one black and one white, were in his hands. It seemed the prolonged duration had diminished the energy, yet a significant portion remained intact. Feeling the spiritual energy contained within the cores, Raymond handed them to Bai Xiaobai, stating, as for whether this endeavor will succeed, it ultimately rests upon your fortune. Thank you, esteemed Dean, Bai Xiaobai exclaimed, his demeanor shifting into one of eager servitude. I vow to serve the organization with unwavering dedication. If you can diligently cultivate your skills and bring honor to the nation, it shall not be in vain for my efforts in your training. Raymond replied with a hint of exasperation, giving Bai Xiaobai a gentle kick. Now, is there anything else? If not, be on your way. I have to relay information regarding that alternate space to other departments. No, nothing else. I shall take my leave and not trouble you further, Bai Xiaobai said, promptly stowing the spirit beast egg within his spatial ring. Just as he intended to do the same with the black and white angels, he heard Raymond's voice behind him. Leave those two angels here. I shall arrange for them to be refined into elixirs. Should fortune favor you and the hatching succeeds, it will also expedite your strength. All right. Thank you, esteemed Dean. Bai Xiaobai readily agreed. No longer hesitating, he bid farewell and exited the office. This lad is truly fortunate. It seems I shall have to send him on such errands more often in the future. Chapter 56, 7th Rank Creation Pill. Upon returning to his dormitory, Bai Xiaobai tidied up briefly, finding himself with little to occupy his time. He sat on his bed, reflecting on his recent acquisitions. I have a total of 11 mid-grade spiritual artifacts, for high-grade ones, and 6 spatial rings. I hope the rings contain treasures as well. As he gazed upon the 6 spatial rings laid out before him, Bai Xiaobai could not suppress a grin. Participants of the dimensional secret realm could be deemed as prodigies from the Chrysanthemum Kingdom, suggesting the contents of the rings would not be lacking. Could it be? Just this meager assortment? Eagerly, he opened the first spatial ring, only to be met with disappointment. Aside from a wood essence stone, the rest were merely low-grade spiritual herbs and treasures. Had this been in the past, Bai Xiaobai would have been thoroughly satisfied. However, now that he had grown accustomed to abundance, these items no longer held much allure. Calm down. This could just be an anomaly. Let me take a look at the next one. He picked up the second spatial ring, yet his disappointment deepened as it contained even less. Only low-grade spiritual herbs and treasures, lacking even a wood essence stone. Then came the third and fourth rings. After opening 3 consecutive rings, Bai Xiaobai had only uncovered a single scarlet flame fruit and a thunder essence stone, with the remainder being low-grade treasures. Please, just one more. Let me find something good. As he stared at the last spatial ring, Bai Xiaobai, feeling anxious, grasped it tightly and delved into its contents with his spiritual sense. No way. Is this an S-grade ring? Observing the storage capacity nearly 20 times greater than the previous rings, Bai Xiaobai's heart raced with anticipation. To afford an S-grade spatial ring, it must contain numerous treasures. Oh my, 2 dark essence stones and a shadow fruit. This is a windfall. Gazing at the contents of the ring, Bai Xiaobai could not help but beam with joy. The value of this single ring rivaled that of the previous 5 combined. Aside from the scarlet flame fruit, all the other items could be sold. Bai Xiaobai briefly divided the spoils, lamenting that he could not venture outside. Otherwise, he might have already become a millionaire. Here, have a bite, he said, offering the yin-yang chaos fruit to the drowsy Bai Xiaobai beside him. Despite the fruit's extraordinary value, was not a good thing meant to enhance one's combat prowess? Only with increased strength could one acquire more valuable treasures. Moreover, if it were not for Bai Xiaobai, he would never have discovered this remarkable item. With a sparkle in her eyes at the sight of the yin-yang chaos fruit, Bai Xiaobai promptly took a bite. Wow, it's so fragrant and delicious. Master, you're so kind. As Bai Xiaobai consumed the fruit, A surge of magnificent energy coursed through her body. She yawned and nestled into Bai Xiaobai's embrace, drifting into a deep slumber. After ensuring that Bai Shui was all right, Bai Xiaobai silently sighed in relief. He then retrieved the spirit beast egg and 2 spirit cores, finding a quiet spot to arrange them. As he felt the energy from the spirit cores flow into the spirit beast egg, he inwardly prayed, "Oh, dear egg brother, you must hatch into a little angel for me." Having completed this task, Bai Xiaobai ate a little something and, with nothing pressing to do, lay on his bed, absent-mindedly scrolling through short videos until he unknowingly fell asleep. Sigh, it's been a week already. When will this end? In the Beastmaster space, Bai Xiaobai looked at the black and white energy sphere before him and shook his head in resignation. Ever since Bai Shui consumed the Yin-Yang Chaos Fruit a month ago, she had fallen into a deep sleep. A week prior, a black and white energy sphere had enveloped her, leaving Bai Xiaobai with no choice but to place Bai Shui in the Beastmaster space to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Having learned from the previous experience with the Fire Spirit Fruit, he understood this was a sign of Bai Shui's evolution, but the duration of this transformation seemed excessively long. Exiting the Beastmaster space, Bai Xiaobai's gaze fell upon the Angel Spirit Beast egg sitting on the nearby table, and his heart sank further. Come on, egg brother, you need to put in some effort. The energy from the black and white Angel Spirit core could only sustain itself for another week. If the egg had not hatched by then, he would have to consider contracting with other spirit beasts. Just as Bai Xiaobai was on the verge of despair, a sudden series of knocks at the door jolted him. After responding, he opened the door to find Ramon standing there with a beaming smile. "Oh, my esteemed Dean, you need only summon me. How could I allow you to come personally?" Bai Xiaobai hastily invited Ramon inside, flattering him, although he was unaware of the purpose of Ramon's visit. Given the man's cheerful demeanor, a bit of flattery seemed prudent. "Have you broken through to the awakening level in just a month? Impressive." Ramon glanced at Bai Xiaobai, sensing the overflowing spiritual energy emanating from him, clearly indicating a recent breakthrough. It was merely luck. Bai Xiaobai scratched his head and deflected the conversation, asking Dean, "What brings you here?" "I'm here mainly to deliver some elixirs," Ramon replied, handing Bai Xiaobai a black and white pill. "You performed admirably this time. The runes in that alternate space are indeed a language. Moreover, it is the long-lost angelic language, and a specialized department is currently researching it." As he spoke, Ramon let out a hearty laugh, patting Bai Xiaobai on the shoulder. "You've truly made me proud. That old fellow Tian Quan has been treating me to drinks left and right lately, huh? Dean, is there any reward?" Bai Xiaobai rubbed his hands together, grinning. He believed he had accomplished something significant and felt he deserved at least 2 high-grade spirit artifacts. "I initially intended to present you with a special skill book, but you must understand that crafting that elixir required considerable high-grade materials." Ramon paused, continuing, "So, it just so happens that this elixir will serve as your reward." Bai Xiaobai glanced at the elixir in his hand, wishing to decline it in favor of the special skill book. However, this was an SSS quality 7th grade creation pill, undoubtedly worth more than a special skill book. Observing Bai Xiaobai's expression, Ramon retorted, "This is something I had to plead for several days with Tian Quan to have crafted. Don't be ungrateful. If only those 2 angels had contained spiritual energy, their rank could have been elevated." Coughing, Bai Xiaobai admitted his oversight. Upon learning that it was an SSS quality 7th grade elixir, his eyes sparkled with excitement. It was essential to note that elixirs were categorized into 9 grades, with the first being the lowest and the 9th the highest. Each grade further divided into 9 qualities, with F being the lowest and SSS being the highest. An SSS quality 7th grade elixir was valued higher than many low-quality 8th grade elixirs. Bai Xiaobai hurriedly stored the elixir, ready to speak, when a sudden crisp crack echoed from the table. With a soft sound, but clear in the small space, both men turned their attention to the Angel Spirit Beast egg, which was gently trembling. In mere moments, the tiny crack began to widen. "What? It's hatching!" Bai Xiaobai exclaimed, filled with anticipation as he rushed to the Angel Spirit Beast egg. Even Ramon, standing nearby, approached with keen interest. Although the Research Institute had detailed information on the angel race, it had been centuries since their extinction. Even he had only seen angels in the records. "It's about to emerge." After a brief wait, the eggshell suddenly cracked open slightly, revealing an adorable little head, causing Bai Xiaobai's eyes to brighten. Perhaps sensing his presence, the little creature redoubled its efforts and, in just a few minutes, managed to push its head completely out of the shell. With a powerful thrust of its limbs and wings, it cracked the eggshell open entirely, breaking it into several pieces. "Is this what a young angel looks like? It's so adorable. But why does it only have 1 wing?" Bai Xiaobai was captivated by the sight before him. The young angel was not particularly large, roughly the size of a newborn infant, but unlike an ordinary child, it had a single black wing sprouting from its back. "Oh, a fallen angel?" Has it inherited the genes of a fallen angel? Ramon mused, observing the newly hatched angel. It seems to lack innate spiritual energy. Although the spirit core contains angelic energy, it cannot fully substitute for the angel itself. One-winged angels are not commonly seen at first, but over time, for reasons unknown, the angel race began to exhibit more one-winged individuals. It was only through extensive research that they discovered the sole cause of this phenomenon was insufficient innate spiritual energy. Additionally, while one-winged angels are generally weaker, this is only in comparison to other angels. When compared to most other spirit beasts, they are still relatively strong. All right, Bai Xiaobai thought, not overly concerned about the one-winged aspect. Even a one-winged angel could dominate other spirit beasts at the chaos spirit level. With a flick of his fingers, a golden magic circle emerged around the young angel, enveloping it in a protective aura. In the mere span of a breath, the young angel offered little resistance as the contract array enveloped her being. In the next moment, her form vanished, only to reappear within his beast space. Spirit beast, angel. Potential, demigod level. Rank, aberrant level 1. Innate talent, divine affinity, possessing an exceptional affinity for the light attribute, inflicting additional damage upon evil attribute spirit beasts. Endowed with formidable vitality and regenerative capabilities, capable of swiftly recovering stamina and injuries, and endowed with potent mental strength, rendering her immune to mental and illusionary assaults. Final echo. Boasting a high affinity for the dark attribute, dealing extra damage to light attribute spirit beasts, capable of devouring souls to enhance her attributes, and possessing acute perceptive abilities. Attributes: light, dark. Skill: instant kill of darkness. Evolution potential: two-winged angel. Gasp. Upon reading the introduction of the young angel, Bai Xiaobai was rendered speechless by sheer astonishment. He had anticipated the formidable nature of the angelic spirit beasts, yet he never imagined they would be this powerful. Although she had only just reached aberrant level 1, she had already mastered a skill that, judging by its name, appeared to be of a high caliber. This was in spite of her inherent energy being insufficient. If she were to possess ample innate energy, her strength would be even more formidable. Yet, what truly astounded Bai Xiaobai was her potential at the demigod level. Furthermore, she possessed two innate talents, which, judging by their descriptions, far surpassed those of Bai Shui. However, these two talent descriptors seemed somewhat peculiar. I conquer myself. Observing Bai Xiaobai's astonished countenance, Lei Ming could not help but chuckle softly, remarking, "What potential? My word, she is astonishingly powerful, indeed a demigod-level potential." Bai Xiaobai, suppressing his excitement, grinned broadly and proclaimed, "I shall also become a beast master with a demigod-level potential spirit beast in the future." A demigod level? Quite impressive indeed. Lei Ming was not taken aback by this outcome. Even among the angelic kin, it was rare for any to fall below demigod-level potential, even if they were merely a single-winged angel. To contract a demigod-level spirit beast as your second contracted beast, one must admit, your luck is commendable. Lei Ming gazed at the exuberant Bai Xiaobai, reminiscing, "When I contracted my first demigod-level potential spirit beast, I too was as thrilled as you, parading my pride everywhere." Hee. So when did you contract your first demigod-level potential spirit beast, Director? At 11. That was my first contracted beast, if I count carefully. It has been several decades now. Your first contracted beast was a demigod-level potential? Well, pardon my intrusion. Indeed. It seems that these so-called genius beast masters overwhelmingly hail from remarkable lineages. In fact, when Bai Xiaobai first met Mu Wanner, he had already grasped this reality. Although Mu Wanner's Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor was merely of Saint Spirit level potential, it was not a spirit beast that just anyone could possess. For an ordinary family, having even a spirit beast of awakening level potential is already commendable. While this societal structure is not particularly friendly to the lower strata, with its rigid class divisions, it is fortunate that these beast masters, while enjoying the benefits of the era, also fulfill their responsibilities to protect their homeland. Yet, who knows whether these beast masters may become societal parasites in the future. Currently, there are numerous nations where individuals, after becoming powerful beast masters, have assumed the role of local tyrants, reducing ordinary citizens to their subservience, reminiscent of the medieval era. Nonetheless, this predicament is somewhat unavoidable. Although no one can ascertain a spirit beast's potential prior to contracting, for those from prominent families, they merely need to contract spirit beasts with high racial attributes. And even if the potential is low, it often surpasses that of the average person's contracted spirit beast. Moreover, due to the accumulation of resources, members of prestigious families generally establish their beast spaces around the age of 10, far ahead of the average populace. Take, for instance, the recent Dimensional Secret Realm contest. Their children were generally 3 to 4 years younger than Bai Xiaobai. All right, the items have been delivered, and I shall take my leave. Lei Ming announced, preparing to depart. When suddenly recalling something, he added, "Oh, from today onward, you may freely enter and exit the camp. Just return whenever the white fox needs to evolve." Chapter 58. Eat. Sleep. Repeat. Rest assured, Director, I shall not venture outside. My loyalty to the Spirit Beast Research Institute is evident to all. Bai Xiaobai vowed fervently. There is food and drink here, along with resources to be had. Only a fool would wish to leave. Get lost. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. Lei Ming retorted with irritation. You are now a formal member of the Spirit Beast Research Institute, so don't expect to continue receiving free resources. Ah, please, Director, Bai Xiaobai lamented, his face a mask of despair. I feel I am not yet worthy of being a formal member of the Spirit Beast Research Institute. My energy level is too low and would bring shame to our department director. You wouldn't want others to think that the members of the Spirit Beast Research Institute are merely of awakening level, would you? Seeing Bai Xiaobai's shameless demeanor, Lei Ming felt an overwhelming urge to toss him out immediately, responding curtly, "It's fine, I don't mind. Our reputation outside ISNT exactly stellar either. That makes it even more unacceptable. Director, you must not succumb to mediocrity," Bai Xiaobai declared with righteous fervor. "We must strive to improve our reputation. We cannot continue to make mistakes. Get lost." Lei Ming angrily kicked Bai Xiaobai, exclaiming, "I'm here to inform you, not to negotiate." With that, he left Bai Xiaobai's dormitory without waiting for further protest. Sigh. It seems I must venture out to gather resources myself in the future. With a resigned sigh, Bai Xiaobai summoned forth the newly contracted angel. The young angel appeared exceedingly adorable, her large eyes curiously surveying Bai Xiaobai. Although she was unsure why, she felt an intrinsic spiritual connection with the person before her. How delightful. What shall I name you? Bai Xiaobai pondered, gazing at the charming young angel, muttering to himself. With attributes of light and dark, I've got it. I shall call you Bai Lingxi. Just as he was about to convey this name to the young angel, he suddenly noticed the little creature crawling over to the eggshell, picking up the shattered fragments, and delightfully munching on them. The black and white eggshells crumbled in her mouth like biscuits. Crispy and fragrant, her gem-like black eyes squinting into crescent shapes. After finishing the eggshells, Bai Lingxi seemed still unsatisfied and reached for 2 spirit cores from the table to devour. My word, such sharp teeth. Witnessing this scene, Bai Xiaobai was somewhat astonished. Spirit cores are exceptionally hard, even more so than the scales of certain spirit beasts, let alone those of demigod level. However, the little one consumed them as if they were mere jelly beans, one after another. Once she had finished all the spirit cores, Bai Lingxi appeared to be in high spirits, patting her tiny belly with satisfaction, her eyes narrowed in contentment. Little Lingxi, are you full now? Bai Xiaobai smiled warmly, leaning closer, and continued, if you're still hungry, I have some more delightful treats here. As he spoke, Bai Xiaobai retrieved 2 dark spirit stones and a shadow fruit from his spatial ring, all of which were spoils from the last dimensional competition. He felt a sense of relief that he had been unable to exit at that time. Otherwise, these precious items would have long since turned into nothing more than a cold, lifeless balance. At this moment, he resembled a dubious figure enticing a young girl with a lollipop as he waved the dark spirit stones and the shadow fruit enticingly before Bai Lingxi. Undoubtedly, this method proved to be quite effective, as Bai Lingxi was immediately captivated by the allure of the dark spirit stones and the shadow fruit, her gem-like eyes following his gestures with a gentle sway. Haha, go ahead and eat. Bai Xiaobai chuckled at her adorable demeanor, no longer teasing her, and handed her the dark spirit stones along with 1 shadow fruit. He wondered how long Bai Shui would take. Although he could not currently enjoy the free resources available here, he was now a level of an awakened beast master, accompanied by a spirit beast with semi-divine potential. Even if he ventured out to gather resources, it would be considerably easier than before. Moreover, he believed that once Bai Shui successfully evolved, her spirit beast potential might ascend to an even higher tier, perhaps reaching the rank of a holy spirit. There was no rush. He could leave after Bai Shui succeeded. After a brief contemplation, Bai Xiaobai made up his mind. Since there were no more free resources available, staying here served no purpose. The reason he waited for Bai Shui's evolution to complete was merely to avoid having to return later, and he had a vague premonition that it would not be long before Bai Shui completed her evolution. Stretching lazily, Bai Xiaobai initially intended to nurture a deeper bond with Bai Lingxi, but upon glancing down, he noticed the little one struggling to keep her eyes open, clearly exhausted. It was uncertain whether this was due to her young age or simply because she had indulged too much in food. Reluctantly, Bai Xiaobai summoned her into the Beast Master space to rest. In the following days, Bai Lingxi transformed into a little glutton, spending her time eating, sleeping, and then eating again. What left Bai Xiaobai feeling helpless was the little one's enormous appetite. Each meal consumed a significant amount of spirit treasures and herbs. Fortunately, he had managed to accumulate some resources. Otherwise, he truly could not afford to support Bai Lingxi. However, it was not without reward. After a period of such gluttony, Bai Lingxi's energy level reached the third stage of the aberrant level, and her stature grew considerably. By now, she was nearly the height of a child, changing remarkably day by day. Wow, she's growing far too quickly. Bai Xiaobai marveled as he gazed at Bai Lingxi before him in the Beastmaster space. Here, have this, he said, presenting her with a 7th grade creation pill. During these few days, aside from feeding Bai Lingxi, Bai Xiaobai also researched records regarding angelic evolution. Additionally, he made a special trip to consult with Raymond about the properties of the 7th grade creation pill. After all, this pill was of the 7th grade and SSS quality. If its properties were too volatile, Bai Lingxi, with her current aberrant level 3 strength, could be in danger. Fortunately, the properties of the 7th grade creation pill were quite gentle, making it suitable for Bai Lingxi to absorb. The reason he presented it now was primarily because his resources were nearly depleted. Upon seeing the creation pill in Bai Xiaobai's hand, Bai Lingxi's large eyes sparkled with longing. Bai Xiaobai directly handed her the 7th grade creation pill, hoping that its potency could last a few more days. Exiting the Beastmaster space, Bai Xiaobai stretched lazily again, just as he was about to lie down for a moment's rest when suddenly, a tremor emanated from Bai Shui's Beastmaster space. Chapter 59, Evolution. The Five-Tailed Celestial Fox. Sensing the anomaly within the Beastmaster space, Bai Xiaobai hurried back to Bai Shui's domain. He beheld the black and white aura enveloping Bai Shui, continuously surging inward. And in the midst of it, a fox figure, standing as tall as an adult, proudly accepted the nourishment of this energy. Bai Xiaobai watched this scene earnestly, his heart swelling with anticipation. He eagerly awaited to see what form Bai Shui's evolution would take. Could she truly evolve into the legendary nine-tailed fox? If his memory served him right, the nine-tailed fox was indeed a formidable creature in legends. The wait was excruciating. Bai Xiaobai had initially thought that Bai Shui's evolution would conclude in a few minutes as before, but to his astonishment, he waited nearly 10 hours. Just as he was about to doze off, a joyful cry jolted him back to attention. Following the sound, he witnessed the last surge of black and white energy entering Bai Shui's body, and she appeared before him. The once tiny Bai Shui now stood at an adult's height, adorned with 3 distinct stripes of black, white, and gray on her forehead, and her tails had multiplied to 5, exuding an aura of sanctity. Oh my! She evolved straight to 5 tails, Bai Xiaobai exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he examined Bai Shui's attributes. Spirit Beast, 5-tailed Celestial Fox. Potential, Semi-Divine Level. Level, Extraordinary Level 3. Talent, Exceptional Intelligence, possessing high spiritual sensitivity, capable of rapidly learning various knowledge and skills. Charm, endowed with an innate ability to mesmerize enemies, causing them to lose their rationality. Attributes, Illusion, Fire, Light, Darkness, Chaos. Skills, Illusionary Force, Flame Manipulation, Domain of the Divine, Fiery Fox Claws, Divine Healing, Night Guardian. Claws of Disorder. Can evolve, Nine-tailed Divine Fox. Wow, this is incredible. After reviewing Bai Shui's current information, Bai Xiaobai could hardly contain his exuberance. The transformation was beyond mere surprise. The evolution had brought about a monumental change in Bai Shui's strength. Not only had her potential surpassed his expectations, reaching the semi-divine level, but she had also acquired a new talent for charm. Although it might not seem particularly useful at first glance, having it was certainly better than lacking it. Furthermore, Bai Shui's energy level had significantly advanced, breaking through previous limitations to become a true extraordinary level spirit beast. In that moment, Bai Xiaobai felt empowered, believing he could stand his ground even against an extraordinary level beast master. Yet, what astonished him most was that Bai Shui's next evolution was indeed the legendary nine-tailed divine fox. This was a mythical creature, still revered in the annals of mythology. After calming his emotions, Bai Xiaobai began to review Bai Shui's skills. Apart from illusionary force, flame manipulation, and domain of the divine, the fiery fox claws were a skill acquired in the camp, similar to the domain of the divine, classified as an advanced skill. Divine healing, Night Guardian, and claws of disorder were newly acquired skills post-evolution. Divine healing was a divine-level healing skill that restored vitality with gentle light energy while eliminating any negative effects. Night Guardian was a divine-level defensive skill that manipulated dark attributes to generate a dark shield around her, absorbing damage while converting some energy into her own, enhancing her attributes. Claws of Disorder was a divine-level offensive skill, allowing her to imbue her claws with elemental properties for rapid attacks, with each strike carrying different attributes, all derived from Bai Shui's own essence. However, although the Claws of Chaos appear to be somewhat more formidable, the skills of Divine Healing and Night Guardian are currently the most urgently needed. An exceptionally powerful healing support skill and a robust defensive skill perfectly compensate for the inherent frailty of Bai Xue's defense. It can be said that, with the support of psychic reserves, Bai Xue now possesses no shortcomings whatsoever. It is nothing short of perfection, truly exquisite. After thoroughly reviewing Bai Xue's detailed information, Bai Xiaobai couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. If it weren't for Bai Xue's considerable size at present, he would have certainly scooped it up for some playful frolic. Bai Xue affectionately nuzzled against his cheek, acutely aware of its bodily transformation and the qualitative leap in strength. All right, let us depart. Bai Xiaobai gently stroked its forehead, and together they exited the Beastmaster space. It seems a change of scenery is indeed warranted. Upon leaving the Beastmaster space, Bai Xiaobai surveyed the somewhat cramped room and sighed in resignation. Bai Xue's size had significantly increased, especially the 5 tails trailing behind, which nearly occupied half the room. Let us first report the situation to the dean. If all is well, we shall vacate this place tomorrow. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Xiaobai resolved to inform Raymond of this development first. With determination solidified, the pair made their way to Raymond's office. Along the route, they encountered several individuals. Upon seeing Bai Xue, most exhibited curiosity rather than astonishment. After all, which spirit beast that arrives here has evolved in a conventional manner? Hey, Dean, Bai Xue has evolved. Bai Xiaobai eagerly burst into Raymond's office to share the news. Alas, why do you resemble that girl Ling? So fluffy. Raymond's words trailed off as he noticed the white fox beside Bai Xiaobai, leaving him momentarily speechless with astonishment. Evolved? And a 5-tailed one? Raymond scrutinized the white fox closely, his tone betraying his excitement. What are the prospects? Can it evolve further? As long as it continues to evolve, there remains the possibility of breaking through its limitations. Perhaps even transcending into the legendary 9-tailed divine fox. Indeed. The next evolution will yield a 9-tailed divine fox. Bai Xiaobai grinned widely, pride evident in his voice. Moreover, following this evolution, Bai Xue's potential has reached the demigod level. Demigod level. Raymond could scarcely believe his ears. While it was not unheard of for fox-type spirit beasts to attain demigod potential, most required evolution to 8 tails to achieve such a status. Yet here, this 5-tailed white fox had already reached demigod potential, and according to Bai Xiaobai, the next evolution would yield a 9-tailed divine fox. Is it truly possible to evolve into a 9-tailed divine fox? Raymond asked, his excitement palpable. Absolutely. The next evolution will indeed be a 9-tailed divine fox. Splendid. Raymond erupted in jubilant laughter upon receiving Bai Xiaobai's affirmative response. After a considerable time, Raymond managed to compose himself and inquired thoroughly about the particulars of Bai Xue's evolution. An hour passed before he was satisfied and documented the details of the white fox's evolution. Chapter 60, A Fortune of Millions. Dean. Given that Bai Xue's evolution requires a substantial accumulation of resources, my other contracted beast is equally ravenous. Bai Xiaobai chuckled as he looked at Raymond, pleading, could you assist me with my resources? Rest assured, considering the unique nature of your 2 contracted beasts, the Research Institute will certainly provide full support for their evolutionary resources. Thank you. Oh, what about the usual training resources? Bai Xiaobai, even beast masters must endure constant battles to grow, Raymond emphasized earnestly. Look at you. You've been here for such a long time, and your camp points are still at 0. All right, Dean, I don't want to hear it anymore. Bai Xiaobai hastily interrupted Raymond, exasperated. If you want to give it, then don't. Why reveal my shortcomings? Can't we play amicably? That's more like it. Raymond nodded with a smile, adding seriously, well then, it's getting late. We will devise a new plan based on your white fox's circumstances. As it stands, your white fox doesn't have a fixed evolution level or material requirements, but will absorb the attributes of the materials to become its own. After a brief pause, Raymond continued, there have been similar cases with spirit beasts before, so we will formulate a new growth plan moving forward. All right then, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Bai Xiaobai nodded and, having received Raymond's permission, exited the office. Upon returning to his dormitory, Bai Xiaobai gazed at the now oversized Bai Xue with a hint of exasperation. There was no longer room for both of them on the bed. How about we return to the Beastmaster space for now? He suggested to Bai Xue. There's no room for us both on the bed. Oh. Bai Xue let out a sorrowful whine. It preferred to be beside Bai Xiaobai rather than in the Beastmaster space. Don't worry. We will train hard. Once we reach the transformation stage, we can take on human forms and stay outside together. Bai Xiaobai sensed Bai Xue's sadness and hurriedly reassured. For now, you must endure a little. Once a spirit beast reaches the transformation stage, it can take on a human appearance, though most spirit beasts, especially male ones, seldom do so. Bai Xue nodded obediently, determination igniting in its eyes, as if to say, I will strive to reach the transformation stage. Let us go. Bai Xiaobai smiled, returning Bai Shui to the Beastmaster space. He stretched lazily, glancing at Bai Lingxi, who was still asleep, and felt a wave of relief. There was no denying it. This girl had an insatiable appetite. Time for sleep. We shall depart this place tomorrow. After a simple wash-up, Bai Xiaobai lay down, browsing short videos before succumbing to slumber. As midday approached the following day, Bai Xiaobai awoke, bleary-eyed from his dreams. After packing his belongings, he was escorted by staff back to Kyoto Airport. What a pity, after all this time, I haven't had a proper tour of Kyoto. He lamented while seated on the flight back to Yun City, shaking his head in regret. Having spent 6 months in Kyoto, he had yet to explore the city thoroughly. Unfortunately, there was little he could do. He had no idea why the personnel at the Spirit Beast Research Institute were so low-key, with the camp airport merely connecting 2 points, leaving him no opportunity to wander about. Approximately 3 hours later, the flight landed safely. Bai Xiaobai stretched lazily. Observing the darkening sky, he hailed a taxi to the Beastmaster Commercial City to sell the spirit artifacts and spatial rings he had obtained previously. 11 mid-grade spirit artifacts and 5 B-grade spatial rings fetched around 10 million in total. I've struck it rich. Bai Xiaobai couldn't help but beam as he read the notification of his increased account balance on his phone. He now considered himself a person of considerable wealth. He wondered how long it would take Lingxi to absorb the potency of the 7th grade creation pill, with resources dwindling. Perhaps he would venture into the dimensional secret realm in a few days. In the realm of Beastmasters, Bai Lingxi had been in a deep slumber since consuming the 7th grade creation pill, remaining unconscious until now. Meanwhile, Bai Shui, striving earnestly to reach the illusion transformation level, had become exceptionally diligent, either engrossed in her training or on the path to it, resembling the tenacity of Cheng Qian quite closely. I wonder how Cheng Qian has been these past few days, Bai Xiaobai pondered, considering that she would soon be on winter break. Standing at the entrance of the Beastmaster Commerce City, he recalled that after arriving at the Spirit Beast Research Institute's camp, Cheng Qian had been messaging him almost every night. However, he had been preoccupied lately and hadn't checked his chat app in quite some time. Fortunately, Cheng Qian was now a university student, so he felt less inclined to worry. As he pulled out his phone and opened the chat application, Bai Xiaobai noticed a flurry of messages from Cheng Qian. The last one, sent the previous day, indicated that she needed to venture into the dimensional secret realm to complete her end-of-term assessment and urged him not to worry about her. Deciding to grab a bite first, Bai Xiaobai responded to Cheng Qian's message, then stretched lazily as he observed that night had fully descended, making his way toward a nearby food street. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the food street buzzed with life, vibrant lights illuminating the bustling scene as throngs of people filled the streets, creating an atmosphere of prosperity. What delectable treats should I indulge in? As he strolled through the food street, Bai Xiaobai inhaled the enticing aromas wafting from various stalls, wishing he could sample everything. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure at a barbecue stall. Is that Muwana? He exclaimed, recognizing her. Not far away, Muwana was savoring her meal at a barbecue stand, accompanied by a female friend, their camaraderie evident. Xiaobai, you've been released from confinement? Muwana called out, instinctively turning her head at the sound of her name and greeting him warmly upon realizing it was Bai Xiaobai. Ahem, just got out, Bai Xiaobai replied, scratching his head awkwardly as he approached her. Are you on break? Yes, we just finished our end-of-term assessments yesterday, Muwana responded, noticing that Bai Xiaobai was alone. Did you not bring Bai Shui with you? Bai Shui is currently a bit inconvenient to bring out. She's in the Beastmaster space. Oh, that is unfortunate, Muwana said, a hint of disappointment in her voice as she expressed her longing to pet Bai Shui, whom she hadn't seen in quite a while. However, she quickly regained her composure and proudly declared, I am now a Stage 3 Beastmaster of Awakening. Wow, that's impressive, Muwana. Bai Xiaobai smiled, admiring her enthusiasm. Hey, are you two forgetting there's someone else here? Interjected the girl sitting beside Muwana, who was curiously eyeing Bai Xiaobai. Wana, aren't you going to introduce me to your little boyfriend? Don't be ridiculous. Muwana shot her a glance and promptly introduced them. This is my friend from the dimensional secret realm, Bai Xiaobai. And this is my best friend, Lin Siwen. Oh, is he the one you mentioned, who brought seasonings to the dimensional secret realm? Lin Siwen exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with recognition. Bai Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback by Lin Siwen's characterization of him as a peculiar individual. It was indeed unexpected to be labeled as such by Muwana, but he conceded that bringing seasonings to the dimensional secret realm was rather eccentric. Muwana blushed, hastily interrupting Lin Siwen. Have you eaten yet? Why don't you join us? Since you're here, let us eat together. Lin Siwen, realizing her previous comment might have been inappropriate, invited Bai Xiaobai to share a meal. Sure, Bai Xiaobai readily accepted, taking the grilled meat that Muwana offered him. Did you just return today? Mu Wanner asked curiously. How was it? Was the Spirit Beast Research Training Camp comfortable? You went to the Spirit Beast Research Training Camp? Lin Siwen's eyes sparkled with interest upon hearing about Bai Xiaobai's experience. She had heard tales of the eccentric individuals there. Yes, it was quite pleasant, with meals and accommodations provided, along with ample resources, Bai Xiaobai replied. A hint of regret in his voice. If it weren't for being sent back, I might have wanted to stay longer. Had it not been for Dean Lei cutting off his resources, he could have remained there indefinitely. Were there many strange spirit beasts there? Like two-headed snakes or flying tigers? Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen eagerly inquired, their eyes brimming with curiosity. I didn't see any two-headed snakes, but I did encounter a two-headed wolf, Bai Xiaobai chuckled, as he recounted his recent experiences while the two girls listened intently. As he concluded his story, Bai Xiaobai's tone carried a hint of pride. By the way, I recently just broke through to the awakening level. You reached the awakening level? Mu Wanner exclaimed, astonished. Just a short while ago? Bai Xiaobai was only at the third stage of the anomaly level. To have progressed to awakening in just a few months was a testament to his talent. It was a stroke of luck, Bai Xiaobai smiled, unable to hide his satisfaction. Perfect timing. Wanner and I are planning to visit the Yunshan Dimensional Secret Realm before the new year. Would you like to join us? Lin Siwen, unfazed by Bai Xiaobai's advancement, extended the invitation, eager to sample his culinary skills. The Yunshan Dimensional Secret Realm? Isn't that a D-class high-risk dimensional realm? Bai Xiaobai mused, trying to recall information about it. Indeed, Wanner and I have both reached the awakening level, and our contracted beasts have also attained that level. E-class dimensional realms present no challenge for us. Lin Siwen shrugged nonchalantly, smiling. To enhance our skills, we must venture to more perilous places. All right, when are you planning to set off? Bai Xiaobai contemplated briefly before agreeing. He had intended to visit a dimensional realm in a couple of days, as he now needed to nurture two contracted beasts, which required significantly more resources than before, especially Bai Lingxi, who, perhaps due to her growth phase, needed an astonishing amount of resources. Presently, Bai Shui had reached the extraordinary level, and as long as they did not encounter illusion transformation level spirit beasts, they could safely return. Let us aim for 2 days from now. We can meet at the Beastmaster Association entrance, Mu Wanner suggested cheerfully. At 10 in the morning. She eagerly anticipated Bai Xiaobai's company, knowing it would spare her from consuming those dreadful rations in the dimensional realm. I'm on board, Bai Xiaobai readily agreed. Then suddenly recalled something. By the way, if I happen to bring an extra person along, would that be all right? If Cheng Qian finishes her assessment, it would be good to have someone to look after her. Absolutely. Mu Wanner replied nonchalantly. The more, the merrier. Great. Thank you, Mu Wanner. Thank you, Miss Lin. Bai Xiaobai expressed his gratitude with a smile. Upon receiving affirmative responses from both individuals, Bai Xiaobai felt a quiet sense of relief within and expressed his gratitude to them. Why do you not address me as beauty? After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Bai Xiaobai bid farewell to Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen. As he strolled leisurely along the street, feeling somewhat aimless, he decided to find a nearby hotel to stay. Now that he had money, he mused, it was time to search for a suitable residence. Remaining in a hotel indefinitely was hardly a viable option. Reclining on the bed, Bai Xiaobai took great interest in browsing property listings. Due to the extensive encroachment of spirit beasts on living spaces, housing in the city had become exceedingly scarce. In some impoverished neighborhoods, considerations for greenery and natural light were entirely neglected. The buildings stood closely packed together, as if they were striving to amalgamate, particularly for those residing on lower floors. It felt akin to living in a cave, devoid of sunlight throughout the day. Previously, places like Lanting Yeyuan could be considered quite upscale, housing only beast tamers, either affluent or noble. Unfortunately, with only 10 million at his disposal, he found such options beyond his reach. After browsing for over 10 minutes, he stumbled upon a residence that piqued his satisfaction. It was a rural villa located on the outskirts, distanced from the city center, yet it boasted a large expanse, and the surrounding environment appeared quite pleasant. Following the invasion of spirit beasts, homes in the suburbs occasionally fell prey to their attacks, rendering them less appealing to the average person. Therefore, most beast tamers preferred purchasing in urban areas, with only a handful opting for suburban properties. This standalone villa that Bai Xiaobai had set his sights on spanned 3 stories and covered an area of 400 square meters, priced at a mere 8 million, significantly cheaper than urban properties. After a moment's hesitation, he promptly contacted an agent to schedule a viewing for the following day. The next morning, Bai Xiaobai woke early and arrived at the agreed location with the agent. After a brief inspection of the property, finding no issues, he decided to purchase it outright. Once the paperwork was completed, he sent the address to Cheng Qian, retaining 100,000 for himself and transferring the remaining funds to her. He informed her of his plans to visit the dimensional secret realm, suggesting she take the opportunity to purchase some furniture during her break. With everything arranged, Bai Xiaobai, determined not to be late, acquired some supplies and settled into a hotel near the Beast Tamer Association. Chapter 62. I feel jealous. The following morning, Bai Xiaobai rose early, refreshed himself with a quick wash, and had a simple breakfast before departing the hotel towards the Beast Tamer Association. After about 5 minutes, a car came to a halt, and Mu Wanner emerged, waving at him. Are we driving ourselves? Bai Xiaobai approached her, glancing at the luxury vehicle with a hint of surprise. It was more convenient to drive than to wait for a taxi in such cold weather. With a smile, Mu Wanner, noticing Bai Xiaobai alone, curiously inquired, Are you by yourself? Did you not say you would bring someone? She hasn't started her break yet, Bai Xiaobai replied with a touch of helplessness. She's likely busy with her final exams, and I don't know when she'll be free, so I decided not to wait. Very well then. Mu Wanner nodded, not dwelling on it further, as she opened the back door and took a seat beside Lin Siwen. Wait, aren't you supposed to be driving? Bai Xiaobai was taken aback, recalling that Mu Wanner had just exited from the driver's seat. That was to pick you up, Mu Wanner chuckled playfully. Now that I have you, it's South your turn to drive. All right then. Bai Xiaobai laughed, not declining the offer. He took the driver's seat, searched for the coordinates of the Yunshan Dimensional Secret Realm, and cheerfully announced, Attention, dear travelers, the Yunshan Dimensional Secret Realm tour is now departing. Let us set forth. The trio chatted merrily, and soon they arrived at the entrance of the Yunshan Dimensional Secret Realm, nestled in the mountainous outskirts. This D-grade high-risk secret realm was frequented by numerous beast tamers for training and treasure hunting, resulting in a bustling entrance that resembled a small town. The town was filled with shops and hotels catering to beast tamers, offering everything from combat gear to spiritual treasures and outdoor equipment. As they were not newcomers to the dimensional secret realm, they had prepared ample survival supplies beforehand and did not linger, making their way into the depths of the realm. Wait, this isn't a forest? Bai Xiaobai exclaimed, taken aback by the continuous stretch of mountains before him. This was his first experience entering a secret realm with a different environment. The environment of a dimensional secret realm mirrors that of its surrounding area, Mu Wanner explained. If the secret realm was initially formed within a jungle, it would replicate that jungle. Since this area is mountainous, the environment here reflects that as well. Ah, I see. Bai Xiaobai realized, having previously assumed that all dimensional secret realms were forested. Remember, this is a D-grade dimensional secret realm. Everyone must remain vigilant. As she spoke, Lin Siwen summoned her latest contracted beast. Her contracted beast was similar to Mu Wanner's, both being tigers. However, while Mu Wanner's was the fire attribute Red Flame Tiger King, Lin Siwen's was the gold attribute Golden Pattern Tiger. Could it be another fierce female tiger? Bai Xiaobai pondered silently, observing the imposing golden pattern tiger adorned with golden markings and exuding an aura of ferocity. This particular beast had reached the 5th tier of awakening level, showcasing commendable strength. Mu Wanner nodded, forming hand seals to summon the Red Flame Tiger King. Wow, it has grown so much, Bai Xiaobai exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the now significantly larger Red Flame Tiger King. Moreover, its strength had escalated to the 7th tier of awakening level, surpassing that of the Golden Pattern Tiger. Of course, ever since it consumed the Fire Spirit Stone and Fire Spirit Crystal, the Tiger King's strength has undergone remarkable transformation. Mu Wanner said, a hint of pride in her tone as she noticed Bai Xiaobai's astonished expression. Awu. Upon spotting Bai Xiaobai, the Red Flame Tiger King expressed delight. Finally, my little brother is here. Quickly summon your white fox. I want to see how adorable it is. Lin Siwen had long heard from Mu Wanner about Bai Xiaobai's first contracted beast being a white fox, and she was quite curious about it. Likewise, Mu Wanner was eager to see what Bai Xiaobai's white snow had become, having long wished to pet it. All right, Bai Xiaobai smiled and summoned white snow from the beast's space. Awu, white snow, having not been out for quite some time, was overjoyed to see Mu Wanner and expressed surprise. Pretty sister, how come you are here? Wow, white snow, you have grown so much, Mu Wanner exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy as she approached the now towering white snow, gently stroking its head. I can no longer hold you now that you've grown so big. Is this a white fox? Lin Siwen was utterly astonished at the sight of the enormous white fox with 5 tails before her. Had she not known Mu Wanner well, she would have surely thought it a jest. What family of white foxes could possibly possess 5 tails? Moreover, it seemed that this white fox exuded an extraordinary aura. Now I finally understand why you attracted the attention of the researchers at the Spirit Beast Institute. Lin Siwen took a deep breath, steadying her astonished heart, and earnestly addressed Bai Xiaobai. Ahem, what an unexpected surprise. Bai Xiaobai, scratching his head awkwardly, explained. I was fortunate enough to discover a divine spiritual fruit. Otherwise, Bai Shui wouldn't have reached this level of growth. Divine spiritual fruit? As soon as Bai Xiaobai's words fell, Both Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen were taken aback, gazing at him in disbelief. Divine spiritual fruits are exceedingly rare and elusive. This is not mere luck. You must have ancestral graves emitting smoke. All right, enough of that. I'm feeling envious, Lin Siwen remarked with a hint of acidity. Her Lijianwen Tiger and Qian Tiger Emperor originally possessed equivalent energy levels until Mu Wanner discovered the Fire Spirit Stone. She had thought Mu Wanner was already exceptionally lucky, but it appeared that Bai Xiaobai's fortune surpassed hers. I feel envious too, Mu Wanner chimed in, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She could hardly believe that Bai Xiaobai had encountered a divine spiritual fruit. She was truly envious. Let us wander around here for a while. Perhaps we might stumble upon another divine spiritual fruit. Noticing the envious glances from the two women, Bai Xiaobai awkwardly changed the subject. Thankfully, he had not revealed Bai Lingxi. Otherwise, the envy from the two would have intensified. Do you think divine spiritual fruits are so easy to find? Mu Wanner shot him a disapproving look, then, with a playful smile, linked her arm with Lin Siwen's, saying, let us absorb some of his good fortune. We don't seek divine fruits. Even high-level ones will suffice. Haha. It seems bringing him along was indeed a wise choice, Lin Siwen said with a beaming smile, feeling that her luck should not be too shabby while in their company. Indeed, the two women responded, proceeding deeper into the forest. Bai Xiaobai, observing their enthusiasm, could only smile helplessly before following closely behind them. Chapter 63, Instant Kill. Roar. Just as the trio ventured a short distance, a famished forest wolf king suddenly sprang forth from behind a large tree. Encountering a 7th-tier awakened forest wolf king right upon entering was rather unfortunate. Mu Wanner frowned slightly. While the forest wolf king was not an exceedingly powerful spiritual beast, they were social creatures, typically appearing in packs. Sure enough, as Mu Wanner spoke, dozens of forest wolves emerged, encircling the group. The forest wolf king's crimson eyes gleamed with excitement as it regarded the three, evidently perceiving them as food. We should retreat. There are too many of them for us to handle, Lin Siwen cautioned, casting a wary glance at the 10 or more forest wolves surrounding them. If there were only 3 or 4, they might manage, but with the current count exceeding 10, all at around the 5th tier of awakening, coupled with the 7th tier wolf king, they were simply not equipped to face such odds. Agreed, Mu Wanner nodded, in accord with Lin Siwen's assessment. Given their current strength, even if they somehow triumphed, the cost would likely be substantial. No need, Bai Xiaobai remarked, shaking his head nonchalantly as he surveyed the multitude of forest wolves. Bai Shui now boasted a 3rd-tier extraordinary strength, along with 3 special skills. There was no need to flee from a pack of awakened forest wolves. Having just advanced to the extraordinary level, it was a perfect opportunity to assess Bai Shui's current prowess. This is not the time for heroics. We should retreat and change direction, Mu Wanner urged, observing Bai Xiaobai's relaxed demeanor. She understood that Bai Shui had reached the extraordinary level. But the white fox was inherently a non-combatant spiritual beast. Even at the extraordinary level, its combat prowess might not exceed that of the Qian Tiger Emperor. Looks like I underestimated it, Bai Xiaobai chuckled lightly, addressing Bai Shui. It's all up to you now. Awu. Bai Shui appeared exceedingly excited, leaping in front of the group, prepared to deal with the surrounding forest wolves. Awu. The forest wolf king, witnessing this, wore a disdainful expression. It could sense that this 5-tailed fox possessed a higher energy level than itself, yet it pondered, how could such strength withstand the onslaught of my subordinates? Not to mention my own prowess has reached the 7th tier of awakening, with over a dozen subordinates ready to strike. With that thought, the forest wolf king howled, rallying its minions to deliver a profound lesson to the 5-tailed fox before them. At the wolf king's command, dozens of forest wolves yelped and charged toward Bai Shui. However, just as they were about to reach her, Bai Shui's eyes shimmered with an eerie, colorful radiance. In the next moment, including the forest wolf king, all the approaching forest wolves collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The wolf king, just before its demise, was left bewildered. What had just transpired? Had all my subordinates been eliminated in an instant? Bai Xiaobai, gazing at the fallen forest wolves surrounding him, was slightly astonished. He had not anticipated such a swift and comprehensive annihilation. While the forest wolves were not formidable beasts, their sheer numbers suggested it should not have been so easy to dispatch them all at once. However, he quickly comprehended the situation. The spiritual attributes of forest wolves were inherently weak, while Bai Shui's energy levels significantly surpassed theirs, rendering it a natural counter. Moreover, the illusory power was a robust intermediate skill, particularly effective as an area attack, making it entirely reasonable to eliminate a multitude of forest wolves with a single strike. Instant kill? Observing the effortless dispatch of the forest wolves by Bai Shui, both Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen were left speechless in shock, especially Mu Wanner, who recalled that just months prior, Bai Shui struggled to contend with even a single awakened beast. yet now could easily obliterate dozens of awakened forest wolves and a 7th-tier wolf king. The rate of growth was simply astounding. Wow, little Bai Xiaobai, you are incredibly powerful now. After the initial shock, Mu Wanner could not contain her joy, sprinting to Bai Xiaobai's side and showering it with unreserved praise. Ah Wu. Bai Xiaobai relished the compliments, feeling elated. The lovely elder sister was wonderful, unlike the master, who never praised her. It must be delightful to eat. Unbeknownst to her. At that moment, Bai Xiaobai was contentedly gathering the remains of the forest wolves, entirely unaware of her thoughts. It seems I truly invited the right person this time. Lin Suan mused, casting a few more glances at Bai Xiaobai as he busily collected the Wolf King's body. Let us move on, she suggested. And as Bai Xiaobai stored the remaining forest wolves into his spatial ring, the trio once again ventured deeper into the woods. Phew, I'm exhausted. Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen collapsed onto the grass beneath a tree's shade, panting heavily. The Yunshan Dimensional Secret Realm truly lived up to its designation as a high-risk, D-level dimensional realm. After a morning of exploration, aside from the pack of forest wolves, they encountered numerous spiritual beasts, most at or above the 5th tier of awakening and exceedingly aggressive. Fortunately, with the formidable Qian Tiger Emperor and Lujinwen Tiger by their side, along with the harmonious cooperation between Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen, even when facing some 9th-tier awakened beasts, they were hardly a match for the duo. Although the journey had been taxing, none had sustained severe injuries. Let us have a drink, Bai Xiaobai said, looking at the two exhausted companions, producing 2 bottles of fizzy drinks and offering them. Originally, it was agreed that the 3 would collaborate to tackle the encountered spirit beasts. However, upon witnessing Bai Xiaobai effortlessly vanquish a 7th-tier awakened forest wolf king alongside dozens of its kin, Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen decided to refrain from allowing him to take any action. The two aimed to enhance their prowess within this dimensional secret realm. Thus, unless faced with particularly perilous circumstances, Bai Xiaobai was relegated to the sidelines as a mere observer. Reluctantly, he could only go with the flow, assuming a logistical role throughout their journey. Seizing the opportunity during their brief respite, Bai Xiaobai began to prepare a meal. After approximately an hour, as the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, the trio engaged in casual conversation while enjoying their feast. Hey, I must say, this is indeed delicious, Lin Siwen remarked, savoring the roasted meat, her eyes sparkling with delight, far surpassing the blandness of their previous rations. Isn't it? Mu Wanner chimed in, quickly devouring her portion while adding, I didn't deceive you, did I? After a busy morning, everything tastes delectable. Bai Xiaobai chuckled, glancing at the Crimson Flame Tiger Emperor and the Golden Patterned Tiger, curiosity getting the better of him as he inquired, what is your second contracted beast? Chapter 64. What fortunate luck for this kid. Presently, both of their spiritual energy levels had reached the 3rd tier of awakening. Given their strengths and backgrounds, it was expected that they would possess more than just one contracted beast. Yet, as the morning progressed, Bai Xiaobai had yet to catch sight of any others. My second contracted beast is a phoenix, and Siwen has a firebird, Mu Wanner replied, nonchalantly swallowing her food. However, we have only contracted them in their juvenile forms, and they currently remain at the mutation stage. Recently, we fed them some spirit stones, and they are still in the process of absorbing the energy, which will likely take a couple of days. Mutation stage? Bai Xiaobai was taken aback, momentarily bewildered. How could they have contracted a beast at the mutation stage given their capabilities? Despite the Nightmare Beast and Ice Feather Eagle being high potential spirit beasts, it should have been relatively easy for them to secure one of a higher spiritual energy level. There are 2 reasons for contracting juvenile spirit beasts at the mutation stage, Mu Wanner explained, observing Bai Xiaobai's puzzled expression. Firstly, high-tier contracted beasts often require the beast master to attain a corresponding level to form a contract. Secondly, juvenile spirit beasts are far more amenable to developing emotional bonds compared to their adult counterparts. Even if an adult beast is contracted, fostering a genuine connection is considerably more challenging, and their loyalty is generally not very high. Pausing for a moment, Mu Wanner continued, it is essential to understand that spirit beasts are the most crucial companions for beast masters. If a spirit beast's loyalty is too low, it poses a significant danger. Therefore, while we are still young and have ample time to nurture our beasts, contracting juvenile forms is often much more advantageous than adult ones. Bai Xiaobai finally comprehended, realizing that contracting juvenile spirit beasts indeed facilitated emotional bonding and allowed for the acquisition of more suitable skills. However, this approach was not without its drawbacks, the most apparent being the substantial resources required for their upbringing, especially for high-potential beasts. Moreover, the duration from mutation stage to awakening stage could take several days at the very least. By the way, haven't you recently reached the awakening stage? Mu Wanner seemed to recall something and asked Bai Xiaobai, have you contracted a second spirit beast yet? If not, we could look around here for a suitable one to help you form a contract. I have already formed a contract, Bai Xiaobai grinned. Munching on the roasted meat and speaking somewhat indistinctly, I encountered a fitting spirit beast just as I was breaking through to the awakening stage and contracted it. Oh, what is your second contracted beast? Upon hearing Bai Xiaobai's words, Mu Wanner's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired with a smile, could we see it? Lin Siwen, sitting nearby, was equally eager to know what kind of spirit beast Bai Xiaobai had contracted. It seems you won't be able to see it. She is currently refining the energy from her elixir and has been asleep for several days, Bai Xiaobai chuckled. My second contracted beast is a fallen angel. Heh, an angel? Both Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen were momentarily stunned, unable to believe the veracity of his claim. Hadn't the angelic race been extinct long ago? Lin Siwen couldn't help but exclaim, ever since the demise of the last angel, Yemelina, a century ago, there have been no traces of angels left in the world. I was fortunate enough to stumble upon an angel egg, Bai Xiaobai said with a light-hearted grin. Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Incredulous at the idea that not only had he found a divine spirit fruit, but he had also discovered an angel egg. What incredible luck this kid possessed. What's wrong? Bai Xiaobai felt their gazes upon him, and, somewhat confused, asked, is there something on my face? No. We're just curious about what this lucky kid looks like, Mu Wanner replied with a grin. Haha, it seems this journey may yield unexpected rewards, Lin Siwen said. Her eyes sparkling with amusement as she teased, it appears we have a good luck charm among us. Cough, cough, let's focus on eating, Bai Xiaobai said, feeling a bit helpless at their playful banter. What good luck charm? He relied on his strength, after all. After satisfying their hunger and taking a brief rest, the trio ventured deeper into the forest. Over the next few days, as they delved further, they arrived at a location near an ancient forest, which starkly contrasted with the mountainous woods they had previously traversed. While the earlier woods were predominantly filled with towering mutated spruce trees, this ancient forest was comprised almost entirely of colossal trees, each several dozen meters in circumference. Additionally, encircling these magnificent giants was a dense thicket of smaller trees, none exceeding a height of 5 meters. However, upon sighting this thicket, the expressions of all, including Bai Xiaobai, turned grave. My goodness. So many explosive treants gathered together. This is not good, is it? Bai Xiaobai remarked, eyeing the distant explosive treants, unable to suppress his sarcasm. And they've all reached the 6th tier of awakening. Explosive treants, akin to mischievous trees, belong to the plant-based spirit beast category. However, unlike the mischievous tree, which lacked aggressive tendencies, explosive treants were highly combative plant spirit beasts. The sheer number of gathered explosive treants was indeed peculiar. Mu Wanner observed the horde of explosive treants, numbering no less than 100, and expressed her confusion. Explosive treants are quite common in the Yunsan dimensional secret realm, but they usually gather in groups of 3 to 5. This scale is unprecedented. It seems they are guarding something, Lin Siwen whispered. What should be our next course of action? Should we find another route or attempt to break through? With so many explosive treants, charging in recklessly would likely leave us with nothing, she added, noting the destructive potential of the explosive treants that could hurl explosive fruits with terrifying force. Do you think there might be some treasure here? Mu Wanner's eyes glimmered with intrigue, as Lin Siwen's words had sparked an idea in her mind. The presence of so many explosive treants likely indicated the protection of something of significant value. Why don't we try advancing a bit and observe the response of these explosive treants? Bai Xiaobai suggested, if it becomes too dangerous, we can always retreat. That's not advisable. Lin Siwen shook her head and calmly remarked, if we truly wish to discover what lies within, forcefully charging in will lead us to certain doom. With so many explosive tree men, even a transcendent beast master would be worn down by them. After a brief pause, she continued, I believe we can devise a plan. Chapter 65, A Hasty Retreat. It is unfortunate that our second contracted beast has yet to awaken. Otherwise, we could attempt to divert their attention from above. After some contemplation, Lin Siwen appeared troubled. Although the phoenix bird had only just reached the mutated level, its aerial advantage would make it exceedingly difficult for the explosive tree men to inflict harm upon them. If the phoenix bird could draw their gaze, perhaps the tree men would reveal a vulnerable spot in their defenses, allowing us to pass without confrontation. Xiaobai, what is the range of Bai Shui's psychic attack? Suddenly, Lin Siwen seemed to have an epiphany and directed her question at Bai Xiaobai. About 10 meters, Bai Xiaobai replied, somewhat perplexed. After a moment's thought, she added, I haven't tested the exact limit, but within 10 meters is certainly manageable. 10 meters? Lin Siwen murmured, contemplating the implications of this figure. Actually, we could attempt a forceful entry, Bai Xiaobai suggested. Although explosive tree men possess considerable resistance to fire, their defenses against psychic attributes are relatively weak. Bai Shui has a defensive skill, she should be able to withstand the psychic attacks without issue. After evolving into a five-tailed celestial fox, Bai Xiaobai learned 3 divine-level skills. But she has never had the opportunity to showcase them. This might be the perfect chance to gauge their true strength. Are you certain? Lin Siwen expressed her concerns after hearing Bai Xiaobai's words. There are hundreds of explosive tree men, and even an ordinary defensive skill may not be sufficient to endure their onslaught. Over time, she had developed a general understanding of Bai Xiaobai's current strength, which had predominantly manifested as powerful offensive capabilities. Thus, she surmised that even with defensive skills, they would not be overly robust. Let us give it a try. If it goes awry, we can always retreat. Bai Xiaobai smiled nonchalantly. If it truly becomes untenable, we shall withdraw. However, Lin Siwen attempted to voice more concerns, but she was interrupted by Mu Wanner. Mu Wanner looked at Bai Xiaobai earnestly. Are you certain that Bai Xiaobai's defensive skill will hold? Though she was eager to explore the ancient forest for treasures, she was deeply concerned about the safety of her companions. We can give it a try. If the situation turns dire, I will command Bai Xiaobai to retreat immediately, Bai Xiaobai assured. The explosive treeman's attack range is only about 50 meters. Although he had confidence in the Night Guardian's defenses, he was uncertain how long Bai Xiaobay's psychic energy could sustain the shield. If her energy were to be depleted, he would promptly call her back. Very well. Let us proceed. After a long pause, Mu Wanner nodded in agreement, understanding Bai Xiaobai's cautious nature and that he would not take unnecessary risks with his contracted beast. Seeing both of them had acquiesced, Lin Siwen furrowed her brow. She still felt that a forceful approach was not the wisest course of action, as it was too reckless and could lead to unforeseen consequences. I will assist you, along with Wanner, if things take a turn for the worse. We must ensure Bai Xiaobai retreats. Ultimately, she conceded to Bai Xiaobai's proposal, reiterating her warnings. Let us go and meet those explosive tree men. Bai Xiaobai nodded and commanded Bai Xiaobai to charge forward. Observing this, Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen also shed their hesitation, directing their respective beasts, the Crimson Flame Tiger King and the Golden Striped Tiger, to follow suit. However, the Golden Striped Tiger's psychic energy level was somewhat inferior compared to the explosive tree men. And although the Crimson Flame Tiger King had a higher energy level, the explosive tree men possessed formidable resistance to fire, rendering their roles primarily supportive. The trio concealed themselves behind trees, anxiously observing the unfolding events. With uncertainty looming over their ability to breach the treemen's defenses, they knew that if they recklessly pursued, they would not only be of no assistance, but would also distract Bai Xiaobai, forcing her to protect them. Roar! Upon spotting the approaching spirit beasts, the explosive tree men, lacking in intelligence, emitted a furious roar, seemingly attempting to intimidate them. As Bai Xiaobai and the others drew closer, the 10 tree men at the forefront immediately began to coalesce explosive fruits upon their branches. With a series of whistling sounds, the explosive fruits were hurled towards Bai Xiaobai, who was leading the charge. Bai Xiaobai, Night Shield. Bai Xiaobai, not daring to withstand the assault, immediately commanded Bai Xiaobai through their mental link. In an instant, a dark energy shield enveloped Bai Xiaobai, protecting her from the incoming explosive fruits. Meanwhile, witnessing the oncoming fruits, Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen were alarmed and swiftly directed the Crimson Flame Tiger King and the Golden Striped Tiger to defend while retreating to a safer distance. Xiaobai, hurry and call Bai Xiaobai back. Mu Wanner called out, her instincts kicking in as she watched Bai Xiaobai advance rather than retreat, filled with anxiety. After all, being struck by so many explosive fruits could prove fatal, even for a transcendent-level creature like Bai Xiaobai. However, it was too late. As her words fell, the explosive fruits collided with Bai Xiaobay's night shield, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent clouds of dust billowing into the air. The force of the blast was immense. Even the Crimson Flame Tiger King and the Golden Striped Tiger, who had retreated, were caught in the shockwave and sent tumbling. Boom, boom, boom. Bai Xiaobai anxiously observed the scene. Should the night shield show even the slightest sign of faltering, he would order Bai Xiaobai to retreat immediately. Yet, in the next moment, under the protection of the Night Guardian, Bai Xiaobai emerged unscathed, dashing toward the explosive tree men, her eyes shimmering with an enigmatic, colorful aura. Observing the spectacle, Bai Xiaobai let out a long breath, his heart finally settling as excitement coursed through him. Truly, divine skills are formidable. Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen widened their eyes, astonished at the sight. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would never have believed that Bai Xiaobai, positioned at the epicenter of the explosion, had emerged completely unscathed. Psychic power. As Bai Xiaobai dodged the treeman's vine attacks, she unleashed her psychic abilities. In mere moments, dozens of explosive tree men surrounding her fell silent. At that moment, the tree men could only passively endure the assault, as neither the explosive fruits nor the vine attacks posed any threat to Bai Xiaobai. What on earth is this creature? The explosive tree men stared blankly at Bai Xiaobai, unable to comprehend how a transcendent-level fox could be so powerful. However, just as they prepared to continue their assault, the fox suddenly turned and retreated. Wait, she is just running away? Is she afraid of us? Chapter 66, An Ominous Premonition. Roar. Observing the fleeing white fox. Although the explosive tree men were unaware of the reasons behind it, they still roared in anger, conjuring explosive fruits to hurl at Bai Xiaobai, seemingly venting their earlier frustration. Wait. Before Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen could fully process their relief, they were taken aback by Bai Xiaobai's sudden retreat, exchanging bewildered glances with Bai Xiaobai. It's over. Bai Xiaobai's psychic energy can no longer sustain the shield. Bai Xiaobai let out a bitter smile, expressing his helplessness. If we continue to linger, Bai Xiaobai will be in peril. Despite her current prowess, slaughtering the explosive trance like a celestial being, the Skill Knight Guardian is exceedingly draining on her spiritual energy. Even though Bai Xiaobai has attained an extraordinary level, she cannot maintain this state for an extended period. One can only imagine the dire consequences if she does not return soon. Once her energy is depleted, she could very well be reduced to fragments by these explosive fruits. Thus, I had no choice but to call her back. It seems that Bai Xiaobai still harbors vulnerabilities. Bai Xiaobai thought to himself, lamenting that although she had mastered 3 divine skills, her own spiritual energy level remained too feeble to unleash the full might of such divine powers. So that is how it is. Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen sighed in regret. In less than 10 breaths, nearly 20 explosive trance had perished at Bai Xiaobai's hands. And had she been fully energized, she could have undoubtedly charged through their ranks. At this moment, Bai Xiaobay's spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. Bai Xiaobai observed her spirited demeanor and chuckled, retrieving some spiritual herbs from his spatial ring to replenish her energy. A woo. The Crimson Flame Tiger King let out a jubilant roar, seemingly proclaiming, Sister Bai Xiaobai is truly formidable. It cast a disdainful glance at the nearby golden-striped tiger, who was deemed a coward, merely knowing how to flee. The golden-striped tiger, noticing the scornful gaze, retorted with equal disdain, You have the audacity to criticize me? You were the one who ran even faster just moments ago. It appears we are indeed at a disadvantage, Mu Wanner lamented. While Bai Xiaobai can withstand the explosive trance assaults, she cannot endure for long. Following her lead would only lead us to certain doom. Even though we have eliminated a considerable number of explosive trance, it is merely a drop in the ocean compared to their vast numbers. I believe we can attempt a different approach, Lin Siwen suggested, pointing towards a nearby cluster of explosive trance. Observe those positions. The explosive trance have not reinforced their ranks. Though they are formidable trees, they are still capable of movement, albeit not with Bai Xiaobai's agility. After a pause, Lin Siwen continued, Additionally, I noticed that when Bai Xiaobai charged in, the other explosive trance did not come to assist this group. Are you implying they are confined to a specific area? Mu Wanner exclaimed, her face brightening with excitement. In other words, as long as we do not scatter, we will only have to confront a single region of explosive trance? Precisely. Lin Siwen nodded and elaborated. We can find a location to advance steadily. If we cannot prevail, we can retreat to recover before pressing forward again. Upon hearing her plan, Mu Wanner contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Let us put this to the test. I have no objections, Bai Xiaobai responded with a smile. The movements of the explosive trance were peculiar, suggesting treasures lay within their midst. With Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen as allies, a bold venture might yield rewards for Bai Lingxi. Then let us proceed, Bai Xiaobai declared. During the previous skirmish, they had all expended some spiritual energy, particularly Bai Xiaobai, who, despite consuming some energy-restoring herbs, would still require a brief respite to regain her full strength. Approximately half an hour later, the trio once again directed Bai Xiaobai into the fray. While the Crimson Flame Tiger King and the Golden Striped Tiger could not inflict significant damage on the explosive trance, they could at least draw away some of the fire. As the explosive trance, previously retreated, surged forward once more, the nearby trance began to conjure explosive fruits, hurling them towards Bai Xiaobai, who darted into the midst of the trance under the protection of the Night Shield, swiftly enacting her illusionary powers to hunt down the surrounding explosive trance. Meanwhile, the Crimson Flame Tiger King and the Golden Striped Tiger were not idle, systematically clearing the area of explosive trance. As formidable spirit beasts of their tier, they easily outmatched the explosive trance in one-on-one encounters. Thus, in no time, 4 or 5 explosive trance lay defeated at their paws. Though Bai Xiaobai could effortlessly dispatch dozens of explosive trance, the squad's advancement was sluggish. The sheer number of trance was overwhelming, and Bai Xiaobai required half an hour of rest after clearing each wave to regain her stamina. Fortunately, this methodical approach, though slow, ensured their safety, as they sustained no injuries along the way. Ugh, after such a prolonged battle, how can we still not breach this wall of explosive trance? During a brief respite, Bai Xiaobai remarked, gazing at the distant trance with frustration. They had fought for over a dozen bouts, and twilight was upon them. Yet countless explosive trance still loomed ahead. Perhaps we are nearing our goal. Mu Wanner wiped the sweat from her brow, her voice tinged with fatigue. We have ventured quite deep. Let us not be careless. Lin Siwen surveyed their surroundings, noting the dense throng of explosive trance encircling them, and felt compelled to caution. Stay alert. We must not underestimate our situation. Why do I have this ominous premonition? Bai Xiaobai felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety, casting his gaze towards the explosive trance. Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen were suddenly alarmed, with Mu Wanner exclaiming, "Spit, spit, spit. Do not utter such ill-fated words." Yet, scarcely had her words escaped her lips when the ground beneath them began to tremble slightly, the tremors gradually intensifying. No way. The trio quickly assumed combat stances, following Bai Xiaobai's gaze. Soon, a colossal trant came into view, its trunk significantly sturdier than that of a typical explosive trant, its form radiating a reddish-brown hue reminiscent of flames. "It is the Crimson Flame Guardian," Lin Siwen exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. The Crimson Flame Guardian was an exceptionally powerful plant spirit beast, possessing both wood and fire attributes, along with formidable regenerative capabilities, making it a formidable adversary. Before the trio could react, the previously tranquil explosive trance erupted into chaos. With a furious roar, the explosive trance uprooted their thick roots and charged towards Bai Xiaobai and his companions. Chapter 67. Capture the leader first. What in the world is this? Bai Xiaobai exclaimed as he observed the frenzied explosive trance surrounding them. Why is it that as soon as it appears, all the surrounding explosive trance rise and converge upon us? It seems the Crimson Flame Guardian has achieved sentience and acquired commanding abilities, Lin Siwen deduced. Her back pressed against her companions as she fixated on the encroaching explosive trance, feeling the tension mount. However, her reaction was not unwarranted. In this place, the number of explosive trance was unknown, and their current state was drastically different from before. If they were encircled by these explosive trance, even an illusionary tier beastmaster would find it challenging to break free, let alone a few awakening tier beastmasters like themselves. Furthermore, they were up against a Crimson Flame Guardian at the 3rd tier of the extraordinary level. Stay calm, capture the leader first. If we can repel the Crimson Flame Guardian, the explosive trance should retreat, Mu Wanner instructed, her demeanor far more composed than Lin Siwen's as she directed the Crimson Flame Tiger King to launch an assault on the Crimson Flame Guardian. Though the Crimson Flame Guardian before her was of extraordinary caliber, she understood that their sole chance of survival lay in vanquishing it before the surrounding explosive trance could encircle them. Steadying her resolve, Lin Siwen nodded and commanded the Gilded Pattern Tiger and the Crimson Flame Tiger King to charge at the Crimson Flame Guardian. Simultaneously, with Bai Xiaobai's consent, Bai Shuai lunged toward the Guardian. Roar. The explosive trance seemed to sense their intent, letting out a furious roar. How dare these wretched humans attempt to harm their commander? Without hesitation, the nearby explosive trance unleashed a barrage of explosive fruits, aiming to obliterate the 3 oblivious spirit beasts. In an instant, a deluge of explosive fruits surged toward Bai Shuai and her companions, nearly sealing off all their escape routes. This is bad. As Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen beheld the scene, their delicate features were etched with panic and concern. With the current strength of the Crimson Flame Tiger King and the Gilded Pattern Tiger, they could not possibly withstand the onslaught of over 100 explosive fruits. Bai Shuai, deploy the Night Shield at maximum capacity, Bai Xiaobai shouted urgently. Upon hearing his command, a dark energy coalesced around Bai Shuai, enveloping the Crimson Flame Tiger King and the Gilded Pattern Tiger within its embrace. However, compared to the previous Night Shield, this one appeared considerably dimmer, evidently a result of the energy being too dispersed. Boom. Nevertheless, the Night Shield effortlessly withstood the assault of the explosive fruits, leaving the fox and the 2 tigers unscathed. The explosive trance, frustrated by their attacks being thwarted, were about to launch another wave when they were halted by the Crimson Flame Guardian. The Guardian regarded the 3 charging spirit beasts without a trace of trepidation, its murky gaze filled with disdain. A trifling extraordinary level fox and 2 awakened level tigers were hardly worthy of its attention. Despite being an extraordinary level creature itself, it understood the disparities among them. Thus, it had specifically commanded the explosive trance to focus on the 3 beast tamers, disregarding the situation at hand. This confidence in its own power mirrored the thoughts of Bai Xiaobai and the others. Capture the leader before dealing with the minions. Roar. Following the Crimson Flame Guardian's orders, the explosive trance ceased to concern themselves with Bai Shuai and her companions, instead charging angrily toward Bai Xiaobai and the others. My dragon scale horse. Is this truly the level of intelligence expected from a spirit beast? Bai Xiaobai exclaimed incredulously as he noted the trent's movements. He had not anticipated the Crimson Flame Guardian's intelligence to be so astute, aligning perfectly with their own strategy. At that moment, the nearest explosive treant was less than 5 meters away, encircling them in layers, effectively sealing their fates. However, there was a silver lining. At least this group of explosive treants feared injuring their allies and refrained from launching explosive fruits. Yet, faced with such a multitude of treants, the trio felt their hearts leap into their throats, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads from sheer tension. This is a disaster. It seems we may have overstepped our bounds. Mu Wanner lamented as she observed the relentless advance of the explosive treants, momentarily regretting their decision. Had she known it would be this perilous, she would have waited for the awakening of the second contracted beast before making a move. It's not a lost cause. As long as they don't throw those explosive fruits, we might still prevail, Bai Xiaobai encouraged. If we can just hold out until Bai Shui eliminates that creature, we still have a chance to survive. Eliminate? Come on, my friend. We are on the verge of being obliterated ourselves, and you expect Bai Shui to dispatch their leader? While they had great faith in Bai Shui's abilities, they did not believe she could effortlessly defeat an opponent of equal standing. Even if they hoped for a miracle to occur. Roar. Before they could ponder further, the closest explosive treants had already reached them, launching a vine attack. In an instant, their arms elongated, striking toward the three of them. As Awakened-level beast tamers, Bai Xiaobai and his companions possessed formidable strength, even if they could not overpower the explosive treants. It was not a simple task for the treants to defeat them in a short span of time. The trio deftly dodged the vine attacks, their movements appearing somewhat clumsy, yet they managed to evade any significant harm. At times, they even managed to counterattack, though it was of little consequence to the explosive treants. In that moment, a dynamic equilibrium formed on their battlefield. Meanwhile, the clash between the Crimson Flame Guardian and Bai Shui and her spirit beasts unfolded in parallel. Bai Shui swiftly approached the Crimson Flame Guardian, her eyes radiating a purple glow as she unleashed her formidable mental prowess without reservation. Domain of the Gods. Since Bai Shui had evolved into a 5-tailed celestial fox, both the duration and range of her domain had significantly increased, and she felt confident in her ability to eliminate the Crimson Flame Guardian before her. However, to her surprise, the Guardian merely faltered for a moment before an even more formidable mental force expelled her from its mental space. Once revived, the Crimson Flame Guardian's eyes burned with fury. It had not anticipated nearly being outmaneuvered by the fox. Suddenly, dozens of tendril-like branches erupted from its body, each tip sharp like a spear, gleaming with a sinister red hue. This was one of its most powerful attack skills, the Crimson Flame Strike. If struck by the Crimson Flame Strike, Bai Shui and her companions would undoubtedly be pierced through in an instant. The Crimson Flame Tiger King and the Gilded Pattern Tiger hastily dodged the oncoming branches, but Bai Shui, positioned too close, had no time to evade. Just as the crimson branches were about to pierce her, a sharp black sword beam sliced through the red tendrils. And in that instant, black and white feathers began to drift through the air. Accompanied by the falling feathers, a girl gradually materialized in midair. She appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, adorned in a magnificent white robe etched with dark golden stripes, exuding an air of nobility. Her black and white wings fluttered gently, allowing her to hover gracefully in the air, her dark golden pupils regarding the Crimson Flame Guardian with a condescending gaze. The Guardian, observing the girl suspended above, found herself perplexed, despite the girl's spirit energy level being merely that of an awakened level 7. She could not shake the inexplicable feeling of dread she experienced. Was she truly just an awakened level being? Roar. The Crimson Flame Guardian let out a furious roar, desperately attempting to mask its inner fear, as its stout branches lunged fiercely toward the girl in an attempt to swat her down. In response to the Guardian's assault, the girl skillfully evaded while conjuring a long sword from her spirit energy, swiftly closing the distance to the Guardian. Instant kill of darkness. The girl raised her longsword and struck fiercely at the Crimson Flame Guardian. The Guardian barely had time to react before its stout tendrils were severed by her strike. Well done, Lingxi. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaobai and his companions were gasping for breath as they sat on the ground, the surrounding explosive treants now cowering in fear, trembling and too afraid to raise their heads. Just moments ago, Bai Xiaobai found himself facing the onslaught of 3 explosive treants. Despite possessing 3 high-level spiritual artifacts, he succumbed to the tide of battle within a mere 2 minutes. Just as the treant's vines were about to strangle him, darkness enveloped his vision, and his body slackened as he collapsed to the ground. In the midst of his confusion, the figure of Bai Lingxi materialized before him. The explosive treants, initially attacking them, were suddenly gripped by fear at the sight of Bai Lingxi, instinctively bowing to the ground, too intimidated to make any further move. Roar. The Crimson Flame Guardian was thoroughly enraged, letting out a thunderous roar. Its once red trunk now shimmered with a metallic luster, as thousands of leaves erupted from its form, hurtling towards Bai Lingxi. In the face of this sudden assault, Bai Lingxi swiftly flapped her wings, deftly evading the barrage mid-air. A golden opportunity. Sensing that the Crimson Flame Guardian's attention was captivated by Bai Lingxi, the fox and the two tigers seized the moment, launching their attacks against the Guardian. Chaos Claw, Skyfire Howl, 1000-weight armor break. All three skills struck the Crimson Flame Guardian. However, apart from Bai Xue's Chaos Claw leaving a few scratches, the assaults from the Crimson Flame Tiger Sovereign and the Golden Pattern Tiger failed to inflict significant damage. Despite the Crimson Flame Tiger Sovereign's spiritual energy level surpassing that of the Golden Pattern Tiger, its fire attribute resistance rendered its damage negligible, even less than that of the Golden Pattern Tiger, which had managed to breach the Guardian's defenses. How infuriating! Engaging in ambush tactics, these youngsters truly lack martial ethics. The Crimson Flame Guardian felt deeply aggrieved, perceiving that none among them were worthy adversaries, yet they buzzed around like a swarm of flies. Particularly the flying creature and that fox. Victory was within reach. Bai Xiaobai and his companions exhaled in relief as they observed the battlefield not far away. Although the Crimson Flame Guardian appeared largely unscathed, they could sense its spiritual energy waning. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Once that moment arrived, with Bai Lingxi by their side, they would effortlessly delve into the depths of the ancient forest. As time passed, and with their coordinated efforts, the Crimson Flame Guardian's spiritual energy continued to weaken. However, just as they were on the cusp of victory, an overwhelming pressure surged from afar. In an instant, both Bai Xiaobai and his companions, as well as Bai Xue and the others, felt a tremor in their hearts, their gazes drawn involuntarily towards the distance. What was happening? Bai Xiaobai and the others were taken aback. Yet, before they could ponder further, a voice suddenly echoed in their minds. Strange Beastmaster, I know not your purpose here. Yet you have earned the right to meet me. Loyal guardians of the forest shall clear a path for you. Elven tongue. Mu Wanner was taken aback. She had taken courses in foreign languages at the Sacred Spirit Academy, among which was the language of the elves. Elven tongue. Lin Siwen was also astonished and couldn't help but inquire, what does this mean? Here, the elven tongue did not refer to elemental spirits like water or fire elves, but rather to humanoid intelligent beings akin to the angelic race, the elven race. Unlike the dark elves, the elven race revered nature and cherished freedom, and most were amiable, seldom attacking humans without cause. It seems we have passed a test, granting us entry. Mu Wanner furrowed her brow, expressing her confusion. What is this situation? However, before they could contemplate further, the formerly prostrate explosive trance suddenly stood upright, respectfully retreating and clearing a path leading deeper into the forest. Shall we venture inside? Bai Xiaobai proposed. She likely harbors no ill intent. Otherwise, she could have easily harmed us moments ago. The pressure they had just felt was overwhelmingly formidable. At least that of a demigod-level spirit beast. Such a being could have dispatched them with but a gesture, rendering deception unnecessary. Agreed. Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. Just as Bai Xiaobai stated, if that spirit beast bore malice, they would have likely perished already. Moreover, with risk comes opportunity. Having come this far, failing to investigate would surely lead to lifelong regret. Having made their decision, the trio wasted no time and promptly followed the path cleared by the Crimson Flame Guardian, advancing deeper into the ancient forest. With no spirit beasts to impede them, their pace quickened, and within 4 or 5 minutes, they had completely traversed the Guardian's Grove, entering the heart of the ancient forest. This ancient forest bore little distinction from other realms within the dimensional secret, save for the more potent life force saturating the air, filled with vitality-infused spiritual energy. After walking a short distance further, the ruins of a tribal settlement came into view. Clearly long abandoned, the ground was thick with towering weeds, and had it not been for a few dilapidated tree houses, one might hardly recognize it as once being a settlement. Is this truly an elven village? Mu Wanner gazed at her surroundings, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. Such a settlement possessed immense research value, an extraordinary discovery. Reporting this could undoubtedly yield substantial rewards. Chapter 69, The Elven Maiden. Given that it is an elven village, might there be many treasures here? Bai Xiaobai's eyes brightened at the thought. He was currently in dire straits financially, and without resources, he feared he could not sustain Bai Xue and Bai Lingxi any longer. Yet, before they could explore the ruins, the voice resonated once more. Strange Beastmasters, welcome. I am curious about your purpose here, for it has been far too long since I encountered a member of the human race. As the voice faded, a graceful figure suddenly emerged before them. Startled, Bai Xiaobai and his companions instinctively took a half-step back, but upon seeing the visage of this elven being, they stood frozen in place. She was breathtakingly beautiful. This elven maiden, appearing to be around 18, possessed a striking countenance that, without a trace of makeup, was still extraordinarily captivating. Her long, sea-green hair cascaded freely, and beneath long lashes lay emerald-green eyes. Her skin, pale as snow, bore a faint blush, accentuating her enchanting allure. Beneath a skirt woven from leaves and petals, her flawless legs were bare, yet her delicate feet hovered gently above the ground, unblemished by dust. Observing the entranced trio, the elven maiden seemed to recall something and smiled. I almost forgot. You are human and may not understand our language. Now, can you comprehend me? The last sentence was articulated in the human tongue, directed at Bai Xiaobai and his companions. Ah, we understand, we understand. Bai Xiaobai and the others exclaimed, awakening from their stupor and nodding in affirmation. The prospect of communicating seamlessly with this powerful spirit beast filled them with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Strange beastmasters, the elven maiden inquired once more. What brings you to this place? We are merely adventurers who have inadvertently wandered here, harboring no ill intentions. If we have disturbed you, we shall take our leave. Bai Xiaobai responded, grasping Mu Wanner's hand and preparing to depart. Just moments ago, he suddenly realized an intriguing issue. Every new dimensional secret realm is subjected to an initial wave of inspection by the state to ascertain that no dangers lurk within, before being gradually opened to ordinary beastmasters. Although the Yunshan dimensional secret realm is classified as a D-level high-risk dimensional realm, it has been accessible for over a decade. Why was this location not discovered during the state's initial inspection? Even more perplexing is the fact that, throughout this extensive period, no beastmaster has reported any occurrences here. A semi-divine spirit beast would never be permitted by the state to manifest within a D-level dimensional secret realm, even if the beast in question is non-aggressive. This leads to but one conclusion. This area must have only recently emerged. Yet, what kind of entity could elude state scrutiny? The mysteries surrounding this place are indeed abundant. The most prudent course of action now is to promptly report this matter to the authorities and allow them to address it. Although Mu Wanner and Lin Suwen were initially bewildered by the unfolding events, they nonetheless followed Bai Xiaobai as he prepared to leave. Just then, as Bai Xiaobai turned to depart, the voice of the elven maiden resonated unexpectedly, causing his heart to leap into his throat. The forest maiden regarded him with keen interest and cheerfully inquired, I sense no malice from you, yet it appears you harbor numerous questions. After overcoming the guardian forest, why are you in such haste to leave? Our elven kin do not harm those without ill intent. The elven race possesses a heightened sensitivity to the intentions of other beings. She could perceive that these individuals bore no malice. Yet the man before her seemed to harbor different thoughts. Mu Wanner and Lin Suwen exchanged curious glances towards Bai Xiaobai, wondering if he had discerned something. We harbor absolutely no ill will, Bai Xiaobai declared earnestly, pausing momentarily before voicing his curiosity. I am merely intrigued as to how such a vast expanse could evade the scrutiny of other beastmasters. He remained unconvinced that the elven maiden was a recently manifested spirit beast. That notion seemed utterly preposterous. An innate semi-divine entity? Upon hearing Bai Xiaobai's words, Mu Wanner and Lin Suwen grasped the gravity of the situation. A spirit beast of such formidable strength could not possibly be overlooked by the state within a D-level dimensional secret realm. No wonder Bai Xiaobai had been so eager to leave. It turned out his curiosity lay in this matter. The elven maiden was momentarily taken aback, glancing around at the desolate surroundings, and let out a resigned sigh, a flicker of sorrow crossing her exquisite features. Did I inquire too deeply? But it was you who prompted my question. Bai Xiaobai found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Then the elven maiden's voice broke the silence as she shook her head and continued, I have only recently awakened. You are the first human I have encountered since my awakening. I recall that my tribe faced an incursion from foreign forces. In order to protect my people, I employed the secret arts of the elven race. Though I succeeded in repelling the invaders, I also exhausted my spirit energy and fell into slumber. As for what transpired thereafter, I am unaware. Hearing the elven maiden's words, Bai Xiaobai and his companions instantly comprehended the situation. It seemed that during the early days of the dimensional secret realm, the elven maiden had still been in slumber, and at that time, the explosive trance had not congregated in this area. She must have been protected by a special formation during her sleep, which prevented her from being discovered. Such occurrences had transpired before. However, given the elven maiden's strength, it was only a matter of time before she would be noticed by the relevant authorities. There is no need for you to feel apprehensive. I bear no ill will towards you. I would like to request your assistance, the elven maiden sighed softly, gazing at Bai Xiaobai and his companions as she spoke slowly. Should you succeed, I shall reward you. Assist you? You, a spirit beast of at least semi-divine caliber. What could possibly require our help? Though they thought this, the trio dared not voice their skepticism. Bai Xiaobai addressed the elven maiden, saying, well, it's not that we are unwilling to assist. It's just that you see, we are merely awakened-level beast masters. Even if we wish to help, we are hardly equipped to do so. This task can only be accomplished by you beast masters, the elven maiden replied, shaking her head. I possess 2 spirit beast eggs of the elven race, and I wish to ask you to incubate them. If possible, I hope you can form a contract with them, allowing them to become your spirit beasts. The mention of elven spirit beast eggs caused Bai Xiaobai and his companion's eyes to gleam with excitement. It is well known that while the elven race may not match the combat prowess of the angelic race, they are invaluable auxiliary spirit beasts, with potential reaching semi-divine levels, and even ascending to mythic tiers. To simply give them away? Are you suggesting that we form a contract with them? Bai Xiaobai asked uncertainly, scrutinizing the elven maiden, seeking to discern her true intentions. Just then, he suddenly noticed something peculiar, his gaze fixated intently on the elven maiden. In his previous thoughts of how to exit this place, he had overlooked the fact that the elven maiden before him did not seem to be a physical entity, but rather an ethereal apparition. More precisely, she was a spiritual form. Have you discerned the truth? Before Bai Xiaobai could contemplate further, the elven maiden noticed the anomaly in his expression and smiled softly. Just as you see it. The elven maiden sighed, as if recalling something sorrowful, and continued, though I managed to survive through the use of the elven race's secret arts, I paid a considerable price. Upon my awakening, I found I had lost my physical form, leaving only my spirit to endure. Had I not reached the chaos spirit level, I might have perished. Yet even so, my spirit cannot endure for long, which is why I summoned the explosive trance to protect my people. However, while this world resembles the one I once knew, it has undergone significant changes, which is why I hope you can assist me in hatching these 2 elven eggs. Now I see. Bai Xiaobai and his companions realized that the elven maiden, upon awakening, initially intended to hatch the eggs herself, but discovered that the world had drastically transformed. Hence, upon seeing them, she hoped they would assist in the incubation. However, there were only 2 eggs, and with 3 of them, unless I refuse. The trio spoke in unison, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Is that so? What a pity, the elven maiden replied with a hint of regret, surprised that all 3 had declined her request. Wait. Bai Xiaobai hurriedly halted the elven maiden's movements and turned to Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen, stating, you both have now reached the awakened level, 3rd tier. You will surely break through to the extraordinary level sooner than I. Furthermore, I already have Lingxi. These 2 elven eggs would suit you best. Bai Lingxi belongs to the angelic race and is more formidable than the elven race, even with just 1 wing. Her potential is comparable to that of the elven race. Thus, he did not harbor high expectations for the 2 elven eggs. Moreover, whether it be Bai Xue or Bai Lingxi, both possess the potential to reach the chaos spirit level, and cultivating them requires an immense amount of resources. If he were to acquire another, he would genuinely be unable to sustain it. Their arrival here was entirely dependent on Xiao Bai Xue and his other contracted beast. Mu Wanner shook her head vigorously, akin to a rattle drum, and said, without you, we would never have reached this place. I haven't contributed much this time, so I cannot accept it. Though she yearned for the spirit egg, she understood that their arrival here was entirely due to Bai Xiaobai. In fact, had it not been for his second contracted beast, they might have perished under the onslaught of the exploding trance. My contribution was minimal. I cannot accept this. Lin Siwen shared the same sentiment and addressed the 2. These 2 spirit eggs should rightfully belong to both of you. The trio engaged in mutual modesty until, in exasperation, Bai Xiaobai finally declared, very well, you may keep these 2 spirit eggs, but if anything else of value arises, it shall be mine. Fearing rejection, he quickly added, you know my resources are limited. I can barely sustain Bai Xue and Lingxi as it is. Adding another spirit would be beyond my means, and it could even hinder the growth of my other 2 spirit beasts. After a pause, Bai Xiaobai continued, if you still refuse, then we shall withdraw. His words rang true. Given his current rate of resource acquisition, he was acutely aware that he could not manage 3 semi-divine potential spirit beasts simultaneously, lest none of them thrive. Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen hesitated. They understood Bai Xiaobai was deliberately offering the spirit eggs to them. However, seeing his resolute demeanor, they ultimately nodded in agreement. This time, we certainly gained an advantage. Everything else in this dimensional secret realm belongs to you. They exchanged glances and said to Bai Xiaobai, once we exit, each of us will give you 1 billion as compensation. You are aware of our family backgrounds. This amount is insignificant to us. Semi-divine potential spirit beast eggs are hardly circulated in the market, as no one would be foolish enough to pass up the opportunity to contract one for themselves. Thus, even 1 billion from each of them was a tremendous boon for the 2. Forget the money, just ensure the rewards are mine later, Bai Xiaobai shook his head, declining. If you truly feel uncomfortable, a mere 10 million each will suffice. Very well. After a moment's hesitation, Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen agreed. Have you come to an agreement? The elven woman inquired with a gentle laugh upon hearing their decision. She could sense the trio's considerable potential in their kind hearts. Feeling reassured that her kin could safely follow them. We will nurture them with great care. Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen felt a surge of excitement. After all, they were semi-divine potential spirit beasts of the elven race. It was evident that, as long as they steadily advanced to the extraordinary level, their strength would surely elevate to an entirely new tier. I trust you, the elven woman replied with a smile, lightly touching the hands of Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen, leaving behind a petal-shaped mark. This mark contains a portion of my spiritual energy, which will grant you a natural affinity with them once they hatch, ensuring they will not reject your contract. Furthermore, this energy will assist them in their rapid growth until it is depleted. It is worth noting that humanoid spirit beasts often harbor significant aversion to humans. Unless they acknowledge you, they would rather perish than contract with a human. Follow me. Having completed her task, the elven woman led them to an altar, where 2 leaf-green spirit eggs rested quietly. An altar? Bai Xiaobai exclaimed in surprise, recognizing it as the very same altar he had encountered before, reminiscent of the angelic altar, albeit with the notable difference of 2 angels crucified upon it. Could this be akin to the previous angelic altar? No, I must inform Director Lei about this when we exit, he thought to himself as the trio approached the altar. Indeed, this is the place. Under the elven woman's guidance, Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen carefully placed the 2 spirit eggs into their storage rings, their joy evident. Here is a grasswood spirit fruit. It should hold some value for you humans, serving as my remuneration. Following the direction of the elven woman's finger, they spotted a verdant fruit nearby, radiating life attribute spiritual energy. Although the grasswood spirit fruit is a high-grade spiritual fruit born from plant-type spirit beasts, it embodies life attributes and is thus quite valuable. This should be suitable for Bai Shui and the others, Bai Xiaobai mused as he picked the grasswood spirit fruit. The fruit's high worth stems not only from its inherent quality, but also from the fact that any spirit beast can absorb its spiritual energy, unlike other fruits that come with elemental restrictions. After securing the grasswood spirit fruit, Bai Xiaobai returned to the group and expressed his gratitude to the elven woman. Thank you for bestowing these gifts upon us. You are most welcome. I wish to thank you for taking care of my kin. The elven woman smiled at them. The growth of spirit beasts necessitates vast resources. The greater their potential, the more resources they require. Without substantial support, even the most promising spirit beasts cannot flourish. May I ask, will you remain in a spiritual form indefinitely? Bai Xiaobai inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity, perhaps due to the immense spiritual energy stored within Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen. The elven woman's spirit form appeared significantly more corporeal than before. This elven woman was a being of chaotic level, and even in her current spiritual state, she possessed semi-divine strength. In the past, mere beast tamers like them would have found it impossible to even converse with her, let alone stand in her presence. The primary reason for his question was her overwhelming power. Even in her spiritual form, should she be discovered, top-tier forces would undoubtedly seek to eliminate or recruit her. If I remain in this spiritual state for too long, I will eventually dissipate, the elven woman replied with a smile, her tone tinged with a sense of acceptance. Her survival was, in itself, a miracle, and now that her kin had found suitable guardians, she felt less tethered to this world. Is there truly no way to restore your physical form? Bai Xiaobai asked, intrigued. He could not help but feel a tinge of regret at the thought of such a beautiful and powerful spirit beast fading away. There is a way, the elven woman replied. The elven race possesses a secret technique that can restore a spirit form to its physical body, but it comes at a considerable cost. Is there genuinely a method? Bai Xiaobai's heart raced. If they could assist the elven woman in regaining her form, it would undoubtedly create a bond with a semi-divine spirit beast. If he could secure her allegiance, what worries would he have upon entering the dimensional secret realm in the future? Rather than allowing others to take her, it would be better if he did. However, considering the significant cost mentioned by the elven woman, he doubted his current capabilities would suffice. What kind of cost? Though he anticipated a negative response, he could not resist inquiring. After all, what harm was there in asking? Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen shared the curiosity, eager to assist the elven woman if possible. To restore your physical form, 5 conditions must be met. Observing the gazes of the 3 individuals, the elven woman did not conceal her intentions, stating, the first requirement is that the spirit body must reach demigod status, along with a divine-grade life attribute spirit crystal, a divine-grade spirit fruit of any attribute, and a millennium-level dream yao flower. Pausing momentarily, she continued with an air of nonchalance. In addition to these, a beast master from your human race is also needed. Upon hearing the mention of a divine-grade life attribute spirit crystal, Bai Xiaobai instantly regretted having inquired. Not to mention a divine-grade life spirit crystal. Even acquiring a divine-grade spirit treasure or fruit, let alone a demigod or mythical-level spirit beast, would be an arduous endeavor. Furthermore, life attribute spirit treasures and fruits are often rarer than those of other attributes, making the search even more challenging. The cost of these conditions is not just substantial. It is utterly exorbitant. However, what is the meaning behind the last condition? A human beast master. Does this imply a form of possession? Although your kind cannot acquire various abilities through cultivation like we spirit beasts can, you possess a unique capability that we lack. As if sensing their thoughts, the elven woman elucidated, you can open a different space within your mental ocean to contract spirit beasts and gain their powers. Thus, this final stipulation is for a human beast master's alternate space, ensuring that my spirit body does not dissipate. It became clear. However, regrettably, they were merely awakened-level beast masters. And since they had already contracted spirit beasts, they could not form another contract. A demigod-level spirit beast would undoubtedly elevate their status exponentially. Are there any specific requirements for a beast master? I may be able to find one, Mu Wanner pondered aloud, considering that with their family strength, locating a newly ascended beast master should not be too difficult. Conversely, if they could contract a demigod-level spirit beast, their family's influence would surely soar. No. Even with your current status, you can still proceed. The elven woman shook her head, explaining, this is not a contract of your kind. Rather, it is a form of symbiosis before my physical restoration. Even if you lack an additional alternate space at present, I can still establish a contract with you. After a brief pause, the elven woman continued, however, once I contract with you, upon the restoration of my physical form, you will still be unable to contract with other spirit beasts. In simpler terms, signing the contract means the beast master effectively loses one contract slot. Hearing the elven woman's explanation, Bai Xiaobai and the others found themselves at a loss for words. So, what you mean is that the cost for a beast master is indeed steep. Losing a contract slot equates to one less contracted beast. While the disparity may not seem significant at lower energy levels, it becomes pronounced at the demigod, divine, or even chaotic spirit levels. If others have 9 chaotic spirit level contracted beasts, you would possess only 8, resulting in a considerable gap in strength. The elven woman understood the significance of contract slots for human beast masters and, observing the trio's silence, merely smiled and remarked, I am already grateful that you will care for my people. Life and death are predetermined. One cannot force them. If possible, I believe I can give it a try. Chapter 72. I am purely human. If possible, I believe I can give it a try, Bai Xiaobai murmured, having come to a decision. Although entering into a contract with the elven woman would cost him a contract slot, it also presented the opportunity for the protection of a demigod-level powerhouse. Moreover, despite her recent awakening, in terms of knowledge and experience, few could rival her. Are you truly willing? A glimmer of surprise flickered in the elven woman's eyes. Regardless of the species, the instinct for survival is inherent, though she had prepared herself for dissolution. Hearing the beast master before her express a desire to assist reignited her yearning for life. I am willing, but I must clarify that I cannot guarantee the acquisition of these resources. Bai Xiaobai scratched his head and replied, you are well aware of the rarity of these resources. Thank you. The elven woman expressed her gratitude, gazing at him earnestly. The elven race is one that values gratitude. If you truly help me restore my physical form, I will certainly sign a contract with you as a human beast master. Oh, an unexpected gain? To directly obtain a demigod-level spirit beast? How many resources could that save? Bai Xiaobai inquired eagerly, what must I do? Have you truly made up your mind? The elven woman asked Bai Xiaobai once more. This must be a significant cost for you human beast masters, correct? The cost is indeed considerable. Bai Xiaobai did not deny it, continuing, but everything comes with a price. Does it not? Who can predict what will happen in the future? Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further objections. Upon finishing her words, the elven woman lightly tapped Bai Xiaobai's forehead with her finger, her voice softening. Relax. She began to murmur something unintelligible, and her figure transformed into a verdant light, flowing into Bai Xiaobai's body through his forehead. In a brief moment, the elven woman's presence dissipated, leaving Bai Xiaobai alone. Moses? As the elven woman vanished, the two companions paused momentarily before approaching Bai Xiaobai. Mu Wanner waved her hand in front of him, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she asked, are you all right? No. Bai Xiaobai shook his head and smiled. Let us search this vicinity for any treasures. Xiaobai, confess honestly. Is it because you find her beautiful that you are willing to sacrifice a beast master's space to assist her? Mu Wanner teased, her expression playful. How could that be? Am I the kind of person who is swayed by appearances? Bai Xiaobai declared with righteous indignation upon meeting their inquisitive gazes. Humph. Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen exchanged glances at Bai Xiaobai's self-proclaimed virtue, unable to suppress their amusement. As the three engaged in light-hearted banter, they began to scour the elven village. It had grown rather late, and it seemed they would have to spend the night there. After thoroughly searching the entire elven village, Mu Wanner glanced at the sky, dismissing the idea of leaving the dimensional secret realm at that moment. After all, being in a D-grade dimensional secret realm, exiting with their current strength would be exceedingly perilous. Very well, we shall stay the night and return at dawn, Bai Xiaobai agreed, nodding in affirmation. Tomorrow, we can report our findings to the guards. Perhaps we might even receive some rewards. After completely searching the elven village, the trio felt somewhat fatigued. Yet they deemed all their efforts worthwhile compared to the gains of the day. Gathered around the campfire, the three carefully calculated their findings. Up until now, they had discovered a remarkable total of 15 spirit treasures within the elven village. While the majority were intermediate spirit treasures, there were still 3 advanced ones among them. Notably, one of these advanced treasures was a spirit tool, a staff left behind by an unknown elven ancestor. Such a spirit tool is far from trivial. Even for a beast master, it holds a certain degree of utility. At the very least, utilizing this staff to execute certain skills would provide a significant enhancement. Though it is limited to that. Generally, a beast master would not engage in combat personally, and if they did, they would seldom choose a spirit tool like a staff. In summary, in terms of practicality, this staff is arguably the least valuable, while the other 2 advanced spirit treasures are life attribute spirit crystals, which hold considerably higher practical value. As they engaged in casual conversation while feasting, the trio unwittingly found themselves deep into the night, with fatigue beginning to set in. Despite the presence of the explosive trance in the vicinity, they harbored no fear of encountering wild spirit beasts. Thus, after setting up their tent, they peacefully surrendered to slumber. Upon awakening the following morning, they swiftly tidied their belongings and ventured toward the outskirts of the explosive trance. Thanks to the presence of the elven mark, the trance naturally parted to grant them passage. Let us depart, they resolved. Leaving the elven tribe behind and wishing to avoid any prolonged entanglements, they pressed directly toward the entrance of the dimensional secret realm. Just as they neared the entrance, Bai Xiaobai suddenly sensed an unsettling aura. Instinctively, she summoned her internal spiritual energy, causing a surge of violet energy to envelop her surroundings. An advanced spiritual artifact. A voice of astonishment erupted from behind Bai Xiaobai. Who is there? Both Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen, sensing the murderous intent behind them, hastily summoned their respective spirit beasts. The Scarlet Flame Tiger Emperor and the Golden Pattern Tiger, readying themselves for battle. Heh, kid, hand over that advanced spiritual artifact of yours. And let me have my fun with these 2 lovely ladies beside you. I might consider sparing you, the diminutive man sneered, leering at Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen with an unsettling gaze. Disgusted, Mu Wanner remarked upon noticing the man's gaze. How revolting. Just as she was about to command the Scarlet Flame Tiger Emperor to teach him a lesson, Bai Xiaobai intervened. Allow me. Summoning Bai Shui. Bai Xiaobai fixed her gaze upon the small man, her eyes betraying an unmistakable intent to kill. The last one who attempted to ambush me is likely a mere memory now. Kid, you really are asking for trouble. The small man dismissed her threats, viewing her as insignificant. As a professional hunter, he believed that Bai Xiaobai's earlier evasion was mere luck. With a flick of his fingers, 3 first-tier extraordinary spirit beasts materialized around him. Extraordinary level? Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen exchanged glances, anxiety flickering in their eyes as they wished to assist Bai Xiaobai, but were met with her refusal. 3 first-tier extraordinary spirit beasts? They are no match for Bai Shui alone. Bai Shui, I leave this to you. Oh whoa. Bai Shui's eyes gleamed with colorful hues, determined to teach a lesson to anyone who dared bully her sister. Extraordinary level 3. The small man was taken aback by the energy radiating from Bai Shui. Wait, buddy, you just awakened to first tier. How can you have a contract beast at extraordinary level 3? It is widely understood that a contract beast exceeding the level of its beast master by a significant margin possesses the capability to forcibly breach contract limitations, potentially leading to a scenario where it devours its master. Thus, contract beasts are generally of a lower level than their masters to ensure better control. Unbeknownst to Bai Xiaobai, if the small man had been privy to her thoughts, he would have been astounded to learn that she possessed a demigod-level spirit beast within her, albeit currently unable to manifest. Is this brat playing the fool, deliberately concealing his strength? Pondering this, the small man began to reconsider his approach. As a hunter, had he not perceived Bai Xiaobai as merely a first-tier awakened individual possessing an advanced spiritual artifact, he would have retreated the moment his ambush failed. Although the peculiar 5-tailed fox was of extraordinary level 3, He believed he could escape without being hindered. Resolute in his decision, the small man prepared to flee but was suddenly struck by a piercing headache. Lone Wolf, execute a charge attack. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he commanded a wolf-like spirit beast beside him. Yet, moments passed, and the lone wolf remained immobile. Reflexively glancing over, he discovered his 3 contract beasts sprawled motionless on the ground. At that moment, he comprehended that he had bitten off more than he could chew by coveting an advanced spiritual artifact. Please, spare me, he whimpered, kneeling before Bai Xiaobai, his head throbbing with pain. I'm afraid I am not one to show mercy, Bai Xiaobai replied coldly, gripping her dagger and swiftly sending the small man to meet his fate. Was that perhaps too cruel? Observing Bai Xiaobai's unhesitating execution, Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen felt a twinge of compassion. They believed that such individuals warranted a lesson rather than a death sentence. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself, Bai Xiaobai remarked, pocketing the small man's spatial ring and collecting the 3 spirit beasts into her own ring. Noticing the expressions of Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen, she continued nonchalantly, allowing such a person to live only ensures that more will perish by his hand. Killing him is akin to saving many. Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen nodded in reluctant agreement, acknowledging Bai Xiaobai's point despite their lingering discomfort. After all, this man had likely taken more than one life. Had Bai Xiaobai not surpassed him in strength, they might have been the next victims. Let us make our exit. It will be safer outside. Bai Xiaobai understood their reactions, recalling her own first experience with taking a life, which had felt quite similar to their current predicament. It could only be said that after the first time, one grows accustomed to it. Having gathered their belongings, the trio proceeded without further hesitation toward the entrance of the dimensional secret realm. At the entrance, a luxury vehicle came to a gradual halt, and 3 men disembarked. Goodness, that appears to be Mu Fanghai, the head of the Mu family. Is there any doubt? It certainly is. What brings the Mu family to a D-level secret realm? Have they received some insider information? Who knows, but it's certainly unexpected. As the 3 men descended from the vehicle, passers-by couldn't help but cast curious glances their way. The leader, an elderly man appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, though simply attired, emanated an air of cleanliness and dignity. Accompanying him were a middle-aged man and a youth. Father, please calm down. Wanner will be just fine, the middle-aged man pleaded beside the elder. It's merely a D-level dimensional secret realm, and with the Lin family girl accompanying her, you needn't worry. Mu Fanghai, if anything happens to my granddaughter, I shall not hesitate to flay you alive. The elder glowered at Mu Fanghai, his voice filled with fury. If I do not find my granddaughter today, do not expect to return home. Fear not, father, I will search immediately, the middle-aged man replied, signaling to the young boy beside the elder to speak favorably on his behalf. Grandfather, do not fret. Wanner's contract beast has reached awakened level 7. She should be safe in this dimensional realm, the youth comforted the elder. However, the moment he spoke, the elder struck him on the forehead, irate. How can you call yourself a brother when you let your sister venture into such a perilous place without your company? Have you both grown so bold that my granddaughter's journey into a dimensional secret realm is not even worth a word of caution? The elder's voice grew cold. Were you planning to keep this from me indefinitely? The youth in question is named Mu Yan, while the elder is known as Mu Yuan, his grandfather. I only wish to spare your worries, Mu Yan replied with a mixture of laughter and exasperation. Rest assured, Grandpa, we shall certainly bring Wanner back today. But could he truly utter such words? Given his grandfather's doting affection for his sister, had he been aware beforehand? Would he have allowed Wanner to venture into the dimensional secret realm without a retinue of 10 or 8 bodyguards? Indeed, father, we shall go at once. Mu Fanghai signaled to Mu Yin before hastening toward the dimensional secret realm. However, they had not traversed far when 2 familiar figures emerged from its depths. Dad, brother? What brings you here? Mu Wanner stood frozen, her gaze fixed on Mu Yuan and the others, only to notice an elderly man trailing behind them. Grandpa, you 2 have come? Upon seeing Mu Yuan, a pang of guilt washed over Mu Wanner. She had kept her expedition to the Yunshan dimensional secret realm a secret from him, even enlisting family members to maintain the ruse. Grandpa, I missed you so much. She dashed over to Mu Yuan, linking her arm with his, and playfully pouted at him. My dear girl, how could you venture into the dimensional secret realm alone? It is fraught with peril. From now on, do not hide such matters from your grandfather, understood? Mu Yuan intended to scold her, yet upon witnessing her bright demeanor, much of his ire dissipated. He affectionately ruffled her hair and sighed. I understand, my dear. Mu Fanghai and Mu Yin exchanged glances, realizing that the elder was merely reprimanding the 2 of them. Why does this old man seem so familiar? Chapter 74. The good cabbage is being prodded by a pig. Bai Xiaobai observed Mu Yuan beside Mu Wanner, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Wasn't this the old Master Mu from his days as a security guard? Wait, he is Mu Wanner's grandfather. Seizing the moment while unobserved, Bai Xiaobai plotted his discreet escape. Hello, Uncle Mu, Brother Yan. Lin Siwen greeted politely as she approached Mu Fanghai and Mu Yan. Lin girl, you ought to inform your grandfather swiftly, or I fear your father may arrive shortly, Mu Fanghai advised. Only to be interrupted by the sight of several individuals disembarking from a nearby vehicle. With a resigned smile, he remarked, well, it seems he is already here. Following Mu Fanghai's gaze, Lin Siwen spotted an elderly man hastening toward them. The old gentleman appeared to be of a similar age to Mu Yuan, his silver hair glistening in the light. He swiftly approached Lin Siwen and, upon confirming her well-being, exhaled a sigh of relief. Behind him, Lin Jiang and Mu Fanghai exchanged glances, both reflecting profound resignation. You two have done remarkably well, managing to survive for half a month. Mu Fanghai and Mu Yin commended Mu Wanner. It was noteworthy that both Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen were merely awakened Tier 3 beast tamers. Their contracted beasts peaking at awakened Tier 7. Their ability to endure for half a month in a D-class dimensional secret realm signified considerable growth in their prowess. Of course, I am quite formidable, Mu Wanner declared with pride. Then, as if struck by a thought, she turned to Mu Yuan and Mu Fanghai. By the way, Grandpa, Dad, allow me to introduce my new little brother. Little brother? A male? The three men exchanged peculiar glances at Mu Wanner's declaration, sensing an unsettling notion that their precious cabbage was about to be prodded by a pig. Where is he? Mu Wanner eagerly glanced behind her, only to discover that Bai Xiaobai had vanished from sight at the entrance of the dimensional secret realm. Ignoring the strange looks from the three men, she quickly approached Lin Siwen, politely greeting her before inquiring, Wen, have you seen where Xiaobai went? He was just here. Could he have left? Lin Siwen scanned the surroundings and suddenly spotted Bai Xiaobai attempting to sneak away amidst the crowd. Over there, Xiaobai, she called, waving for him to come over. I see nothing. I know no one by the name of Bai Xiaobai, he muttered, donning a cap in an attempt to evade their gaze. Blending into the throng as he made his exit. What is going on with him? Noticing Bai Xiaobai's furtive behavior, Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen exchanged puzzled glances, sensing he was deliberately avoiding them. Hey, kid, hold on a moment. Mu Fanghai huffed, determined to ascertain what manner of pig was daring to prod his cabbage. Mu Yin gestured for Bai Xiaobai to halt, stepping in front of him. My friend, my father wishes to meet you. Please accompany me. Just as he finished speaking, a languid voice echoed from behind. My father wishes to meet you too. Brother, come with us. This is bad. Feeling the presence of two imposing figures, Bai Xiaobai inwardly lamented. He then raised his head, awkwardly greeting Mu Yan. Brother Yan, long time no see. Xiaobai, is that really you? Mu Yan exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing Bai Xiaobai's face. Did you come to the dimensional secret realm with Wanner and the others? Yes, I was merely tagging along. Bai Xiaobai scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Do you two know each other? Lin Yi queried, his gaze darting between them with curiosity. Yes, we entered the dimensional secret realm together previously, Mu Yan explained, feeling a sense of relief at recognizing Bai Xiaobai. Brother Yan. My sister is waiting for me to return home for dinner, so I won't accompany you to meet your uncles, Bai Xiaobai said, attempting to sidestep the situation as he moved to pass by. However, he was intercepted by Lin Yi. Wait, since you know each other, this should be easy. Lin Yi cheerfully urged Bai Xiaobai. Come along with us. I assure you, nothing will go amiss. He then took hold of Bai Xiaobai and led him toward Mu Yuan and the others. Grandpa, Dad, this is my new little brother, Bai Xiaobai, Mu Wanner introduced, pulling him closer to the group. He is truly remarkable. If not for him, we might have perished inside. Her words were not mere flattery. Without Bai Xiaobai, they likely would have met their end on the very first day. Listening to Mu Wanner's praise, Mu Fanghai and Lin Xiaodian exchanged subtle glances. The boy before them appeared to be of similar age to Mu Wanner and the others, yet it seemed he was far more capable than them. However, with a spirit level of only awakened Tier 1, could he possibly possess concealed strengths? Concealed strengths, deliberately approaching. Wasn't this a classic case of a cunning trickster? In contrast to the wariness of Mu Fanghai and Lin Xiaodian, Mu Yuan's expression brightened with amusement. How are you, young man? Has the old man not misled you? Mu Yuan chuckled while gazing at Bai Xiaobai. Is my granddaughter not exceptional? Old Master Mu, it's been a while. Bai Xiaobai awkwardly scratched his head, responding, indeed. She is remarkable, truly remarkable. Father, do you know him? Mu Fanghai inquired, perplexed as he looked at Mu Yuan. The others turned their inquisitive gazes toward Mu Yuan, utterly astonished that their elder was acquainted with the youth before them, leaving them utterly bewildered, especially Mu Wanner. Her beautiful eyes darted back and forth between Mu Yuan and Bai Xiaobai, sensing that these two seemed to be concealing something from her. Old Mu, this is the little security guard you mentioned who works in your neighborhood, right? Lin Hai inquired of Mu Yuan, as if recalling something. He vaguely remembered Mu Yuan mentioning this individual, even hinting at wanting to betroth his granddaughter to him. However, he could not discern any remarkable traits in the youth before him. His spiritual energy level was not particularly high, having only just attained the first tier of awakening, and his talent could hardly be deemed exceptional. Wait, the first tier of awakening? He recalled Mu Yuan stating that it was at the second tier of mutation. In merely half a year, he had remarkably ascended nearly an entire realm. Ordinarily, even under optimal conditions, a beast master would require at least a year to elevate from the mutation level to the awakening level, which would already classify them as a genius. Yet this young lad had accomplished it in just 6 months? Contemplating this, Lin Hai's gaze towards Bai Xiaobai shifted, were it not for Mu Yuan's presence. He might have considered introducing his granddaughter to this young man. Chapter 75. So what? Indeed, old Lin. He is the little security guard I previously mentioned to you. Mu Yuan smiled at the crowd, stating, when I first met him, he had just ascended to the second tier of mutation. Now, in just over half a year, you have already reached the awakening level? Upon hearing Mu Yuan's words, everyone except Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen was taken aback. To elevate nearly an entire realm in just 6 months was astounding, especially Mu Yan, who remembered that when he first encountered Bai Xiaobai, the latter's spiritual energy was only at the third tier of mutation, unable to even defeat a black flame wolf. Now, merely half a year later, he had ascended to the awakening level. Just luck, just luck. Bai Xiaobai awkwardly scratched his head, feeling a bit flustered. It seems your aura has only recently broken through to the awakening level. Have you contracted a suitable spirit beast yet? If not, the old man can help you find a few. Mu Yuan inquired with a smile, knowing that Bai Xiaobai's first contracted beast was merely a common white fox, lacking any combat prowess. Although he had squandered a contract slot, Mu Yuan believed that with Bai Xiaobai's talent, reaching demigod or even mythical levels was entirely possible. At that point, even with one fewer beast slot, he could still become a formidable force. I have already contracted one, Bai Xiaobai replied with a smile, expressing gratitude for Mu Yuan's kindness. Oh, what is it? Can you share it with the old man? Mu Yuan instinctively asked upon hearing Bai Xiaobai's words. Grandpa, that's personal. Mu Wanner interjected, dissatisfied with Mu Yuan's inquisitive attitude. Why do you need to know so much? Among beast masters, inquiring about one another's contracted beasts is considered a grave taboo. A contracted beast represents a beast master's primary combat strength. Should others learn of your contracted beast, they could easily deduce your vulnerabilities. It's nothing, Bai Xiaobai, understanding Mu Yuan's lack of malice, chuckled and said, my second contracted beast is an angel. An angel? Upon hearing Bai Xiaobai's revelation, everyone was momentarily stunned, then their gazes turned to him with astonishment. Mu Wanhai, unable to believe his ears, exclaimed, young man, are you quite certain you're not jesting? The angelic race has been extinct for over a century. Even Mu Yuan and Lin Hai, at this moment, harbored doubts regarding the veracity of Bai Xiaobai's words. As one of the 2 prominent families in Jiangcheng, they were well aware of the formidable nature of the angelic race. Rather than being merely strong, they were terrifying. In terms of attack, defense, and speed, they possessed virtually no weaknesses. Even a single-winged angel harbored the potential of a demigod. The only drawback was that the angelic race was exceedingly proud, and throughout history, only one beast master had successfully contracted an angel as their spirit beast after the spirit beast invasion. I fortuitously acquired an angel egg during the dimensional contention, Bai Xiaobai stated nonchalantly, not attempting to conceal the truth. Now, as a member of the Spirit Beast Research Institute, he was somewhat of a public official. While he might not fare well against thugs, the major families would hardly dare provoke the Spirit Beast Research Institute. You also participated in the dimensional contention? Now, Mu Yuan truly grew anxious. While others may not have known, he was aware that Bai Xiaobai's first contracted beast was merely an ordinary white fox. Had he misjudged Bai Xiaobai, or had the standards for the dimensional contention diminished? Grandpa, Xiaobai's white fox is not an ordinary white fox, Mu Wanner interjected, having listened attentively, and proudly continued. He is now a member of the Spirit Beast Research Institute. Oh, I see. Upon hearing her explanation, Mu Yuan nodded, realizing that Bai Xiaobai had participated in the dimensional secret realm contention in his capacity as a recording member of the Spirit Beast Research Institute. A white fox. No matter how extraordinary, what combat ability could it possess? Could it possibly ascend to the immortal realm? As for being a member of the Spirit Beast Research Institute, so what? He had no intention of competing with the institute for personnel. He could hardly be expected to prevent his granddaughter from mingling with this young man. However, upon hearing the mention of the Spirit Beast Research Institute, the others felt a tinge of disappointment. Such remarkable talent, devoid of any background, had been preempted by someone from the Spirit Beast Research Institute. Competing with those madmen from the Institute for Personnel was beyond their capabilities. Observing the old man's demeanor, it seemed he was intentionally trying to match Wanner with the young man before them. Mu Wenhai, watching the scene unfold, silently mused. Although this lad's looks were not particularly striking and he was not an early starter, his potential appeared commendable, and having contracted an angelic spirit beast, he could be considered a prized catch. Involuntarily casting a few more glances at Bai Xiaobai, he found himself increasingly irked at the thought of this young man possibly cultivating his own cabbage. The Spirit Beast Research Institute? What a shame. Lin Hai sighed in resignation. Although the Lin family was a significant force in Jiangcheng, it paled in comparison to the Spirit Beast Research Institute, a bona fide national authority. In the future, it would be advantageous for Siwen to interact more with that young man, yet it was regrettable that the Mu family had struck gold. Old Mu, we shall gather again when time permits. We must take our leave now. Lin Hai, glancing at the somewhat fatigued Lin Siwen beside him, greeted Mu Yuan before preparing to depart. Wanner, farewell. I will come to play with you during the new year. Lin Siwen called out as he and Lin Hai climbed into the vehicle, heading towards the city center. Grandpa, we should also depart. It has been half a month since we had a good night's sleep. Mu Wanner, linking her arm through Mu Yuan's, whined sweetly. All right, we shall return as well. Mu Yuan affectionately glanced at Mu Wanner and then turned to Bai Xiaobai, saying, shall we go to the old man's house for a meal? No. Bai Xiaobai was taken aback and hurriedly declined. My sister is still waiting for me at home. Haha, very well then. The old man Wan Ti insist you stay. Let us go, ride back with us. Upon seeing Bai Xiaobai decline, Mu Yuan did not press further. Feelings, after all, must be nurtured slowly. Haste makes waste. But what about the car we drove here? Bai Xiaobai looked at Mu Wanner, unable to suppress his curiosity. Not to worry. We'll have someone come to drive it back in a couple of days. Leaving it here won't cause any loss, Mu Wanner casually replied. Let us go? Let us go. I'm exhausted. The world of the affluent is one that a mere commoner like him cannot fathom. As he climbed into the vehicle with Mu Yuan and the others, Bai Xiaobai, along with Mu Yuan and Mu Wenhai, occupied the back seat, barely daring to move. Grandfather, let me tell you, we discovered an elven relic in the dimensional secret realm. Just as they settled into the car, Mu Wanner could no longer contain her excitement, exclaiming, both Wenwen and I found an elven egg. Chapter 76. How did we trigger a 100-fold critical hit? An elven egg? Mu Wenhai was taken aback. Incredulity etched on his face as he asked, you discovered an elven site in a D-class dimensional secret realm, and even found an elven egg? It's sheer luck. Mu Wanner replied proudly. And it's not just one, we both have one. As she spoke, she produced the elven egg from her spatial ring, displaying it before everyone. Indeed, it was an elven egg. Mu Yuan gazed at the greenish-blue beast egg in Mu Wanner's hands, his eyes gleaming with delight. Given the strength of the Mu family, while they could obtain a beast with the potential of a demigod, it would come at a considerable cost. Now, having stumbled upon a demigod potential elven egg for free, even he, with his formidable prowess, felt a surge of elation. Yinggu, could you focus a bit while driving? We're about to crash. In stark contrast to the excitement of the three, Bai Xiaobai's heart raced, regretting his decision to board this pirate ship. No, this rogue vehicle, while Mu Yuan and Mu Wenhai in the back seat could afford to be amused, he, in the driver's seat, ought to be more attentive. Haha, don't worry. There won't be any issues, Mu Yin chuckled, redirecting his gaze. The elven race had not been exterminated like the angelic race. Numerous elven tribes still existed. Nevertheless, he genuinely felt joy for his sister's acquisition of an elven egg. Oh, by the way, I heard you say that both you and the girl from the Lin family have one. What about Xiaobai? Mu Yuan suddenly inquired, turning to the tense Bai Xiaobai. Was he too embarrassed to compete with two girls for something? That wouldn't he do. Resources of spiritual treasures were typically seized through competition, without contention over benefits. How could one develop? Or was it that he felt undeserving to ask for more after not contributing significantly during their discovery of the elven secret realm? Yet he recalled Wanner mentioning that if not for Bai Xiaobai, they might have perished inside. Old master, you know I'm just a loose cultivator. I don't have that many resources, Bai Xiaobai replied with a smile, nonchalantly stating, I barely have enough resources to nurture 2 spirit beasts. If I were to have another, I wouldn't be able to afford it. Grandfather, our discovery of the elven relic this time was entirely thanks to Xiaobai. He didn't compete with us. Mu Wanner interjected, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Wenwen and I decided that all other spoils from the dimensional secret realm would belong to him, and each would give him 10 billion as compensation. Wasn't it agreed upon to be 10 million each? Bai Xiaobai's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the cunning Mu Wanner. Just as he was about to protest, he heard Mu Yuan say, 10 billion seems a bit low. Let us make it 50 billion. I'll consult with old Lin and see if he can provide you with additional cultivation resources. Is it that the wealthy don't regard money as money? Listening to Mu Yuan's decision, Bai Xiaobai once again grasped the essence of a world that was beyond his comprehension. No, that's unnecessary. Just give me 10 million. These resources were obtained collectively by the three of us, and Shun Ti falls solely on my shoulders. Bai Xiaobai hurriedly interjected. We also acquired quite a bit of resources in the dimensional secret realm. How much could those possibly be worth? Mu Wenhai chuckled, stating, do you know that a demigod potential spirit beast egg cannot be measured in mere currency? Our Mu family, while capable of obtaining a demigod potential spirit beast, must pay a hefty price. Otherwise, why do you think Warner and the others only contracted a beast with saintly potential as their first? Regarding Mu Yuan's decision, both as a son and the current head of the Mu family, Mu Wenhai wholeheartedly agreed. A demigod potential spirit beast egg, even if Bai Xiaobai were merely an ordinary person, would already be sufficient for them to cultivate a rapport with him, let alone the fact that Bai Xiaobai was a highly promising beast master. Had Bai Xiaobai not been a member of the Spirit Beast Research Institute, he would have eagerly invited him to join the Mu family. For a talented beast master, one must either cultivate a good relationship or quash potential before it can flourish. Is that true? Isn't there a beast master trade city? Bai Xiaobai asked incredulously. Isn't everything available there? Indeed, the Beastmaster Trade City does sell spirit beasts with demigod potential, but they cannot simply be purchased with money. Mu Wenhai explained with a smile. It requires corresponding resources for trade. The resources needed for a demigod potential spirit beast are not a trivial sum. Well, then, Bai Xiaobai nodded. His visits to the Beastmaster Trade City were infrequent, and he mostly dealt with lower-tier spiritual treasures and spirit cores, so he was not particularly knowledgeable about such things. After all, with his status, he rarely encountered such items. Xiaobai, don't be modest. Compared to a demigod potential spirit beast egg, Mu Yuan said with a smile. 50 billion is nothing to our family. Exactly, Bai Shui and Tian sure will need a plethora of resources in the future, won't they? Mu Wanner said with a sly smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Furthermore, this amount might not even suffice for your needs. Mu Wanner did not intend to divulge the information about the Elven Maiden to Mu Yuan and the others. Firstly, it was Bai Xiaobai's matter, and it wouldn't do to say too much. Secondly, the ramifications caused by the Elven Maiden would be too significant, should others discover it. It could pose a threat to Bai Xiaobai. Just accept it. Consider this 50 billion as a reward for saving my life, will you? Seeing Bai Xiaobai still hesitating, Mu Wanner insisted, surely my life is worth 50 billion. All right then, I shall graciously accept. Bai Xiaobai finally relented after a moment's hesitation. As Mu Wanner had stated, he indeed needed a substantial sum of money. Not to mention that Bai Shui and Bai Lingxi required abundant resources for their development. Even the 3 god-level spiritual treasures belonging to the Elven Maiden demanded considerable funds for procurement. This sum might not be sufficient for his needs. That is more like it. Mu Wanner nodded in satisfaction, resuming her conversation with Bai Xiaobai. Observing the two, Mu Yuan beamed with joy, while Mu Wenhai shot an exasperated glare at Bai Xiaobai, as if he were ready to devour him whole. In the Chrysanthemum Kingdom, within a lavish villa, Matsushita Jun knelt on a soft couch, his expression cold and foreboding. Beside him, a diminutive beast master from the Chrysanthemum Kingdom was reporting something. Director Matsushita, we have just detected a signal from Ito Makoto's spiritual device within the borders of the Dragon Country. The small beast master respectfully handed the information to Matsushita Jun, his tone filled with reverence. Matsushita Jun received the information, a sinister glint flickering in his gaze. Bai Xiaobai, Chapter 77, Am I Worthy? Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Matsushita Jun, the small beast master stood by, too frightened to breathe. Awakening Level 1. With a contracted beast that is a mutated white fox, the second contracted beast is currently unknown, and he is one of the members of the Spirit Beast Research Institute. As Matsushita Jun reviewed Bai Xiaobai's information, he coldly remarked, is this the wretched fellow who killed Ito-kun? Indeed, through the advanced spirit artifact positioning by Mr. Ito, it has been determined that the only individual meeting the criteria for entering the dimensional secret realm is none other than him. The diminutive Beastmaster hastily responded. It is this individual named Bai Xiaobai, a Beastmaster from the Dragon Kingdom, who has slain Mr. Ito during the dimensional confrontation. Baka. Matsushita Jun furiously smashed the information in his hand to the ground, unable to fathom how a prodigy nurtured with the nation's utmost efforts could be bested by a mere mutated white fox. Useless. Ito has proven to be utterly inept. How could a being with demigod-level prowess, like Ninjutsu Suki, fall to a mutated white fox? Yet, despite Ito's shortcomings, the paramount objective remains the elimination of Bai Xiaobai. Ever since the last dimensional contest ended in failure, resulting in nearly 200 warriors from the Chrysanthemum Kingdom perishing within the secret realm. He, despite his esteemed position as the naval commander, has become the target of resentment from the powerful factions across the entire Chrysanthemum Kingdom. Furthermore, the White Eagle Nation has forcibly seized an A-class dimensional secret realm from them, citing the deaths of Han Shi and others as justification. It can be said that the last dimensional contest left the Chrysanthemum Kingdom utterly impoverished. Had it not been for the desperate bargain of offering 10 high-level spirit artifacts and thousands of spirit treasures to Mr. John for protection, he would have already met the Emperor by now. Inform Inoue Sakurako to spare no effort in eliminating Bai Xiaobai. Once he regained his composure, Matsushita Jun, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, commanded the diminutive Beastmaster beside him. Go find a few more individuals in the army. He must be killed. Yes. The small man responded promptly and hurriedly exited the villa. I want you dead. Bai Xiaobai, are you truly not coming over for a meal at our home? In the Beastmaster Trade City, Mu Yuan smiled as he looked at Bai Xiaobai, extending the invitation once more. No, Grandpa Mu, my sister is waiting for me at home. Bai Xiaobai shook his head, smiling as he declined, saying, Thank you for dropping me off here. It was on your way. Mu Yuan waved his hand nonchalantly, continuing. In that case, I shall not keep you any longer. The money will be transferred to your account in a couple of days. I will have Wanner inform you then. All right. Nodding, Bai Xiaobai exchanged a few pleasantries before bidding farewell to the four and walking into the Beastmaster Trade City. He sold all the unnecessary resources he had on him for cash, grabbed a bite to eat, and then hailed a taxi heading towards home. After approximately an hour, Bai Xiaobai finally returned home. Brother Bai, you're back? As soon as he stepped through the door, he heard Cheng Qian's pleasantly surprised voice. Having not seen him for a few months, Cheng Qian had grown a bit taller, her face fuller, no longer the frail girl she once was. How's life at school? Bai Xiaobai smiled at Cheng Qian, asking, It's not bad. My spirit energy level has reached the 3rd stage of the mutation tier. Achieving such progress from the 1st stage to the 3rd in just 6 months without any resources is indeed commendable talent. Has anyone bullied you? No. The teachers and classmates have all treated me well. Cheng Qian shook her head before nervously asking, Brother Bai, will you be returning to the Spirit Beast Research Camp after the new year? Not anymore. I've graduated. Bai Xiaobai stretched lazily, chuckling as he said, From now on, I can go wherever I please. Oh, by the way, if you need any resources for training, just let me know. Thinking of the 50 billion Mu Yuan had promised. He grinned. I suppose we can now consider ourselves wealthy. Ah, okay, Brother Bai. Cheng Qian was momentarily taken aback, although she didn't quite understand what had transpired. It seemed that the camp had compensated Bai Xiaobai. However, Cheng Qian had no intention of asking him for resources. She had a clear understanding of her own potential and preferred to let Bai Xiaobai focus on his own training rather than squander the compensation. In the future, I will give you some resources each week for your training. Make sure not to hold back. Bai Xiaobai, noticing her expression, immediately grasped her thoughts and stated plainly, There's no need to save now that I have the means. We no longer need to live in such poverty. Thank you, Brother Bai. Upon hearing this, Cheng Qian's cheeks flushed slightly, and she cast a grateful glance at him. She resolved to work even harder in her training, so as not to disappoint Bai Xiaobai's generosity. After a brief chat, Bai Xiaobai began to feel a bit weary, exchanged greetings with Cheng Qian, and returned to his room. Upon seeing the large bed in his room, he disregarded whether he had bathed and flopped onto it, yearning for a peaceful slumber. Awakening from his slumber, it was already the next morning. After waking, he lay in bed scrolling through his phone, then got up, took a shower, and grabbed a quick bite to eat. Cheng Qian returned to her room to train, leaving him with nothing pressing to do. By the way, it seems the elven girl has been residing within Bai Shui's spirit beast space all this time. Lying on the bed, Bai Xiaobai suddenly recalled something and, with a thought, entered the spirit beast space. In a lush, primeval forest, upon seeing Bai Xiaobai appear beside her, the elven girl paused her playful antics with Bai Shui and smiled gently at him. So how do you find it here? Are you comfortable? Bai Xiaobai inquired politely. The elven girl nodded and smiled, replying, It's quite nice here, although it lacks the warmth of the elven tribe. At least I do not have to worry about perishing. That is good to hear. Bai Xiaobai silently sighed in relief and asked, By the way, I still don't know your name? I am the queen of the forest elves. You may call me Furulason. The elven girl chuckled, adding, Or you may bestow upon me a new name. Upon hearing her words, Bai Xiaobai's heart raced. How could he dare to name a demigod-level spirit beast? Especially one who is the queen of the elven race. At that moment, he could only think, Am I worthy? What's wrong? The elven girl noticed Bai Xiaobai's astonished expression and flashed a bright smile, saying, Didn't you name each of your spirit beasts? Since I have agreed to be your spirit beast, I believe you can give me a new name as well. Let us skip that. I'm not good at naming. Bai Xiaobai hadn't anticipated the elven girl would genuinely agree to become his third contracted beast, until now. He had assumed she was jesting. However, until the contract was fully established, Bai Xiaobai remained skeptical. Oh, Bai Shui. Upon hearing Bai Xiaobai's words, couldn't he help but shoot him a glance, as if to say, you know you're not good at naming, yet you want to name me. How infuriating. Chapter 78. Isn't it nice to just lie at home? No worries. The elven girl smiled, her beautiful eyes gazing at Bai Xiaobai, saying, I actually look forward to my new name. The name Bai Xiaobai would give her would merely serve as a moniker for their contract. Should she find her elven tribe again, reverting to her original name would not be a problem. Then, let us call you Mulan. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Xiaobai addressed the elven girl. How does this name sound? Bai Mulan. It's a lovely name. The elven girl smiled, clearly pleased with the new name Bai Xiaobai had chosen for her. Oh, Bai Shui also chimed in happily. Through their time spent together, it had sensed a certain unique affinity with Bai Mulan, making it eager to bond with her. The spirit beast space felt far less tedious now. Little Bai Shui, come play with sister here. Bai Xiaobai gently ruffled Bai Shui's hair and said with a smile, if you wish to go outside, feel free to do so. Currently, their residence was situated in the suburbs, where regulations were relatively lenient. Moreover, the home provided ample space for Bai Shui to frolic. Upon hearing the prospect of venturing outside, Bai Shui exclaimed with excitement. Compared to the beast space, she preferred the outdoors. However, if she were to go out, what would happen to Sister Mujin? It seemed she could only remain in the beast space. In that moment, Bai Shui found herself in a quandary. Observing her hesitation, Bai Xiaobai merely smiled, engaged in a casual chat with Bai Mujin, and left some cultivation resources for Bai Shui before heading to the beast space, where Bai Lingxi resided. What a little glutton. As soon as he entered the beast space, he spotted Bai Lingxi lounging beneath a tree's shade, leisurely savoring a dark attribute spirit fruit. Upon seeing Bai Xiaobai, she joyfully scampered over, her large eyes brimming with hope, exuding a pitiful charm. Unfortunately, she had yet to learn to speak, so Bai Xiaobai could only communicate with her through telepathy. Is there something delicious? Master, I am so hungry. Sensing her emotions, Bai Xiaobai helplessly retrieved some high-grade dark and light attribute spirit fruits from his spatial ring. These premium fruits had been purchased in the Beastmaster trading city. One must express gratitude to the Beastmaster who had robbed them. He was indeed a real windfall. Without him, Bai Xiaobai would not have been able to acquire such abundant high-grade resources. Bai Lingxi's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the high-grade resources in Bai Xiaobai's hand. She discarded the dark attribute spirit fruit she held and eagerly popped a high-grade spirit fruit into her mouth. Hey, don't waste it. Watching Bai Lingxi toss aside the spirit fruit, Bai Xiaobai felt a twinge of regret. Although it was merely a low-grade fruit, it was still worth several thousand. However, Mujin, being of the fairy race, could speak human language, and as an angel, Bai Lingxi should also be able to learn human speech. Perhaps, when time permitted, Mujin could teach her how to talk. Watching Bai Lingxi eat with utmost satisfaction, he shook his head in resignation, secretly pondering. Observing the black and white wings behind Bai Lingxi, he felt a pang of confusion. The angelic race undergoes an evolution upon reaching the awakening level in their energy attributes by absorbing dark or light attribute spirit stones. Although she hadn't absorbed either, the 7th grade creation pill she consumed contained a substantial amount of both light and dark attribute energy. The sole purpose of attribute spirit stones is to provide attribute energy. Thus, the energy within the 7th grade creation pill was undoubtedly sufficient for Bai Lingxi's evolution. What puzzled Bai Xiaobai was why one of her wings was white while the other was black. Could it be due to the creation pill? After pondering for quite some time, Bai Xiaobai still could not arrive at a conclusion. Never mind, he thought. He would investigate further when he had the time. Shaking his head, he ceased his musings, leaving behind some resources before exiting the beast space. In the following days, Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen transferred money to him. And to his surprise, Lin Siwen even transferred him 50 billion. He had transformed from a beast master so impoverished that he could not afford to raise his contracted beasts into a billionaire almost overnight. At the moment he received the funds, he could hardly muster a smile, fearing that expressing joy would shatter the illusion of this dream. Now that I have money, I should check how much a divine level life attribute spirit crystal costs. Lying on his bed, Bai Xiaobai decisively opened the Beastmaster Trading City app, beginning his search for divine level resources. By dragon scales, not a single divine level resource available? Bai Xiaobai stared incredulously at the words currently unavailable on his phone, unable to suppress his exasperation. Not only was there no divine level life attribute spirit crystal, but even divine level spirit crystals were absent from the listings. Well, I suppose I'll wait until after the new year to see if Dean Lei has any news. With a resigned sigh, Bai Xiaobai lay on his bed, selecting resources for Bai Shui and Bai Lingxi, in addition to purchasing some cultivation materials for Chengqian. One must admit, shopping without regard for price was indeed exhilarating. After acquiring various additional cultivation resources, Bai Xiaobai completed his payment and lay back on his bed, unable to help but exclaim. No wonder people say the joy of the wealthy is something ordinary folk cannot fathom. Just as he was leisurely lounging and playing with his phone, a call notification suddenly popped up. Hello, Dean Lei, is there something you need from me? Not hesitating upon seeing the caller ID, Bai Xiaobai answered. Xiaobai, do you have any plans to attend university? Came Dean Lei's voice over the line. University? No. Bai Xiaobai immediately rejected the idea without a second thought. What a joke. With my current worth in the billions, wouldn't it be more enjoyable to lounge around at home? Ah, that is perfect. Recently, there is a youth Beast Master training program. I'll send you the details shortly. Make sure you attend after the new year. Dean Lei chuckled. This program is aimed at talented current Beast Masters, and I went to great lengths to enroll you. Remember to treat me to a meal later. But Dean, if I go to university, do I still need to participate in this training program? Bai Xiaobai asked timidly, as he preferred university over the training program. He could always skip classes. What are you thinking? I told you, this program is specifically for talented current Beast Masters. If you go to university, I want to have to search for someone else. Dean Lei replied. Well then, it seems I must participate regardless. All right, I won't keep you any longer. I have other matters to attend to. I'll send you the details soon. Without giving Bai Xiaobai a chance to refuse, Dean Lei hung up the phone. Sigh, I wasn't finished playing yet. Glancing at the message from Dean Lei, Bai Xiaobai lay on his bed with a resigned sigh. Chapter 79, Not Listening, Not Listening. The tortoise recites scriptures. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. After dropping Chengqian off at school, Bai Xiaobai did not head home directly. Instead, he purchased a plane ticket to the capital. The Youth Beast Master training program was still a week away, providing him with the perfect opportunity to explore the capital. Initially, he had no intention of participating in the training program, but Dean Lei had lured him with the promise of divine-level life attribute spirit crystals, compelling him to attend. There was no way around it. Even if he suspected it might be a ruse, he had to take the chance. What if it were true? Upon exiting the capital's airport, Bai Xiaobai hailed a taxi that took him towards the city center. The capital was far more bustling than Jiang City, although it was already evening. The streets remained brightly lit, filled with throngs of pedestrians, creating a lively atmosphere. As Bai Xiaobai meandered through the streets, observing the myriad shops lining either side, nothing particularly captivated his interest. After all, no matter how prosperous a city might be, aside from some unique attractions, everything else was generally similar. Hey, handsome in front. Let us exchange contact information. Just as he was aimlessly wandering down the street, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder, followed by a melodious voice from behind. Exchange contact information? Could it be that I too have reached a day when someone requests my contact details on the street? Upon this realization, Bai Xiaobai turned around eagerly, striking what he believed to be an impressively cool pose, only to find himself momentarily frozen. What are you two doing here? The sight of the two familiar faces before him filled him with a sense of disappointment. Hey, do you really not wish to see me? Noticing the change in Bai Xiaobai's expression, Mu Wanner feigned sadness as she remarked, Oh, now that you have money, you no longer want to see us. Lady, please don't say such things, Bai Xiaobai interjected hurriedly, aware of the curious glances from passers-by, eager to prevent Mu Wanner from rambling further. Aren't you two supposed to be in school? What brings you here? Bai Xiaobai recalled that the two were students at Shangling University. It puzzled him how they could be in the capital. Was it possible that prestigious universities started their terms later? Indeed, we have commenced our studies. Mu Wanner replied with pride. However, we have been selected to participate in the Young Beastmaster training program. What do you think? Aren't Wenwen and I impressive? Faced with Mu Wanner's proud demeanor, Bai Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback and instinctively asked, You're also joining the Young Beastmaster training program? What do you mean by also? Are you participating too? Mu Wanner was momentarily perplexed, questioning, Isn't this program exclusive to on-campus Beastmasters? Yes, Bai Xiaobai shrugged with a resigned smile. But the dean suggested I give it a shot. Ah, I see. Mu Wanner nodded, not dwelling on it further. She turned to Bai Xiaobai and asked, Wenwen and I are going to grab a bite. Would you care to join us? Sure, he replied, having realized he was somewhat hungry himself. After a light meal, the trio intended to find a hotel to rest, yet an inexplicable sense of unease crept into Bai Xiaobai's mind. Instinctively glancing back, he found no signs of suspicion. Was he being overly sensitive? Surveying his surroundings, he noticed that aside from the envious gazes from passers-by, nothing else seemed amiss. What's wrong? Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen noticed Bai Xiaobai's unusual demeanor and couldn't help but inquire. Nothing. He shook his head, smiling as he said, Let us find a place to sleep quickly, or I might just be overwhelmed by these stairs. As they walked, they attracted the attention of many passers-by. However, The glances directed at Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen were filled with envy, while Bai Xiaobai faced looks of hostility and jealousy. TCH. Those certain individuals are hardly pleased to see the two of us. Mu Wanner shot him a sidelong glance, teasingly adding, "We're merely here to greet you." Exactly. Were you deliberately pretending not to see us? Not at all. I was genuinely happy to see you, Bai Xiaobai replied weakly. I just didn't expect it to be you too. I refused to listen. Bai Xiaobai could only watch helplessly as the two bantered back and forth. Realizing his earlier disappointment had been rather obvious, the trio continued their conversation while searching for a suitable hotel. In the days that followed, the three rarely found themselves in the capital, choosing to explore rather than focus on training. When the young Beastmaster training program commenced, they arrived at a club as indicated on the information they received. To Bai Xiaobai's surprise, he spotted two familiar figures among the crowd. Hey Xiaobai, long time no see. The two figures approached him with smiles. It's been a while. The individuals before him were none other than Li Tian and Su Tantan. Bai Xiaobai inquired. So you two were also brought here by Old Lei for this program? Not quite. We're here representing Case Moreau University for the training program. Li Tian said, wrapping an arm around Bai Xiaobai's shoulders. Which university are you representing? Tantan and I initially wanted to find you, but we later learned you had already left the camp. You two went to university? Bai Xiaobai was taken aback, not expecting them to return to studies after the competition. As participants of the Dimensional Secret Realm, we have the privilege of selecting a university without assessments, and with the endorsement of the Beast Research Institute. We can enter any university except for the 3 domestic ones, Li Tian explained. Bai Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, realizing he had been oblivious to this information. You didn't know? I thought you were just hanging around the camp to gather resources, only to be kicked out by Old Lei, Li Tian added. Looking at him with suspicion. I genuinely didn't know, Bai Xiaobai shrugged dismissively. Even if I had known, I wouldn't have chosen to attend university. Then how did you end up here? Su Tantan asked in surprise. Old Lei insisted I come, so I decided to check it out. So you leveraged connections to get in? Bai Xiaobai introduced his friends, saying, allow me to introduce you to my friends, Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen. After the introductions, Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen exchanged impressed glances. Realizing that having friends from the Beast Research Institute implied that Li Tian and Su Tantan's contracted beasts must have undergone unique transformations. After greetings were exchanged, Li Tian playfully nudged Bai Xiaobai, raising an eyebrow. Not bad, huh? Get lost, Bai Xiaobai replied, rolling his eyes at Li Tian before turning to Su Tantan with a teasing smile. So, did you manage to win him over? Of course. As the group chatted, a deep voice suddenly resonated from the stage. Silence. Chapter 80. I relish the sight of those who can't stand me yet are powerless to eliminate me. As the crowd turned toward the source of the voice, they beheld a robust middle-aged man in military attire standing before them. The man exuded a formidable presence, resembling a fierce tiger that commanded respect. Flanking him were 2 upright soldiers, their resolute gazes igniting a flicker of admiration within the hearts of those present. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Hu, and I am the chief instructor for this young Beastmaster training program. Wang Hu surveyed the scattered crowd within the club, his brow furrowing as he proclaimed in a booming voice. You have 1 minute to line up according to your respective schools. From left to right, the order is Chaos Academy, Myth Academy, Case Moreau University, and Nono Carl University. As Wang Hu concluded his announcement, the crowd erupted into a flurry of movement, students promptly organizing themselves. Xiaobai, we're heading over first. Mu Wanner waved goodbye as she and Lin Siwen made their way to the line for Shangling Academy. We'll join you, Li Tian called back, leading Su Tantan back to their designated spot. Within a minute, 11 teams began to take shape, though it was more accurate to say there were 10 teams. As the 11th consisted solely of Bai Xiaobai, standing awkwardly alone. Which academy is this guy from? Why is he just standing there? I have no idea. Could he be an imposter? Darn it. Does Old Lei not understand the importance of bringing more people to fill the ranks? Aware of the curious stares directed at him, Bai Xiaobai found himself trapped in an uncomfortable situation, unable to decide whether to leave or remain, ultimately resorting to standing there in embarrassment. Which academy do you belong to? Wang Hu's stern gaze locked onto Bai Xiaobai, questioning whether this newcomer intended to challenge his authority. Reporting to the chief instructor, I am not a student. I am a member of the Beast Research Institute, here to participate in this program. As Bai Xiaobai's voice faded, a series of unabashed mockeries erupted abruptly from the direction of the Sacred Spirit Academy and the Casemiro University teams. Haha, so it's from the Beast Spirit Research Institute. No wonder. Surely, you from the Beast Spirit Research Institute can't be so arrogant, right? This is a training program specifically for on-campus beast tamers. And what business do you have here when you haven't even passed your university entrance exams? Exactly, came the chorus of derision, and at this, the other students in the club cast scornful glances at Bai Xiaobai. Luo Yanfeng, If you can't speak properly, just shut your mouth. Huang Xiao? What the hell do you mean? Amidst the cacophony of ridicule and disdain, Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen shot disdainful looks at the man leading the jeering, while Li Tian and Su Tundun were itching to roll up their sleeves and confront him. Humph, I didn't say anything wrong, Luo Yanfeng retorted, casting a jealous glare at Bai Xiaobai as he continued defiantly. Isn't it true? He didn't even get into university. What? You want to fight? You two defeated once. Did I say something wrong? On the other side, Huang Xiao looked down on Li Tian and his companion, shouting loudly towards the distant Luo Yanfeng. Bro, you're right. Those from the Beast Spirit Research Institute are indeed arrogant. Not only did they send people here, but they also sent 2 useless ones to snatch our Academy's slots. Silence. Wang Hu barked, and the previously boisterous scene fell silent at once. He continued. What are you all arguing about? Discipline. Do you even know what discipline is? Reporting to the chief instructor. I'm not convinced. Luo Yanfeng disdainfully glanced at Bai Xiaobai and shouted, why should he participate in the Young Beast Tamer training program with us? I'm also not convinced. Me too. With Luo Yanfeng leading the charge, other students raised their hands to express their discontent. It should be noted that the Young Beast Tamer training program is a rare national-level initiative with exceptionally stringent participation requirements. It is exclusively aimed at the top 10 Beast Tamer academies in the country, aside from the top 3 universities, which have 20 slots each. Some other institutions possess as few as 10 slots. The Young Beast Tamer training program not only offers one-on-one guidance from specialized beast tamers, but also provides access to numerous rare resources. With an additional participant, does that not mean a reduction in their own share of resources? Clearly, many believe that he lacked the qualifications to partake in this training program. Wang Hu, however, did not scold them. Instead, a hint of appreciation flickered in his eyes. If they lacked the courage to express their dissatisfaction, then they had no reason to attend this training program. Since they all oppose you, what are your thoughts? Wang Hu turned to Bai Xiaobai, his expression grave. Reporting to the chief instructor, they are all unconvinced, and so am I for being here. Bai Xiaobai paused, displaying a defiant expression towards Luo Yanfeng and the others, and continued, but I relish their inability to tolerate me while being powerless to eliminate me. Damn, how infuriating. Not just Luo Yanfeng and his companions. Even Wang Hu at this moment couldn't help but want to give him a beating. They can take you down, Wang Hu remarked to Bai Xiaobai, his tone indifferent. If you do not demonstrate the requisite strength for the training program, I hold the authority to revoke your qualification. With Wang Hu's words, a wave of astonished murmurs erupted among the crowd. This thing can be cancelled? If I had known earlier, I would have run away sooner. Old Lei. This isn't my fault. Blame your connections for not being strong enough. Wang Hu noticed Bai Xiaobai's eyes growing increasingly excited and found himself somewhat bewildered. Why are you so thrilled at the thought of losing your qualification? I am also. Reporting to the chief instructor, I request a match against him, so he can witness the gap between himself and a true genius. Just as Bai Xiaobai was about to agree to the cancellation of qualifications, he suddenly heard Luo Yanfeng's loud shout. Luo Yanfeng shot a challenging glance at Bai Xiaobai, determined to give him a severe beating and show Mu Wanner who was truly the most suitable for her. What the hell? Are you out of your mind? Bai Xiaobai looked at Luo Yanfeng as if he were an idiot. No way. Even as they were leaving, he wouldn't take any humiliation. Before departing, he had to give him a good thrashing. You're insane. You think you can just challenge me? Bai Xiaobai responded, exasperated. If you want to fight, fine. But first put up a high-grade spirit stone as a wager. Otherwise, why should I bother? Bai Xiaobai glanced at Luo Yanfeng and added, so if I lose, I leave. But if I win, what do I get? You can't possibly win, Luo Yanfeng said, his expression haughty. Fool. Bai Xiaobai found it pointless to engage further with such a person, shrugging as he said, I'll fight, but I need a high-grade spiritual treasure as an entry fee. Otherwise, it's off the table. He then turned to Huang Xiao and the others, teasingly stating, come on now, are you all just going to shout? Not one of you can even bring out a high-grade spiritual treasure. Chapter 81. It seems you're quite the punching bag, huh? Damn, you really are asking for it. Those from Sacred Spirit and Casimiro, can you tolerate this? If it were me, I wouldn't be able to. Exactly. What about those who just claimed they were unconvinced? Why is everyone suddenly silent now? Haha, could it be that what that guy said is true? They really can't afford a high-grade spiritual treasure. If worst comes to worst, I'll cover for you guys. You just have to beat him up for me. A few students who were merely there for the spectacle began to cheer, though they also found Bai Xiaobai's irritating demeanor hard to stomach. Yet, they held no grudge against him, deeming it unnecessary to offend him for no reason, even though he had gained entry through connections. Being backed by the Beast Spirit Research Institute meant they were not exactly afraid, but neither did they wish to provoke him. Humph, who says I can't afford it? Hearing the uproar around him, Luo Yanfeng snorted coldly, retrieving a piece of earth spirit stone from his storage ring. and said to Bai Xiaobai, "If you can defeat me, it's yours, but if you lose, you'll have to scram." Though the Earth Spirit Stone was not particularly precious to him, it was still a significant asset. Yet he was absolutely confident in his strength. "Why should I trust you?" Observing someone genuinely prepared to put money on the line for a beating, Bai Xiaobai grinned and said, "What if you lose and then refuse to honor your word? Rest assured, I'll be here to witness, should anyone back out later. I will directly revoke their qualification," Wang Hu promised, intrigued by the unfolding events. "All right then." With Wang Hu's assurance, Bai Xiaobai felt relieved and addressed the others. "Is there anyone else? Surely he is not the only one who can produce a high-grade spirit stone. Count me in. I can't take it anymore." "I'm in too." As Bai Xiaobai's words resonated, voices of agreement arose, and nearly 40 students stepped forward. Particularly, those from Sacred Spirit Academy and Casimiro University almost all made their way forward. However, to Bai Xiaobai's surprise, the representatives from the Chaos, Myth, and Demigod Academies merely observed with interest. None stepped forward, not even when a crowd had just clamored their dissatisfaction. "Hey, Xiaobai, you'd better not embarrass me." Mu Wanner looked at the nearly 40 students without a hint of worry and encouraged him. "If you lose, we'll leave together. Don't worry, big sister Mu. I've got this." Hearing their exchange, Luo Yanfeng glared fiercely at Bai Xiaobai, determined to make him regret it. "Is anyone left? Who else is unwilling to step forward?" Bai Xiaobai chuckled as he observed over 40 individuals emerging, realizing that the possession of more than 40 high-grade spiritual treasures signified a remarkable opportunity for prosperity. "If it were you, would you have the confidence to handle these individuals?" Among the Chaos Academy's team, a strikingly handsome young man watched the unfolding scene with keen interest when a clear and cold voice suddenly broke through. Beside him stood a tall young woman, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old, with exquisite features and fair skin, clad in the Chaos Academy uniform, observing the spectacle with a slight detachment. "Without employing the third contracted beast, I have a 90% certainty," the handsome young man remarked with a smile. "With the third contracted beast, my confidence rises to a full 100%. Although those who have arrived here can be considered geniuses from various academies, there exists a disparity even among prodigies." "You seem rather eager for a fight," Wang Hu noted with surprise upon seeing such a large number emerge. He initially anticipated only a dozen participants, yet over 40 had appeared. However, observing Bai Xiaobai's demeanor, it was evident that he harbored no trace of concern. "Enough, that's enough," Wang Hu laughed, signaling the soldiers beside him to tally the numbers. He then addressed Bai Xiaobai and the others. "I didn't expect so many to be eager to confront this young man. Since that's the case, we won't compete here. Let's arrange some vehicles and gather a few people to take them to Longshan Forest." Longshan Forest, located on the outskirts of the capital city, spans an area of 35 square kilometers. Due to government protection, it is primarily inhabited by mutated spiritual beasts. Approximately an hour later, under Wang Hu's guidance, everyone arrived at the forest's periphery. As the prey, you will have a 15-minute head start to enter the depths of Longshan Forest. After that, they will pursue you as hunters, Wang Hu instructed Bai Xiaobai and the others. The competition will conclude only when either the hunters or the prey have been completely eliminated. Understood? Absolutely, Bai Xiaobai replied cheerfully, a smile gracing his face. Who is to say who is the prey and who is the hunter? I'll let you revel in this for a while, Luo Yanfeng remarked, glaring at Bai Xiaobai. You'll have your moment of despair soon enough. Well then, since there are no further issues, let the competition commence. With Wang Hu's declaration, numerous drones swiftly entered Longshan Forest, hovering in various locations to capture real-time updates. In the meantime, Bai Xiaobai ambled leisurely into the forest's depths. Haha, this kid clearly looks down on you all. His pace resembles that of an elderly person taking a stroll. The onlookers laughed, observing Bai Xiaobai's unhurried demeanor. Okay, enough with the laughter. Each of you who aren't participating, go collect a set of equipment. If anyone is taken down, you'll need to retrieve them. Wang Hu instructed those students who were not engaged in the competition. It was evident that while the machinery was easy to manage, locating the participants was quite a challenge. Thus, enlisting the help of these students also provided them an opportunity for training. Understood. The quarter hour passed in the blink of an eye, and at Wang Hu's command, the hunters eagerly ventured into Longshan Forest. The remaining students each received a communication device and proceeded to their predetermined locations. Split up and see who finds him first. In their eyes, Bai Xiaobai, a mere social drifter, was clearly no match for these elite individuals, and their goal was simply to determine which hunter could catch this prey. Resolute, they dispersed throughout the forest, searching for Bai Xiaobai's figure. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaobai concealed himself in a tree, observing the solitary Huang Xiao not far away. A hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. You were the most boisterous just now, weren't you? Picking on Li Tian and the others? You'll be the first to face my wrath. With that, Bai Xiaobai stealthily approached Huang Xiao from behind. Huh, looks like luck is on my side. Huang Xiao, sensing a disturbance behind him, disdainfully remarked, "What a waste, you can't even manage a sneak attack." As he turned, he caught sight of Bai Xiaobai poised to strike. Just as he was about to taunt him, an astonishing sight unfolded before his eyes. One Bai Xiaobai transformed into two, then four. Is this it? An illusion? Huang Xiao's heart raced as he quickly retreated, scanning his surroundings warily. When did I fall under an illusion? Humph. Do you think possessing illusion attributes can secure you a victory over me? Observing the increasing number of Bai Xiaobai's manifestations, Huang Xiao snorted, forming a hand seal that conjured a blue aura in his eyes. Eye of Dispelling Illusions. This advanced skill was specifically designed to counter illusions. Unless it were a divine-level illusion, he would not be deceived. In the next moment, Bai Xiaobai's figures dissipated, replaced by a slightly astonished expression from Bai Xiaobai himself. I had hoped you'd leave quietly. Since it's come to this, you'll have to endure some hardship. After his moment of surprise, Bai Xiaobai shrugged indifferently. Humph. An illusion attribute beastmaster without illusion skills? Let us see how long you can keep up this fade, Huang Xiao declared. Summoning a serpent as thick as an arm, the illusionary color spirit serpent. Go, Huang Xiao commanded, directing the serpent toward Bai Xiaobai. Hiss, the illusionary color spirit serpent writhed rapidly, lunging at Bai Xiaobai. A mere 5th-tier awakened grade creature? Is this all you've got? Bai Xiaobai remarked, unimpressed as the serpent advanced. Humph, just keep talking tough. At the moment the illusionary color spirit serpent was about to strike, a brilliant white light erupted from Bai Xiaobai. In the next instant, the illusionary color spirit serpent was flung back as if struck by an unseen force, slamming into Huang Xiao with tremendous force. Thud. The overwhelming impact sent Huang Xiao soaring through the air until he crashed against a tree, finally coming to a halt. You should consider yourself fortunate that she did not emerge. Otherwise, your spirit serpent would have faced dire consequences. The illusionary color spirit serpent, upon seeing Bai Xiaobai, recoiled in terror, seeking refuge behind Huang Xiao. What strange trickery have you employed? Huang Xiao's gaze was fixed on Bai Xiaobai, his voice betraying a hint of weakness, evidently shaken by the previous blow. You needn't concern yourself with that, Bai Xiaobai replied with a smile, casually stating. I expected more from you. Is this truly all you can muster? Oh, and if I hear of you bullying Li Tian and the others again, I'll make it a point to deal with you every time I see you. With that, Bai Xiaobai vanished into the forest without a backward glance. What was that burst of light? At the outer reaches of Longshan Forest, within a hastily erected temporary shelter, the large display screen received continuous video feeds transmitted by the drones. Wang, who stood before the screen, astonished by Bai Xiaobai's ability to eliminate Huang Xiao in an instant. Yet even more perplexed by the radiant light that had erupted from Bai Xiaobai. Could it be a light attribute spiritual beast? What kind of beast allows this young man to keep such a secret? While pondering this, he picked up the walkie-talkie and directed, east side of Longshan Forest. Huang Xiao has been eliminated. Send someone to bring him back. It appears that this young lad possesses considerable skill. No wonder Dean Lei insisted on admitting him. Wang, whose eyes glimmered with surprise as he lowered his gaze to peruse Bai Xiaobai's personal information. Bai Xiaobai, the first contracted beast being a white fox, had previously participated in a dimensional secret realm competition. It all makes sense. Raising his head to glance at the large blue screen, he observed Bai Xiaobai, currently stealthily hiding within a tree, while a woman nearby was meticulously surveying her surroundings. Had the roles of predator and prey been reversed? Intriguing. Within the depths of Longshan Forest, after dispatching Huang Xiao, Bai Xiaobai navigated through the woods and soon discovered a female beast master. He chuckled softly, realizing the serendipity of encountering her, thinking it best to send her on her way. Noting the attire of the female beast master, Bai Xiaobai smiled and quietly followed her. Damn it, where has this kid hidden? Lin Jia muttered, appearing somewhat fatigued after a fruitless search, finally sitting down beneath the shade of a tree in discontent. Hello there. Are you searching for me? A languid voice emerged from behind her, followed closely by the cold press of a sharp dagger against her neck. You with a katana poised at her throat. Lin Jia, as earlier complaints vanished, her face paling as she froze in place. I would advise against resistance. This is a high-grade spiritual weapon, and I prefer not to cause you any harm. Are you even a man? Do you dare to face me in a fair fight? Lin Jia stammered, her voice trembling. You're just bullying a girl. Are all of you from Case Moreau University this foolish? Bai Xiaobai retorted without reservation. Does gender even matter on the battlefield? If I were truly your enemy, you would already be dead. Why you? Lin Jia attempted to counter, but was interrupted by Bai Xiaobai. Enough, you've already lost. There are drones overhead. You wouldn't want to leave a poor impression on the chief instructor, would you? Bai Xiaobai had intended to knock Lin Jia unconscious. But considering that this was not a dimensional secret realm, there remained a few spiritual beasts lurking about. He could not afford to be responsible for any unforeseen incidents should those on reconnaissance fail to render timely assistance. With that, he released Lin Jie and leaped away, disappearing into the forest. Truly infuriating, Lin Jie exclaimed, watching Bai Xiaobai's vanishing figure with exasperation. In the ensuing hours, Bai Xiaobai deftly traversed the forest, easily eliminating 10 hunters within roughly an hour. Phew, not too shabby. Let us aim to finish before sunset. I have no desire to spend the night in this forest. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he acknowledged that while dealing with those hunters required minimal effort, the relentless pursuit had left him somewhat fatigued. I should have a bite to eat and rest for a moment before continuing. Finding a perch atop a tree, Bai Xiaobai lazily stretched, deciding to take a brief respite. On the outskirts of Longshan Forest, Wang Hu shook his head in exasperation as he observed the large screen. While these students possessed considerable talent and had amassed ample experience in dimensional secret realms, they lacked genuine combat simulation. However, this was not entirely their fault. With their current capabilities, the most formidable opponents they encountered were merely extraordinary grade spiritual beasts. Those below the metamorphic grade demonstrated little intelligence, akin to large ferocious beasts. Typical combat competitions were primarily one-on-one, rarely resembling such authentic simulations. They had been overly sheltered, unaware of the true brutality of the battlefield. In recent years, with the continuous refinement of the Beast Master system, spiritual beasts were no longer humanity's greatest adversaries. The Beast Masters from other nations posed the most significant threat. Chapter 83. Has this kid become arrogant? While high-level spiritual beasts possess intelligence comparable to humans, only a minuscule fraction of them attain the chaotic spirit level. Even mythical-level beasts are exceedingly rare. The potential of a spiritual beast does not guarantee its ascension to that level without ample resources. Even a beast with chaotic spirit potential may never reach the mythical tier. As for combat prowess, it might even be inferior to that of moderately potent beasts of the same level. The greater the potential, the stronger the spiritual beast, but only if resources are abundant. However, under equal conditions, high-potential beasts do indeed possess superior combat capabilities compared to their low-potential counterparts, enabling them to seize more resources and maintain their dominant status. Watch closely and observe how that lad operates. After watching the screen for a while, Wang Hu lazily stretched and addressed the eliminated students in the greenhouse. This young man not only possesses superior strength, but also significantly more combat experience than any of you. One high-grade spiritual treasure in exchange for a single real combat experience is hardly a loss. Upon hearing Wang Hu's remarks, the Beast Masters in the greenhouse wore expressions akin to having swallowed something distasteful. They had initially believed that their elimination by Bai Xiaobai was solely due to his penchant for ambushes. Wang Hu's words implied that even in a head-on confrontation, they would still fall short against him. Instructor, I refuse to accept this. If he hadn't ambushed me, I would have never lost. Lin Jie protested, still brooding over her defeat at the hands of Bai Xiaobai, her stubbornness flaring in response to Wang Hu's comments. As her words echoed, several classmates nodded in agreement, convinced that had it not been for that young man's ambush, they would have decisively bested him. Ambush. Wang Hu shot her a glance, casually replying, "Let me ask you this. You had over 40 individuals, and he was but one. If you had all moved together from the start, would he have had the opportunity to ambush you? Or if each of your college groups had banded together, could he have successfully executed an ambush? What grounds do you have to presume that your individual strength could surpass his? Did any of you investigate his capabilities beforehand?" Wang Hu's tone remained level as he continued. To be blindly confident without knowledge of your opponent's strength is a recipe for disaster on the battlefield. You wouldn't even realize how you perished. Moreover, let me ask you, who among you has seen his contracted beast? I can assure you, within the past hour, I did not observe his contracted beast on the surveillance footage. What? How is that even possible? The students were incredulous, questioning whether they had misheard Wang Hu. Yet upon reflection, they realized that Bai Xiaobai had indeed not summoned his contracted beast during their encounters. Do you still believe he cannot best you? Wang Hu's voice remained calm. Even in a one-on-one confrontation, none of you would stand a chance against him. Hey, look at what he is doing. As the sun dipped below the horizon in Longshan Forest, Bai Xiaobai approached a composed woman preparing to carry away the unconscious hunter nearby, amiably interjecting, "Hey there. Could you do me a favor? You must have a communicator, right? Please inform your comrades that Bai Xiaobai is waiting for them here, and I hope they can arrive before nightfall." The cool woman cast a glance at Bai Xiaobai, offering little more than a cursory acknowledgement, as she hoisted the unconscious hunter and prepared to depart. "Hey, don't go. Let us discuss this. You wouldn't want to spend the night in this wretched place, would you?" Bai Xiaobai hurriedly followed, chattering incessantly. "Look at all these mosquitoes, and the occasional spiritual beast popping out. It's impossible to sleep soundly." The frigid woman cast not a single glance at Bai Xiaobai, swiftly vanishing from his sight. Alas, it seems I must rely solely on myself. With a resigned sigh, he formed a hand sign, conjuring a colossal fireball that materialized in his grasp. With a casual flick of his wrist, he hurled it forth, resulting in a resounding explosion that left a sizable crater in the ground. Almost immediately, Bai Xiaobai summoned several more fireballs, launching them explosively into the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. The once tranquil forest erupted into a cacophony of detonations. On the periphery of Longshan Forest, onlookers regarded Bai Xiaobai's actions with perplexity. What could this fellow possibly be attempting? Was he not concerned about attracting others with such a commotion? In unison, a thought echoed in the minds of the crowd. Has this individual lost his senses? Is he deliberately trying to draw attention to himself? Someone in the throng shouted out, and the others gazed incredulously at the screen showcasing Bai Xiaobai's antics. Could this lad be becoming overly ambitious? Wang Hu, upon hearing this remark, felt a twinge of surprise before shaking his head in disappointment. Although nearly 30 hunters had already fallen prey to Bai Xiaobai's onslaught, a full 15 hunters still remained. He had initially believed Bai Xiaobai to be a promising talent, but it now appeared he lacked the requisite composure. As the crowd had surmised, the remaining 15 hunters, upon hearing the commotion, instinctively gravitated toward Bai Xiaobai's location. To Bai Xiaobai's astonishment, the first to arrive was Luo Yanfeng. At last, I have you cornered. Luo Yanfeng's eyes gleamed upon spotting Bai Xiaobai, and he immediately prepared to command his contracted beast, the Earth Bear, to deliver a severe lesson to Bai Xiaobai. Wait. Bai Xiaobai observed the charging Earth Bear without haste, standing to the side and smiling as he said, no need to rush. Humph, trying to buy time? Luo Yanfeng sneered, gesturing for the Earth Bear to halt. His gaze laced with disdain. I wish to see what tricks you can conjure. Let us wait until everyone has arrived. Bai Xiaobai plopped down onto the ground, smiling at Luo Yanfeng as he said, it's been quite a trek. I'd rather take a moment to rest. Humph, once I defeat you, I can return to my bed for a good rest. Luo Yanfeng scoffed disdainfully. Just as he prepared to strike again, he suddenly noticed 4 or 5 figures rapidly approaching from a distance. Hey, fellas, no need to rush, just hold on a bit longer. There should be about 10 more coming. Bai Xiaobai greeted them with familiarity, making it seem as though they were all good friends. As the group pondered Bai Xiaobai's meaning, their attention was suddenly drawn to a few silhouettes racing toward them. After a lapse of more than 10 minutes, Bai Xiaobai counted the individuals around him, confirming their presence before leisurely rising to his feet and smiling at the crowd. All right then, since everyone is here, let us commence. Chapter 84. You truly are a clever one. All here. Luo Yanfeng couldn't help but scoff at Bai Xiaobai's words. Are you implying that of our 40-odd members, only these remain? You must still be asleep, haha. With Luo Yanfeng's words, laughter erupted around them. Oh, so clever, aren't you? Bai Xiaobai was taken aback by Luo Yanfeng's comprehension of his underlying message. He truly was an endearing sort of clever. Come now. Let us finish this quickly and return to our slumber. Bai Xiaobai stood up, yawning nonchalantly as he remarked. Although this place isn't as perilous as the dimensional secret realm, nothing beats a comfortable bed. Humph, since everyone is here, let the battle begin. Luo Yanfeng coldly huffed, preparing to command the Earth Bear to pounce on Bai Xiaobai. Wait a moment. A gruff voice emerged from behind Luo Yanfeng, interrupting the impending attack. Irritated, Luo Yanfeng turned to glare, coldly inquiring, what is it? Why should you go first? The burly man cast a glance at Luo Yanfeng and replied nonchalantly. We too have expended advanced spiritual treasures. Indeed, we also wish to give this lad a good thrashing. The others chimed in, each having invested a high-level spiritual treasure, eager to teach this boy a lesson about the disparity between geniuses. Enough of the chatter, let us all charge together. At that moment, Bai Xiaobai didn't have the luxury to engage in discussion. He formed another hand sign, summoning Bai Shui, and called out to the surrounding individuals. Let us finish this quickly so we can return for dinner. Though eager to return for a meal, Bai Xiaobai dared not underestimate them. Despite their apparent lack of intellect, they were nonetheless among the most elite in the nation within their realm, and he was not blindly confident enough to believe he could take on 15 without his contracted beast. Transcendent level 3? As Bai Shui radiated an aura of unparalleled spiritual energy, the previously boastful crowd fell silent. They had not anticipated that Bai Xiaobai possessed a transcendent level contracted beast. Was it truly as he claimed, that only they remained? Hey, what's the matter with you all? Are we fighting or not? If not, just admit defeat already. Why is everyone suddenly mute? Have you been intimidated? Humph, let us all go at once. The crowd exchanged glances, and in unison, summoned all their contracted beasts, surrounding Bai Xiaobai in an impenetrable formation. Though ganging up was disgraceful, losing to one person among 40 was even more humiliating. Oh, whatever happened to your earlier bravado? Observing Luo Yanfeng and the others' actions, Bai Xiaobai couldn't resist a jibe. I thought you would each come at me one by one. Enough nonsense. What of your transcendent level three-tailed fox? The crowd, incensed by Bai Xiaobai's mockery, felt their cheeks flush with indignation. Luo Yanfeng retorted defiantly. Do you genuinely believe that a transcendent level fox can best us? Let us find out, shall we? Bai Xiaobai shrugged, glancing at the 30 contracted beasts encircling him. A smile crept onto his face. Bai Shui thrived in such a formation. Bai Shui, exhilarated by the surrounding spirit beasts, displayed no hint of fear. Her eyes shimmered with a colorful radiance as her formidable mental energy radiated outward. It's an illusionary force. Noticing the purple hue in Bai Shui's eyes, a woman furrowed her brow and warned the others. Those without resistance to illusion attributes should retreat, engage from a distance. Though the illusionary force was merely a mid-tier skill, they were acutely aware that this five-tailed white fox far outmatched their own contracted beasts in strength. Recklessly resisting would be tantamount to courting death. Upon seeing the iridescent gleam in Bai Shui's eyes, several students lacking resistance to illusion attributes took the initiative to direct their spirit beasts out of the illusionary field, opting for ranged attacks to wear down Bai Shui's stamina. Truly the privilege of the wealthy. Bai Xiaobai mused as he observed many of the spirit beasts adorned with faint blue shields. All these contracted beasts equipped with spirit artifacts, with the protective shields in place. These contracted beasts harbored no fear of Bai Shui's illusionary force attacks, their internal spiritual energy surging as they awaited commands from their beast masters. If this is your trump card, then you may find it difficult to leave here standing today, Luo Yanfeng sneered, directing the earth bear to charge at Bai Shui. As others followed suit, commanding their own contracted beasts to charge at Bai Xiaobai and Bai Shui, Bai Xiaobai exclaimed, "Are you all so lacking in martial decorum?" As Bai Xiaobai gazed at the dozens of contract beasts looming close by, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. Had he known, he would not have pretended to be so nonchalant. He had assumed that with Bai Shui's extraordinary third-tier prowess, gathering people together and unleashing illusionary power would, if not allow him to annihilate them all, at least enable him to take down half of them. However, to his utter astonishment, this group of individuals was shockingly ruthless, each outfitting their contract beasts with spiritual artifacts. Bai Shui, the blazing fox claws, was targeting that particular husky. As the night gale wolf lunged towards him, Bai Xiaobai commanded Bai Shui, "Just don't kill it, the rest is up to you." With a spirited cry, Bai Shui faced the oncoming spiritual beasts without a hint of fear, summoning a faint black shield around herself, while conjuring fiery claws to strike at the night gale wolf. "Get out of the way," the wolf's summoner shouted, hastily attempting to call it back, but it was too late. The fiery claws struck with an astonishing speed. The impact of the fiery claws against the wolf's own claws resulted in a painful howl, and in the next moment, the creature was sent flying, lying motionless on the ground. "Gale!" the night gale wolf's summoner exclaimed, quickly retrieving a healing potion to administer to it, breathing a sigh of relief upon confirming it was not in mortal danger. Meanwhile, others seized the opportunity during Bai Shui's assault to direct their own contract beasts to attack. Earth Slam, Ice Claws, Flame Strike. Dozens of attacks surged towards Bai Shui, stirring up a cloud of dust. Worthless indeed. Even having reached the extraordinary level, it's still not much, Luo Yanfeng sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Bai Xiaobai as he observed the multitude of attacks striking Bai Shui. "If it weren't for the extraordinary level, I could handle it alone." I thought it was formidable, but it's nothing like that. Before the others could revel in their triumph for more than 3 seconds, the dust settled to reveal Bai Shui unharmed, encircled by a dark energy shield that had completely neutralized their attacks. What skill is this? How can it withstand attacks from so many of us? The crowd gasped in astonishment at the black energy shield emanating from Bai Shui. Even against high-level spiritual energy, there should be some trace left behind, yet there was none. How could they possibly contend with that? Everyone, don't worry. Such a formidable defensive skill must consume a great deal of energy. If we can just hold on, victory will surely be ours. Luo Yanfeng fixed his gaze on the black energy shield enveloping Bai Shui, skeptical that she could maintain such a powerful defense for long. Just as he predicted, after Bai Shui dissipated the attacks, her energy shield began to dim. "All right, brothers, let us go. I refuse to believe we can't break that shield." With renewed vigor, the group urged their contract beasts to assault Bai Shui. "Indeed, it cannot last much longer. But it should be sufficient to take you all down," Bai Xiaobai remarked with a faint smile. After about half a month of specialized training, Bai Shui had learned to effectively control the Night Shield's energy. Based on the spiritual energy of this group's attacks, the Night Shield should endure for about 5 minutes. That was ample time for Bai Shui to defeat them all. "Goodness, this lad is truly full of surprises," Wang Hu mused. observing Bai Xiaobai facing 15 opponents while still maintaining a slight upper hand. He had initially thought Bai Xiaobai's strength was only marginally superior to theirs, perhaps just possessing more battlefield experience. However, it was now evident that he could easily outclass students from other academies, apart from those from the 3 renowned institutions. Did you see that? Now, who among you still doubts? The students in the pavilion were left speechless, utterly shocked by the sight before them. They had never expected Bai Xiaobai to hold his ground against 15 adversaries for such an extended period, implying that his strength far surpassed theirs, and by a considerable margin. This revelation was difficult for those who had always regarded themselves as geniuses to accept. Look over there. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, pointing at the large screen where a terror bear was charging towards Bai Xiaobai. Humph, I refuse to believe that you and your contract beast can withstand my terror bear. Luo Yanfeng declared, his eyes fixed intently on Bai Xiaobai. You all, restrain that white fox. 2 of you come with me to deal with him. Understood. The others nodded in agreement, directing their contract beasts to hinder Bai Shui while the stronger offensive beasts charged at Bai Xiaobai. In battles, it was often easier for the beast masters to break through. If they could eliminate the beast master, regardless of how powerful the contract beasts were, they would suffer a backlash. Damn it, if you can't handle my Bai Shui, you come after me? Bai Xiaobai retorted as he faced 4 or 5 contract beasts rushing towards him. Aren't you all supposed to be academy prodigies? Where's your dignity? Dignity? Losing to 1 while 15 gang up on him is even less dignified, Luo Yanfeng scoffed. Enough chatter, the beast masters are part of the battle too. He commanded the Terror Bear, use Earth Shatterclaw. With a roar, the Terror Bear charged at Bai Xiaobai, its massive paw coalescing with earthy spiritual energy, ready to strike down. Just as the attack was about to land on Bai Xiaobai, 2 wings, 1 black and 1 white, suddenly emerged from him, enveloping him in their embrace. What is this? The crowd paused in astonishment at the unexpected sight. Even Wang, who looked perplexed at the sudden appearance of the black and white wings. What kind of spirit beast is this? Before they could react, the wings unfurled, and a figure surged towards the Terror Bear, effortlessly lifting the massive creature into the air with a single hand. What overwhelming strength! The onlookers swallowed hard, realizing that the Terror Bear, which had reached the 8th tier of awakening, was effortlessly hoisted by this beast that resembled a young girl. Come closer. You're dead. As she spoke, Bai Lingxi casually tossed the Terror Bear aside, casting a disdainful glance at the crowd. Despite her spiritual energy being only at the 5th tier of awakening, her commanding presence caused Luo Yanfeng and the others to instinctively step back. Truly, what has Mugwa taught you? Bai Xiaobai sighed, covering his face with a wry smile. Ever since he had asked her to learn how to communicate from Bai Mugwa half a month ago, she had become proficient in human language. However, her temper seemed excessively fiery. Had he known, he would have encouraged her to learn more from Bai Mugwa. Nevertheless, Bai Mugwa's disposition was not as gentle as it appeared. Perhaps he would teach her himself when he had the time. An angel. This is truly a legendary angel. Someone recognized Bai Lingxi's identity, exclaiming in shock. Aren't angels supposed to be extinct? How could one appear here? Damn it. No wonder he is so arrogant. It turns out he has contracted an angel. As the crowd gazed at Bai Lingxi suspended in midair, their eyes turned towards Bai Xiaobai, glimmering with a hint of envy. More accurately, it was jealousy. Luo Yanfeng clenched his fists in discontent. The moment Bai Lingxi appeared, he realized that their battle had lost all hope of victory. After half a month of rigorous training under Bai Mujin, both Bai Shui and Bai Lingxi had become significantly more formidable than before. Facing these spirit beasts was far simpler than contending with Bai Mujin's demigod-level beast. With Bai Lingxi joining the fray, Luo Yanfeng and his companions were swiftly overwhelmed by the combined prowess of Bai Shui and Bai Lingxi, unable to endure for long. Now, as Bai Lingxi hovered beside Bai Shui, Bai Xiaobai looked down upon the crowd with an air of superiority and nonchalantly inquired, "Is there anyone else who dares to contest?" The realization struck him. No wonder protagonists in novels relish the act of playing the fool to ensnare their adversaries. The thrill was indeed exhilarating. We concede. While Luo Yanfeng and his companions were filled with reluctance, they had already exhausted their contractual beasts and possessed no means to continue the fight against Bai Xiaobai. Such a swift conclusion. Wang Hu, observing the video feed from the large screen, was taken aback that the hunter game had ended in less than a day. Behind him, the students who had already been eliminated wore grim expressions, unable to fathom how over 40 individuals could fail so utterly against a single opponent. Noticing the dejected faces around him, Wang Hu was about to comment when he suddenly sensed an unexpected turn of events on the large screen. Intrigued, he watched with a smile creeping onto his lips. How fascinating. Chapter 86. I am unworthy. In Longshan Forest, Bai Xiaobai summoned Bai Shui and Bai Lingxi back into the Beastmaster space. Just as he was about to turn to leave, a strikingly handsome youth appeared before him. Hey, Brother, could you indulge me in a duel? The elegant young man tossed a pouch to Bai Xiaobai, smiling. I understand the rules. Here are 10 fire spirit stones. Bai Xiaobai gazed at the unexpectedly appearing youth with a look of confusion, instinctively opening the pouch in his hand, his breath quickening. It indeed contained 10 fire spirit stones. Who was this person? His attire suggested he was a student from the Chaos Academy. Mu Yan. He is Mu Yan, the foremost student of the Chaos Academy, known for his first contractual beast being of chaotic spirit level. Upon recognizing the handsome youth as Mu Yan, a wave of murmurs erupted around them. Mu Yan was undoubtedly the preeminent figure of their cohort, possessing not only extraordinary strength at the 5th tier of the extraordinary level, but also 3 contractual beasts with chaotic spirit potential. Listening to the discussions, Bai Xiaobai felt the fire spirit stones in his hand grow somewhat heated. Haha, brother, don't misunderstand. I simply find your 5-tailed fox rather remarkable, Mu Yan chuckled. And your angelic beast as well, hence my desire for a friendly match. Mu Yan had arrived at this location as soon as Bai Xiaobai's battle commenced. The moment Bai Xiaobai summoned the 5-tailed fox, he could distinctly sense that this particular white fox was unlike any fox-type spirit beasts he had encountered before. The moment the angel appeared, he could no longer contain his eagerness to challenge Bai Xiaobai to a duel. Had it not been for the drones in the vicinity, he would have already resolved the matter. I cannot. Bai Xiaobai casually tossed the 10 fire spirit stones back, chuckling. What a jest. To duel with the foremost student of the Chaos Academy? That would be akin to aligning myself with Luo Yanfeng, that clever fool. Please, brother, grant me a chance. Mu Yan implored, looking desperately at Bai Xiaobai. Just one match. I can offer 10 more fire spirit stones. My dear fellow, it's not about the money. Bai Xiaobai replied, somewhat exasperated. I just finished a battle and am utterly spent. How could I possibly contest with you? Although the allure of 20 fire spirit stones was tempting, he had no intention of seeking a beating. Outsiders might think he was incapable of handling those opponents. Unless, of course, you increase the stakes. Come now, brother, there is no need for such jest. Mu Yan chuckled. You didn't expend much spirit energy against those foes. He could sense that Bai Xiaobai's spirit energy remained abundant, including that of the 5-tailed fox and the angel, which still possessed at least half of their energy. Listening to Mu Yan's words, the onlookers fell silent. It's not that he doesn't want to fight. Why drag us into this? Do we lack dignity? If it weren't for their inability to match Mu Yan, they would have gladly shown him the meaning of cruelty. But alas, I am too fatigued. I shall return to rest. Bai Xiaobai stretched lazily, shrugging at Mu Yan. I am quite self-aware, and I truly cannot best you. Not to mention that Mu Yan himself had achieved the 5th tier of extraordinary strength, along with 3 chaotic spirit-level contractual beasts. Unless Mu Jin could step in to fight on his behalf, he had no chance of victory. Bai Xiaobai's words left the surrounding crowd dumbfounded. What did he mean by self-awareness and acknowledging his limitations? Were they to assume that they lacked such awareness? How infuriating. If only we were not outmatched. We would show you what cruelty entails. Since you, brother, are unwilling to duel, then so be it. After being rebuffed once more, Mu Yan sighed, then smiled. I shall seek you out for a rematch in the future. I hope next time you will not turn me down. Let us cross that bridge when we come to it, Bai Xiaobai replied casually, making his way towards the perimeter of Longshan Forest. As everyone withdrew from Longshan Forest, the hunter competition officially drew to a close. Surely, everyone was aware of the outcome of this contest. Wang Hu addressed the students before him, raising his voice. To be candid, I am quite disappointed with your performance this time. Over 40 individuals against one, and yet you lost so utterly. Is this the caliber of our class? As Wang Hu's words settled, the 40-plus students who had participated in the competition hung their heads in shame, this contest having thoroughly crushed their long-held pride. Lift your heads. Wang Hu barked, his disappointment palpable. Is lowering your heads all you know to do in defeat? As Beastmasters, if you become disheartened by such minor setbacks, I suggest you return home and live as an ordinary person, for you will never grow into a formidable force, or perhaps you are unworthy of becoming one. Wang Hu gazed at the crowd. What you should be doing now is reflecting on why you lost. Was it merely because his contractual beasts were superior to yours? Those who participate in the Youth Beastmaster Training Program, I trust none of your beasts possess potential below the Holy Spirit level. So, why did you lose so thoroughly? It is because of your arrogance, your blind confidence in your abilities. Wang Hu's piercing gaze swept over the crowd as he proclaimed, what gives you the right to assume he is weaker than you? What makes you believe you could triumph over him? Pride is commendable, but blind arrogance will lead to your downfall. Remember, there are always those stronger than you in this world. I shall not dwell on idle words. You are all prodigies. I hope you can identify your shortcomings from this competition. Wang Hu stated coolly, Bai Xiaobai, remain here. The rest of you board the bus as we head to the true training camp. With a wave of his hand, Two soldiers understood the cue and led the other students from various academies onto the bus, which set off towards the training camp. Instructor, my advanced spiritual treasure. Once everyone had departed, Bai Xiaobai approached Wang Hu with a grin, rubbing his hands together in a gesture of eagerness. What? Are you afraid I might pocket it for myself? Wang Hu chuckled, tossing him a spatial ring and patting him on the shoulder. Well done, young man. Your performance this time was commendable. Keep it up, and you shall soon become a pillar of our nation. Actually, instructor, they are correct. This youth training program is intended to assist those beast tamers still in school. After ensuring everything was in order, Bai Xiaobai stowed the spatial ring away and asserted with righteous indignation, as a mere social drifter, I truly do not deserve to participate in this program. Get lost. Wang Hu retorted with exasperation. I just praised you, and now you say this? You're not undeserving. You single-handedly took on more than 40 opponents. If you're undeserving, then at least 8 out of 10 here should be excluded. Chapter 87. So you also leveraged connections to get in here, huh? Just stay put and don't squander Dean Lei's goodwill. Wang Hu addressed Bai Xiaobai, emphasizing that Dean Lei had exerted considerable effort to facilitate his entry. Instructor, I was merely joking. I genuinely wished to participate. Bai Xiaobai sighed inwardly, though uncertain of the reason. He acknowledged that Lei Ming had indeed treated him quite well. Good. Perform admirably. I have high hopes for you. Wang Hu nodded in satisfaction, giving his shoulder another pat. Let us head to the training camp. With that, he ushered Bai Xiaobai onto the bus heading towards the training facility. The camp was not far from Longshan Forest, and after approximately 2 hours, the group arrived at a campsite that resembled the one Bai Xiaobai had previously visited at the Spirit Beast Research Institute. Upon entering, they were guided by soldiers to a spacious classroom. First of all, welcome to our Youth Beast Tamer Training Program, Wang Hu announced from the podium, a smile gracing his face. I trust that after a day of travel, you are all somewhat fatigued, so I shall refrain from lengthy discourse. From this moment on, you will embark on a year-long training program as Beast Tamers. During this program, we will provide you with one-on-one guidance, and starting tomorrow, you will seek out your respective mentors for instruction. Pausing for effect, Wang Hu continued, here, you may utilize all resources below the advanced level freely and without limit. However, resources above that level will require you to exchange points. Points can be earned through tasks within the camp or by hunting spirit beasts. Waving his hand, he signaled the soldiers to distribute the information regarding their mentors, adding with a smile, that will be all from me. The dormitory area is not far from here, and you can find your accommodations based on the room numbers provided. You are dismissed. Once the soldiers had finished distributing the materials, Wang Hu wasted no more time and signaled for everyone to disperse. Impressive you. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. As soon as the crowd dispersed, Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen approached Bai Xiaobai, brimming with excitement. Despite knowing Bai Xiaobai's strength had reached the extraordinary level, they remained skeptical about his ability to triumph over more than 40 opponents. The two even prepared to accompany Bai Xiaobai should he leave. Of course, just look at who my boss is, Bai Xiaobai replied with a smile, accustomed to the envious glances from those around him. As the three conversed, Li Tian and Su Tundun approached. Ha ha ha, Xiaobai, you are incredible, Li Tian exclaimed, throwing his arm around Bai Xiaobai's shoulder and laughing heartily. You should have seen the expressions on those people's faces. You truly brought glory to our Spirit Beast Research Institute. Previously, he and Su Tundun had endured bullying from other students at Case Moreau University, particularly from Huang Xiao, who, boasting his 6th-tier awakened strength, looked down upon them. Although both Li Tian and Su Tundun possessed commendable abilities, they had only just reached the 2nd tier of awakening, rendering them no match for Huang Xiao. Had it not been for their formidable contracted beasts, they might not have had the opportunity to join this training program. If they bully you again, just let me know, and I'll take care of it. Absolutely. As they chatted, the group made their way toward the dormitory. After escorting Mu Wanner and the others back to their quarters, Bai Xiaobai and his companion headed towards the boys' dormitory. The boys' dorms were not far from the girls', and they soon arrived. The dorms were single occupancy, and in terms of living conditions, they were slightly better than the facility at the Spirit Beast Research Institute. After bidding farewell to Li Tian, Bai Xiaobai returned to his room, tidied up briefly, and then sank into a deep slumber. When he awoke, it was already the following noon. Stretching contentedly, he lounged in bed playing on his phone until he was suddenly interrupted by a loud knock at the door. Hey Xiaobai, are you awake? Bai Xiaobai responded and opened the door to find Li Tian looking somewhat exasperated. What is up? Bai Xiaobai asked instinctively, a hint of confusion in his voice. Bro, you just woke up, didn't you? We are not here for a vacation. Li Tian replied with resignation. You didn't forget to seek out your mentor today, did you? Cough, cough, how could that be? Of course I went. Bai Xiaobai stuttered for a moment before awkwardly clearing his throat. Oh wait, why are you back? Isn't it almost mealtime? I came to get you to join me for lunch. Li Tian observed Bai Xiaobai's disheveled appearance and asked skeptically, Did you really go to find your mentor? Of course. Why would I lie to you? Bai Xiaobai feigned wiping sweat from his brow and added, Just give me a moment. I broke a sweat during training and need to freshen up before we head to eat. Li Tian looked at Bai Xiaobai in silence, wanting to say, Do you expect me to believe you? After about 10 minutes, Bai Xiaobai finished washing up, and the two exited the dormitory towards the dining hall. They grabbed a simple meal before heading toward the classroom. My classroom is over there. I'll head over first, Bai Xiaobai said. Parting ways with Li Tian as he hurriedly pulled out the information about his mentor and followed the directions provided. Before long, he arrived at a classroom, cautiously peering inside, only to find it empty. Could it be that my absence has upset her? He pondered, stepping inside and choosing a seat at random. After a considerable time had passed, just as he was dozing off with his head resting on the desk, he was startled by the sound of the door opening. Instinctively, he turned his head to see a woman entering. The woman appeared to be around 30 years old. Though her beauty did not quite rival that of Mu Wanner and her companions, she was still attractive, clad in battle attire that accentuated her graceful figure and exuded an air of competence. You must be Bai Xiaobai, she said, fixing her gaze on him. I am your mentor, Dong Yingzi. Hello, teacher, Bai Xiaobai replied, observing Dong Yingzi at the podium, a sense of doubt creeping into his mind. She didn't seem particularly impressive. Her strength had just reached the extraordinary level, and in terms of spiritual energy levels, she was even inferior to Mu Yan. Could it be that, like him, her contracted beast's spiritual energy level outweighed her own? You are only at the first tier of awakening? Dong Yingzi noticed the skepticism in Bai Xiaobai's eyes, and a flicker of impatience crossed her brow as she remarked, You are rather weak, aren't you? She could not comprehend why such a feeble beast master would expend such considerable effort. Excuse me, esteemed teacher, may I inquire about the level of your spiritual energy? Upon being met with a curt retort, even Bai Xiaobai, known for her amiable temperament, felt a twinge of annoyance. I am of the third tier of the extraordinary level, Dong Yingzi declared with an air of superiority, and my contracted beast has even attained the fourth tier of the extraordinary level. Observing Dong Yingzi's demeanor, Bai Xiaobai suddenly understood why she had been chosen as her mentor. So, it seems you two have relied on connections to gain entry. Chapter 88. Such a significant background. Very well. Focus on your cultivation and refrain from disturbing me unless absolutely necessary. With a haughty expression, Dong Yingzi replied dismissively, I shall conduct an outdoor assessment in 1 week's time. Should you fail, I will recommend your removal from this training program. All right then. Upon hearing Dong Yingzi's words, Bai Xiaobai's eyes brightened. This was splendid news. No classes meant total freedom. As for the assessment, everyone here had connections and would likely look out for her, especially since her extraordinary abilities were not particularly formidable. To put it bluntly, in a real confrontation, Dong Yingzi might not even stand a chance against her. Enjoy your final days of leisure. Noticing the shift in Bai Xiaobai's expression, Dong Yingzi was perplexed by her apparent delight. Was she truly so excited by the prospect of being disregarded? Just as she was about to express her irritation, an epiphany seemed to strike her, and she left with a parting remark. Oh right, you reminded me. There are free resources here. It would be worth a look to see if there are any treasures. With this thought in mind, Bai Xiaobai wasted no time and strolled out of the classroom, meandering through the camp. Although she possessed a fair amount of resources, why expend her own when there were free options available? Free resources are indeed enticing. Moreover, she intended to scout for any materials needed for the resurrection of her hibiscus. If she found them, she would seize the opportunity. With a demigod-level guardian to protect her, she could truly soar. At that moment, it was class time, so the camp was relatively deserted. Aside from encountering a few staff members, Bai Xiaobai saw no one else on her path. In the resource distribution room, only a handful of staff were present. Upon seeing Bai Xiaobai, they politely inquired, Hello, how may we assist you? Greetings. I would like to know if there are divine-level spiritual treasures available? Bai Xiaobai asked courteously while surveying the work area, which resembled that of the Beast Master Association. Is registration required to peruse the offerings? Divine-level spiritual treasures? The staff member was slightly taken aback. It was his first encounter with someone who directly inquired about such high-level treasures. However, he did not underestimate the youth before him. After a brief moment of surprise, he smiled and replied, Indeed, we have some, though they may be rather costly. As he spoke, the staff member led Bai Xiaobai to a large screen, explaining, Here, you can search for all the resources provided by the camp. Thank you. After expressing her gratitude, Bai Xiaobai began filtering through the options displayed on the screen. Goodness, they are indeed expensive, she gasped, noting that the quantities were limited to just one for each type. Scanning the screen, she discovered over 20 varieties of divine-level spiritual treasures. Her breath hitching as she realized even the cheapest required a staggering 100,000 points for exchange. Wow, they truly exist. A slight swipe of the screen revealed a divine-level life attribute spiritual fruit. However, the price was a hefty 200,000 points. She needed to devise a plan to accrue points. This divine-level life fruit was a must-have. If her previous motivation for staying was to honor Lyman's goodwill, now it was solely for this divine-level life fruit. Resolute in her decision, Bai Xiaobai quickly browsed through some other mid-level treasures, then exited the resource distribution room. To earn points, aside from assessments, she could also undertake tasks. Bai Xiaobai shook her head in mild exasperation. Wishing the tasks here would treat the beast masters like slaves as they did in the association. Upon entering the task room, which resembled the resource distribution room, she found no one but the staff. Task, hunting task. Task description, hunt wild spiritual beasts, no level restrictions. Task reward, based on the energy level of the hunted spiritual beasts, minimum 50 points. Daily limit, 1. Task, submit task. Task description, submit low-level spiritual fruit, sweet return fruit. Task reward, 100 points per fruit. Daily limit, no limit. Note, submission of tasks after resource distribution is prohibited. Violators will permanently lose the qualification to undertake tasks. Most tasks were merely hunting and submission tasks, but many submission tasks had specific requirements, which made Bai Xiaobai feel a tinge of regret. Truly, regardless of their backgrounds, they were all geniuses who would engage in such menial tasks and even specify conditions. Bai Xiaobai feigned indifference as she remarked, given the current tasks, it's not impossible to accumulate 200,000 points in a year. Since I have the time, I might as well take on some tasks to earn points. With Teacher Dawn's connections, I doubt they will give me a hard time. Once I exchange for the divine-level life fruit, I can then pursue a divine-level life crystal. A clever plan indeed. With her mind made up, Bai Xiaobai noted down several tasks and made her way outside the camp. Unlike the spiritual beast research camp, here each student could freely enter and exit. Not far from the camp, there lay a D-level dimensional secret realm. The D-level dimensional secret realm posed little danger for Bai Xiaobai. After effortlessly dispatching a few task-related spiritual beasts, she exited the secret realm without delay. Although she wished to remain until the assessment commenced, she was aware that some hunting tasks had daily limits, and she did not want to lose several hundred points unnecessarily. What if she ended up needing just 1 point at the end? There would be no place to lament her misfortune. Over the next few days, Bai Xiaobai immersed herself in the dimensional secret realm, and though the back and forth was cumbersome, the rewards were plentiful. In less than a week, she had amassed nearly 3,000 points. At this rate, alongside the points from the assessment, she anticipated accumulating enough points to redeem the divine-level life fruit within a year. A week slipped by quietly, and at last, the time for the assessment arrived. Wait, weren't we supposed to have an assessment? Why has an entire day passed without a single soul in sight? Inside the classroom, Bai Xiaobai lounged languidly over her desk, gazing out as dusk approached, muttering in disbelief. Has she forgotten? Having risen early in anticipation of the assessment, she had taken her place in the classroom, yet a day had passed without a glimpse of Dong Yingzi. Forget it, I'll just go eat. After waiting a bit longer without any sign of Dong Yingzi, Bai Xiaobai stretched lazily and headed towards the cafeteria. Just as she was about to exit the classroom, Dong Yingzi entered. Where do you think you're going? Dong Yingzi frowned, clearly displeased by Bai Xiaobai's actions. I'm off to eat. It's already this time, Bai Xiaobai shrugged nonchalantly. What else could I possibly do? Having wasted an entire day? She now held no goodwill towards Dong Yingzi, unable to fathom why this person exuded such arrogance. Such an impressive background. Chapter 89. Indeed, there is something amiss. Where have you been all this time? Dong Yingzi cast a displeased glance at Bai Xiaobai and said coolly, come with me for the assessment, right now. Big sister. It's already 8 o'clock. What assessment are you talking about? Bai Xiaobai replied, exasperated as she looked at Dong Yingzi. Where have you been? I've been waiting for you all day, and you only just arrived. Why should I report my whereabouts to you? Dong Yingzi retorted, her demeanor dripping with disdain. I have stated clearly. Accompany me for the assessment immediately, or I shall declare you a failure and apply to revoke your training qualification. You. At that moment, Bai Xiaobai's mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts. If it weren't for the fact that she was her teacher, she would have loved to give her a proper thrashing. Fine, how will the assessment proceed? Bai Xiaobai took a deep breath and asked in a subdued tone. For the sake of the divine grade life attribute spiritual fruit, I shall endure. Follow me, Dong Yingzi said, leaving the classroom and leading Bai Xiaobai towards the camp's exit. Are we going outside the camp for the assessment? The moment they stepped outside, Bai Xiaobai felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Glancing at the ahead-walking Dong Yingzi, she couldn't help but inquire. Surely there are appropriate simulation training rooms within the camp, right? To ensure the safety of the trainees. The camp is equipped with a multitude of genuine simulated scenarios from the dimensional secret realms, which is far superior to the simulation pods for cultivating survival awareness. Why ask so many questions? Dong Yingzi snapped, her patience wearing thin. Are you the teacher, or am I? What's wrong with being a teacher? Does that grant you the right to act as you please? Then go ahead and expel me. Bai Xiaobai shrugged nonchalantly. If you don't clarify, I won't be going out with you. Something felt off. A sense of unease gnawed at her, yet she couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Instinctively, she knew she couldn't step outside the camp. As she feigned retreat back into the camp, she suddenly felt a tight grip on her wrist. Startled, she turned to see Dong Yingzi, her eyes flashing with a hint of panic as she coldly asserted, "No. You must come with me today." There was indeed something amiss. Observing Dong Yingzi's peculiar behavior, Bai Xiaobai's vigilance heightened. Why was she so insistent on dragging her outside? Was it due to some discovered favoritism? And the urgent need to prove herself? If that were the case, she should rely on her own abilities instead of dragging her along. The more Dong Yingzi pushed for her to leave, the more resolute Bai Xiaobai became in her decision to remain. Realizing this, she coldly warned, "Teacher, I advise you to maintain your dignity. Continue like this, and I might just accuse you of misconduct." You. Upon hearing Bai Xiaobai's words, Dong Yingzi was nearly livid. A mere nobody, how dare she speak such insolence? Humph. Regardless of what you say today, you will come with me. Dong Yingzi covertly channeled her spiritual energy to forcibly pull Bai Xiaobai along. However, to her surprise, no matter how much strength she exerted, she could not budge Bai Xiaobai an inch. "I'm not going, and what can you do about it? Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Bai Xiaobai's voice was frigid. "If it weren't for the fact that you are my teacher, I would have already knocked you out." Hearing Bai Xiaobai's words sent Dong Yingzi into a fury. Even more vexing was that her extraordinary fifth-tier strength should be on par with Bai Xiaobai. In that moment, the two were locked in a stalemate. "Xiaobai, there you are. I was just looking for you." During their standoff, Bai Xiaobai heard a familiar voice and instinctively turned to see Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen approaching. The two, witnessing the scene before them, curiously inquired, "What is going on here?" "Nothing much. This is my instructor. I have an assessment tonight," Bai Xiaobai replied, shaking off Dong Yingzi's grip. She then turned to Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen and asked, "Did you need something from me?" "Ah, hello, teacher." Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen greeted Dong Yingzi before turning back to Bai Xiaobai. "It's nothing urgent. We just noticed you've been in the dimensional secret realm working on tasks, and wanted to know why you weren't attending classes." Just as Bai Xiaobai was about to respond, she heard Dong Yingzi whispering to her, "If you don't come with me, don't blame me for being rude." "How dare you?" Bai Xiaobai's expression shifted, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in her eyes as she regarded Dong Yingzi. As a solitary figure, she could feign indifference to Dong Yingzi's threats. At worst, she could remain at the Beast Research Institute for life until her powers grew strong enough to emerge. However, Mu Wanner and Lin Siwen were not in the same position. While they had significant backing, Dong Yingzi could likely eliminate them with the ease of squashing an ant. "You can certainly try," Dong Yingzi replied with a barely perceptible smile, her voice casual. "I believe you understand the strength of my background. The dragon scale horse." They simply wished for her to step outside. "Very well, I shall go," Bai Xiaobai gritted his teeth. Vowing that he would seize any opportunity to deal with Dong Yingzi in the future, he detested being coerced. "Xiaobai, what's wrong?" Mu Wanner sensed the tension emanating from Bai Xiaobai and playfully smacked the back of his head. "Could you not be a bit more courteous to your teacher?" Teacher. He just has that kind of temperament. Please don't take it personally," Mu Wanner remarked, casting a glance at Bai Xiaobai. "Please forgive him this time. I will have a serious talk with him," she added. It was crucial to note that any teacher permitted to instruct here possessed at least semi-divine strength. Should Bai Xiaobai offend them, expulsion would be the least of his worries. His very life could be at stake. Understood. You two may head back now. I will accompany her for the assessment," Bai Xiaobai replied, rubbing the spot where he had been struck. "I'll come find you in a couple of days." He recognized that Mu Wanner's actions were also for their protection and sighed inwardly, intrigued to see what scheme Dong Yingzi was concocting. "All right then. Siwen and I shall take our leave." Mu Wanner waved her hand as she and Lin Siwen turned back toward the camp. "What are you really up to?" Once the two had distanced themselves, Bai Xiaobai coldly said, "Don't think I wouldn't dare to kill you. Only if you possess the capability to do so." Dong Yingzi replied dismissively, her gaze fixed on Bai Xiaobai. "You would do well to follow me quietly. Otherwise, I assure you, there will be consequences." With that, she ignored Bai Xiaobai and continued deeper into the forest. "Humph, you want me to pay a price? I'll make you pay one first." Watching Dong Yingzi's retreating figure, Bai Xiaobai sneered, plotting something in his mind. Chapter 90. A competent leader never abandons their subordinates. "Hey, we've been walking for half an hour. How much further do we have to go?" Bai Xiaobai asked impatiently as he followed Dong Yingzi. "What exactly do you want?" "Just follow me obediently," Dong Yingzi replied, her annoyance palpable. "You'll know what this is about once we arrive." After approximately 10 more minutes, Dong Yingzi suddenly halted, her voice brimming with barely concealed excitement as she exclaimed, We arrived. Wait, this wretched place is pitch black. What are we assessing? Are you serious? Bai Xiaobai glanced around at the impenetrable darkness, feeling an increasing sense of unease as he instinctively heightened his awareness of his surroundings. Suddenly, he felt a jolt of trepidation and, on instinct, activated the advanced spiritual artifact on his person while lunging forward. In the next moment, an intense pain surged through his back, causing him to stagger and collapse to the ground. Huh. Immediately after, an astonished voice echoed. Observing the stumbling by Xiaobai and speaking fluently in the language of the Chrysanthemum Kingdom, the advanced spiritual artifact from Edo City is indeed on you. A citizen of the Chrysanthemum Kingdom? Bai Xiaobai struggled to lift himself, warily glancing towards the source of the voice. He had just activated the advanced spiritual artifact for self-defense. Yet this beast master from the Chrysanthemum Kingdom had effortlessly shattered it with a single strike, indicating that the beast master's prowess far surpassed his own. Ah, indeed. As expected of Miss Inoue Sakura, she has truly summoned this damned fellow. The beast master from the Chrysanthemum Kingdom spoke lazily. But this guy has only just awakened to the first tier. I really don't understand why Mr. Matsushita called us over. Yuan Yikuan praised him. Dong Yingzi, or more accurately, Inoue Sakura slowly approached Yuan Yijiro's side, her tone tinged with admiration. As expected of Yuan Yikuan, you nearly killed him with one blow. My dragon scale horse. No wonder you insisted on bringing me out. Bai Xiaobai observed the scene before him, secretly channeling spiritual energy to heal his wounds, feeling disgusted. So it turns out you have betrayed me. No wonder Inoue Sakura was so eager to pull you out. It appears you conspired with the Chrysanthemum Kingdom against me. With your strength, you must have the connections to enter the young Beast Master training camp as an instructor. I assume your status in your homeland is quite exalted. As he spoke, Bai Xiaobai couldn't help but mock. You're such a fool to betray a major power and remain oblivious to it. Bai Xiaobai now doubted whether Inoue Sakura's mind had been kicked by a mule. He simply could not comprehend her motives. Given the current world situation, the only nation capable of rivaling the Dragon Kingdom was the White Eagle Nation. As for the Chrysanthemum Kingdom, if it weren't for its fear of the White Eagle Nation, it would have long been obliterated. Inoue Sakura's betrayal of the Chrysanthemum Kingdom was undeniably foolish. However, upon reflection, it made sense, with her family's strength. It was impossible for her to have only reached the extraordinary level by the age of 30. What do you know? Inoue Sakura screamed. The battle I had with Yuan Yikuan at Inoue is something you Dragon Kingdom people will never understand. As she spoke, she leaned closer to Yuan Yijiro. Taunting Bai Xiaobai, I'm not afraid to tell you that Yuan Yikuan is a metamorphosis-level powerhouse, and there are 14 other metamorphosis-level experts lying in ambush around here. You are undoubtedly doomed today. Yuan Yi, hurry up and kill him. I still want to battle Miss Inoue. Yuan Yijiro, inhaling the fragrance from Inoue Sakura, raised his katana, prepared to deal with Bai Xiaobai. Wait, since I'm about to die, could you at least tell me why you want to kill me? Bai Xiaobai asked, perplexed, as he watched Yuan Yijiro approach slowly. He couldn't recall ever offending the Chrysanthemum Kingdom. Was it truly for Inoue Sakura's sake? Even so, summoning 15 metamorphosis-level beast masters seemed excessive. Damn, he doesn't understand what I'm saying. Bai Xiaobai cursed under his breath, then quickly shouted at Inoue Sakura. Hey, Inoue, or should I say, Inoue, come down here. Yes, you, little chrysanthemum, do you dare to bring everyone out? Pausing for a moment, Bai Xiaobai taunted. Surely a group of metamorphosis-level beast masters wouldn't be afraid of a mere awakening level 1, but I suppose that aligns with your Chrysanthemum Kingdom's character. Huh. Still daring to ridicule our great Chrysanthemum Kingdom even at death's door. Inoue Sakura said disdainfully, today, I will ensure you understand your fate. Saying this, she clapped her hands. And instantly, 14 beast masters clad in Chrysanthemum Kingdom warrior attire leaped out from the forest. My dragon scale horse, are you serious? Bai Xiaobai swallowed hard, gazing at the 14 beast masters suddenly surrounding him. He had initially thought Inoue Sakura was deceiving him. If there were only one metamorphosis-level beast master, he might have fought desperately to escape, but now, Yuan Yi die? Yuan Yijiro raised his katana and struck fiercely at Bai Xiaobai's head. Xiaobai, be careful. Just as Bai Xiaobai was channeling spiritual energy to prepare for escape, a fierce tiger suddenly leaped from the bushes towards Yuan Yijiro, followed by the voice of Mu Wanner from behind. What are you doing here? Bai Xiaobai shouted urgently. Run. Quickly escape. He couldn't think about how Mu Wanner had ended up in this place. He only wanted her to flee as fast as possible. Yuan Yi, finally. A beautiful lady has appeared. Though the Crimson Flame Tiger King was strong, Yuan Yijiro, being a metamorphosis level, easily inflicted severe injuries on it within a few exchanges. Get out of here, this is not a place for you. Mu Wanner, seeing the injured Crimson Flame Tiger King, hastily fed it a healing potion and returned it to the beast's space. I'm your boss. How could I leave you behind? Mu Wanner said nonchalantly. A qualified boss would never abandon their subordinates. After parting with Bai Xiaobai, she had been anxious about upsetting Inoue Sakura, so she had secretly followed him, never expecting to encounter such a situation. Rest assured, we would never want to kill such a beautiful lady. Yuan Yijiro greedily eyed Mu Wanner's exquisite figure. Laughing heartily, my dear, as long as you behave, I might consider sparing him. Yuan Yi, have you forgotten Mr. Matsushida's orders? Upon hearing Yuan Yijiro's words, Inoue Sakura's eyes glinted with jealousy as she glared at Mu Wanner, secretly calculating her next move. Baka, do I need your guidance in my affairs? Yuan Yijiro shouted angrily, disdainfully retorting, shut up, or I'll kill you. Chapter 91, None Shall Escape. Inoue Sakura's expression changed. She hadn't anticipated that Yuan Yijiro would threaten her for another woman. It's all this wretched woman's fault. Thinking this, she produced a dagger, slowly advancing towards Mu Wanner under the cover of night. Ugh, disgusting. Although Mu Wanner couldn't understand what Yuan Yijiro was saying, she had no intention of engaging with him. She formed hand seals to summon her second contract beast to help them escape. However, in the next moment, Inoue Sakura suddenly lunged forward, dagger in hand, and viciously stabbed at Mu Wanner. The sudden turn of events caught Mu Wanner off guard, and the advanced spiritual artifact on her was brutally pierced by Inoue Sakura. Blood gushed forth. Yuan Yi, you should quickly complete Mr. Matsushida's task, or we both won't escape unscathed. After successfully landing her strike, Inoue Sakura looked at the enraged Yuan Yijiro and spoke in a calm tone. You should know the consequences of failing the task. Yuan Yijiro had not anticipated Inoue Sakura's defiance of his orders. He was about to reprimand her when he heard her say, I'm doing this for your benefit, Yuan Yi. Humph, once I kill this brat, I'll settle the score with you. Suppressing his inner rage, Yuan Yijiro swiftly approached Bai Xiaobai, raising his katana to grant him a swift end. At this moment, Bai Xiaobai stared blankly at the severely injured Mu Wanner in his arms. He never imagined that things would escalate to this point. Regret washed over him. Had he been firmer and not gone out with Inoue Sakura, perhaps Mu Wanner wouldn't be in this predicament. It's all my fault, all my fault. Bai Xiaobai remained oblivious to the katana poised above his head, murmuring to himself, it's all my fault for being so weak. If only I were stronger. Just as the blade was about to descend, an immense surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him. In an instant, Bai Shui and Bai Lingxi leapt forth from his body. I can hold out for at most 5 minutes. With Bai Shui and Lingxi here, she will be safe. Simultaneously, the voice of Bai Muxin echoed in his mind. Baka, what is going on with this brat? How can he harbor such colossal spiritual energy within him? Sensing the escalating aura of Bai Xiaobai, Noirajiro snapped out of his stupor and urgently called to the other beast masters from the Chrysanthemum Nation. What are you standing around for? Hurry and kill him. Upon detecting the spiritual energy radiating from Bai Xiaobai, Inoue Sakura instinctively recoiled, a sense of dread flooding her, and she fled frantically towards the camp. She could envision her demise at Bai Xiaobai's hands. All she wanted was to return to the camp swiftly and brand Bai Xiaobai a traitor, ensuring her own survival. Thank you, Bai Xiaobai replied, feeling the overwhelming power coursing through him, but he remained unnaturally calm. He gently laid Mu Wanner down on the ground, clenched his fists, and spoke softly. Is this the strength of a demigod? Indeed, it is formidable. Would you kindly assist in treating Wanner? I shall deal with these individuals. Upon sensing Bai Xiaobai's demigod-level aura, the beast masters from the Chrysanthemum Nation lost all will to fight and desperately attempted to flee. Observing the panicked crowd, Bai Xiaobai felt no urgency. None of them would escape today. Death awaited them all. In a flash, he appeared before one of the fleeing beast masters from the Chrysanthemum Nation, his gaze devoid of emotion. And with a mere strike, he effortlessly shattered the beast master's skull. Without pausing, he moved to the second beast master, delivering another simple punch that claimed yet another life. Then came the third, the fourth. In less than a minute, he had dispatched 15 beast masters from the Chrysanthemum Nation with ease. It is your turn, he declared after eliminating the last beast master, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he headed towards the camp. At that moment, Inoue Sakura regretted her decision to venture so far. Had she known it would come to this, she would never have brought Bai Xiaobai along. No, had she foreseen this situation, she would never have risked bringing him out at all. She now only hoped that Noirajiro and the others could hold out a little longer, buying her some time. As long as she could return to the camp, her connections would surely ensure her survival. Can you run? Just as she fled in a frenzy, a devilish voice echoed from behind her, and Bai Xiaobai appeared before her, blocking her escape. Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Inoue Sakura fell to her knees, pleading, as long as you spare my life, I will give you anything. I can be your slave. I will do whatever you ask. In her desperation, she began to remove her clothing, seeking to barter for her life. I find it repulsive, Bai Xiaobai replied coldly, raising his hand. intent on ending her life. However, just as his attack descended, a yellowish shield manifested around Inoue Sakura, and a booming voice emerged from behind him. Stop! Who are you to cause trouble in my Dragon Nation? In the next moment, Wang Hu appeared before him. Upon recognizing Bai Xiaobai, he was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, Xiaobai? No, wait. What's this aura about you? Sensing the demigod-level energy emanating from Bai Xiaobai, Wang Hu, though puzzled, intervened, demanding, What are you doing? Behind Wang Hu, 4 or 5 other demigod-level experts surrounded Bai Xiaobai, their vigilance palpable. Wang Zhongjiao, he is a traitor. Please, save me. Inoue Sakura exclaimed, seeing Wang Hu as her lifeline. He colluded with the Chrysanthemum Nation. I overheard him, and he has been pursuing me ever since. I barely escaped with my life. Colluding with the Chrysanthemum Nation? Upon hearing Inoue Sakura's words, Wang Hu and the others regarded Bai Xiaobai with growing suspicion, a few even beginning to subtly channel their inner spiritual energy. It is known that in the Dragon Nation, once treason is confirmed, anyone is justified in executing the traitor. I'm a traitor? Bai Xiaobai gazed around at Wang Hu and the others, fully aware that in such circumstances, killing Inoue Sakura was utterly impossible. He said calmly, Where were you when I was killing the people of the Chrysanthemum Nation in the competition? You were busy playing with Inoue, weren't you? And you dare say I am not a traitor? If you were not a traitor, you would never have been able to kill Ito Naruki. How do you know I killed Ito Naruki? I heard it, Inoue Sakura stammered, realizing she had misspoken, her heart in turmoil. Heard it? Aside from me, no one knows I killed Ito Naruki. Where did you hear it from? Bai Xiaobai scoffed, and you seem quite familiar with Ito Naruki.